production say we can go, mate. I'm ready. Carrie, if you just look at the camera, they'll get going with it all, mate. Thank you. Yesterday's result. Yesterday's
train T side, we get a good start finally, and then we can't find the gaps. I think Madeline's played a great game. That did pretty good on the train CT side, and sometimes you just lock down the CT sides, right? Obviously, we still miss a lot individually. I feel like that's costing on the game. I think we have a good game plan. We're going to. It's about the execution is not good enough, right? So I feel that was happening in the Madeline's game, and obviously I was happy we got the 1 point. Else we could have been out of the tournament the next game. When it comes to VP, yeah, I don't know what to say, right? The worst thing about this is this 2 and train has been our flag maps. It has been the maps we were one of the best teams in the world on, and we can't see.
groups are over here at Blast Premier Showdown. Mousesports versus Mad Lions. And Mousesports started off on train with a 15. Mouse unable to seal the deal, and Mad Lions unable to get their Mad Lions. Then we saw a huge upset on Dust 2. Upset took down Vitality. 16-11. Going on to next, another Dust 2 game. Next, another Dust 2 game. They stumbled against the Virtus Pro, who had a play. Then Ents went up against Astralis on mute, and you know what happened? Astralis, they managed 13, but it's just not good enough as Ents took the win. Finally, we ended with Fnatic taking on Dignitas again on Dust 2 coming into the play. And my oh my, Fnatic, they showed us full force, full form, why they are the best Swedish team right now. Let's bring on the playoffs.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the first day of the playoffs here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. We've made it through the groups. It was a wild ride, lots of ties, and pretty much max rounds on every map. But it is done, and now we've got our playoff teams that are going to be making their runs through the bracket for a chance to compete in the finals. So, I'm not alone on hosting this, obviously. I'm Semler, I'm going to be hosting it, but joining me on the desk as we get the brain in gear, Maniac and Thorin. Good morning, gentlemen. How's it going?
Bonjour, it's going pretty well. I feel like it really wasn't that long since I saw your two beautiful faces. But then...
I love you guys, but you're right. It was definitely not long enough. How you doing, Thorin?
Just looking forward to today's 4 ties. That's actually technically a term that just in European sports means a matchup. Don't get scared, everyone. These matches can't actually be ties. We have overtime now.
Yeah, we have overtime and they're best of 3. Well, let's take a look at where the rest of us are all tuning in from and joining the broadcast from, because this is now a global production. Everything's online. We've gone back 8 years in time. So talent locations, you got Banks all the way over in Kiev. Maniac decided to go on a road trip and drive over to Copenhagen to join up with Anders' bro. Thorin's down in Amsterdam. And, well, we've still got guys across the pond as well. The Freedom Bird, who has tied me for the lead on predictions. Unforgivable. That's changing today. And Launders and Scrawny up there up in Canada. So, as far as locations are concerned, I mean, everybody's still out there. But this is going to be our match day overview. This is where we're going for the day. We've got 4 best of 3s, first rounds of playoffs, 2 for U, 2 for NA, and the first match of the day will be Astralis versus Mousesports. But let's take a look at how we got here, because it has been a few days of groups going into it, and so we can go ahead and just take a look real quick at Group A and start us off there. What surprised and what impressed, what took us by storm, what scared us? There's a lot to wonder there, because as far as Group A is concerned, NIP topped it out in the end. So, guys, can I get some thoughts on this? Thorin, what was the team that stood out for you in Group A?
I think it's got to be NIP, because the difference is, if I look at the other 2 teams that had 2 ties, Ents, Vitality, these are teams that generally, they were scrapping to get some of those ties. Sometimes they were playing ropey halves. The difference is, NIP solidly won some of their games. That's how they got the plus 18 round difference. And then the 2 ties were just a little bit of inexperience, the fact that they're still one of the newer lineups. So I actually found them very impressive in pretty much all their games. It's just that the games they tied were the ones where they had the little dry spell, and usually it was at the end of the game.
Exactly right. And I mean, Group B standings here. Mad Lions, pretty much dominant, weren't they, Maniac?
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be the name we talk about, right? I mean, Mad Lions coming in. I had a few questions. We had a few questions as to how would they behave, now that everyone's looking at them. Obviously, they had their win in Flashpoint. They come in here with a different title, different responsibilities, and boy, did they live up to it. I mean, 3 wins, 1 tie, very dominant, strategically on point, individually massively dominating. That was real game for Mad Lions, and they're now just 1 game away, 1 win away from making it to the spring finals.
Yeah, and it's there in that side of the bracket where I think they can take any of those teams down. They are looking fantastic. So these are the brackets. You can see today we're going to have the first round. Tomorrow we'll have the semifinals, and then moving into the finals where we'll get to see Mad Lions and NIP play. And so the most dominant teams in the groups, they get that bye, they get that extra step forward, and just the easier path through because they earned it in the groups. I mean, they crushed face, and that's how it goes. So, excuse me, Astralis, Mousesports, that'll be one of our first games to look at. But I mean, we still have the other half of things to talk about before we can start getting into the nitty gritty of the EU matches and the ones that we're kicking off, because there was also the North American portion of this tournament. And so we can take a look at the North American groups here as well and see how they played out. One team less in each of them, but still, Furia topping out Group A, doing an excellent job. Thorin, how did the Furia look to you?
I thought they were pretty good, all in all. Like, even their one loss was basically by only a couple of rounds to MIBR. Obviously, domestic matchup can usually surprise you, kind of ignore typical rankings and form in those matches. I think, actually, the interesting thing about Furia, to me, is they encompass so much aggression, skill, but actually, you're starting to see, I feel like this year and the end of last year, they're starting to actually get some of the composure that you need to have to be a real top team. They can't just ride a hot streak of aiming anymore. So I think, believe it or not, people like Henny have brought some of that to the team. They're not the kind of wild, unleashed force that they were in the past. They're a little bit more controlled now. So I enjoy watching them play.
They are so aggressive. I mean, we had that nice interview with Steel that was pointing out just what was going on there in terms of pushing smokes, doing the unexpected, trying to take their opponents by storm. I mean, so far, that's what we've seen from Furia. They've been super dominant. And well, I mean, as far as Group B is concerned, we also had some standout play there. Triumph is like the big takeaway from Group B for me. I don't know, Maniac, what do you think?
I mean, I agree with you, and I'd put even Cloud9 in that list. The fact that Triumph and Cloud9 both were able to be very, very disruptive and annoying with EG, with 100 Thieves. That's what made this group so incredibly interesting to see. And then 100 Thieves, huge name, used to be in the top 10 in the world quite easily. They're not going to make it to the playoff. That is it for them. The story ended yesterday, and they dropped the ball. There's nothing else to say. They dropped the ball massively. They had 2, or rather even 3 massive leads in each of these games. 12-3, 11-4, it just wasn't enough. But the man we're looking at here, Triumph now, they are the ones that have, excited me to an extent. I didn't know them. I'm going to be honest, I didn't know them so much before this game, this tournament, this event. And they've shown up. I mean, individually very sound. They keep their calm in tight rounds. They were able to close games against huge names of Counter-Strike. So that's a very good discovery for me.
I mean, it certainly is. I mean, they've really just shown that, hey, there is still talent out there, untapped and ready to go if you drop your guard. So you can't really always predict with the favorites in this sort of scenario right now, especially in this meta where it feels like everybody's always got a buy, everybody's always a threat so long as they have aim. And I mean, if you're at this level, you've got aim. And so we're seeing that. Curry going ham. There's so much emotions from Triumph as well. I mean, Maniac, you actually get to listen to their team speak, so you really get plugged in on what those guys are about. I mean, them and Furia have got to be like always up at 11, don't they?
Yeah, but honestly, I'm gonna use a word that is a little bit strange, but to me, Triumph are cute. They are so cute when they play Counter-Strike. They're so genuine, so candid. Like, you can feel they want it with every cell in their bodies. They want to win, but I think they still have like a learning curve as to how to approach these very tight rounds because it goes so messy, so energetic. Obviously, they're gonna miss some information, right? But I think it's part of the learning process of being a top team or becoming one day possibly a top team is how you approach these rounds, how you keep your composure in a 4v2. When you're 10 seconds away from qualifying to the playoffs. So they still have that road to walk, but yeah, I think they're actually really cute when they play, and I like to listen to them.
They always bring it. But I mean, we've got the esports historian who is, I'm being told by the lower third, who's going to be dropping bars this entire tournament long. And so, Duncan, do you have any takeaways from Triumph before we start breaking down today's matches?
I mean, it's worth pointing out they absolutely could have won every single game they played. They could literally have topped the group 3-0. They didn't, which probably makes a lot of sense in kind of like an even more primitive version of what NIP did. They lack the experience. They are playing against teams that typically, if this was offline, you'd expect them to lose to kind of have a gap in terms of understanding. What people don't understand is closing out a game isn't about skill and your playbook and all the rest of these things. You've already shown that in the server. You've already built that aspect up. you essentially have to put yourself in position over and over again. If you want to use like a tennis analogy, it's like break points. Like if you're the guy who's losing every match, you're not going to know what to do with a break point when you get it. But if you're a champion, that's where you hone your skills, and that's how you become someone who progresses in tournaments and eventually wins trophies. So I would say they've done the first step. They've competed. They've put themselves in position to win. They have won the odd game. But I think I need to see, obviously, in the best of threes, you can't tie. Now we need to see another step up. And quite frankly, it has to be a quantum leap up when you consider they were only competing in the group stage a day or two ago, not expected to get out.
Yeah, that is going to be the play as the brackets unfold. But now we can go ahead and start talking about our European matches. They're going to be kicking off our day here. And so we can see here the overview. Coming up is going to be Astralis Mousesports, our first best of 3 of the day. And then we'll be following that up with Dig versus Vitality. And, well, we'll see, is it going to be the big Dig showing up today or not? Because they're going to need it going up against Vitality. It's going to be a tough one. Before we start diving into it, and before we start breaking down Astralis and their gameplay, James Banks is here, and he's actually got some insight on what that team is about right now and the struggles that they're going through. So we'll hand it over to him.
Thank you, Semler. Yes, it's an interesting one in this game, right? And one thing I had a nice long chat with Zonic, and one thing he was looking at is, okay, they're changing things within the team. Yes, they've moved a lot of roles around, but even Magic's not just an in-game leader. He's changed some roles around actually on what sites he's playing and how he's playing it. And he said something that's very key. They can't play like the old Astralis, which is definitely not something possible when you've got these new players coming in. We see Snappy struggling on the individual performance going in there, and he's not even having to in-game lead. You've got Yugi, who's in a position where obviously he's used to being an AWPer. He's having to rifle a bit more. Yes, he can come in on the secondary AWP with it as well. But for these guys, their stat lines are still better than what some of the Mousesports people are putting out, right? So we come and look at Chris J. This is a guy who used to thrive online. Online J was his old nickname. He has been struggling himself. He said he doesn't have the motivation as much recently, which is definitely a problem. And now we're in playoff stages. I know, yes, you're online, you want the big events, you want the LAN, but this is when you need to step up. I look at Chris as a player who should be able to kind of not be the heavy fragger, but the one that can change a game. And that's what Mousesports has certainly been lacking with it. Then we come on to Carrigan. Yes, he's the in-game leader and he's not meant to be fragging out in there. But when you look at this, having Carrigan and Chris both way below even what Yugi and Snappy are putting out in this situation, it's really going to come down to me in this game on the individual side of things here, because you've still got Device, you've still got the Pre, you know what they can do. We saw Device yesterday and he was actually having a really solid start to his games. So if that kind of activation comes out from Astralis, I don't think this is as clear cut for Mousesports as what it should be to them, all things considered, because they're playing with their main roster. And this whole online thing for me, I'm not accepting this excuse anymore. It's time to shine for Mousesports.
Well, thank you very much, James. That's exactly what we're hoping to see here if you're a Mousesports fan. And, well, Astralis, trials and tribulations continue. And before we get into the actual discussion of Astralis, we had a chance to catch up with Magisk as well. So we have a quick interview with him.
Now, you make it to playoffs, right, which is great, and you get the win over Saw, but obviously the results was more of like a learning curve for you guys in the group stages. I just wanted to see in this game before you're going into Mousesports how you guys are feeling, because one thing I do notice in your gameplay is that some of the confidence at time isn't there, and I'm wondering how you can maybe bring that back into play.
Obviously, it's been difficult. It's been rough. It's really not that easy just getting 2 new guys on the team and just immediately make it work. Like, we had 2 days of practice with Snappy before we had to play our first official game, and it's really difficult getting to play all the maps a lot. So yeah, it's been a difficult curve for us, but I also see that we're improving from game to game. We're making improvements. We're staying positive still. We know we're not just expecting to go down and just beat every team and just completely smash them like we could with the old lineup. That's a new lineup now, and it's a new reality. So we have to focus on that, and we have to be positive, and we have to take it as a grind. Like, we can't expect results from day one. Like, you see other teams use 8 months with a lineup change before they actually get any good. So you can't expect us to be good after 1 week. Like, we're just humans as well. So obviously we're gonna make mistakes as well, and it's a long learning curve for us. So yeah, we're taking one game at a time and doing our best to improve from game to game, and I think we've been doing good, and I'm actually really proud of the guys.
All I hear are excuses, Magisk. I don't know about this. You know what? We're not human. That's what I got to say about that. Thorn, what do you think about that interview with Magisk?
Listen, he was playing good defense. Obviously, they're in a certain extenuating circumstances they wouldn't choose to be in, but a lot of that was a bunch of nonsense. Like when he said there, like teams wait 8 months before they get the results. No, that's like extremely rare cases. And usually those people are people with incredible foresight like Mousesports to know, actually, you know what, don't break this lineup. It doesn't matter. We've had that many months where we didn't do anything. So it was a good choice to pick that right now since that's who he's playing, because it gives him a little bit of breathing room. But I would just say the other way around. I would actually say most good lineups in Counter-Strike that become champions almost hit the ground running. Like, it's very rare that it takes more than 1 or 2 events before they are potentially world #1 level status, if they can be that, including a little lineup called Astralis with Magisk. It was their 3rd event that they won in dominant fashion, and from there on went on to be the greatest team in history. The events before that, they were still making the playoffs. They were still making top 4, top 8. So I don't know that that really works for me. Like, I think the flaws in this lineup are inherent. I don't know that some of them can be overcome, especially not to the level all the Astralis did. So I get it. It's a work in progress, but as we've pointed out so far, it's like, listen, nobody made them do this lineup in theory. They've chosen to do it, and they put themselves in this situation. So if that means you're one of the worst teams in the playoffs, you're one of the worst teams in the playoffs. Swallow it, own it.
You got to get on with it. I mean, there was a tidbit there from James. I mean, Chris J feeling burnout. All I can think of is, yeah, no wonder. I mean, dude, the guy's been going forever, nonstop, it feels like. Since the beginning of CSGO, he's just been on that grind. I mean, Maniac, what do you think about Mousesports coming into it? I mean, Chris J's state of mind, does that kind of highlight the rest of the team, or is he just the exception?
No, I think it's a general feeling now that Counter-Strike have moved to mainly online, right? We talked about it a little bit in the first days of this competition.
Yes,
how do you use that time, that mega time that you have at home now? You might fall into the trap of just playing Counter-Strike 13, 14 hours a day. That wasn't the case before when you were traveling around. Sure, traveling around also means exhaustion. You're not home. There are some massive downsides to it, but when you're home, suddenly you can play all day if you want to. And that is a risk. Obviously, that is something that needs to be thought through. You have to realize and you have to optimize the time you use. So I can understand some players having that burnout, especially right now, even though it might sound a little bit counterintuitive, because you'd think, oh, but they don't have these competitions. No, actually, no. It does require a thought process as to how to use that. But Mousesports as a lineup, listen, I don't exactly know where to put them. Like, granted, they've had a couple of months, maybe a little bit more of downtime, but I would still have them in the top 5 in the world. Like, I still haven't seen enough duckery from them to kick them out of that spot. I mean, they have a tremendous lineup. They have a good map pool. They have one of the best IGL out there in Counter-Strike. The individuals are insane, but somehow it's just not clicking. I mean, there is inconsistency.
Yes, Astralis is still going to murder him.
You think so?
No,
Are you ready to own to that one?
I've seen the predictions.
Okay.
He's bantering you, mate.
All right.
Thanks, Thorn. All right, let's move. All right, the thing is, I want to keep talking Astralis and Mousesports, but we also have to talk about the other playoff match from you that we're going to be getting today, because we're obviously going to get to come back and talk a bit more about Astralis and Mousesports. So, I mean, the other one to take away here is that Vitality and Dig are all going down. That'll be our second best of 3 of the day. And I mean, Vitality, Maniac, this is what I wanted to get you in on. You're well placed following the comms and knowing these players to speak on the French CS and what's going on with this team. Are they going to dominate, or is it going to be a struggle?
Listen, I'm not happy to say that, but to me there seem to be fundamental flaws in how that team proceed at the moment and how they play, how they operate on the server, right? So you have Apex that took over the IGL role. Obviously, I think losing Alex was a huge hit for Vitality. He was doing a very good job. He also had a good relationship with Extaz, the coach, so they had this unit together to create the game plan. That's not the case anymore. Apex steps in, he takes the role, he takes the responsibility, and he always had a mind for the game. Apex always had the understanding of what the other team is doing. He has a very good knowledge in general of how people are doing, but it is a different story to be an IGL, to be the one that always gives the impulse during the rounds, when it's crunch time, when it's 13-13, the one that's gonna take all the responsibility and also remain very calm. Apex is a very emotional player now. One of the problems I've realized in that team is that midway through the round, there needs to be an impulse, there needs to be a decision. It's lacking just a little bit. Sometimes you can feel that the round is going to slip through their hands and no one is really here to say, okay guys, now let's do this, let's retake this area, let's move in here, we need to retake information. That is what an IGL is supposed to do. It's not only about at the beginning of the round say, okay guys, we're going to do B split and then just play. It's also about, giving the rhythm and being the kind of the orchestra master during the round, and it fails a little bit to Vitality right now.
And so that's the thought on Vitality. We're going to get to talk more about them later, obviously. But Thorin, do you have any thoughts on Dignitas before we go to the break here and their current form going into these playoffs?
For this matchup, at this point in time, I'm just glad that NBK is not in Vitality anymore. Otherwise, it'd be ridiculous to have literally all these players from like the first matches of CSGO still playing at this point in time. This is like when Hulk Hogan and Ric Flair were still fighting in the 2000s. Like, are they like 50 or 60 years old? What's going on here? What, we're supposed to pretend this is a real match? But listen, obviously the Dig guys represent the older generation of CSGO. Vitality, for me, the interesting thing is, obviously you saw there, Ziwa was topping the entire chart, so the question becomes, unfortunately, a common refrain with Vitality, if you go back about a year or so, which is, when a player's playing that well individually, what are the people around him going to do to capitalize on that and turn it into wins? Because that's the golden goose right there. Like, you don't know why that's happening, you don't know how that's happening, you're definitely not doing all of it. I agree when they had Alex, they used to set him up, but like, he did all the rest. Like, that's like saying, like, giving Michael Jordan the pair of shoes or whatever. Yeah, he still goes and dunks it. You didn't make him do that. So I want to actually see those other players stop making excuses, start filling those roles, because if you can't, then we're gonna have to get other players in, because one guy is fantastic right now. He hasn't really got much you can complain about. And so against a team like Dig, they absolutely should be heavily scrutinized if they lose this matchup.
Well, there we have it. And well, I think the predictions reflect this as well. Right now, it is going to be Vitality across the board.
You did go for it.
For everybody. Bit of a split everywhere else. And then I guess I'm the only one. I'm the only one. But this is how you establish true dominance, gentlemen. You know, you got to get out there. You just got to get it done right at the beginning of the day.
What are you talking about? Megas is saying you've got like 7.5 months to wait before you can predict them.
He meant that, you know, the thing is, he meant that in like the old Hebrew, where it's like a day could be, you know, an hour, it could be 24 hours, it could be 1,000 years, you don't know, right? And so, you know, that's the thing, man. 7 months could be done like that before we come back from the break. That's what I'm counting on. All right. Betway Odds, thank you to our sponsor for providing the odds for these matches. And I think it's time to take a quick break before we start breaking down our first match of the day here. So don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, alright?
Let's go.
Okay, boys. Let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun. That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from a lead.
15 seconds on the clock, he turns around and the bomb goes up. Oh my god, the 180! Let's go! Another kill! This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Cold. He does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins! He's cleared 3 bodies and the board! Let's go! Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Let's go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals. The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19 to 17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, guys. We have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Whoa. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
Now, this game versus Astralis, right? They're obviously not in their best shape either. They've changed 2 players going into it. And when I've spoke to other people, they've realised that, okay, this isn't the same Astralis, but they also can't even replicate the same kind of strategies. Certainly, they don't have the confidence in their gameplay. Do you feel like losing to them at this point would just be like an ultimate rock bottom, and this is a must-win game, not just for the tournament, but just for you guys' overall confidence in this stage?
I mean, must-win game. Obviously, I think we're the favorites here, considering their state, but they still have some very good players. And if we don't play our best, I think things can spiral out of control pretty fast. So I don't think we can underestimate them, really. We have to be ready for maybe some more individual stuff. As you said, they probably don't have all their tactics on point yet with these 5 they play with now. So it's going to be a bit more unpredictable. But yeah, we still have to give our all.
You still have to give your all, and that is the thing. It's obviously, if you're a competitor, the whole point is to win every single match that you ever play. So you know that Chris J and Mousesports are going to be giving it their all, that they're not just going to be rolling over and taking this. But I mean, Astralis, they may be a little weakened. You've still got crazy talent on this team, like Device, who was clutching like mad against ENCE yesterday. I mean, if you let your guard down for a second, and Chris is aware of it, you're going to get bitten by Astralis. The Wolfpack, I mean, there's still only 3 of them, but they can still do some damage. Thorin, what do you make of this match going into it?
Well, plus, I mean, Mousesports showed us yesterday they're capable of losing to Stand-In, who's never even played with the team before, when they lost to Nickelback. That's right, that was the name of the player on Virtus Pro, another name that you haven't heard in years, who actually managed to beat them in the game yesterday. So Mouse themselves, obviously, are in such poor condition. I think you saw it there in the interview. Like, he even said that even though they're supposedly the favourite, he was very quick to walk back the idea. Like, I would just go out there if I actually was Mousesports to say, of course we'll crush them. It's not the real Astralis, you know, they haven't got Glaive. Without them, we're a far superior team. We're going to turn it all around. Like, he didn't really try to like big his own team up there. He was a little bit cautious. So I think it's reflected here in the map pool, as you see. Like, here's the spoiler on this. That still looks all right in terms of win rates. It isn't. That's because it's the last 3 months. So if you go back to the beginning of the 3 months when Mouse was a very good team, I'm no doubt they were stacking wins, because like that Inferno one there, Inferno was usually a swing map in the series when they would play in all those tournaments they were making the finals of. They've won it 10% of the time now when you take the whole of the last 3 months. So how many losses must they have had on that? It must have just been constant losing. So when you consider what a played map that is right now, that's kind of indicative of their flaws in this tournament. And then the fact that they had to opt in a train like every single time. I think we're working with 2 teams with pretty limited map pools here. The good news for them, though, is more recently Mousesports have been banning Mirage. Astralis has done that for them. In theory, it should be the overpass ban traditionally from Mouse, but I don't know if I'd risk that.
Oh, yes.
I haven't seen that from them, so they've done the right move here. They've banned Inferno, their worst map. Now, what can Astralis even pick? At the moment, they've already played Nuke and Train, and quite frankly, if you're Mouse, you don't mind that. You'd love them, in fact, to pick Train. So if I'm the Astralis guys right now, I don't know if you're going to pick Overpass, quite frankly. You have. That's ballsy. This is the question, Maniac. What do you think? I think that Mousesports, if they want to really go for this, should pick Vertigo.
Yeah, okay, I can see that. Either Vertigo or Train, honestly, 2 maps where you obviously know that Astralis were not field ready or be competent, but I'm just a huge fan of this Inferno ban for Mousesports. Like, I think banning Overpass would have been a mistake. You leave it open for Astralis and you say, you know what, guys, you did not rule the world by individual plays. You ruled the world with your system. You don't have a system in Overpass. I don't think you have that system in place. It doesn't matter that it's not a good map for us. We're gonna beat you anyway. So I'm a huge fan of this. Now, in terms, okay, there you have it. The Train pit, that's more of a comfort zone for Mousesports. Vertigo would have definitely pushed Astralis against the ropes. They go for a map that they have played already. They've ducked up already a couple of times, so I can understand the idea behind. But it is still 2 very good maps if you're Mousesports. You basically have pushed Astralis onto 2 of the most tactical and closed-off maps there are in Counter-Strike.
But the key thing for me is that Astralis, within all of the best of ones, was at the end banning Dust 2, which implies they don't want to play that. Whereas even though, listen, I just saw Nickelback be the guy to beat the Mousesports guys, and it's actually, you can see there, it's a ban again. So now it's obviously on Mouse as to what they want as the decider. I mean, I think at this point in time, if I were them, I would force it to that Vertigo. I would just say, listen, if we get to 3 maps all the way through, I'm putting you on the map. I think it's least likely you've put any hours at all. I don't personally believe they've put put that much time into Overpass. I think they're doing that as a punish pick. So it's actually Mouse who chooses to ban and sort of go a little bit safe on this one. I'm not as big a fan of that, because here's what they've managed to do there. They've let Astralis pick into what Astralis thinks is a weakness of Mouse, and then they've given Astralis the other 2 maps that Astralis is playing right now. So I feel as though, even though I understand they still should win, they are still the better team, these are still maps that on paper, listen, these are all the tactical maps, these should favour Mousesports. I just don't like the idea of giving the team with standings comfort maps. That's why I would have done the bold Vertigo pick, or I would have tried to force something else in there as the decider, like Vertigo as the deciding map at least. I want at least one map where I can take away the confidence of the Astralis guys, whereas I feel like now, if Astralis hit their shots, it's absolutely not impossible they can win this series.
Yeah, I mean, plus that game
Maniac,
versus Ents, the game versus Ents on Nuke was actually quite competitive from Astralis. The fact that they go up against the Finns, who definitely know how to play the map. They only lost 13-16. There were some good moments here and there. So I agree with Duncan. I think Astralis have a fighting chance based on that veto, mostly because Nuke is the 3rd map, whereas I thought if it was going to be in Vertigo, that'd be the end of it. But still, I'm not going to sit here and say that because of that picks. I mean, because of these maps, Astralis should win. I'm not going to say that. I'm not like you, Samna.
Oh, really? Oh, well, I was going to give you a chance to walk it back, and maybe, given the veto, maybe, you know, you would see the right side of things.
Just Anders change his prediction. I don't do that.
No? Oh, okay, you're sticking to your guns. Only Anders. That's right. Only Anders changes his predictions. All right, well, gentlemen, I mean, this is the map pool, or at least as far as it stands right now with this current roster for, we've only got a couple of trains here for Astralis, so it hasn't really panned out just yet for them. But I do believe that it is time to get our comment. Why not? Okay, so. Well, what I want to do is get Anders and Moses in here so we can get their 2 cents, and Anders can defend his predictions like a madman. So, but as far as the analysts are concerned, we can spend a little bit more time together, gentlemen, because we've got time before this match, apparently. So, Maniac, a little bit more time to expound on this match, just because, you know, we heard a lot from Thor, and let's hear a little bit from you here.
Fair enough. Well, just a quick 2 cents on Astralis, right? I think what the people are slowly realizing now, and we are part of that realization process as well, is that Astralis were never the 5 best players in the world. They used to be the 5 best role players in the world. Device is up there, obviously, individually, he's just an absolute god, right? But they used to be the 5 best players at doing what they needed to do in a system that was close to perfection. They were the team to do that. Now, there is a number that I have here under my eyes, which is crazy. Astralis right now have the lowest trade percentage of the entire EU Showdown, 14%. In comparison, Mad Lions at 26%, which basically means the system isn't there. But that is also normal, and I think we need to adjust our expectations as to what they can do in terms of optimizing. These players are not used to play in chaotic modes and just go and try and go for trades and have fun. They used to have a system. It's just not working anymore. They play very loose, and it's not how they used to win.
Yeah, I agree, Maniac. They haven't been that good at trading recently. You know, when they take one player for another, doesn't seem to work out at the moment. You know, it's a little bit weaker, isn't it? So.
All right, on that note, I'm gonna get the casters involved. Thank you guys so much for being a part of the show, and well, Anders, Moses,
what's up, Samla?
This is where. Moses, you know, you ready to get your ass handed to you here, bud? You ready to lose the lead? The bald eagle?
Semler, that was the worst prediction to start the day I've ever seen in my life. I've never seen anyone with a worse prediction in the first match of the day. I don't know why you want to start your day in such an awful mood, but here we are. We're going live. Anders, would you like to swap and get back with your boy? You can do it all over again, Anders. You can switch over to Astralis and look as dumb as you did yesterday. I'm ready.
I didn't switch. That was just performative, Jason. That didn't count, did it?
It's just, it's just astounding looking at this. I'm wondering. I don't know. This Astralis pick from Semler is real suspect. It's real suspect.
Maybe he has inside knowledge that we don't know about. I'm real suspicious as well. I don't know. They haven't been looking that great, and they've sort of been, you know, I think they've been mildly defending themselves on social media, saying, you know, you guys need to give us a little break. And I sort of think that's fair enough. But it's just hard when you've set the mark that high for the, you know, the name of Astralis, right? People will be like, come on, you know, get back to that level quick.
Yeah. we've had like a year of dominance or 2 years of dominance into these kinds of odds where Mousesports actually have a pretty decent and pretty hefty lead in the odds in that sense. So favoring towards them, and obviously the experiment has looked a bit brutal for this Astralis side. And I think, I mean, they are right. I don't even know if it's been a defense. It's more been, you know, everyone just chill. Like we obviously all know that we're gonna have to take a step back before we can move forward. But it is still a real shocking sensation with watching this Astralis logo, this Astralis team not winning some of these matches that we know in the past they would have been able to handle easily. So just a tough transitional point for Astralis. But I mean, listen, the desk, you know, highlighted it pretty well. Also, Mousesports is still struggling also too. Like they're not exactly world beaters at the moment. They're a far cry from the team that ended 2019 on an absolute tear. So in some sense, this match is a little bit up in the air. I just cannot see a world where surely Mousesports does not let this slip away.
Yeah, I think they have it all lined up for them. They do seem, I mean, obviously they have their sort of their team that they've had for a little while at least. So, you know, like that makes a big difference. I think what both Maniac and Duncan were talking about, the system being sort of blown out from having 2 new players in the lineup, definitely will make a big difference. We're going to get into the game here. We're starting on Overpass, and now we're in best of 3 territory. Blast Premier coming up right now, and Astralis is going to be starting on the CT side, Mousesports on the T side. And I'm not seeing anything super crazy out of Mousesports. I am loving that P250. I have to mention it. It's you know, it's just my thing now, Jason. But P250s on the T side of pistol round, I just think should be mandatory. I'm making them mandatory right now.
Okay, yeah. P250, maybe a run boost, throw it in there. The old Anders classic. Get something running around the corner. Yeah, I agree. I like the P250. I also really like this Overpass pick. We're going to see Astralis with the test early on as a map they were well versed on previously. Again, much like Nuke though yesterday, what I kept commenting with Astralis was this is a map that takes crazy amounts of coordination that they're just not going to have. So this is interesting. Here we go. Pistol round is live between Astralis and Mousesports, and we're going to start off these playoffs. Device, Magus, Yugi, Dupree, Snappy, all pushing. Okay. This is great. This is perfect. We're getting wild right off the bat. All 5 defenders coming down the staircase.
I have never seen this before. They had better win this fight because they're all here. Boxic getting a kill, Frozen with the follow-up. Oh no. If you get everyone here, at least go for the fight and try and win it, not one at a time. It's going to be a nice trade there. Snappy will get one on Frozen. And now the bomb is down, and this round got even more awkward. Even if you thought it wasn't possible, it certainly is. Snappy's low on health, but with Dupree and that USP, I mean, he could win this 1 versus 2 even if he needed to. Let's see. Robs and Kerrigan coming in from opposite sides, and Kerrigan will have to open the door. Man, this is a very, very hard round to predict.
Yeah, but I think that's a nice trap set up by Astralis. The unfortunate part is Mousesports now knows where these last 2 players are. They know both of them are going to be in the staircase. Rops needs to come behind. Dupree has Ascension taken away. Missed shot initially for Rops, but he's found it. And Snappy with 5 HP must be perfect. And the flashbang is a real rough start. And there's no way out of this. It's a battle to the death, and Rops is going to win that as well. I was wondering how those 5 players from Astralis were going to do it. And they actually do a pretty decent bait. 2 players peek, and even though they go down and get cleaned out, the follow-up push, Mousesports think they've negated this initial attack, and then they get caught in the middle of this hallway where there is no cover. So when this peek comes in for Device, they're all swinging, taking these fights, and that's the rest of Astralis coming. There's no way Mousesports would have expected that, but because of the way it all played out, Mousesports had all the information of where Astralis was.
Man, you'd love to see that same round play out again where, you know, Mousesports go long or they just go for the B-bomb side. You'd love to see the protocol that Astralis have in play to try and deal with that. Because obviously they must have had that conversation, you know, what if they don't actually show up? And what do we do from there on out? So, interesting variegation. And yeah, you're probably right about... Sorry, you're right about them just swinging, you know, with a couple of players and then going for the rest later on.
Yeah, the interesting thing too is especially it would have been interesting to see how it plays out because there was no kit, no utility for Astralis on the retake in that pistol. But that's all in the past now. We get to move forward. Chris J's been tagged up. Kerrigan has taken a hell of a lot of damage, down to 14 HP. 4 defenders at the B bomb site for the moment. It's Dupree pushed up in bathrooms, and no one from Mousesports is being aggressive enough to put any pressure on him. So this 4-man stack at B likely going to stick around.
1-0, yeah. I mean, the damage that's been done already is looking good. If they could just get one of the Galils or the AKs down low as well, that would, I think, would put a lot more pressure on Mousesports. I think they'll be all right with throwing away the UMP and the MAC-10 here. Coming through the smokes, incredibly dangerous. Molotov to put some pressure on Yugi, and that will work just fine. They clean up the defense. Scout is still in place, but I don't think that's not nearly as dangerous as it was 10 seconds ago.
Nah, but look at the health. That was actually pretty dicey for Mousesports. In fact, they slow played it until Astralis puts a smoke up in Monster, and then they just had a pop flash through the smoke, so even that was a risky decision. But they do crack their way into the bomb site. It's going to be 2-0. Dupree had bought armor, a 5.7, and a kit, so he was all ready for his teammates at the B bomb site to deliver something special so he could come in for the defuse. Either way, him and Device going to keep these weapons for the next round. Not going to get into any fights down the stretch. So good start for Mousesports with 2-round lead.
Yeah, danger has been averted. Always feels good. We have seen a lot of conversions of these second rounds, given the fact that all of the CT sites are now just, you know, putting as much weight as they can into these rounds if they lose the pistol. So, yeah, we do see that more often. But Mousesports not with any issues. And now all they have to face is a Scout and a 5.7. So things should be fine. Seeing a pause being called by Kerrigan, so we'll find out what that's about in just a second. Everyone is stretching and, you know, sort of getting ready, and it's not even so bad in Europe. Jason, what time is it where you are?
It is 6:38 a.m. in the morning, Anders. My alarm went off 1 hour and 40 minutes ago. So
I wish they would have.
It's.
I really wish they would have told you to come up like, you know, like 3 hours early for prep for rehearsal or something. That would have been funny.
That would have been one of those days where I'm just like, listen, guys, no.
We're gonna need to wake up at
It's like,
3
I'll see you when I see you. Oh. This brings me back to the old days of waking up at 5 a.m. It's a bit rough, but it's all right. We've got some top level Counter-Strike. I went to bed early as well, Anders. I did it smart. That's how I know I've become an adult. I adjusted my bedtime to like 8:30, 9 p.m. And that was a responsibility that I'm really not used to having.
Yeah, I didn't think you had it in you. I thought for sure you'll be up to midnight and it's gonna be really rough. Well, I'm proud of you. Here we go. They're going for a double HE inside of the bomb site. We'll see if they could do some damage with it. It goes pretty deep, but actually a kill on Dupree there. A lot of return damage coming out, and another grenade landing on Yugi there. So still a 3-on-3, but that's a pretty good output from Astralis, having, again, nearly nothing in the round. That actually worked really well.
Ooh, I don't know if okay, Chris J does grab the AK-47. I was going to say I almost would like Mousesports to just stick around. They have the AK-47s. They've taken out Dupree, who had the 5.7. They should know it's going to be mostly USPs. You can use the advantage of those rifles and just line up along the back wall and get those distance fights, but not wanting to mess, I guess, with Device, with the Scout, or any other trickery that was going to be at that B bomb site. So here they are, two players, Frozen and Rops, coming through the underpass. Chris J is still outside of the B bomb site looking for a push, so I'm wondering if Frozen and Rops might actually just come out the door and re-aggress on B. Device is trying to get an early spot on defense from A, and that's kind of the information that they can pull the other players back, but it also allows Snappy and Magus to stick around at the B bomb site.
And Magus is within one-shot range of that 5.7. I mean, even with head armor, they're going to go down if they come this close. He's turning right into them now. That could be really dangerous. There's a kill right there as they drop Magus, and now I'm not so sure. I mean, hiding back here, Snappy. Would have been great if he could have found just even one kill there, but it's gonna be tricky. Sneaking around the low ground, and with the bomb down, I think the odds have swung pretty heavily in favor of Mousesports. All of a sudden, they realize where that Scout is gonna be. Nice enough damage, but it will be a round for Mousesports. Robs with a triple.
Yeah, nice round from Rops. 7,300 in the bank for him, and I hope they stick on those glills. Some money management. Rops is going to drop an AWP over to Woxic, so that gets out right at the start from Mousesports. Device equally has his as well. AWP with no armor. He's got Molotov, smoke, nade, so actually going for utility. He obviously could have afforded the armor, but he wanted the nades. We'll see how that pans out. Dupree and Device going to be aggressive. Device with that op heading up towards Picnic, excuse me, and calling it off. Actually, I guess both of those work.
They double-naded Frozen. He's down to 36. They just threw them right at the little slide there.
Over the wall?
Over the wall. I'm pretty sure both Dupree and Device. Actually, Dupree still has his. So was it just one grenade? How did he take so much damage?
Might have just been a perfect grenade out of Device. Well done. Maybe some team damage. We didn't catch it, so we never know.
Yeah, I'm
nice
so
shot
confused.
from Woxic. He picks off Device. That's a deep angle in bathrooms. You don't often see the T get that pick, especially on Device. He's usually on point, but Dupree has a perfect lurk coming up the stairs, and they're not considering this. They're not even watching for it. Oh, but the footsteps force him back.
But that, and that's a fight he needs to win. I mean, if he does, it's hard for him to swing up and get more kills, but that actually does leave the A-bomb side in a lot of trouble. Even if he just stayed alive, it would have probably been a bit better. Magisk with a fantastic double kill, and he's going to swing for more. I can't believe he's still fighting it. Now backup is here, and Astralis might have a very good chance. The bomb is down. Mousesports, I don't know how they don't win this. This is 3-on-5 that they're about to throw away. Low on health, and with the bomb dropped in front of the site.
It's all on Frozen. Woxic is being passive so he can save the AWP if need be. That's a perfect flashbang. Good find, but not the kill. What a huge hold from Snappy. And I don't know if Woxic wants to go for this. He's got no HP. The AWP is going to be valuable. We saw the pick it provided even in a losing effort. He can drop a weapon over as well, but he's going to stick around for far too long. First round on the board for Astralis, and what a recovery.
Yeah, I mean, definitely recovery, and definitely, I don't know about Mousesports. They weren't even under that much pressure. Look at this, when they're fighting here, there's still 40 seconds left, and they're sort of acting like there's only 10 seconds. They're really, I think, maybe putting themselves under a little bit more pressure than they needed to there. So, I mean, good job on Astralis, but that was also slightly helped by Mousesports, I think, losing track of the round there.
And look at the other bad side of Woxic sticking around. It's a free AWP over to Device. He gets to have that weapon without reinvesting. All of Mousesports heading over towards him as well. Good opening kill from Woxic, this time with the AK-47. Now pushing in. There is still that AWP, but he's got to be mindful of short sewers. Turn to the corner. Another big kill and another big miss from Device.
Oh, Kerrigan and Frozen will just follow it up, and I mean, that was just a cleanup part. They pretty much had the bomb site already, and that's a very rough start now for Astralis, because just winning that one round with 2 people alive, going into maybe at best saving an M4 in this round, that's going to put a tremendous amount of pressure on them all of a sudden, especially given the round loss bonus. That's, you know, not even anywhere near what they would what they'd like here. So yeah, Mousesports getting some sweet revenge early on.
I'm way more worried about the individual level that we've seen Astralis start this game with. Obviously, Magisk has been okay, but Device missing 2 shots early on with the AWP that you'd imagine he'd normally hit. Woxic has been able to find the opening pick in straight duels against him twice now. It's a missed shot over towards Sandbags, and Woxic was able to pick him off in the 4th round with the AWP as well. And Device's AWP was a huge point of power for Astralis on this map specifically. So if he's not going to be there, if he's not going to be delivering, that's a worrying sign.
Well, especially because, you know, the analysts were sort of painting this picture, which, again, I agreed with. You know, it's like the system is gone for Astralis, and again, that's completely to be expected. But then you'd have to say, well, at least we still individually could do it. But if we're seeing early on in this game that, well, individually there's some struggles too, that's when it gets really tricky. Kerrigan take it away with the Galil, which is somehow still alive. Both Snappy and Dupree. So this is a tough beginning. We are in best of 3 territory, so I mean they've got a little bit of runway. There's overtimes to be played now, no more ties, but still, yeah. How do you think Semler's feeling right about now, Jason? You have some thoughts on that?
Nah, he's probably feeling like an idiot. I don't know. That's how I'd assume. It's okay. Nice shot from Chris. Rops is going to move in as well. I don't know. I understand. He wants the, you know, he's feeling good. He was at the top of the prediction scoreboard for a couple of days. It's not a feeling that he's used to. You know, he's just letting his excitement get the better of him here in this kind of a pick. He's looking to extend the lead. Doesn't realize, you know, when you have that lead, it's okay to just play it safe once in a while.
Well, that's the classic, isn't it? Oh, but if I've got the hot hand, Listen, I'm on the other side. I'm making crazy predictions from being at the bottom of the scoreboard. I'm like, you know, the only way to get back is
but that's no different for you. You do that no matter where you are in the standings of predictions.
That is my issue. I'm consistently crazy, whereas Samlo only intermittently crazy. We all like consistency, don't we? Especially if we could get it out of Astralis here. That would really turn things around. Device over
early damage for Astralis on a Mousesports.
Yeah, just a little bit, but I mean that's not always helped them, has it? Like they've still lost rounds even if they've managed to do this. They have very limited grenades on the CT side, and that setup over at long is going to be quite far away.
I wonder if they saw that little boost that came in. Rops, you saw a helmet just walk underneath that wooden plank. Rops is going to challenge. I think that's a team flash. That's very awkward for Rops. Snappy not taking a wide angle, though. Big kill for Magisk, and Rops didn't commit with it. I don't know if this was supposed to be a fake or some kind of aggression, but one-on-one fights across the map for Mousesports. I mean, no trades, and Astralis is looking good.
The bomb is all the way back in T-spawn, so you almost have to assume that they were just looking for an entry. Maybe there's some play that Mousesports wanted to do that would give them some information about what the setup was for Astralis. Like maybe they've been watching demos or something, but it just seems so aggressive. Now they're just going to be saving out where the techno party is.
Yeah, I guess I could only imagine that they wanted to take a fight, have Kerrigan maybe challenge in Monster, and maybe force someone back into the crosshair of Rops, who is maybe swinging to take a fight at ramp, and just see if you can find, you know, some individual headshot angles for Rops or flush someone into his crosshair for an easy kill. Obviously, none of that works out well at all. It's a 3-round lead for Mousesports, 5-2 as that round just fades away. And Frozen and Kerrigan have plenty of money to rebuy. So for Astralis, with that many players, with all of their players surviving and around timeout, they get to actually build some money, which is a great benefit for them. So Mousesports giving away part of their economic advantages, but we'll see if they can return the favor here.
Yeah, interesting turn of events. Especially if they can pick up this next one. I think we haven't really seen Astralis, you know, with sort of continued success. Oh, big risk from both players there. Device probably the one to have the bigger chance of actually getting a kill, but also risky, I would say, from Woxic just making that run. Again, they've taken a lot of damage early on from grenades, which is, you know, used to be a classic type experience you'd have playing against Astralis.
It's good to see that's still around. Surely not all of their gameplay was going to drift away. So it's nice that the nades are still working. Kerrigan and Woxic clearing out the bathrooms. Out towards long. Dupree tucked into the corner. Device is back into the site at the default plant boxes, and Snappy's going to be here to support out towards long, but it's an AWP, and Snappy's in no man's land. He's in some trouble, but I don't know if Woxic saw it.
Oh, I don't think he does. Right under the flower bed. There's the flashbang in. What a great return from Woxic. He could have just as well gone down. I mean, even if he just misses the shot, but he's not ready for a second, and I don't know why he would be. I'm mad on behalf of Woxic.
I was going to say, that is a very cool setup for Astralis, getting Snappy in that position to just take it up. That is some very cool improvisation as the round goes on. Beautiful pop flash from Device as well, and the 1-for-1 trade was perfect to set up the bait. Now it's all on Magisk, and it's all on Yugi.
Magisk got the perfect position to get a kill here. Oh no, Robs! Able to land a headshot. That's absurd. Good return from Yugi, and that may stabilize things a little bit. It was about to get out of control. Yugi dropping a bit low, 9 seconds, and the bomb is going to be planted here. Running in close, and one at a time. That's not quite what you want. Snappy will take down Frozen, and Robs low on health, and a grenade will take care of him. Great job from Snappy. 3 kills on him. You say that was a beautiful play from Astralis, but I'm gonna call that a rat play. Who does that? Who flashes someone in at the corner and has another guy hiding behind? Like what kind of play is that? It worked, but rat plays often do.
Yeah. It did work. They had to have had the information. You don't commit that much manpower to that play if you don't know they're kind of creeping up towards long. So I really like that, because you're exactly right. You're never going to expect a second player in that corner. The player who pushes and peeks with that flashbang is usually that guy. This is the confusing one. Rob's able to win that battle against Magisk, who is usually rock solid in that. And a deep nade that actually wasn't even really on point. Actually kind of had the wrong location for that nade, but it still pans out.
Yeah, he was
5 to 3.
He was so low on health, wasn't he? The shrapnel did it. Did they upgrade some of the stair grenade problems that we used to have? I haven't seen any of those.
They did
bugs lately.
They did change it. Yeah, it's not as harsh as it used to be. There's not like one water bucket that's gonna take all the damage away.
Yeah, well that's good news. I've noticed it less, but I don't know if it's actually happening less. Guess we'll have to pay attention even more. Device getting flashed and running back. They're coming for him. Almost catching him. Now, there's the headshot. Back of the head. And Snappy now wants to follow it up. The Molotov behind him. There's going to be a guy waiting there. That is so smart from Woxic. Now, he will get returned a bomb, but the bomb site... No, the bomb is back there. Oh, God. This round is just spun into complete chaos here.
It's all good. The timing is so messed up, and Rops is just surprising Dupree from behind. And it's all quickly down to Yugi. What a change of pace from Mousesports. You have to love that. But again, it's kind of sadly funny as Woxic being the one guarding the flank. But again, he's caught off guard by a third player in that location. And he's just got to be like, what is happening?
Yeah, every time he's counting in his head, like, how many people should realistically be here? It's like, just add one more Woxic at this point. They're obviously crazy.
I will say that entrance kill that Frozen gets on Device is so important that he does that before Device gets comfortable, because if Device is able to have maybe another second to really set his feet and get comfy after the retreat and after the flashbang, that op in that position on the staircase could have just shut all of that down, especially in Device's hands. So an all-important headshot right off the bat. Yugi's going to save his AWP, and the money is not looking good for Astralis either. So Mousesports going to extend this lead. 4 players survive for them as well, so they're still flush with cash. And it just keeps getting more and more difficult for Astralis to hang on.
And that's an important frag from Frozen there. Yeah. This is again, we've seen some stuff out of Astralis, but it's really, you know, it's really stop and go, isn't it? Like they're never actually getting to sort of sprint anywhere. It's just all a little bit uphill at the moment. 10th round about to roll in. Mousesports with money to buy, obviously, winning the round. Double up on Astralis. So, again, that's sort of the benefit of them winning one of the previous rounds with no one going down where Mousesports was saving. So, we'll see. Snappy currently top of the board for Astralis with 8 kills. And Rops on the other side.
Yeah, well, it's Rops on the other side for Mousesports.
Wow.
Yeah, 12-2 for him. He's having a fantastic game, which is good to see. We've talked a lot about how this team seemingly changes, the dynamic changes, the power of them changes when Woxic is playing well. Rops is another one of those players, obviously, who just can hold on and carry a team through stretches all by himself. So yeah, double up setup, and you can see Astralis. No reason not to buy around these 2 AWPs. They need to get back in this game. This might be their last chance to hold on to some presence in the first half. Mousesports is going to have a real opportunity to just wipe them off the map if they can win this.
Oh, Yugi falling back around the corner. He could have got caught. Well, scratch it. He got caught. Just from Kerrigan coming up the stairs.
That's an internal clock missing for Yugi. He was obviously put under so much pressure. He was falling away from Frozen. Kerrigan having a different angle. That's awkward for Kerrigan. And the bomb is dropped way far back. So this aggression, all it's really doing at the moment, which is useful, is taking Molotovs away from the defense. What a great kill for Kerrigan.
Yeah, and Snappy had the MP9, so that was going to be a really bad fight for Snappy no matter what. Device out on long, going to get 1 kill. Deep grenade goes in, but just to try and set up a little bit. Dupree forced into the fight, and the flames will catch him at the end, even if he got that kill. Magus is well aware that someone could be down here, and Robs is going to be careful. If he runs too much here, Magus heard that. He's going to turn around and be ready for the fight. So a 2-on-2, and the bomb is not planted yet, just now getting into position. Device sneaking around, and yeah, they're going for a smart bomb plant position here, and not exposed to Device. But can they get out from this bomb site? Are they going to be stuck on it? Frozen and Woxic, if they can win this round, all the money gone for Astralis, and a big chance all of a sudden for Mousesports to really cement this first half. Oh, peeking right in. I think he wanted to shoulder peek that, but Device rock steady, not showing himself and not firing that gun too early. And now Woxic in a 1 versus 2. Could he do this? No kills in the round yet. He's going to miss a shot there and actually bounces into the bank. And that's a bit awkward. 3 seconds on the defuse and a nice shot. 1 second. Oh! What a play coming out! That is magnificent.
After all the shots he missed, for him to get those two right at the end, that is phenomenal work from Woxic. I cannot believe it. Everything going wrong for Astralis. That retake looked rock solid. Mousesports almost gave up a round where they had such a massive advantage. This is a beautiful 2 versus 2 from Magisk and Device, but a better 1 versus 2 from Woxic. And that had to have been right at the last moment.
Oh, I'm not laughing at Sonny, but some of the reactions are great. Oh, we got Mousesports phase cams.
Man, he deserves
Wow,
like
Chris J for
special
president. That would be
having a hookah.
Yeah. He's ready. He's perfected his life. What a great time.
That was the best fan cam I've seen this entire week.
He's like, how do I set this up? If I can just get maybe some chicken nuggets, a hookah, and watch some Counter-Strike. Fair play.
I know. He's winning the game. It's beautiful. Here we go. Kerrigan gonna lead the way, and Monster, there's nobody at this B bomb site. Can we just get a picture-in-picture of that kid?
Yeah, let's get him full time. Now, here's another thing, though. I wonder what would happen if Chris J did run for president of Netherlands, I guess, Holland, whatever you prefer. Probably gonna upset a lot of people.
I haven't spent much time. I haven't spent much time in the Netherlands, but I have to imagine someone who's known for starting his career by wearing pajama pants onto the big stages would be a perfect president for that part of the world.
Yeah, I mean, the Dutch are a bit crazy. I could see that working out.
I think Chris J has missed a real big branding opportunity with like his own line of pajama pants that we've just missed out on. And part of it's probably, the increase of professionalism in professional Counter-Strike. But man, I feel like you could have had a very successful line of PJs.
Yeah, well, I mean, we say this a lot, right? But players do need more, personal branding opportunities. There's stuff out there. I mean, JDM could have had like a whole line of mattresses, maybe just lying down on a mattress playing Counter-Strike, not even leaning anymore, just all the way back. Maybe. I do wonder what would happen to the Counter-Strike space once someone makes the switch from professional player into politics. That's certainly going to be exciting. 12th round is coming up, though, and it's 8-3 in favor of Mousesports, with Astralis, I mean, only really building a tiny bit of economy throughout this game and just continuously struggling. And those are some of the reasons why, and they might go for it. They've got 2 inside of the monster tunnel. Yugi going to go and fight, but he goes down. That's probably the round done unless they can catch Frozen with the bomb, but wow. That's an easy round to win. 2 kills separately, no real response.
We've been seeing this whole half as well. Astralis, there are just some like gunfights that we normally would see them win, that they're just not winning. And it's not just the players, Snappy and Yugi, that haven't been part of the team. We've seen Device miss some op shots. We've seen Dupree miss some fights where he's holding the angle. Obviously, Magisk has had a pretty tough time. So the entrances for Mousesports have just been very powerful throughout this half. And this is slipping far and away from Astralis.
There was a very cool game that Astralis, with the sort of let's say the original core, played against Fnatic during the Road to Rio, and they played they played 3 of them, but one of them was on Overpass, and I've rewatched that game maybe 20 times because I was trying to do some content around it, and so I sort of familiarized myself a lot with both those teams, and even though this is not the same Astralis, just to say, one of the key takeaway and highlights from watching that game was, I think in that game, Astralis win like 3 or 4 rounds in the first half when they're on their CT side. Their T side was amazing against Fnatic, but their CT side was dreadful. And one of the problems that just kept recurring is, one, they kept getting picked apart one at a time where there could be no return. Like, there's no one nearby that could refrag anything. The other thing is, some of the successful rounds were the ones where they actually went aggressive, when they had like setups where they said, okay, we're going to flash our way into a fight. We're going to go and do something cool like that. See if they actually try and do it here. No, not quite. But anyway, those were some of the rounds that I really liked out of them versus Fnatic. So I'd love to see some more of that out of Astralis. This is a good start, though. The same kind of fight for Kerrigan there, but this time Magisk comes out on top.
Well, it started that as well, turning that corner into short sewer, and he got dinked by the spam from Snappy right through the wall. So he was already having a bad time before Magus puts him down. Still, it feels like they're lined up to really stick around this B bomb site because there's only one player over towards Party. Everyone else is lined up here, and the odds have just gotten worse for Astralis, and it makes sense. They're getting absolutely beaten up and bruised on this map. Molotov out. Magus is going to transfer over.
I actually thought the odds would be much worse than that. I was expecting even more of a drop in the stock.
Some residual faith in Astralis. That's a huge, huge kill from Frozen. Dupree, the timing not with him. He was just peeking into bathrooms to have some information. This is going to pull one defender away from the B bomb site, so Mousesports actually have an advantage no matter which side of the map they go to. It's just going to be Device here, eating a nade for his trouble. And he's the only one defending at the moment. There's still 2 players that are being cautious over at the B bomb site. Device at some point is going to have to take a risk.
They have 2 more smokes and a Molotov, so they can just keep smoking that all day. I don't even think they care. They're going to walk away. They've just realized that we just can't get through here.
Yeah, but I feel like, and again, with the scoreline, this is a very small criticism in a way, but this is Astralis being too much of Astralis. At some point, you are down 3-9. You are going to give this up and be down 3-10, and it feels like you have to take the risk to actually go for it. Like, the Device star player, for a long time, he had a one-on-one at that A bomb site. He could have moved in. Dupree hadn't seen anyone else other than Frozen. Go challenge that. Go see if you can keep your team in this round. You don't have the op. You don't have to worry about saving that powerful weapon.
I mean, I don't disagree at all, but you have to imagine that first they're going to have to build the sort of the core confidence in this team and some of the fundamentals, and then they'll start to get back into that level where they feel like that's going to be happening a bit more. So yeah, again, like I mean, I kind of agree with
what.
Sorry, go on.
Yeah. I just think at this stage, you're looking, when you're getting this beaten up, this destroyed, I know you're kind of in a team that's a bit discombobulated and disorganized, but you're also looking at, this is where your star players are supposed to be able to carry you through stretches of this turmoil. You're supposed to have, as the desk outlined as well, the system is gone, but you have guys like Magus and Device who are incredible individual talents. You have Dupree, who's been able to deliver on the big stages. Your stars at some point are going to have to carry you through a half here and there as things are figured out.
Yeah, I mean, that would be, I think, a wonderful bonus. Maybe, I mean, I don't know. I don't know what I would focus on if I was Astralis right now. If I would try and say, guys, you know, we're going to build the fundamentals in between tournaments and in practice and all the rest of it, so don't worry about it so much now. Just try and have a good time. Try and make sure that this actually feels like a team and a unit more than anything else. But yeah, it's obviously rough to do that in just a couple of days, I guess. We're certainly not seeing it just yet. 10-3 as Mousesports try and go for the B bomb side. All of them coming through the monster tunnel. Frozen lurking on the other side. Rob's going down. The heavy hitter for Mousesports here, taken out of the fight early on. So that's an important kill from Yugi. And now surely calling in a little bit of teamwork or a little bit of backup here. Magus is holding the sewer tunnel, so he knows no one is coming through there. And that kind of all falls apart for Mousesports. They don't actually get anywhere.
Yeah, and Device saw Frozen get along that wall, so an easy pick for him. Astralis is going to get to a 4th, surely. It's a 2 versus 5. I really like the play Kerrigan was trying to make, jumping over the toxic barrels with the smoke there, but a tick of the Molotov gave the sound cue away, and Magus going to only get the 1. Bit of a scrappy fight. Chris J dropped by Dupree, trying to turn the angle. So Astralis returned the favor. 4 players survived. They'll have a full buy for the last and the final round of the half.
1 kill for Yugi, and then I think the fact that the smoke is up on that side and Snappy's in that position, I mean, there's not that many factors combining for a win, but it was just enough. Slight head tilt from Kerrigan, nothing extraordinary. Just a little bit of frustration, but 15th round is coming up. Let's see. Again, I just want to point this out. When they were playing Fnatic, and I know it's not the same team, they had something similar. They certainly didn't have more than 4 rounds. I think it was maybe even 3, and they almost made a comeback. They almost ended up, you know, running it back on the T side. So I wouldn't underestimate Astralis, even though, again, it could be worse this time, but definitely their CT sides on overpass have been tested before. A little bit of a swing for Kerrigan, and again, a good opening. Magus burning, and he has to reveal his position over on that side, and Frozen will just be able to pick that kill up. Now it's a 2-on-2, good swing, and Dupree nearly getting a double kill. Device on the other side, he has an HE, that would do it. I'm not sure if he's got the confidence to try and throw it. A little bit too far away there. And if he knows how low Frozen is, pistol is going to be better than the AWP in this one.
Where's the Molotov going to go for Frozen? When does he deploy that? Device does have a smoke to put it out if it's on top of the bomb, but there might not be time for this. I think Device at this point just has to smoke off the bomb and go for it. Frozen wheels it perfectly. Instant headshot onto Device. The sound cues the whole way. That's something special. 13 kills for Rops, 11 rounds for Mousesports. They've got a massive lead going into the second half. We'll see if Astralis can come back right after the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it
This
is.
is the best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying to buy time, flanking around, Flame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown.
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies from. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have done it! 16-14, now we do it!
Who's ready for vitality versus complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor, victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, you know, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
Wow, no losers but Astralis. That's some timely video being played right there, Jason. I mean, there's the whole thing about history repeating itself and all that. Doesn't feel like it's too far away.
Are we allowed to call January history at this point? Like, I know technically that's true, but
Jason, this has been a long year. Like, just a long. Yes, we are allowed. January is ancient history at this point in time.
All right, fair play. Well, all 5 members of Astralis on the T side grouped up together on this T Pisteron, much like the CT Pisteron. They're going to head out towards long, and if you're doing this, I guess you're just hoping that you won't be spotted for some time, like maybe no one from Mousesports is watching this for a moment. And this is a nice way to get close without any information just yet, and it's finally spotted. Chris J, I think, sees it there. Now it's a little bit late. He's blind. He's falling back. This is high octane from Astralis.
Woxic, there's Chris with a headshot, and Woxic will continue. Oh, ho, ho!
Oh my
Taking
dear
out
God.
3 players, all of them single taps. That was a truly spectacular round from Woxic so far. And Snappy, they're even giving him a little bit of a, gentleman's treatment. They're fighting him one at a time. They should do that. They should say, you know what, just one at a time, go fight him, give him a shot here. It's been a rough game for Astralis.
This was a rough pistol round for Astralis. They didn't even really get any clean fights on their own execute. There was, I think, a counter flash, I'm assuming, from Mousesports that blinded everyone. Snappy gets double peeked. 12-4 for Mousesports. Both pistol rounds won by Mousesports. And that feels like all she wrote for Astralis. I don't know how they're going to get back into this game, especially with Woxic hitting shots like this. What a nice triple kill.
Yeah, it's doubtful, isn't it? I actually think with that kind of a play where they're running out long, what they'd probably love more than anything is to catch, let's say, someone playing close restrooms on the long side. Like, they'd love to have a 5-man fight against 1 or 2 people there and then just, charge the bomb side. I actually don't think they were expecting that Mousesports would be all the way back at the A side, just, sniping away at them. We have got 5 smokes and armor and deagles here for Astralis. Maybe it's not that unusual, but it's a little bit.
It stinks of desperation, Anders. And it's just going from bad to worse as Dupree, with that $2,000 investment, gets killed through a wall. So we didn't get a chance to use it. Magisk wants that challenge. That's a clean fight for him. Good return onto Kerrigan. So we have the equalizer. Still 4 smokes and 4 deagles on the board for Astralis. Device has been spotted halfway up bathroom, so that'll put the defense at A on notice. And back to B we go. I think there's a timing that Astralis need to hit here, while the A defense is still worried about bathrooms for the moment.
I'm upset that they don't have flashbangs. I mean, the original sort of Astralis lineup, one of the coolest things about their B execute is the ridiculous flashbangs they throw. They just hit everywhere. It's almost impossible to actually be inside of B and not get flashed by it. So, smokes, I'm not so sure I'm going to be as impressed. Good start here, though, from Device, and the follow-up, and not really the smokes, but the deagles certainly doing a lot of work. And it helps that they can put the bomb down behind that. Sniper spot has been smoked off as well. Now they've taken a FAMAS and an MP9, and I don't know, good shot on Device at least. But still, this is going to be a very rough retake. They have a kit at least, but no grenades. We'll see. Moving their way in pretty quickly here. Half health on Woxic. So for the deagles, he's not going to be much of a challenge. And well, neither will Chris. Well done.
What a shot from Magisk. That was filthy. He's going to get Woxic at the end as well. A quad kill for Magisk in the round. That pop flash defense towards Monster, we see it happen so frequently. The flashbang comes in so late. The coordination, even when he jumps over and spots one player deep in Monster, it takes another like 3 seconds for them to organize the pop flash from there. And at that point, they're already turning the corner and they're past his crosshair. So bit of a miscue for the Mousesports defense at the B bomb site. Obviously, still such a massive lead that they can recover. But even with a diminished Astralis, there's just no reason to give them a chance to get back into this game.
No, I agree. I mean, just I expect that T-side will be better, all things considered, even if there will have been a lot of changes. So, yeah, I would say, I mean, still a comfortable lead, but don't give them the opportunity. A single flashbang on Kerrigan and a lot of deagles. Man, I hope they go fight at a birthday party and just, try and lure Astralis into that open ground around the fountain. And then just pop it in. We'll see.
Okay, well, you might get your wish. You're getting 2 players pushing up along highway, 2 players pushing up long.
Where is he going to flash from? He's way on the other side, Kerrigan. Can he throw it over the wall from down there? Surely not. Robs will get a kill regardless.
Oh, yeah, Device gets lured into that, but Robs is in some trouble from behind, and I don't think Magisk saw any of the long aggression either. There's a trap being set up right now that could be very effective for Mousesports. Any peek out towards long, Magisk is all on his own.
And if he gets the kill on Chris, is he going to expect Woxic to swing from behind that rock as well? who knows? They're coming in for a little bit more. So now it's, you know, slightly favoring Astralis, I would say. There's the first challenge. The Deagle on the other side. Good shot from Woxic, but Yugi not even a little bit pressured there. Good handling with the AK-47. And now it's a 2-on-3. Bomb far back. Snappy is about to go and check out B and find it empty, but oh! That's a nice pick-off from Carrigan. He just had the perfect timing. I think Dupree was just checking it. And now he can actually catch the bomb. This just got real awkward. Yugi, yeah, it's time to stop walking. Carrigan is right there with the Deagle, and it's not going to make that one work. So now it's on Frozen.
Yeah, but he's got an AK-47. He's got armor and a Molotov as well. If he can hustle into here and get an early one-on-one battle, he's just got to do it quietly is the problem. No sound made on the drop. Bomb planted. He has at least the idea of Yugi as the first player. Oh, and he spots him out, but Yugi gets behind cover just at the perfect moment. The Molotov. Frozen doesn't know where to deploy it. Yugi could have moved far back, and if he throws it behind the pillar, it just won't be effective, and I think that's the clutch. Frozen's just going to back away with the AK-47. He gave it the old college try, and now he gets to just save a rifle for the next round.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's still a pretty good round out of Mousesports, and I think, you know, just in terms of their own confidence, not getting wiped, you know, completely in the beginning of this half, even if they've, you know, lost a couple of rounds here, still managing to put up a bit of a fight. Good round from Yugi. He's really, I mean, I want to see them find some confidence within the team. Like, the team as a whole has to find whatever the new level is, but I also want to know, like, how are they going to be feeling, right? Because I've seen some of the games where they are sort of some of the ones that are at the bottom of the scoreboard. Not that that's the only indication of what's going on, but it's just, I think it would feel good for them to have a couple of good games.
Ooh, deep nades. Woxic gonna challenge. Ooh, that one shot. Device is close up. He's gonna go down. Not even a chance for a follow-up shot. That's pretty desperate to begin with. Where's that AK-47 on Frozen? It's at this B bomb site. It's getting aggressive in short waters as well, looking for a door open. That's Yugi on the other side, and Frozen can't win it. He's done decent damage, but just off the mark.
It's a good idea, even if it doesn't really
They
work
should
out.
just throw that AK. They should throw that AK over the walls. You're not going to save it for the next round. Astralis is going to go for the hunt.
With 3 people alive, Robs has got a suit. He's ready to tase someone, but he's got caught already. Dupree ruining all of our fun. I think you saw him out of the truck. And you may have been right, Jason, but I mean, I still think that's early to capitulate.
Well, yeah, maybe.
Would you have thrown it
free
over?
AK pass back over to Astralis.
If someone told
Probably
you,
not. But
no, you would have said, "I'm going to do this."
It's a whole. Yeah, it's a whole do as I say, not as I do thing. So, here we are, 12-7, Anders. Are you feeling the comeback? Does it feel positive for you yet, or are you still going to wait to pass judgment?
No, but I think it's going to be closer than maybe people were expecting. I don't actually think Astralis will make the full comeback here, but I think it's going to be, you know, at least double digits for them. Like a 16-12 type affair, I could see. Carrigan with a little bit of an attempted spray. Good follow-up from Frozen. Dangerous if they would have got the kill on him too. Now the bomb is on the wrong side of the monster tunnel for Astralis to try and really fall back. Maybe they could pick it up, but it's cost them a lot already. Good return. Oh, Magus, that's a nice double headshot. And that will clear the whole way through. Chris J and Woxic fighting to stay alive in the round, but that was the last chance they had right then and there. What a ridiculous comeback for a Magisk.
Yeah, I mean, that's a pretty standard fight setup. You could see, I believe Frozen was probably calling for a flashbang like we saw them mistime previously in the second round. I think he was calling for that same flash, but Rops just didn't have any. Frozen actually had the only flashbang, and from there, that's a pretty weak setup, I think, if you don't have utility. Once Carrigan went down and that Frozen bait occurred, it almost feels like they need to find a way to get passive. Not an easy call with sandbags being exposed. But still, without the utility, I mean, obviously, Magus knew exactly what the follow-up peak was going to be. 12-8.
12-8. Not that much of a gap now. And Mousesports are running into the same kind of issue that Astralis were at the beginning of their CT side, which is, you know, the economy going down, not really not really being allowed to start off in any kind of a decent way. Do you see a double up future in the cards here for Mousesports?
It wouldn't surprise me too much. Chris J's doing this weird thing lately. I know some of the boys mentioned it to me from when it happened at EPL, and we saw it in one of the Mousesports matches in the group stage as well, and we just saw it in the previous round where Chris actually just goes down to it, just buys the Deagle with armor, even though he had 2,200 after his buy, right? So he could have gotten a FAMAS, could have gotten an SMG, maybe could have even gotten an M4 with some light armor, but he's choosing to drop down to the Deagle, so that's put him at a ton of cash for the moment. So if he wants to buy a second op, it's going to be possible for him to do it in the next round.
Well, we'll see. Ooh, I don't know how he can keep being accurate when he's spamming it that quickly, but he did. Frozen is in the site with a 5-7. Chris showing back up again. Carrigan will go down, but he was low on health already. And they needed Frozen to stay alive there. Chris trying his best, but he's about to be out of bullets. So, a 9th round for Astralis. I like the fact, well, first of all, I like the fact that Robs actually tried to go aggressive with the AK to hunt them down, but I also love the fact that Astralis were aware of it and turned around, so that was just, you know, good play on either side, I think, for Robs to try and be playmaking, but also for Astralis to have a little bit of game awareness there. There's the double AWP.
Yeah, I mean, and well, listen, Mousesports, this needs to work. This needs to work immediately. Astralis is starting to gain, you know, that scary amount of money where you're going to have to win 3 in a row to break the economy of the T side, especially if they continually getting plants. They might not have to save if they have success getting into bomb sites. So Mousesports need a couple really comprehensive victories to start feeling more comfortable on this. That's a good start. Chris J with the opening pick. Double up setup already coming into play. Woxic has the other one, so both of them are at the A bomb site. And here's the attack. Dupree's leading the way. No one was watching sandbags. Kerrigan's gonna go down. So is Rops. Dupree has finally showed up on this map, and he's gonna get Astralis up to 10 because this cannot be a retake. These ops cannot be risked.
That was plainly absurd. He just swung all across the bomb site. He just hit nothing but headshots. Even the first entry was amazing when he just takes down the player at the monster tunnel, but he kept going. That looked like a Dupree that had just had enough.
That's wild, and that's going to be stressful for the Mousesports defense because whoever's playing Monster, I didn't even get the chance to see who it was. I'm assuming it was Frozen or Rops, but he's going to be real frustrated that he got taken off when someone runs that deep with no resistance whatsoever.
And that was like a reaction, right? Device goes down to Chris over on the other side, and because Astralis are already close to the B bomb side, they're like, let's go, like, right now. Yeah, Frozen down first, and then this is a good.
He's even kind of looking for it, Frozen.
Yeah, he was. He was well aware.
That's pretty nasty. All right, well, this gets interesting. Mousesports doing the old classic here. Having a big lead, winning the pistol in the second half, and now dropping, what, 6 in a row? As Astralis makes a huge comeback, 12-10 in the favor of Mousesports. But this is no longer a comfortable situation. They have 2 AWPs. They actually could drop some rifles over if they wanted to go for it, but playing it safe.
I don't mind it. I mean, they still do have the lead. But given, again, I mean, they save the double AWP is kind of a big deal too. But this is starting to look like an Astralis that is definitely waking up a bit more. And again, those B executes from Astralis, it's hard to tell whether or not that last one had some good flashbangs, but I could tell you they, you know, against Fnatic, they continuously set up flashbangs inside of that B bomb site that blinded 3 or 4 players whenever there was 4 players there. And I mean full blind. So it could be very, very hard to hold this site against them. Sneaking in there is Dupree.
Dupree again. Yeah, well, if Woxic has the timing on this and can re-grab the angle with the AWP, that could put him down. But it looks like Frozen's going to be the first contact, and Woxic will peek on that. Oh, Dupree almost had it. He knew where the follow-up was going to be. Smoke, oh, leg shot through the smoke for Device. Molotov forces Woxic away. He's lucky to be alive. But that should make the pressure subside.
Yeah. Well, they might just wait and go back at it again. Robs is in an interesting position all the way back here.
Sneaky bastard. Yeah, you talking about a rat.
Yeah, well, like we said, rat plays do often pay off, so... Got some smokes coming in, one flashbang, but not going to do anything to Woxic. He's going to try and Molotov off the tunnel, but they're going to keep going, running right through Yugi and Karrigan right next to each other. Woxic finally goes down, but do they even realize? There's Yugi with the fight. Robs will take him down, and Karrigan would have been there either way. 29 seconds, and a good chance here for Mousesports to bring it back. Chris with a shot on device, and now it's Snappy. 1 versus 3, no bomb plant, and he's not going to have a chance. Nice shot from Robs. 13th round for Mousesports.
Nice job with the double op setup. Good early battles won by Woxic, trading off Frozen very, very well. But that flank from Rops is a thing of beauty. It happens so quick. It's an immediate 1D as well over towards Sandbags. Dupree goes down here. That is Mousesports setting up a nice little trap for Astralis, and it works perfectly. But man, they have to build upon this now. Still double AWP. Chris J and Woxic with those.
Well, they need to build on this, don't they? Have to find a way out. You can see Chris and Woxic, their economy is actually so good because they managed to save the double op and obviously bring it into the later rounds here. So that much is working. The rest of the team, not so much. And
yeah, but look at Astralis as well. They just fully bought everything. They had all 5 players had to rebuy into this round, and they still have so much money. They're sitting okay for the moment.
Looks like Chris is going to be joining Woxic, so both the ops on the A-bomb side. It's not that that's completely crazy, but obviously if it was some sort of full smoke execute, could cause some trouble.
Yeah, these oppers, though, they do like to be aggressive. Nice flashbang and peek. Chris J risking a little bit, running a line to get a new angle. And at least at this point, if they do run that smoke execute, Chris J is going to be in front of the smoke. Still, that's a pretty tough position to manage to get multi-kills with so many different choke points coming at you. Or a couple different choke points coming at you. So a lot of pressure on these ops, although we do have a third player. Rops is there with the M4.
Giving away that position. 25 seconds as Chris goes down to Magisk, and that's a little bit of an issue. Rob's close. Can he stop this push coming in? He's going to get the 1 kill. 19 seconds on the clock, and now they're swinging from long as well. Woxic missing another chance. He's going to get that one on device, and that's a big kill. Yugi coming with a bomb, but now the rotation is in. Mousesports are at the bomb side. Yugi overwhelming Woxic finally. They're not expecting Karrigan. 4 seconds. He's going to swing and spray it down. What a great double kill for Karrigan, and Mousesports. Yeah, I mean, just a couple of critical kills. They could have definitely lost that round.
Yeah, critical kills and just staying alive as long as possible. It wasn't even the double kill that was great from Karrigan. It was the fact that he gets there and goes aggressive immediately upon arrival to that A bomb site. Then he knows the time is his ally. That is just a great heads-up play from Karrigan to get into this site. He knows they can't fake the plant. They have to stick it. And that's well done. Mousesports just barely hold on to that round. Back down to a single op. Chris J has gone for the AUG.
Two rounds away, Mousesports, from finishing what they started so well here on Overpass. And Astralis, the money that you spoke of earlier, they had to dig into it even further. It's good that they were able to do that. But now they actually need the win here. It's Dupree again opening up into the site. What a great resource to have. Dupree and Magisk have been getting amazing entry kills down here. Chris showing up with the AUG. The man who could just use every weapon there is in the game. And he's going to continue. What a fantastic defense here. 2 on 2. Oh, the grenade! It landed right on top.
Oh, well, now Woxic gets put into play, but he has no idea Magisk on the other side of that smoke. A little bit of cover. Woxic has the right idea. Looking around the right side, he hasn't spotted Magisk just yet. This is as close as can be. What a peek from Magisk. No chance for a response from Woxic. And Astralis is still alive. 11 rounds to 14 for Mousesports. Just 3 rounds away, but there's plenty of cash for the defense to work with.
Oh, that bounced. That landed right in his eyebrow. That was incredible.
Yeah, that couldn't have been more perfect, actually. That's phenomenal work.
Helmet's not going to do anything at that point in time. Well, this was a bit of a setback for Mousesports. Now they're able to rebuy the double AWP again, thanks to them saving it so much earlier in the in this half. So that's the good news, I think. But the bad news is this is almost all of their money, pretty much all of their money being spent in this round. And Astralis, I don't know, they're not done yet. So I'm so scared for Mousesports because of the entries that are being got here.
That B bomb site, the defense over there is looking very grim for Mousesports at the moment. They have not really been able to hold that B bomb site with any kind of consistency. I think there was, one good round from Woxic with the AWP there, but outside of that, Monster has been a nice take for Astralis. Dupree's been able to get quickly up sandbags and actually attack into the bomb site a couple times with very little resistance. So everything at that B bomb site, it feels like it needs to get sharpened up here for Mousesports down the stretch, because you're right, even with a 3-round lead, the economy in such a precarious position for Mousesports makes you feel very nervous. This round win for Astralis is going to close that gap quickly.
3-round gap, and look at what it's, well, the odds are actually still pretty heavily in favor of Mousesports. I thought maybe it would have swung back a little bit for Astralis, but that's where we're at here. Almost something like 3-1 there. 26th round. Deagle on Rops. 4 people in the bomb site. Woxic is jumping for information over at the A bomb site. And I mean, again, it's not a bad position to be in if you're, I mean, he's actually on top of the box, just way exposed. See if he could find an early kill. That would really make it worth it. He sees one and takes down Dupree. Excellent early kill.
And the smoke as well into the main choke point of bathrooms right at the 49-second mark. That'll go disappear right around 32 seconds. But both ops now at this A bomb site. And previously, this defense held pretty strong. Oh, right through the smoke. Woxic has got to be furious. I'm actually kind of amazed Astralis hasn't pulled the trigger off of that. The rotation is coming over. Mousesports is going to be here in time, but again, so much on Woxic's shoulders. Over at the cart with that AWP, and he goes down as well. So does Rops. It crumbles like a house of cards, and Kerrigan going to try and stop this plant. No. Oh, he gives it up. He backs away.
Wow, look at those shallow fights being taken from Magisk. He's hardly showing himself. He's sort of shooting at the corner of the wall almost. You could tell Woxic is saying like he surely has to move a bit more to actually fight me, but that's not the case. 14-11.
Well, I mean, that's just good fight selection from Magisk. Obviously not easy to pull off those shallow peaks, especially against, you know, top tier oppers. But every time they've gone to this A bomb site when Mousesports has money, it's been the double op setup. So Magisk obviously just pre-firing and shallow peeking every single angle.
There's that 12th round being added, and they find Kerrigan. So that's a bit rough. Another rifle being lost that they can't really afford to buy. Wow, that was Chris going down. This is, again, powerful stuff coming out from Magisk.
I'm so impressed that Astralis is staying in this game, that they're actually still fighting for this. After the first half where they looked like they weren't even comfortable taking fights in general, this is a really good look for an Astralis team that has struggled to look good in the spring showdown so far. Flashbang out towards long. That's Rops with a scout that's going to be forced back.
3 grenades down in B. I think it's a good idea.
I think it's a lovely idea. Let's see where they put them.
That is obviously, I mean, that's the other component, isn't it? Buying them, yes. Now, where do you throw them? They're waiting for a queue, anything to give this away that they could maybe do.
Yeah, they're all at the B bomb site, so I'm assuming the plan is waiting for some indication or like utility usage and put 3 of those nades in towards monster tunnel or sandbags. This is a great boost. I'm actually I feel a little bit bad for Mousesports that it hasn't given them that kill.
And that scout over at long actually has pushed Astralis back. I think Device or Dupree or someone sort of spotted it out and said, you know what, let's not fight this. So they're going to come right for the 3 grenades. Again, let's see if we get the timing. Some of them have fallen back a bit, so you need to get those HEs back in here. Chris, yeah, this would be the perfect time. He's going to wait for it, throws it down, and it does a tiny bit of, actually a lot of damage there on Snappy. Not so bad. Still have another few coming in, but they don't do nearly as much, so it doesn't mean the round is over yet. Chris will go down, 24 seconds, and the bomb is being attempted. That boost getting caught. Yeah, that was, I think, a bit obvious at that point in time. Yugi with a good one, and they're going to clean it all up here. Kerrigan gets dropped, and nothing is saved. Quad kill for Device, and 13-14.
Oh, it's such a shame that that nade stack shifted away right before the hit came in. And obviously, no one from Mousesports could get into that bomb site. They might have had the chance, just no one was really aggressive. Chris J was just stuck for way too long all on his own, going for that boost instead of swinging into the site as well. I think the plan at some point was to try and save that M4, and obviously that just didn't happen. So a single op for this Mousesports defense. 14-13. Astralis has come all the way back. Woo, that's fast.
It's a good start, isn't it? The man who saved Astralis in the previous round, down already. Wallbang not going to do anything for Snappy, trying to see if he could shoot his way through. And the bomb site again, really heavily defended. They seem to sort of trust Woxic to maybe get a kill on A, but at the very least get the really advanced warning. So they've been relying on that a fair bit, Mousesports.
I think that's not a bad call at all. I think he's done a pretty damn good job of, we saw him find a pick out towards long in the previous round. He's at least been dynamic in finding, some early information for the team, still being aggressive towards highway at the moment. He is a second player with them now, but I think the critical thing to look at on this minimap, the bomb is still way far back behind B towards T spawn. So Astralis at 50 seconds, everyone is spread on the map, no one's being aggressive, no one can work together, and the bomb is far away from pretty much any selection, any final strategy that's being called. Even Dupree running right past it without picking it up.
I feel like that's almost a mistake from Dupree's point of view. Snappy's going to go back and get it. I guess maybe they do want Dupree making the entries. He's been pretty good at that, but look at the time. Oh god, this is incredibly disturbing. 25 seconds. There is a Molotov on Chris as well if he gets back here, but he's going to be far away. 22 seconds, pushing in, and there's another entry for Dupree. He just keeps doing it over and over again. 15 seconds on the clock. Frozen will take a kill, and in swings Dupree for more headshots. Woxic will get one in return. 10 seconds on the clock, and Robs is right next to them, but the bomb is being planted here, and Robs, he wants to go for the swing, but not going to be able to stop the bomb plant. He will go through. Still Snappy inside in a 1 versus 3, and I don't think he can make it out here. He's so exposed behind the pillar, and I'm kind of shocked he's still alive. I thought maybe the boost would have already caught him. Got the AK down here, and there's the final kill coming through. 15 rounds on the board for Mousesports.
That was sketchy, though. That did not feel comfortable at any point for Mousesports. They rotated a third player back to the A bomb site, so not putting faith in that early warning system, not putting faith in those deep angles at the A bomb site. And Kerrigan's been ruined by that same pop flash like 3 times already in this half. I think he's got to switch up his position, because that's been too easy for Mousesports to lose the entry battle in that fashion so frequently. Good job from Rops. Good job from Woxic as well with that boost. And yeah, a little stress coming out from Zonic. He's gotten his team back into this game so close. They still need 2 more rounds to force overtime. Mousesports have 2 chances to close out Astralis' map pick.
Yeah, this is the big opportunity. You don't want to give this one away. I mean, they have a little bit in the bank if in case they lose, but really only Woxic and Frozen. Oh, Dupree! Get big double kill as they try and see if they could go aggressive, and that's a big way to throw it here. Robs trying to see if he could return it, but he ran out of bullets, and Snappy will take him down. Chris inside of the bomb site. Could he make one last heroic stand? He's up on top of the box here. Flash. Oh, and he's just unflashed as they are about to turn the corner. More Molotovs raining in. They're waiting, and Magisk, he's seen that before from Chris, and he won't fall for it this time.
What a bold call to make in round 29 when you have no money in the bank. That takes some balls to try and pull that off through the smoke and monster early on in the round when you have 3 players below $1,000 built up. This is going to be tough for Mousesports to recover from. They've just given Astralis a phenomenal chance to actually make overtime, especially if Device can find this kill. He's got knife out. Good shot from Woxic, now up to 23 kills in the game. Leading the entire server, Rops has 21 next to him, Dupree with 22, and Magisk with 21 as well. Those 2 on the Astralis side have been phenomenal on this offensive half. A missed opportunity for Woxic, and now he's going to get taken out from behind right at the last second. He can rebuy an ult, but that's a gun he cannot pass over to a teammate. So Mousesports, they've got to do it the hard way.
I mean, I kind of appreciate what Mousesports were trying to do there, but the flash was just a bit off to catch Dupree, and they paid for that.
I hesitate to criticize Mousesports for that call, but that is one of the calls that you make that is going to be praised or criticized based off the outcome.
Yeah.
And obviously the outcome was an absolute disaster.
It wasn't great, was it? Again, completely similar setup, except Woxic being a little bit more forward in the defense before he falls back just about now. But a similar four-man setup down here. And look at Dupree looking for another entry. He's been doing it all day, and he'll get it again on Frozen. They will get him down right afterwards, but still, it's got to be so frustrating for Mousesports. And look at how quickly they're trying to rotate Woxic in, or they were at least thinking about it.
Yo, this position from Snappy, again, this B defense for Mousesports is not coordinated. It is not strong. They took their eyes off Monster for so long. Nobody had any information about what was coming. Not a single piece of intel. Good shot from Woxic. He remains dynamic at this A bomb site, and it looks like Astralis wants to go away from the AWP.
And they were actually bringing the bomb over. You see, Yugi was he was there in preparation. If that would have been a kill on Woxic, they would have been ready to run in there. Now instead, they're going to go right at Kerrigan and Chris, who have no more grenades. They really have a lot to fight with here, so they're going to have to play clever, and maybe they can around the time that's left. 30 seconds. It's going to be another 10 at least before the bomb is even being attempted here from Yugi. And they're really slowing it down, Astralis, and that could be the end of them if they're just a little bit reckless. Meg is pushing in, and he's been great on the entries as well. Chris all the way back there. He's already seen him, but he can't win the fight. Meg is again accurate, and that might have been just it. Kerrigan trying to get the kill for the smoke, and Woxic coming in with the AWP. No one behind the box just now. So Yugi and Snappy, every chance right here to bring this into overtime in the very first map. Yugi waiting by the pillar, and he's going to swing for it. Instant takedown of Kerrigan, and now Woxic in a near unwinnable position. 1 versus 2 with the AWP, and that bomb is ticking in front of him. He knows that there's going to be 2 people left, and he can't find either one of them. Yugi with a great double, and that is overtime.
That's wild. They had the perfect defense. The thing is, though, this Mousesports, since they've had so much trouble having success at B, their defense has gotten kind of predictable. Even Dupree, I think, was the first player coming off sandbags. He's actually peeking for the boost. He's actually aiming right for it with all the different angles that someone could have been in that site. And Frozen all he had to do was stay ducked. He didn't have to commit to that fight. He had teammate at Toxic Barrels. He had 1 teammate in the site as well. They had 4 players at B. You had the initial contact. Let one of your other teammates clean up that battle. And, I mean, that B defense failed them all through regulation, and it's so fitting that one last time to force OT, Astralis is able to punish it again.
Wow. Well, now they got some money to work with, so Mousesports back with the double up, Kerrigan with the AWP. Maybe this is going to be the time where they can finally start to defend themselves against those early B hits. I mean, Dupree can just take someone down in B at will.
Well, here we go. MR3, 10K start money, just to get things outlined, because we've had some crazy overtime formats these days. Woxic gets pop flashed off the angle. You gotta be careful as he makes the run back through bathrooms. Again, 4 players at B for Mousesports defense. Woxic at A, but being forced back, he's gonna have to call somebody in rotation. It's Chris J to come by.
Not wanting to challenge that smoke. Don't really blame him for it. They're gonna put it up and start to fall back.
Remember, last time he challenged it, he got banged out by Device right through the smoke.
Yeah, fair point. See, oh, he's just 2 seconds late. Could maybe catch the next one, though. Yeah, they're going to come back without even checking. They weren't thinking about it. That's a nice idea from Woxic, but he doesn't get what he wanted. There's a lot of defense on this A side. Are they actually going to end up here? I mean, Yugi could just throw a fake and keep them here and then go for B.
Here we go. Snappy's going to throw this pop flash. I mentioned it earlier. Kerrigan's been destroyed by this pop flash a couple times in this game already. Maybe not, actually. He's going to get a reprieve, but it works anyways. He gets blinded from a different angle. He looked elsewhere. But again, the B bomb site just feels free. Frozen with the AWP is going to find the first kill. That's Dupree. Oh, right through the box. The nade combination. I don't think that's going to do it. Almost another spam, but instead it's Yugi.
Well, he sees that with a jump, but Megas will still take down Frozen, and I don't know, Robs and Chris in the MR3 here. He's going to have to be careful. They wanted to save that AWP, but that's going to be denied. And it's another round at the B site for Astralis. I mean, with a little bit of a different, you know, build up into this round than previously. It works so well.
I cannot believe that Astralis has just been able to march into this B bomb site every single time they've wanted. Mousesports really struggling, even sometimes with 4 players there, struggling to find the solution. 15 to 15, or excuse me, 16 to 15. I think this is Astralis' first lead in the game.
Yeah, I think you might be right. This is just at this point kind of rough. They had, what was it, 11-4 in the first half? Mousesports, and
then they won the pistol in the second.
Then they won the pistol in the second, and they haven't been able to close it out. Magisk at 23 kill, sorry, 24. Dupree at 23. Those two have been doing. I mean, it's not even just the amount of kills; it's how many of them have been entries into bomb sites, which traditionally is, I mean, worth a little bit more. Chris with the attempted pre-fire while he was flashed there, not able to quite connect. It must have been close though. This is a very, this is like the most common T setup for any overpass T side. One outside B and the other 4 doing something else.
I'm waiting at some point. I haven't seen it yet. I'm like half waiting to see Astralis run a fake. Like send 2 players to the B bomb site just to find 1 entry. Like surely that is going to force a lot of rotation from Mousesports at this point. That's what I'm interested in seeing. Chris J with an op peering in towards bathrooms. They do have the double op setup. Woxic has his at B over towards the pillar, so changing the location of these ops from what Astralis saw in regulation. But Chris J is very committed.
Yeah, Robs is at that corner, but again, any kind of a Molotov or smoke or something that could definitely separate them. Fires the orb a bit early, and now they're coming for him as well. He will pick up 1 kill. Nice shot, great double, and Robs is there to help out. The defense holds. They could have run him down, and that's exactly what they wanted to do. But Chris standing tall. That was a swift couple of kills.
Yeah, that is a spectacular performance from Chris J with that AWP. Holding on to that 8 bomb site, that's a risky position, and he plays it just perfectly. Good support as well from his teammates behind him. I believe it was Rops who got Yugi. Stopped them from being able to wrap around Chris J, and Kerrigan being here as well. Got back just in time. All tied up again, 16 to 16, and Astralis takes their 2nd timeout of the map. That's actually pretty crazy to think they made that comeback all the way, only taking 1 timeout in regulation.
Yeah, I mean, and especially, I think both these teams pretty well versed in actually using those timeouts. I mean, so I think Astralis maybe especially making use of them early in games, even when they were doing pretty well, just to calm everyone down. But 16-16, AKs all across the board for the Astralis side, and Mousesports. Well, Chris with that orb. I mean, that's a nice couple of kills. And it was so tempting for them, right? As soon as he fired that ult, you could just feel it. They were like, let's bring him down.
All right. Ooh, quick shot. Chris J is going to back off. Doesn't land at all. Astralis going to, it looks like they want to at least do something pretty similar in taking control of bathrooms at the very least. So they're going at Chris J again, who had that spectacular round previously. But at least wanting to have some presence towards the A bomb site. Woxic and Frozen over at B. Kerrigan as well, deep, playing a passive angle. We haven't seen Mousesports, curiously enough, in their entire, standard regulation defensive half push towards short sewers at all. We haven't seen any of that aggression in that location, taking it over.
Ooh, that shot is a second too early. Now they're going to be close. He won't know it. This is so risky. He's going to back up, and they're right there. Yugi will take him down. Robs over at long will drop Snappy, but they've still lost the bomb site, and the bomb is going to be going down here. 4 on 4. This is actually going to be a very, very, very tricky retake.
Yeah, it is. Robs has a huge role to play. He's at least got to keep them honest on the flank, the wraparound of bathrooms, but if his teammates have no success coming in, it won't matter. Magisk is going to get burned out. Dupree is still close to the corner. Another Molotov. Dupree's running into flames all over the place, but the second one subsides. Good flash. And Kerrigan's going to lead the way in.
Robs went down over at long. They actually went to find him. Nice shot from Kerrigan. Dropping Device, and now Yugi 1 versus 3. And that bomb is already being defused. He tries to swing for it. Not going to be successful. And that retake was amazing from Mousesports. I did not see that coming. Absolutely thought they were going to lose that. So they go into the second half of overtime with a 1-round lead here.
It's a great utility usage, Anders. That was the power of it. The 2 Molotovs towards the truck, towards the corner as well. It burned one player to death, and it forced Dupree out of his position and took away a bunch of HP. So that's some very solid work with nades. Now we switch sides, Mousesports over to the T half, and remember, they had a huge advantage. They won, well, I mean, both teams won 11-4, obviously, on their T sides. Looking for 19 is the winning number.
Yes, it is. And Mousesports T side was obviously very good, so this could be a chance for them to sort of start to bring that back. It's been a little while since they played there. I mean, they've just had a fair few rounds on the CT side. Double up immediately from Astralis.
If you remember, though, I mean, both teams had like similar points of success on their T side. Was entries were just so much more powerful. Like everyone on defense just really struggled to win any of those opening fights. Mousesports as well was able to just kind of walk up, towards sandbags, especially when Astralis was playing in connector, able to find that kill down the stairs as well. So I'm interested to see if Astralis is going to maintain that aggressive defense to get in towards the danger stairs, get in towards connector, and indeed they do, at least for this first round of OT.
Ooh, quick Kerrigan there, but Frozen coming in second in line will be found by Device, who's swiftly going to be falling back and all the way back to Priest, now sneaking up from the stairs. And not going to be challenging too much more. That is aggressive from Kerrigan. He finds the kill. He wants to keep fighting, and he takes down Snappy. That is an incredibly powerful play. Dupree, though, is still holding the center of the map. This is not done.
Yeah, and no one else from Mousesports is in position to take advantage of this. I think he even heard some footsteps behind him. This is weird, and Kerrigan's... Oh my god, he did expect the angle. They've spotted him out. Dupree's in trouble, and he knows he's being wrapped upon, but he's going to get aggressive. He might think it's only one player, but instead it's 3. Dupree goes down. They do have to retake this A bomb site, but they can slow play it. The entire map is now available to Mousesports.
Wow, man, that might be... I mean, you're right. Kerrigan turning around to see it and calling it out to his teammates. That is huge. He's finally going to be going down, but the bomb and the round here should be for Mousesports. 2 versus 1, 35 seconds, and they're going to fall back. Why not make it difficult? They have 2 smokes. They can smoke off the sniper spot when they get down there. And then what is Yugi going to do? They can smoke both positions. Yeah, there's the smoke.
At least he's reading it. Gonna go timing shot, not there.
Saving, I don't know, I mean, they have money anyway. Might as well just try and see if you could do this. Told about this earlier from Astralis. Sometimes you just have to try and see if you can clutch it, even if it's low percentage. He's walked up close with the AWP, but Rob's inside of the smoke as it fades. And that is 18 rounds here. That was all Kerrigan.
Yeah, that really was. Those were incredible shots. I think even Device was aware of the possibility. Maybe even knows that Kerrigan's shenanigans. Good first shot from Device, but this is way better. The peek comes in, the follow-up battle as well, the spray control, maintaining the bomb site, and the big thing was even spotting Dupree coming up the stairs as well. That put Dupree in a really impossible situation, and I mean, if he doesn't expect that to come, if he's not looking for it, Kerrigan likely just goes down for free. Mousesports, 2 chances again. This will be chance number 3 and 4 for them to close out this map.
Yeah, it's going to start to be really taxing if you continuously can't, put Astralis away. If you have to keep sort of going back, if you end up playing double overtime and you have to keep doing this, it's going to wear on them as well. Rob's playing very close and alone, so there's no one here to refrag it if anything goes wrong. Magisk on the other side. Not happening so far. Could have maybe been flashed in, but wait for it. Good kill for Dupree, and he wants to make it back again, just trying to play this one safely.
For all of Kerrigan's brilliance in the previous round, he did not look like he was prepared for any fight whatsoever. That was just a very lazy flash and peek with it. Easy kill for Dupree, and he backs off.
Okay. Would have been wild if he could have got that shot.
Yeah, if he'd gotten that shot, we might have had to just log out of the game, call it a day.
Yeah, say that's it. No more Counter-Strike for Woxic. Good return, Frozen. And that'll even it up. And they're congregating outside of the B-bomb side. Inside of it, Magus and Yugi are waiting. And I don't know, they have a Molotov there on Yugi. It's going to be Magus to open it up. Can he get it out in time? No, he's going to be going down. And now, oh, Woxic peeking again and dropping both. Man, he was so exposed. If he misses that shot, he's dead. Device and Snappy now, 2-on-3. And can they retake it? Can they continue it into double OT? That's the big question here. Device with the AWP on one side. It's really awkward for him to have to try and lead this one. So probably Snappy, but he's ready here as well. Woxic a little bit early on that shot. Relocates to try and look for Device, who's now sneaking in with the AWP. There's a good kill, but he goes down, and now Snappy's in a lot of trouble here. No chance against Robs. 19-16 as Mousesports finally find a way to defeat Astralis on overpass.
Yeah, but you can see there's no celebration from the Mousesports player. That's everyone with a deep, thankful sigh. The breath leaves them as they finally take this map. It was way too close of an affair. Good comeback from Astralis. Way to hold on for Mousesports. We're going to head to a break, and then we've got the desk who's going to talk us through that first map. Stay tuned.
Welcome to London for week 3 of Blast Premier. We've got some top tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Visa's going to be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and it's down to 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, let's go, Alexi!
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take him down for a second time.
Let's focus, boys. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
Yeah. They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
Let's go, G2, let's go! And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
11-4 first half, mate, and I was hoping you'd close it out and get that huge confidence and dominate Astralis, but we go to overtime and it was tough. How are you feeling after that one going into train? Because we know Astralis can deliver on train as well, and your train, it's been a bit up and down at the same time.
I mean, if we just can get our bloody CT sides to work, then we destroy every single opponent. But I don't know, man.
Slightly
I honestly don't
frustrated
know.
it sounds, mate.
Because, yeah, I feel like we're doing the right stacks. We're just not killing people. They're coming into our crosshair all the time. I mean, like, it's just bad. You cannot deny it.
Are you confident you're going to get the 2-0 now, though, considering it is your map pick and you did manage to take the win? Are you thinking spirits are high enough?
I'm always confident we're going to win. I always believe we have a really strong team. We just need that bloody CT side to work, and then we are going to do good.
All right, well, there we go. You know, get that bloody CT side working. He spent too much time around you and Richard Lewis, Thorn. All right, we need to go and get into Maniac. Maniac, you have a clip that you'd like to show us that will highlight some of the details here of this first match.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to start by looking at the positive, you know me, and this is a clip of Mousesports T side again. We talk about how quickly paced they can play, how they can take you over. Well, you have an example here. It is so fast. Once Device get the flash, that is it. Frozen is already in position, and even though Snappy, as you can see, found some kind of a loophole, Woxic is actually in position, and you might think, okay, this is it. Astralis, they have time to reset on the A side, but actually no. Kerrigan is already on the side. He'll get the trade onto Magisk, and that is it. The round in about 10 seconds is over. So this is the good side of Mousesports. This is the side that we like to praise. That's their T side, their recklessness, how quick they think it, take some distance and some space. So that is the plus. That is the good one. But you know what? There's also some downsides.
Yeah, I think the coach was expressing his frustrations with the downsides right now. It turns out there's another half to the game, and in that half right now, it's not as quick. It's not as hard hitting. Thorn, what did you take away from this first map of the series?
Yeah, let's put this in context. This was Astralis' map pick. It's a map that the guys from Mousesports have lost the last 3 times out. And as we've been pointing out on this show, on both Train and Overpass, 2 of the CT-sided maps in the game, Mousesports simply just does not win CT halves, and they've been bad on this CT half as well. So I think Maniac did the right job there. Focus on the T side. They're fantastic on the T side. Kerrigan has always been a master of this map. But CT side, they have major issues. But then again, you can afford to do that as long as you get the win on your opponent's map pick. Like, this was a scenario where if Astralis is going to win this series, it should have started with this map. So as much as you might praise, like, Dupree, Magisk had some big kills. I thought Device was quite underwhelming, actually. It's one of the reasons, in my opinion, over the years, Astralis has gone away from this map. It just hasn't fit him as well for some reason. And listen, they did enough on the T side, did Mousesports, so a win's a win.
A win's a win, and they've got that lead, and you're right. I was actually cheering there for a second. I think the prediction game is running on this map, and so now my life got a whole lot more difficult. But, I mean, Maniac, we'll give you a chance here to speak on the CT side a little bit now that you've covered the T side. What did you take away from this? I mean, what do Astralis need to do going into the next map?
Well, the thing about Mousesports CT side, and I'm trying to make sense of what is happening in front of my eyes time and time again, right? And I do believe that the conclusion is being good on the CT side requires different quality than being good on the T side. As simple as that. Mousesports are fearless, reckless, they pick up the speed, they have individuals that can make the difference, like this guy we have on the screen here, Woxic. We've seen it again. The last round in this game, Woxic with the AWP monster, 2 quick kills, and that is it. Great, it's all fine and dandy. But there are other qualities that you need to have on the CT side. Being able to organize your setup, being able to trade each other, play off of each other, 1-2 switch bait, having trading, crossfires. This is what Mousesports is lacking right now, and I understand Raging's point, I understand his frustration. They have the players, they have the heavy hitters, but it's not enough to just individually make the difference. You have to build something, you have to puzzle your way into the CT side. And for Mousesports, it's just not the case right now.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for that first map analysis. And now it's time to hop into our second map, which we'll be getting to right after the break.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the fourth as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's gonna just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot onto Volda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you think he's got no chance. One player back default, one in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. Again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Volda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah?
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my God.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Volda.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP, and the door's open. Aminek's gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted. 3 seconds.
Cover that. There's no way.
Aminek robs the round.
Close the door. Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in
for
the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was. In this moment, Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to hide.
Bomb's not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Well, we went to overtime on the first map. That was on Overpass. Now we're going to be on the second one, Train, between Mousesports and Astralis. That was a great game to get started with. Who were you sort of impressed or disappointed by, any or both teams?
I think the struggles of Astralis I kind of expected. I was a bit disappointed, actually kind of a lot disappointed in that Mousesports defense. That was the weird one to me. I did not expect a team of this caliber to have so many struggles at that B bomb site, especially after the first half they had where they were just so dominant on an individual level. To see them kind of collapse on the CT side was a bit wild. But still, you got to be happy they recovered in OT. They took that first map, unless you're Semler, in which case you're probably a little bit pissed because your prediction still looks like crap. And it's 1 map for Mousesports.
Glad you got that in there. That's important.
Yeah.
Did you see the Mousesports coach there? He wasn't too excited about their CT sides. Felt like he was a bit annoyed, actually.
Yeah, well, when you see that kind of a CT side as the coach, you're just like, Jesus, I have so much work to do to get this team into playing shape. Remember, they won the first half 11-4 and won the second half pistol. They were up 12-4 and then lost, what, 11 of the next 14 rounds? That is craziness on a map where the CT side is supposed to be a little bit easier. And remember, playing against a team like Astralis that essentially at this point, they're not actually stand-ins, but you know, with this early of them in the team, just as effective as just any old stand-in coming into the squad. So they still need more time with Snappy and Yuki to make, you know, those game plans as complex, as effective as we're used to seeing from Astralis. And Mousesports dropping the ball against that, it shows some real issues within that Mousesports team.
Yes, it does. Something that they're gonna have to fix, right? Because I mean, those CT sides, I actually think in some ways can be even more tricky to fix. I don't know if it's just because it's more boring to practice you know, CT rotation protocols than it is to practice, you know, T execute, where you're actually doing something that feels like you're doing more. But it is hard to fix CT sides, I think.
Yeah, the CT sides is a lot more of like, you know, theoretical discussion between who you're playing with and who your rotator is, and actually talking about how to handle different situations. So I think it's a little bit more, I don't know, it's a little bit weird in that way, because you're not always going to be facing the same situation. It's just very much figuring out how you're going to react when a scenario actually encounters itself. And CT side sometimes do get a little bit more ignored than your T side tactics. But regardless, moving on to Train now, I think this should be much more straightforward for Mousesports, a map that they've wanted to play, that they've actually still looked pretty damn good on, even despite the fact that they've been struggling in recent times. This is one of those maps that's still loyal to them. They're going to be starting on the T side. I would say it's a little bit more difficult, but just like Overpass, we saw both teams dominate on the offensive half. So who knows what we're going to see here?
Well, we're about to find out, aren't we? Mousesports going to be starting on the T side, Astralis on the CT side. And I'm not seeing a single defuse kit on the Astralis side. Doesn't have to be a disaster.
And no P250.
Oh, and no
How's
P250.
that make you feel?
Well, there's a Molotov at the very least, but I'm disappointed in everyone once again. I'll join you on that train. Jump past it there. We'll see if that diffuse kit is going to be something they desperately wish they had. Deep smokes, and they're flashing their way through from Ivy, and a great fight beginning out here. Magisk with a good double headshot, taking down Wox again, Frozen. And, oh, not ready for it. Robs was there. I thought actually Magisk was swinging back to look at that exact position, but now it's a 3-on-3 with the bomb going down. So that diffuse kit right now, man, it would be worth its weight in gold. They're going to have to move quickly here. Kerrigan covering that line, but he still goes down. And now there's a free opening for Device.
Oh, not anymore. Rops closes the door. Device can't get the final. 4 kills for Rops in the round. That is a spectacular flank from Device, and he almost wins it for Astralis. 1-0. Why has Device got like the vertical webcam image?
I don't know. No one's told him.
Why is he the only one?
That is a good question. I was kind of wondering if he was able to do that. Well, he had almost done it. Instead, it's Robs.
It's a hard ask. Running out of ammunition when Robs takes that final fight.
Yeah, I mean that is that's asking a lot. You're right. And he was the last one, basically the end of the bomb site. We got the traditional buy coming out here for the Astralis side, so I guess no surprise there. Is that starting to annoy you?
Surprise. This second round Deagle and Scout investment?
Yeah.
I wouldn't say annoy is the right word. I think the only time it really kind of gets to me, I've come to accept it at this point. I think the most of the time it really kind of really bothers me is when a team has such a massive lead and then they do that and they lose. Like if someone like wins at the first half 11-4 and then they lose the pistol, that second round buy is a bit weird because it's just like you have so many rounds to play with. Just don't put yourself in like a pit of economy. Like just make sure your first buy is very, very strong. But like you also it's one of those hard things where it annoys you in theory, but in practice like they I feel like they win these rounds. These rounds get won at a pretty decent clip. Oof.
Ooh. Device as well.
Speaking of which,
knife out, not exactly what they were looking for, or what Dupree was looking for, but still a 3-on-3 here. Again, without the kit, it's going to be a little bit rough trying to get in and get all the kills and get the defuse. And Robs is doing a fine job defending the actual bomb itself. And I think that probably took away any chances here that they could do it. I'd rather have the UMP and the Scout for the next round.
Yeah, he's Robs has come in today playing very well, especially when you think, Anders, that Yugi can actually drop that Deagle over to a teammate. So even if they don't have armor, the Deagle can still take those shoulder peeks, those long-range fights, and just see what it can get. Robs is going to tuck himself into a corner as Woxic goes hunting. A big challenge coming here, and it was slow to turn around. Robs takes it away. Oh, and the Scout, he wants it, but he was so low on HP, never wanted to commit to the turn of the corner. 2-0 for Mousesports.
2-1. Yeah, a little bit of pressure being applied. Zeus has been picked up by Dupree. How?
We love that.
We do love that. Now take it to the pop dog ladder and climb up, like you were a Bubsky or Acor or someone.
Or Tarek. Don't forget our boy Tarek.
Or Tarek.
He was the Zeus pioneer. The OG.
Yeah, he's I think he's done a lot of things for Counter-Strike over the years. Magus and Yugi both going down at the beginning here. And that taser never going to be used. Oh, ringing the bell.
As the bell rings, yeah. As the bell tolls. Here we go. Device with the scout still, some armor. I think more than anything, Device probably prioritizing saving that armor. He can get the AWP in the next round as well if he doesn't go down. He is going to go down. Might still be able to get it if I'm honest. Yeah, he's got 6,300, so he's got plenty of money for an op. So here comes a very solid 4th round buy. There's the other reason why that 2nd round buy isn't too much of an annoyance, is just the way the economy works.
Yeah.
Even with armor, deagle, and a scout in that 2nd round, Astralis can still afford a double op setup and plenty of utility.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of the, well, problem if you're against this kind of thing, but...
yeah.
But that does actually help justify it a lot. I guess I'm not worried about whether or not it's justified. I'm worried about, you know, where it's pushed the game. A little bit. Don't want to be too alarmist. Anyway, Snappy getting put to the test. The SMG leading the charge. He's going to get the first kill. He needs some backup. Oh, nicely handled. Even doing some damage on the Chris J. That was a very, very important 2nd kill coming in from Snappy, giving a good chance now for Astralis in the afterplant. There is a flank coming in all the way from the outside, but it doesn't really matter if this the rest of the force in here are all going to be dead by the time it happens. It's a default plant, so it's very hard for Frozen to stop them from actually defusing the bomb. And here they come, fighting Chris, almost reloading in the middle of the fight. Good enough kill on Yugi. Now Frozen actually showing up. Can he do anything from this range? No, not quite. An expensive round, but they do win it.
Yeah, I was going to say they need to get off that plant and salvage that 2nd AWP that they wanted. And there it is as the defuse comes in. Not bad, 3 kills. Obviously, Mousesports would have done a little bit better. Even with Snappy, that's a heroic double kill he gets to start this round. But even so, it was still winnable for Mousesports when you consider a double op setup not going to be an easy to retake that inner yard. But they do just enough. First round on the board for the Astralis defense. And, ooh, okay. What'd the curtain do to you?
Listen, something has to you know, receive that anger. Like, you know, can't just bottle it all up, Jason.
It's letting in way too much light, the bastard.
Double up, M4s, limited on the grenades. But with an early kill on Frozen, still potentially a good start here for an Astralis team that's down a whole map. If they could bring this one back, that would be a tremendous help.
Yeah, well, that kill, I mean, takes away all of Mousesports' presence on the other side of the map. All they have left is this inner hit. It's a matter of when do they pull the trigger. Flashbangs are perfect. Snappy has been spotted. He's not going to go down just yet, but Yugi needs to back away because Sidewalk is wide open. Look at Kerrigan. Look how much progress he's made. There goes Snappy. And turning in towards Zia. Oh, good shot from Yugi. He checks it. Kerrigan thought he was going to be sneaky. Thought he was going to get away with a huge, huge piece of map control. And it's denied by Yugi.
4-3 right here, and with the bomb already down, it's not such an impossible task. Flashbang set up by Robs, and a kill as well by him. There's Woxic actually getting the kill behind the flashbang of Robs, so he did a lot that round. 2-on-3 now, and this retake is looking really rough with the pre going down. Impossible altogether. What a great round from Robs. 3 kills.
I know it didn't work out this way, but it does end up looking like Device just straight up abandoned Dupree. Like Dupree finally gets in position on the flank at the top of the lower ramp, and he just pulls out a nade to pop flash. And as soon as we switch over to Device's POV, he's already at the outer bomb yard just running away. Poor Dupree with that timing. Nice job from Mousesports. It's a 4-on-5 victory hitting that inner bomb site. This time, Snappy doesn't have the heroic stand. It's Yugi with the creative way to stop the aggression. Oh, we didn't even get to see that. A one tap from Rops might have swung the round.
That was quite something, wasn't it? I mean, it's the fact that he got 3 kills and he set up the flashbang for Woxic to get his kill. So lots of ways to be helpful in a round like that. 6th round coming up, and the AWP was saved, but everything else outside of that is looking pretty dark for Astralis at the moment. MP9 Some pistols, and that's it. They put Snappy inside with just a P250. Wow, and they're getting cleaned up, aren't they? Time to save that up again. For, like, get it away from that C connector.
Oh, Device. I don't even mind him necessarily challenging there to see if he can find one and maybe something cool happens. But yeah, you're exactly right at this point. Get him to fall back. He's got one nice shot, but he's going to back away towards the inner bomb site. Just wanted to make it look like he was going to go for this. And Snappy's here to keep some space. So 5th round for Mousesports early on.
And that's, again, playing the T side. You know, we did hear that there was the CT sides that maybe they were struggling with a little bit. I still have to imagine that this will feel pretty good overall for the Mousesports side. Could there be a sneak in? Snappy, could he find a late kill on someone? They are so ready for that. They absolutely see it coming. Not going to challenge you. Well, the AWP is saved at least for Device. That's got to be counted as good news.
Yeah, I think Snappy was looking for a gun right there at the end. Any gun that might have been blown towards him during the blast. 5-1, and you're right, it is all important. Device is able to save that AWP. Because of that, he's able to drop an M4 over to a teammate. Snappy needed it. Look at the limited utility he's working with around the M4. Actually, I think it was passed over to Magisk. Anyways, 5-1, double op setup now comes out as Yugi has an op in hand.
Some damage early on the Karrigan and Woxic. Yugi down to about half health. Again, they leave Snappy alone in the beginning, which is, again, really, really common. I like this aggressive move from Dupree and Yugi, trying to be aggressive over at main, but Woxic will defeat Device, and look at how he just runs and swings. He's got Frozen there with him. What an aggressive move from Mousesports. I really like that.
Oh, they haven't gotten the communication that he's on top of the train. No one's speaking for it. Oh, Woxic late. That's got to be a return from Frozen. Indeed it is, but there's Yugi finally chiming in. And now dropping, but it's going to be Rops to open up towards the inner bomb site. I imagine we'll see these plays out of Rops pretty frequently throughout this half. They found an opportunity to get the plant down, a 2 versus 3 post plant, and Rops does not want to give up his advanced position.
No, you're right, because he could have smoked right away at that C connector, but he's just walked up there. Karrigan also trying to get a bit of a swing. That needed to be a kill, and it wasn't. Now Rops is in a very uncomfortable position. As soon as he fires the gun, they'll know he's down here. He's looking straight up. That's the right move. Nice straight transfer, but again, they are all over it, so they made that somewhat expensive.
If he gets that quicker, I think he can maybe convert into a second kill. Maybe what happens from there, but that's a very tough angle to track Dupree as he jumps over you. 5-2. Unfortunate the Mousesports can't pull that off, but still a pretty decent lead and still keeping the money of this Astralis defense as low as humanly possible.
The thing that I don't understand is, as soon as Woxic and Frozen are pushing Ivy, and they have 2 people in main, and they get the kill down at Ivy, I actually thought they would try and crunch from main and Ivy into the A bomb side. Like, I thought they'd try and throw like one flashbang high up, and then just whatever smokes that just go through, just go for it. But they really, really slowed it down.
Yeah, they didn't seem to have a plan once they got out of Ivy. You know? Yeah. Woxic was kind of going back and forth about where to peek, and that allowed the M4 to get close up to the angle. Frozen with a nice trade, but no one ever kind of cleared top train where Yugi was over that smoke. So, yeah, it seemed like the idea was kind of there, but not fully aware of the details to make it work.
A little bit unfortunate. Snappy and Magisk early on inside of B, expecting or maybe worried about a rush. 2 people are pop dog there. They're holding quite far forward here at the A site, and Karrigan will just still run in to get the kill. Nice return from Dupree. And an upper, that's going to be called in surely, yeah. Communication is there. Chris nearly winning the fight, but surely he's dead. Snappy, yeah, he would have heard it the whole time.
Ooh, this is weird. Drops needs to deliver, and he gets taken down by Magus. Good shot. Back to the outer bomb site we go. That's a good heads-up play from the Astralis defense to not rotate out of the B bomb site. Unfortunately, they've rotated out of the A bomb site. Molotov in towards CT Con. Woxic has the bomb, but at the moment he's looking for a response from the flank. So it'll get planted a little bit late in the day, but all of Astralis, 4 players coming for this post plant, for this defuse. 1, Dupree gonna lurk CT con, 3 players along the back wall.
I don't mind that Woxic is falling back, but the problem is they have a smoke at least to make it very hard for him to stop the defuser. So almost wish he would have taken at least a fight earlier on, because now it's 4-on-2 and they're going to be running in here. Frozen, Molotov's away. Now they're on the bomb and Woxic trying to see if he could swing for it, but again he can't guess the angle, and that's going to be the defuse inside. So yeah, a little bit of an issue. Some good kills after the actual bomb plant here. That'll still help out Mousesports, even if it's a bit rough losing the round.
No, you're right. If they wanted a decent chance at winning that, they needed to be a bit more aggressive before letting all 4 players onto the bomb train. It's still nice, though. They get the plant, they get a couple kills at the end, they bring the defenders down to just 2 players alive at the end, so still at least limiting the economy while allowing their own to grow with the $800 of bonus. But this was never really going to work out in their favor. 5-3. Astralis still fighting to remain in this series. They're down 1 map. They lost Overpass, the first map, in overtime, if you're just joining us.
I mean, it's at this point still, it's Astralis trying to recover from what's going on here, right? They have the double AWP in play, but being down 5-3 does not really make you really confident in this train pick.
I'm sure they'll take it after being battered 11-4 in the first half of Overpass. They're like, oh man, 3-5 is much better than what we're used to.
I mean, fair play, right? Yugi. Would have been cool to find an early kill up there, but didn't want to stand in the Molotov like people sometimes do. Bomb is dropped far back, and Dupree and Magisk not quite doubling up. Oh, nice timing for Device. That is going to drop Carrigan. He couldn't see anything at all, but had the right feeling.
The bomb is all the way back towards T mid, and there's nobody close to it except for CT players who are actually aggressive. They don't know the bomb is down. They haven't spotted it or anything. Mousesports just going to pick it up now. They've left Dupree in this aggressive stance. They've got Magus far back in Old Hell. Device far back with the op against the back wall. Dupree's going to be the first point of contact, and they're not throwing a flashbang. They're not throwing any utility, and Chris J is just going to clear him out on his own. I think they even spotted Magisk.
Yeah, they might very well have. Device is really far back with it. I don't think it easy gets smoked away. He will get the kill on Chris there, but Chris still a double before he went out of the round. Bomb about to be picked up. Oh, Device will catch Frozen as he tries to get to the bomb. And that's a lot of trouble. Robs, I can't believe he got that kill on Yugi. Now it's a 2-on-2. Woxic gonna go straight for the bomb plant here. Right on the other side. And Rob's ready to guard him if anyone comes through. He's looking all over the place. Another great headshot. But through on top of the smoke is Snappy with the kill. And he knows Woxic is back there with that straight headshot as they find a 4th round here on the Astralis side.
Yeah, good play from Snappy, taking the risk of getting while that bomb is being planted. Rops couldn't cover both angles. Mousesports just keeping Astralis right on the edge, but they're somehow staying alive. They have not been tipped over. Again, they're going to have to buy with all their money, down to the bare minimum, but still competing for rounds. That is a beautiful effort from Device. I think it's a quad kill at the end of this round, or a triple kill at the very least.
Yeah, that is pretty clean. A little bit of relief for Sonic. Definitely under some pressure, all of the Astralis guys at the moment. But they're starting to slowly bring it back here. All the money has been spent in this round for Mousesports, and they're trying to go quick out pop Dog Makers with one good spray down. Nearly a follow-up. Dupree will take care of the rest here. Nice double for him. It's a 2-on-3, but yeah, Dave committed to this. Robs, I don't know if he can actually escape.
Oh
what?
My god.
That's ridiculous.
Astralis on Trainer is doing a much better job in the initial contact. Kerrigan has really struggled to find entries. He was a beast. He was doing a very good job of it on Overpass. Here on Train, he's getting shut down. Whether it's the unfortunate timing with the pop flash or otherwise, and it's Snappy, again, left in a clutch. And I imagine Zonic is feeling just as nervous. I imagine it's got to be a new feeling watching clutches when Zipnix isn't on the team.
Yeah.
Much more pressure, much
Maybe
more nerve-wracking.
All of their opponents, though, are so excited that's not going to be a feature anymore. Robs, again, what a turnaround here. 2-on-3 into a win. It's Robs again with a triple. He's playing an amazing game. He's 16-4, and he was playing well on the other one.
I didn't even notice he was 16-4. That shot against Device, it's worse from Device's POV. It looks so much worse from Device's POV that we saw it in originally. And Astralis finally have been shattered. They have a 1-round losing bonus. They have no money. All 4 rounds that Astralis have won have been defuses. And they haven't won a single round with more than 2 players alive. So Mousesports has just been applying so much pressure and doing such a good job.
Well and truly. Ooh, Dupree goes down. That's again Chris, exact same fight that he had against against Dupree earlier as well, I think it was. And with the scout and just the pistols here, again, Mousesports looked like they were about to go off balance a bit in this first half, but now they're right back on track.
Ooh, good trade as Magus tries to sneak in. Kerrigan has been outside in this train yard with the MAC-10, jumping around, running forever, and he has seen absolutely no one. Device successfully avoided him in CT spawn, tucking himself into a corner. No one else from Astralis has showed any presence, so Plant is going to go down. Obviously, no chance for Astralis to win this round. Maybe some kills would be nice, but even saving that armor would be relatively important with the money that they've got. Maybe even saving these guns and just trying again in the next round.
Yeah, I mean, those guns they'll be interesting, right? Like, they could maybe do something, but it's not a lot to hang your hat on at the moment. Could still hope, obviously, that Astralis is going to similarly have, what was happening on Overpass, where they have a much better T side and Mousesports start to fall off the CT side. Like, I think that's a bit of a wish, I suppose. But overall, it's starting to look pretty grim.
Yeah, grim indeed.
The fact that they got it into overtime as well on Overpass is so painful now, right? Because now all you can think is, man, they could have, they could have really done it.
Well, I think they're going to look back, and that's what they'll say. And, obviously, Train might be a little bit of a long shot for them against Mousesports, who are very comfortable on this map, and that's where you say we really should have found a way to close out or play a little bit better on Overpass to ensure that we could at least have a third map, at least get there and have a chance to steal the series away. But that's a tough loss that they take on Overpass after the comeback, and now, of course, it's how much can you get done on this CT side. You're already down massively. Mousesports is already having a very, very good offensive half.
There they are, and as much as being reflected in the odds to win the overall series, they're looking much favored for Mouse at the moment.
Yeah, that's the important thing. Those odds are, as we have learned, for the entire series. They're not for each individual map. So we're probably going to see that balloon even worse as this goes on if Mousesports can continue adding rounds onto this lead. Decent stack in Crossfire. 3 players inner bomb site for Astralis. A nice crossfire between Snappy and Magisk. We'll see if this changes based off that kill, and indeed it will. Mousesports are going to be happy to just readjust to the outer bomb yard. And again, they'll probably find a free plant. 1 player, Yugi in Old Hell, and that's a stunning shot. Frozen doesn't even have a chance to pull the trigger.
Yeah, that was cool. Now do it again. Flashing him all the way behind, using a bit of a Molotov to put even more pressure on him, and yeah, that was going to be a rough position to be in.
I really enjoy the fact that Kerrigan's calling the strategy. Oh my lord, Woxic, nobody even prepared for that peek from Device. They might go for this. I think they've tagged up another one. Kerrigan's low on HP. They're going to start moving in, so this is a little dangerous for Mousesports. Chris J on the bomb site. Able to shut down Snappy and Device. This is an impossible scenario. The gun barrel gives away his position. I was just going to say, I really love that Kerrigan's just calling these strategies and these anti-ecos of him with the MAC-10, and he's just like, yeah, everyone bait me. I'm just going to go run around in circles for a little bit outside with this MAC-10 and see what I can find. I'll clear out all the positions for you. Just come in a little bit late.
Yeah, just, I mean, why not? Kerrigan has been doing that a number of times on Train, right? It's so cool to see that kind of leadership as well, right? When you're the guy who is sort of, you know, in the forefront. 8-4. Astralis back with a buy here. Not the AWP, not the defuse kits. An AWP, I suppose. It's got a scope on it at the very least, so it's a step in the right direction, you might say. But it's getting harder and harder to believe that this won't be a 2-0 type win for Mousesports. It's a little bit too soon to tell, but we're certainly leaning in that direction.
No, but I think the bigger thing is, you know, we have way more of a sample size of this Mousesports, even though they're struggling recently, how they're able to battle on train. We've seen them have some very close affairs here at Blast Premier on this map. The one that comes to mind for me is against Fnatic, which ended, obviously, of course, in a tie. But still, they showed some very good stuff, and I think the other real kicker is Rops playing at this level, 17-4. Just on an individual basis, I don't see anyone on Astralis who's able to match that today.
$50 seconds, 55 on the clock. Flashbangs going in. Frozen is all the way on the other side, so he could maybe be a bit of a lurker if they could get the bomb down. And with the kill on Snappy, they probably can. Device, he's going to get wall banged straight from Woxic, not even waiting to peek that. Nice aggressive push from Kerrigan. He could have probably had that kill, and that actually gives a chance for Astralis now. A 3-on-3. Yugi's low on health, but that's not even the main problem. It's all these smokes, and there's even a Molotov on Frozen, and he's all the way on the high ground. They do have a counter smoke on Yugi, but no defuse kits.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to be doable. Woxic just posting up on the bomb train. Rops as well. He knows the left alley is held off by smoke. And Astralis is going to give it up. They're going to back away. A pop flash as that smoke fades. Good job having the timing on that for Rops to call for it. A 9th round for Mousesports. Here's another thing we haven't really talked about in the context of Astralis, because I made a little bit of a joke earlier about Zip not being involved in the clutch situations, which has got to be weird for Astralis. But the other conversation around Zip as a player was how he was one of the best inner bomb site defenders in all of Train, in all of the professional Counter-Strike scene. And that is such a hard position to play. Inner bomb site on Train is really, really difficult.
Yeah.
And now you're missing that piece as well.
Yeah, so much synergy that's slowly gone out. You're right, like, a lot of the time you could just leave Zip there on your own and he'd get maybe not always like multi-kills, but just a kill and fall back safely. Like, he'd know how to play that to a high degree. 9-4. So we try and continue. Chris caught sleeping. I don't even know. He was looking at a teammate then. Kerrigan wants to make up for it. Swings again for a kill with an AK-47. And that AWP, I think the gun barrel might be spotted, but doesn't even matter. Device still going down. A lot of damage, though, on Mousesports here. This could turn pretty quickly. Maybe not.
Oh, Woxic is having a field day. It's got to be a trade for Frozen. Magus gets aggressive, and I think he's going to steal this round away from Mousesports. Good shot from Snappy as Kerrigan comes through the smoke, but it's all down to the final boss. He's 17-4. It's Rops.
Yeah, looking for them out here. Already tagged up. There is a minute left, and again, Robs has been doing a lot of crazy things here on Train so far. He's gonna have to find one of them pretty quickly without any chance of a reply. So he needs to just sort of swing for it. Oh, Mega's gonna shoot him in the back, and Robs still landing the headshot. Oh dear, I can't believe it. I thought he was dead for sure. And this time, shooting him in the back works. It takes you know, a couple of bullets.
Yeah, and obviously Rops is never going to expect both players to be in the same spot. So that's a good peek from Snappy, just shifting to the same exact position that Magus had just fallen at. 5-9. Astralis bailed out by some aggressive heroics from Magus. He's 9-12. Only one player positive, actually 2 players, excuse me, positive for Astralis. Device at 11-9. Snappy is 9-8. Last round of this first half, we'll see if Mousesports can get to double digits.
Not anywhere near that. Gotta put up the smoke anyway. 3 people over at Ivy, and the bomb is quite far back, so I'm guessing that, again, they're just angling for a bit of an opening here in the 15th round.
Yeah, they've gotten Woxic in position with the AWP on the other side, and I think it's going to be the standard utility to take control. Alper using the utility first so that he can remain the rest of the round just posted up. But now that they've gotten that done, send the rifles forward. Woxic with the op, gonna go back towards team mid, and he'll just play in support.
See if Device is going to be able to stand on his own out here. He's smoke in front of him. He's going to be fading, and he swings for it just as the grenade is out. So an important return from Frozen. And it looked like he wanted to keep going, and indeed he will. Taking down Dupree second, leaving Yugi and Magisk. And Magisk all over at PopDog, so really Yugi is the one holding the bomb side right now. And more people could be creeping into it here. Let's see if they can get rid of Magisk. He's thinking about it. That flashbang does at least push him back, but he's still got an angle. Oh, what a peek. Again, clothesline by Robs, and he continues another headshot. He is absolutely out of control. 20-5 in 15 rounds.
Well, it's fitting that the only rounds they've lost 5, and Rops has died 5 times. He's been such a beast. It's really unlucky for Magisk. He's trying to support his teammate. He takes a peek from ladder room towards the back alleys behind the trains just to see if anyone's going to be rapping on the bomb train. And when he turns back around to cover ladder room again, it's just a perfect timing for that pop flash. That's a bit brutal. Snappy in a 1 versus 4. I'm not sure. Woxic never got the communication. There's no kit. He just picks one up off a dead body, but this is desperation. And Chris J is going to finish it off very quickly, very easily. 10 rounds for Mousesports at halftime. Another big lead, and we'll see if Astralis have one more comeback in them. Otherwise, they'll be eliminated. All of Black, not just the Spring Showdown. We're headed to a break, and we'll be right back.
Hi guys, Res here from NIP, and joining me is Saivu, Robs and Alu, and today we're gonna go head to head in 4 Betway maps, free for all, and let's see who wins with the most kills. Get nothing.
I don't have any salary, it's not so strong. It's unfair that I'm here with Robs, Zaivu and Res. I think I have a pretty big disadvantage.
And welcome back. Second half, second map. Astralis and Mousesports here at Blast Premier. Now Astralis going to be playing on the T side, Mousesports on the CT side. And they have a pretty good lead at 10-5 going into the second half. If they win the pistol, much like we said on Overpass, probably this will be smooth sailing from Mousesports.
Yeah, well, it didn't work out that way at Overpass, so we'll just have to wait and see how this goes. Snappy gonna drop right down the ladder. Frozen is aggressive. Peek towards T-mid. Here's the footsteps. Gets caught in an awkward fight.
Wow.
Good shots from Chris J and Frozen and Kerrigan. They finally turn it right at the snap of a finger. So again, Mousesports gonna win the second half pistol round already with a big lead. And we'll see if this time they can close it out much easier.
Man, it felt so... Oh, a knife kill as well on Magus. That's just to make things even worse. I love it, Walksick. Not the first time he's knifed someone here at Blast Premier on train. I was getting really, really nervous when I saw Frozen wide swing behind the E-box to fight with that USP, and there was like 3 people there.
Yes.
But it still worked, and he lived. I don't even know how he stayed alive.
Yeah, I'm with you. I thought that was certainly going to be his death when he started aiming at the jumping player. I thought that would expose him way too much. I think it was Chris J who just kind of saved his life just at the perfect moment. No second round investment, Anders. This is new.
No second round investment. Well, I guess without the bomb plant, I mean, maybe they just don't want to do it. Not feeling it.
Oh my God, he's got an op.
Yeah, he's got an op.
Back away, young man.
And they're coming for a nice enough kill, and he's called in the FAMAS, and they don't have a lot of chance to fight that. Good triple spray down, and a good 12-5 lead here. So next round is going to be the buy for Astralis, but yeah, that makes sense, I guess.
I wonder if they didn't buy because of the knife and they figured, oh, he's going to have an op, there's no point for us getting deagles. And then if they just said, let's attack him with Glocks and see if we can get the op on the ground and maybe some craziness ensues where they can't recover it. I would wonder if Astralis was thinking that deep.
Could have definitely been, yeah.
Wouldn't put it past him. Yeah. 12-5, big lead for Mousesports, 7 rounds ahead. They just need 4 to close out Astralis. And remember, Astralis started their year at Blast Premier losing to Complexity, being upset 2-0 by the Juggernauts, and then losing to Na'Vi, being eliminated from the initial blast. This is their last chance to stay in this tournament.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah, I mean, that Complexity upset was just bizarre and very cool in a bunch of ways. This is not the start they were looking for. They got
this is
swiped.
not a good look. Yeah, this is an awful look. Oh dear. You hate to see it. 1 versus 5 for Yugi. Poor Yugi.
Well, he's hoping to cause some damage. Got to keep your hand in the game, I guess, and just keep thinking that there'll be an opening. So, yeah, building a little bit as he's going to be taking down Kerrigan. A lot of people looking at this corner. It's too many, and it's Robs again, of course. Another double kill for him, landing him at 22-5, which again is just completely absurd.
Well, while we have this opportunity, because it's probably going to be it's looking like it's going to be another save round or light buy, or during freeze time. Andrew, so what other games? We're going to do Vitality versus Dig next. So we have the second half of the day, the NA matches. Gen.G versus Triumph, MIBR versus Cloud9. Which one of those, tickles your fancy?
I think I picked Cloud9, I want to say. I can't remember what I picked for the other one. Ooh. A little bit of damage. What was the second or third, I guess, game? DNA game?
Gen.G versus Triumph. You picked Gen.G and Cloud9. I'm just wondering if either of those got you excited. Because I think the Triumph team is surprising a lot of people. I know I didn't know much about them, and I've seen them cause some upsets here. So I think that's cool to see them in the playoffs at all.
Yeah, I think that actually is really exciting, and I'm not super confident in Gen.G. That actually was one of the pictures. I was like, maybe this is how I could get some of my prediction points back, but I don't know. Cloud9, I'm kind of waiting for them to do even more. I feel like they've got some decent players there that could do more. And again, under the Cloud9 organization leadership, I'm also thinking like there should be some synergy there. So that's sort of half my reasoning. 14-5, Jason. I think you picked the same teams, didn't you?
Yes. I too was a bit uncomfortable with that Gen.G pick, which is weird going up against Triumph, but I still feel Gen.G needs a little bit more time to feel less dysfunctional, I guess. I still think that team, my expectations for that team, I almost, maybe I'm the one who's in the wrong, but my expectations for that team are very, very high with that roster. Fast pace from Astralis, 1-for-1 trade, and Chris J now steps up to the plate at E-Box. Dupree knows it. Ooh, what a pre-fire into the re-peak.
And look at Woxic, he's got an AWP, but he's walking in here with a deagle. What is the matter with him? Yeah, he deserved every bit of that.
I like this. I like this so much, Chris. He's got to press the issue. He's got it. And a quick flank, and Astralis is now trapped.
What? That is Mousesports saying, sit down. That's incredibly aggressive. Rob's 24-5. They're playing in just an insane. Well, he's playing an insane game, but the rest of them are too. Slight craziness from Woxic, but then this from Chris is, I mean, I think he must have had a heart attack there, Snappy.
Yeah, I like that look out of Chris and even Woxic. The Woxic one is crazy, and 99% of the time I'll hate that, but I love that they're up 14-5 and they're still being hyper aggressive and still just looking to close this out.
Bit of a chance for Device. Maybe could have seen someone. Chris will shut down another one. And this is just, I mean, like every one of these last rounds, it's a complete spiral for Astralis. There's nothing to stop the tide here. 2 on, that's going to be it. In a matter of seconds, they take them out 16-5. No hesitation, no doubt in Astralis, sorry, in Mousesports this time. They get rid of Astralis in a 2-0 fashion, and yeah, they don't even know what hit them.
Yeah, that look from Device, that was the I'm smiling so I just don't start crying type look. Oh man,
not?
2 very rough maps for Astralis, even forcing overtime on Overpass. That was still looked haggard for most of it. This one was a stomping, a beatdown. Good for Mousesports. They're gonna move on. They wipe Astralis out. And Astralis, the best team in the world for the past 2 years, eliminated from Blast Premier. We're headed to a break. We'll come back with the desk, so stay with us.
I want to talk a little bit to the esports world, but especially to you CSGO pros, about the Mamba mentality. I'm sick and tired of some of the things, some of the talking points that are coming out of these pro players. Like people saying, oh, well, I won a major, so what is there left for me to accomplish? Think it through. 2 majors, 3 majors. How about being the best you can be? If you could win 5 majors, if you could set the record, go ahead and go for that. That's what the Mamba mentality is about. It's about pursuing greatness. It's about building a legacy for yourself. It's about actually trying to be the best you can be, whatever level you're on. How about you actually try and develop your game, master your craft, leave a legacy? One day that money will be spent and all that will remain is your legacy, what you actually did and how you lived your life. How about competing to take what's yours for yours so you can get that money, you can secure that career, they have something to look forward to in their lives. I die for people, oh man, will you live for yours? That's what I want to say, Mamba mentality, carpe diem.
Oh. Yeah, that about sums it up. Mousesports had damn well better win this tournament now because they just ruined my predictions there. Astralis just not coming through at all on train. And Mousesports, I mean, turns out if you do everything you can to not even have to play a CT side, CT side isn't a problem after all. It's fine, works out. So, gentlemen, what do we take away from this series? Because that's it, a 2-mapper. Definitely was not expecting that. Thorin, do you want to start?
Listen, I don't want to like overly praise Mousesports T sides because I think Astralis themselves have struggled in this tournament. I mean, even on Nuke, they sometimes had kind of whack CT sides, which used to be their stronghold. But yeah, you don't even need a CT side if you're going to be as dominant as you are on these T sides. Like, obviously, there's a world in which Mousesports just closed out the first map in regulation. So I think this was more of the same. Rops has looked fantastic. Woxic's done what he needs to do. The Astralis players have just never been able to activate those individuals. Like, you would have times where Device would look good, or Magus would look good, or Dupree could I think actually Dupree was almost the most freed of all of them. But the rest of them, if anything, they really did look like less than the sum of their parts, which is kind of the most underwhelming element of the series, because I don't feel like Mousesports was as pressured as they should have been. Like, I feel as though a more competent team, Mousesports was there for the taking.
Maniac, do you concur with that we didn't quite see the A-game Mousesports here?
Well, I think they didn't need to, right? Sometimes in Counter-Strike, it's just about getting to 16, and you don't have to go to that 99th percentile of your level if your opponent team isn't really pushing you there now. Just want to touch on Rops for a second here, because this T half from Rops, 20 kills in one half, to me, that's what kind of separates him from being one of the top 5 players in the world. Being that effective, that impactful on the offense is the only last bit of challenge that Robs has as his development as a player, because in my book, by my rules and my metrics, he's already one of the best defensive players there are ever. Like, his anchoring, his abilities are just insane. He's always good for 2. Mechanically, I've said it a million times, this guy is just a god. And that kind of impact, that kind of space taking on the T side, to me, that's the last bit of it. That's like the last piece, the last recipe to that beautiful freaking menu that Rob says as a player.
To turn him into the ultimate beast, is that it? To sit at the top of the pack. Do you think he's capable?
Do you want a crazy
HLTV
stat,
number 1 next year? Hit me.
Right, the only one player from Astralis was ranked thus far in the top 20 players in this event, and that was Device, and he is 20th, and that is with a 1.06 rating. So really, for the whole event, that just shows what I was talking about. Like, yeah, I agree. If this was some sort of a bizarre, like, Space Jam type scenario, and you say you've got Device, you've got Magus, you've got Dupree, I could figure out a way to turn the boys loose, and maybe they could go crazy on the maps. But this is why I pointed out at the beginning of the tournament, the fact they didn't just give Snappy in-game leadership, the fact they didn't just try and play Dust 2 and Mirage and try and basically frag out, is because they seemingly are like stuck between 2 positions. They want to be the old Astralis so that when the other players come back, everything's cool straight away, right back into the old ways. But at the same time, they didn't have the personnel to do it. And so, like, the joke there, yeah, it's good memery by Zonic to throw the strat book out, as it were. Yeah. But, like, you may as well have just never had the strat book out, mate. That was never going to help you, I'm afraid. Like, as much as you'd like to do a lot of that stuff, like, this wasn't the match for it, wasn't the right opponent for it, and this isn't the right personnel for it.
No, that's the impression you got when you saw that, the books there. We have an interview with Woxic. Let's hear what he has to say.
Woxic, a 2-0 versus Astralis. But that overpass game, right? I want to talk to you about that clutch you had. It was 0.57 of a second left, right? So hardly any time, and you hit those crazy shots. Did you realize how close it was?
Yeah, I was thinking, okay, if he's defusing, it's like last seconds, you know? Like, I need to pick it now. Like, if he's holding me, I will die, but I need to get that risk, you know? So I just get the risk, and he died.
Now, you had a monstrous performance, and you guys certainly delivered on train. But how good is it for you guys, right? And how necessary is it to get such a good start? Because previously, we've seen you guys struggle. It's when you've lost the opening rounds, you've not been able to hit your shots early on.
Yeah, we haven't played like this before. Now we had a lot of confidence. Today was atmosphere was different in TeamSpeak for sure, and everybody had confidence. The calls was very nice from Finn. And we just listened at him, and we did well. So we just read their game, and we can also say okay, they are not practicing enough with their new lineup, but we also played like we playing against the other teams. Like doesn't matter whoever we play. So this time it's like we're feeling like really nice because something is worked. We have been losing a lot, but this kind of games is like you're gaining your back confidence, you know.
So if Woxic is saying that they just played the same way that they would play against any game, does that mean that this is 99% of their level, Maniac? Is this the level? Is this as far as Mousesports goes in terms of level?
No, I don't think it works like that. I don't think you can rationalize and to, you know, how much effort you have to put into it and how deep you have to go in the playbook. I think they still have some, you know, left under the pedal, but they just didn't have to use it right here.
All right, well, thank you very much for the analysis on this first match, but now it's time to get into the second one. From Europe, and we just had the brackets up there, and so it will be Dig versus Vitality, the Swedes versus the Frenchmen. And well, in a best of three, this is going to be it, because right now Dig are looking for an opportunity to upset Vitality. They're going to be the underdog in this match, despite the fact that they are chock full of legends. We've gone over this time and time again throughout this group stage, how they aren't quite up to snuff right now, and they're not quite able to take the win. And so, Thorin, how do you think that they're going to approach this game here, Dig? Because you know that they've got their work cut out for them.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a very, very tough one. I actually also think this is an example we'll get into in a minute where it's going to be also tough in the veto. Like, I don't really know where they're going to go to get any kind of a strength. I think that one of the big flaws they're going to have in this particular matchup is Holzerk is obviously their star player. He's the guy who has to pop off. And he's going against not just arguably the best AWPer in the world right now with Device's current form, but I'd even argue the AWPer that you don't want AWPers peeking into. Like, this is the guy who wins the AWP matchups. So I think against Zero, they're going to really struggle in that regard.
And I'm told now that we actually have an interview here with Get Right as well on his mentality going into this match. So let's hear that.
And where's your current motivation at? Because I know obviously you have your problems with your health and stuff, but from me, from knowing you from the 1.6 days and your first ever interviews you were doing, you were always this guy that never gave up and you had such a high motivation to win. Where do you sit currently within this? Because you've done it all, mate.
I mean, right now I'm having like huge issues. Not motivation issues because I love the game, but it's taking a hard tool to me personally to just sit and grind every day, mostly because how much health problem I've been having for the last couple of weeks and mental issues. It's taking a hard tool on me, and I felt like I wouldn't have this much issues like I've been having before for my years. And I mean, a lot of people know me. I've been having issues through my whole career. And it's never stopped me, it never like really slowed me down. This is the first time I really felt like this has slowed me down personally, because I felt like an upswing in my career, or like in this beginning of this year, and like after Flashpoint 1 and even like beginning on the road to Rio event, you know, I felt like something had changed and to the better side for me personally. And then all of a sudden I get like a slap into my face where it's like, hey, your mental state and your health isn't up to par. It's not really... It's not, you know, going well for you. Slow it down. And I've been trying to listen to it, getting help and that kind of stuff. But it's looking a little bit more better than it has been. I mean, 2-3 weeks ago, I basically just lie in bed and didn't do anything. And didn't grind, didn't do anything, just practice and that kind of stuff. So it's a strange feeling, but at the same time, it's a battle. And it goes up and down, if you ask me. And I'm trying my best to get back there. That's the only thing I can do. And when I say try my best, I don't mean to fucking, hey, I'm just saying and doing nothing with it. I'm like literally fucking doing everything. And I'm working out, training and talking to someone. And I even try and force myself to play even more, even though I don't want to, you know. It's going to take time, but I'm not easily giving up. I never have been that kind of person. So it's going to be a battle that's going to take a while.
And so what bothers me there is that, I mean, we know if you've gone back in time in CSGO and you've been around, you've known that GetRight has dealt with health issues in the past that he's always struggled through. And for a while there, it felt like they were going away. But if they're coming back, I mean, this couldn't be a worse time for GetRight and Dig when they need results and one of their heavy hitters is experiencing trouble again. I mean, do you think that that's going to play a big impact here? Because it didn't stop them in the past when they were NIP. Do you think it stops them now?
Well, I mean, you never like to hear that, especially from, you know, someone that I personally appreciate physical issues one thing, mental issues another. I mean,
I thought you were going to go with physically there for a second.
No,
but yeah, you really threw me
absolutely
off. Sorry.
not.
Okay,
No,
go
no.
ahead.
No, I mean, like, you know, mentally, if he's not having the best time with his life, that obviously that's a problem. And if we talk about win conditions for Dignitas and we zoom out a little bit, the one man that we need to mention is Halzerk. And I think it's both unfair, but at the same time legit that we mention his name, because if you think about the win conditions for Dignitas, then Halzerk, being the heavy hitter, has been the one shining light, true shining light when they had good results. He was always the one posting high numbers. That is not the case right here. 2 numbers for you. His rating past 3 months, 1.11. His ratings at this event, 0.86. That is a huge difference. He is not doing the job that he's supposed to. He is not creating the space. He's not giving Dignitas the power plays that they can then abuse. They have the experience. They know how to go about the clutches. But the situations just don't happen right now because Halzerk is not doing enough.
But he looks so happy. Look at him. These are live camera feeds as well, in case you're wondering, guys. We've got the live camera feeds from the players, from the commentators. We even got the fans in here. Be sure to check out Twitter and get involved if you want to be on the fan. But there's Anders. And now let's go ahead and hand it over to Thorin here for the veto.
Yeah, so obviously Dig is always going to ban Mirage. I mean, at this point in time, we know Vitality bans Train. Listen, it's not a great map for the guys from Dig, but get it out their way anyway, because they haven't got that many maps they're comfortable on. There are only 2 maps Dig has a positive win rate on, which is Nuke and Vertigo. Now, I would love it if they went into a Vertigo pick. I think it would be ballsy. They showed some nous at you when they played it earlier in the tournament. I personally suspect they'll probably just go with the Nuke pick and be safe. And from what I saw when Vitality cleaned up this Astralis lineup, they looked pretty nice on that map. So I actually feel like this doesn't show a lot of boldness from Dig in the veto here. Vitality can go basically anywhere they want. I wouldn't surprise, I mean, they're the French teams, if they pick Dust 2, it's such a weak map for the guys from Dig. I would prefer that you went into something like, I mean, I actually thought Inferno hasn't looked that bad for them. I feel like on both sides they kind of got it going there. They've taken a long time to pick here. They do go with the Dust 2 pick. Listen, the problem here is you want to say, like the old school refrain, why are you picking Dust 2? Like, you're just giving yourself a chance to get upset. I'm not scared of this Dig lineup. They haven't showed me the fragging that will make me worried. I actually think that's a good pick. I think the guys from Vitality have a favourable first 2 maps. What do you think for the decider?
I think it's going to be Overpass. I think, actually, hold on a second. Yeah, exactly. I think it should be Overpass. I don't know why Vitality would allow Vertigo to be in there as a 3rd map, and we would end up with the exact same maps as the last time these 2 teams met in the road to Rio. That was Nuke picked by Dignitas, Dust 2 by Vitality, and then Overpass. Now, if I'm Vitality, I don't even know why they're taking so long. Maybe it's just to leave us time to talk about it. Well, hold on. Hold your horses a second. They've decided to go for Vertigo. Okay. Vitality decided to go for Vertigo. That's going to be a real test for now Apex as the IGL and just the structure overall, because I've seen real issues in the CT side, mostly between the 2 bomb sides, how they cooperate together, how they help out each other, how they find information. Vertigo is a map that requires a lot of cooperation, like what's happening for you guys? Do you need help? Are you going to come back? That wasn't the case in the other game, so okay, they go for Vertigo. For now, I'll just slightly nod.
And so there we have it. Okay. We have to take a quick break, and we're going to be able to get into the action in just a moment's time. Thank you, gentlemen, for the analysis on the veto, and this is definitely going to be interesting. Hoping it goes to a 3rd map. I would like to see that Vertigo. But now it's time to take a break, and we'll hand it over to our commentators, Anders and Moses.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, you called me a noob. You called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke. And then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show, where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's all right.
There's an Internet Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Alige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy. You're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Oh, of course.
This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Oh!
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us, it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Blocky, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Okay, actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude.
Apex, that game on Dust 2 against Saw yesterday, to me those are one of the losses that you guys just shouldn't be letting happen, and especially for a team as good as you are. What did you make of it all? Because there was a lot of crazy force buys and great individual plays from these guys.
Well, yeah, obviously they play super well. There is nothing to say about that. The team was really good, but there is a bad thing about us that we don't play those games. I mean, those games that matters because of for the seeds, but as we were still kind of qualify, yeah, we still losing those, and I don't know why, and it's happened for a long time now. So I was really mad at ourselves yesterday because yeah, we didn't show up and we didn't play as we used to lately. So I was really mad, and yeah, today is gonna be different.
I look forward to seeing it, mate. Now, this game versus Dignitas, you beat them in the Road to Rio real recently, but how much of a threat do you think they really are?
Well, those players are really big legends, to be honest, so anything can happen against them. I'm pretty sure of that, so we're going to give our best. And if we play good as we did few matches we did before, I'm quite sure we will win this game.
All right, quite sure. I think that's some French politeness coming out. I mean, Vitality have a pretty good shot at doing this, I reckon. Dig definitely with their own struggles, and that's who's going to be playing now in the best of three. Jason, who did you pick for this one?
I have Vitality for this one, and I think Apex needs to be a little bit kinder to himself. He's also a legend. He called the Swedish guys legends, but he didn't include himself in that. He's been around. He's been competing in finals against these guys for years. So I think Vitality has a huge upper hand in this matchup, and if Dig can pull off this upset, that would be probably the most impressive victory this lineup will have had to this point.
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know. I keep seeing like cool stuff out of this lineup, stuff that makes me hopeful and excited. It makes me think that they could actually go somewhere with it. But there are definitely some mistakes being made and a couple of issues that have been their end more than a couple of times. We'll see how they do better this time around. It's on Nuke, starting on the T side, Dig and Vitality on the CT side.
All right, aggressive pistol round. Shox rushing ramp room from the CT side. Look how close he is. Oh my lord. I can't believe it exists. Just turns. Pulls out utility. That's a huge disaster. And this hit from Dig is naturally going to be just discombobulated. Everyone getting picked off one by one. What an electric start.
They got no kills. I love the fact that Gerrit just tried to run for the bomb plant and said, you know what? Screw it. Might as well just try and do it. But he got caught halfway through. So no chance at all there. No kills. And yeah, decent start for Vitality.
I wonder if that's Shox being a bit of a psychopath, or if that was like something in the research and the preparation that they had where they said, okay, pistol rounds, Dig doesn't like to come ramp room. We haven't, you know, maybe they looked into like 4 pistol rounds and never saw anyone from Dig head in that direction whatsoever.
Well, they eat some grenade damage right off the bat here. And Apex and Cyber will be able to pick that up pretty easily. A little bit annoying for Shox getting overrun and giving up the M4. That probably wasn't necessary. But now they just need, yeah, that's a good shot. Need to make sure that it doesn't sort of spiral from here. I don't think the Glock on Exist should be able to do much.
No, not at that range. Not against RPK with an M4. So 2-0 for Vitality. And due to the second round full save, we should be seeing a buy come in for Dig. Indeed, AKs will be picked up. I hope we get that assertive Shox that we had in the pistol round throughout most of this game. I hope we see that on a consistent basis. I'd love to see, this would be quite a time for Shox to have a revitalized performance.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting harder and harder to outshine some of these young stars, right? Like, Masuta's been great. Saiwu's obviously, you know, already made a huge name for himself. So I think it would be harder for Shox to do that, but I'm a huge fan of him. So, yeah, I hope that that's going to happen as well. They have to make it past the third round here. Early buy, Holzuk getting very close and almost catching Saiwu. That was close to being perfect timing. Saiwu might have known, and he swings back to take him down. Nice shot with the M4.
Oh, great peek as well from Apex. Good teamwork. Flash assist for Zaiwu. And he is still positioned right at the back of Warehouse. It's a 5-on-3. Dig losing members without gaining anything for it. And Zaiwu can just wait patiently. Yeah, he's got 2 different angles, but the chance that someone is wrapping all the way around. RPK's watching his back. All he has to do is face forward, looking for information. He knows there's players out here due to the grenades. And what a precise shot from Exist.
Yeah, that was definitely at least a good kill to try and bring it back.
They've got 40 seconds, Anders, and then they have the one flashbang on Forest. Like, I don't know what Dig, I don't know where they go to give themselves the best chance of taking this round. It looks like with GetRight's position in lobby, it's got to be this upper bomb site, but they're going to be so low on time. Everything has to be perfect from here. GetRight, going to hold lobby, and Vitality might have just given them everything.
Oh, that is hard to explain. With the time that was left, I mean, I guess they wanted to catch them off guard, but that's almost inexcusable. Apex sneaking up. Timing is looking good, and that's going to be a free kill and almost stopping the bomb plant. Pretty sure he could have had that. He's going to underhand that grenade down, but it doesn't actually kill Exist, and they're still just in a 2-on-2. Apex got to wait for his teammate coming in from Mini. That Shox on the other side, and yeah, he's just a second away from being in the mix. There's a bit of a chance. GetRight turning for it, but Apex will land a headshot, and good recovery from Apex. A nice quad kill.
Holy hell. Yeah, I guess I'd have to watch that round over again to really be able to judge it properly, because normally when you lose outside and you feel that pressure, that impending doom of someone being able to flank up heaven, that is the proper play, is to get yourself some safety by pushing into lobby. Obviously, GetRight has a great performance for that double kill, but it does feel weird this late in the round. And it did feel weird in that scenario, but there's no way for Vitality to know the level of the advantage they had if they just sat inside the site. I think it's the man advantage that made me feel really uncomfortable with that call in that scenario.
Wild times there. That could have almost cost them the round. 3 Deagles, Tech 9 and a Scout on the Dig side. Bomb plant, I mean, yeah. Half buy here with the bomb plant, then they could buy easily in the next round. Apex about to find some good timing. The Molotov will segment them a bit, and oh, he almost gave up his life, and he does anyway. Freiburg will take him down.
Now this should thin out the defense because there's going to have to be someone else to rotate down below. No one's doing it just yet for the side of Vitality. Just ZywOo, and Shox is down here as well. We'll see if Dig can break their way, and if they encounter too much resistance, they do have control of vents, they could climb up, but it looks like Masuda is watching for exactly that. There is utility, there is one smoke for Dignitas to, or Dig to use to get into this bomb site, and actually, Vitality again is making a misread of the scenario. ZywOo and Shox were just down lower, and they've rotated off of it. There's no one defending this lower bomb site now. Oh dear.
Well, it's not going to really matter with the flashbang, but, you know, just in case, that would have kind of sucked. Yeah, you're right. Completely misreading it. And I don't even know how it's possible. Like, at least someone surely would have stayed close by.
I wish we could, like, have a call-in to Maniac, who I know is listening to comms. That had to have been somebody making a miscall. For ZywOo and Shox to leave that bomb site so convincingly, I'm not even sure if this retake is worth the attempt. Get right with a tag after the headshot. And the rest of the Vitality team has been cleaned up. This is a massive loss for Vitality. Not just the misread and leaving the lower bomb site, but then coming back and going for it in a 4-on-5, and you lose everything. What a swing.
Yeah, what a swing. That, and I can't even really understand it. I mean, that has the same feeling as in the other round when they were pushing into the lobby. They're kind of like, hey, let's go do something. Like, maybe if we, you know, if we catch them, it'll be genius. But it's like, yeah, unfortunately, though, you can't just be flipping a coin like that and saying, what if we leave the entire B, you know, side of the map and just don't even defend it? Not really, not acceptable.
No, it's a bit strange. But like I said, there had to have been something that we just didn't hear, some piece of information, some call from a teammate to cause that. 3-1, still Vitality in the lead, but man, they're on back-breaking economy at this point. ZywOo, Glass Cannon Scout, 2 SMGs, 2 M4s, no kits, no head armor. This is going to be tough.
Whole wall coming out. Molotov over towards Secret Stairs. They've got it all figured out, and not faking it, moving right past, right into Shox, who will take out Freiburg. So this time that fight is going to go in favor of Vitality, and Shox won't stick around. No reason that he should. Apex is also covering Mini.
Yeah, he is indeed. No, that spacing from Dig is a bit iffy. No one available there for the trade of Freiburg. That's the power of the entry player. He's willing to go and die just so someone else can get that trade, but no one was there to pounce. Now Forrest jumps, and Shox picks him right out of the sky, pins him to the wall. Flashbang is out, and he's playing this superbly.
Yeah, falling back, and definitely hearing him stepping on the other side. 30 seconds, and more backup is coming. Almost shooting into the back now. This is going to go horribly wrong for Dig, which is a real shame, considering they just stole that last round, or managed to turn it in their favor. But yeah, this won't work out. They exist trying to fight it, but it's not going to happen. Apex will take him down. So 4-1. They have the money to buy anyway, Dig. I guess that's the big, the good news here.
We're getting that fun Shoxy. We're getting Shoxy Jesus so far to start this game. That's a really nice sequence, and that's one of the players, despite the fact that he seemingly feels like a shadow of his former glory, you still don't want to give someone like Shox those one-on-one fights over and over. The fight, the relocate, the fight, the relocate. Great defense of the lower bomb site, and Vitality have a 3-round lead. Another buy coming in for Dig, as they did win a round starting with mostly Deagles and Tech 9s. And again, Shox is just being aggressive, and again, no chance for a trade. What a freak. I wonder, we talk about this frequently, Anders, when we watch Dig play this map, is that there is the opportunity for the CT side to be aggressive towards lobby, because more often than not, it's usually outside presence, and Get Right is like the lone player holding towards lobby. So we always wonder if any team is going to come in with a hyper-aggressive defensive side to exploit Get Right. Shox is doing that at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, it's usually really hard to find Get Right, but yeah, it has been sort of a topic that we've been going back to. Shox boosted up in the corner, and he'll get that kill. He couldn't really see much. And even Saibu showing up with a headshot on the scout, and then a follow-up body shot to take down Exist. The celebration or the excitement about having enough money to buy here has kind of disappeared quickly. Some of these rounds seem really decisive in favor of Vitality as well. When they're in the right position, they're really winning.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing at the moment from Dig is that they're coming into these rounds with a game plan, but the aggression from Shox and Ramp Room twice now, even the pistol round and now this round, has really messed with their plan, and they're struggling to find an adaptation in the mid-round scenario, whether it's because they don't have a plan B or because the early battles are won so decisively by Vitality. Whichever one you want to pick, Dig is just getting ruined by what Vitality is bringing to the table. Scout is going to get upgraded for an AK-47, and this is looking beautiful for Vitality.
In fact, they've upgraded into...
Look at that little smile on Shox's face.
Don't get to see that often enough, do we? Yeah.
No.
He's looking around saying, where's the competition? What's up? Oh, man. 3 AKs that they've stolen. It does give us Tech 9s on Dig's side. 2 of them. Makes me happy. Gonna be Molotoving off on the hut and running whole circ all the way down. So he's ready. So Shox and actually a couple of people showing up. They're running under him, and yeah, this could be interesting. Is he gonna make the jump down? Bomb is being planted. Shox wanting to stay safe, and I don't really blame him for his. There's the kill. And outside, Saibu also taking a bit of a fight. Is Shox realizing someone is here? He's just going to tap the bomb, waiting for someone to show up. 4 versus 2. As long as they don't panic, they should win this round.
Yeah, but it is awkward for Shox. He's waiting for his teammates to show up and actually give him some assistance. Get Right, biding his time with the Tech 9. That bomb is getting very low. Good win for Get Right, but it's just the only one. Again, Shox playing such a good game at the moment. Another multi-kill round for him. And he's going to get the defuse on top of it. 6-1.
Yeah, that's actually just a very good job, isn't it? Because again, if he would have jumped down, let's say when the bomb was being planted, when it was being covered by Get Right, who knows if he just goes down and suddenly they're in like a 3-on-4 or 3-on-3 or something like that. Very important that he stayed cool. 6-1, and we have got, with the bomb plant especially, plenty of money on the Dig side. Got that AWP on whole circ. That's been thrilling to watch him play with his team. Forrest going down, but that's a nice guess. Instant revenge.
Get Right over in the door. Halzerk and Exist rotating back to help him out. Dig still have a variety of options to do, but again, this aggression from Shox, it feels like it's just a matter of time. Get Right's going to have to clear this out, and you know he's going to check it. It's not going to matter.
Yeah, Shox is really... He's playing this part of the map excellently. Good and important peek from Freiburg, something that can easily be overlooked once there's already been some aggression out in Yard. Maybe you think, well, surely it's not going to be anyone, lingering around out here. 55 seconds as they make their way down Secret. Masuta is on the other side, and that's a good position for him to be in, just to take a peek. Oh, he's going to keep moving forward. That is not a good position, and now waiting around the corner. They weren't expecting that. Shox with a huge double. He actually wanted more even. He's going to fall back and just Molotov that off, but I can't believe he just did that.
No, that's a fantastic double kill, and he can just stay down. He can actually even hop into vents and just spot for the cross from Exist. And Shox has all the information. What a game he is playing at the moment. I love this. Exist gonna challenge. Molotov into the corner. Shox will just tuck deeper. That's not gonna reach him. And meanwhile, RPK has a freebie. A free kill as Exist tries to deal with Shox. A triple kill round for him. 7-1. This Shox is a time traveler. This is like 2014 Shox going to the future.
Well, I mean, if that were possible, man, there are some people we need to go and get, Jason. Bring them back here. Markelov, be my first pick, obviously.
Of course, that would be your first pick. You got Get Right, Forrest in the server, and you're choosing Markelov. You sick, twisted bastard.
Oh, man. 7-1, ladies and gentlemen. These rounds are, I mean, they're pretty quick from dig on. They're not really messing around once they get into the action. But it's just they're getting beat up quite a bit. You could tell on the scoreboard or on the looking at the economy vitality, it's not like they've made their way out completely clean in some of these rounds. So has actually cost them a little bit to have the lead, which is fine as long as they can continue it, I suppose. But consecutive rounds right now, if they went 7-3, it could be a decent half all of a sudden for Dig.
Problem is, have we seen them in a close round like that they lost? I don't like they're really struggling to even get anything going, at least initially. This door. Oh, Apex is playing a very dangerous game. Oh dear, he just wanted the information. That's for the lobby pinch. They're wrapping around this whole time. Halsark and GET are dead. They don't even know it yet. Oh, but no, GET turns it. Spins it right in his favor. That's incredible stuff.
Well, they come back towards Cyber, and that's always a mistake. Good shot with the AW. GET. Yep, he's reading the writing on the wall, just saying, let me get out. And Shocks, that looked like it was about to be a headshot, but not quite. And now, well, he's going to jump past his own Molotov, I think, to go for it. 1 versus 2. Swings the corner with the P250, but he's surely dead here. Yeah, and it's too much to handle. That's a nice recovery out of GET.
Yeah, there really is. I love everything about that play from Apex and Vitality. That's Apex causing a distraction for the lobby crunch. Not only does he get the information when he opens and closes the door so quickly, but all the spam is masking those footsteps of those players wrapping around him. The chaos is probably preventing a lot of communication from coming in. That's a very clever way of pulling off a lobby crunch. And unfortunately, GET just hits 2 great shots. He did it previously as well, just holding angles inside of lobby, got a double kill as well.
7-2 scoreline, and look at the odds favoring Vitality right now. That one round, I mean, again, this is for the whole series, but the trend so far has been pretty heavily in favor of the French side. So hard to blame people for trending in that direction. Cyber's outside, and he's got a lot of info what's coming. Can they readjust? I don't think in time. Oh, Masuta with just the pistol, turning around, and he's there for the triple with the AK-47, continuing into the quad, and leaving Halsark alone. Oh, what a slaughter.
Oh dear, Halsark in an impossible situation. At least he's got the bomb. At least he can spend some of this time trying to readjust it across the map. I do not enjoy that play calling. A minute left trying to come through that smoke in the door. And a round you had to have known their economy was going to be a bit busted. A 5-7 is your doom.
I mean, what can he do at this point in time? Especially with a knife out. That's hard to get a kill at that range. This isn't... I don't know. What game can you throw your knife in, Jason? Call of Duty? Is that possible?
The old school GoldenEye, you could do throwing knives.
All right. Dating yourself again?
Yeah, I'm really good at that.
None of the Sumas know what that is.
Listen, GoldenEye, everyone, that should be taught in high school. That should be taught in elementary school. That was the game that defined all the FPS games that followed it. It started the whole genre.
Oh, okay. It's a big claim. Ooh, Masuta, he was inspired by his previous self, and so is HPK. Going for it. Shocks fighting back in a decent style, and he'll actually make his escape with the deagle. He might be jumping down to his death here. Sliding off and not getting the headshot. This is 9-2 in really not that long time here for Vitality. They are off to a brilliant start on Nuke.
I mean, you're making the joke that I'm dating myself. I think what we have going on right now is Dig is really looking dated. They're getting out-boomered.
Oh no.
All these fast, aggressive plays, the pushes from Shocks, the lobby crunches, they look like they're just, 5 steps behind at the moment.
Yeah, you're right. It's been a little bit ugly, hasn't it? Just some good stuff coming out so far. Looked like a really fresh Vitality here that we're seeing. It's also a Vitality where it seems like everyone's playing well. Like this is just the whole team working well together. which is, I mean, that's always going to be hard to deal with whenever a team is having that kind of performance where everyone is just strapped in and ready to go.
Man, this is it's not going well, Anders. I hope you didn't pick Dig.
I didn't. Didn't someone though? I feel like there was some crazy person that did.
Who was it?
I've learned my lesson.
It's normally you.
It is normally
No,
you.
nobody picked Dig. It was a full sweep for Vitality in this prediction.
Wow. Do you want to change?
Oh, you're not gonna catch me making that mistake.
Think of the credit, Jason, you would get. Think of the... It would just be awe-inspiring. People would... Someone would build a statue if you did it.
Well, I've always wanted a statue of myself.
Yeah. Made in what material? Gold?
I don't know, that's a really
copper.
good question.
You really
Brass, I think I want brass.
thought maybe you disconnected, but you were just thinking.
I actually was giving it some thought. Shox is in some trouble,
Wait.
and while he's played incredibly this whole time, I don't think there's a chance.
It's almost like he heard Get Right and just tried to ignore him for a while.
I know. I was so confused. Maybe how much success he's been having made him think that he could just sit there at that impossible angle and hold off a 4-man hit.
Oh, Saibu, yeah, they're right on the other side too. Is he realizing how quick they got down here? Well, now he certainly is. He'll pick up the kill, but there's another one there. Still doesn't even matter. Whole circ to drop. Masuta back in action with more double kills. Been having himself a good time, landing himself 10, which is still being outdone by Saibu and Shox and Apex. So, yeah, 10-2. I actually thought maybe they could catch Saibu there a little bit quicker, but not so.
I thought he was going to get himself killed. I was with you. It looked like he wanted to just straight up peek through double doors and ignore the fact that the entire control window had been lost. I don't know why he's looking so frustrated. 10-2, 8-round lead, and we still haven't seen a whole lot of positive play yet out of this Dig roster.
No, I really feel like it's lacking. It's eluding us for the minute. Shox there with a little bit of a secondary smoke. Turning around for some of the bullets coming his way. Yeah, I'd probably want to back out given the health that he has here. None of that connecting through the wall either. He's brought in Apex to continue the grenade throwing. But it looks like Dick want to set up for an explosion into the A-bomb side here.
Yeah, that is their last chance for us with the opening. And Apex, he's committed. Gonna back away off the flashbang, waiting for Zywoo in support. Utility is gonna be dumped. Shox is quickly in lobby on the flank. Double flash, and Zywoo almost hits a blind shot, but Masuta is now involved. Shox is now involved, and the bomb is on the ground. Freiburg stuck on the other side of the smoke. It clears, his position is given up, and Shox is gonna end things. 11-2. Vitality can do no wrong.
I swear some of these rounds look like they're about to swing in Dig's favor. I mean, the entry onto the bomb site here was looking really good, but they can't hold on to even the rounds that start somewhat well. 11-2, moving into round number 14. This is so quick. How long has this game been going for? Like 5 minutes, and they're just already losing the first half.
Yeah, it feels really fast, and if you wanna take it a step further and talk about how much worse it is for Dig, this is their map pick. This is the map that they wanted to play coming into the series. Yet to show us a reason why.
Man, I don't know. I was obviously thinking Vitality were the favorites to win this going into it, but maybe not quite at this level.
Not by this much. Yeah, well, I don't think anyone expected Shox to have the kind of start that he wanted, and for me, that start from Shox is the defining performance so far in this game, because I truly do think that his aggressiveness, his assertiveness, especially from ramp room, has just demolished the game plan that Dig surely came into this with. At some point, after you get demolished by Shox that many times, you try and switch things up on the fly, and I don't think it's nearly as effective as Dig would like.
It definitely doesn't seem like it. Ooh. Masuta nearly going down. They need the next 2 rounds so badly, and then they need to win the pistol in the second half, and maybe then there could be some energy back on the side of Dig here, but things really are looking rough. Deep grenade does land on 3 players. That's a massive grenade to soften up against the M4s. One jumps over the shot from Saiwu, but they won't survive, and it continues.
No.
That's a beautiful triple. They had the chance. They were even jumping over his bullets, but no long-term survival there.
All right, Get Right on top of the silo. Zaiwu is gonna just add one more onto it. What an incredible sequence. 16-5 for Zaiwu. Shox is 16-6. Apex is 13-5. This is wild.
I'll tell you what the real tragedy is here. It's now that they're winning so much, we're not getting any of the really good Apex movements. Like it's completely eluding us.
Yeah, because they're not getting destroyed, so we're not seeing the frustrated Apex.
Yeah.
But I wonder, we've spent like 3 years looking at that form of Apex. I wonder if there's some cool memeable glimpses at Happy Apex. We've never even seen that.
Yeah, there could be. Maybe like a Happy Apex dance or something. Not this round.
Well, we had the bird wings.
Bird wings were good. I wonder if we still have that queued up from yesterday. Did someone save it on a hard drive? Could be an important piece of history. Oh, Mitsuta comes back and takes down Get Right. Shox turning for the flashbang, looking for the setup. Really patient from Shox, but he wasn't quick enough to get the kill. So 2 on 3. RPK low. Oh no!
What?
RPK with a headshot on Holzerk. I thought they were dead this round. This should have been the round where finally Dig could pick it up. Absolutely insane shooting coming out here from the CT side. And Forrest now 1 versus 2. Turns his back and he's dead. 13-2. 4 vitality in the first half. What a grotesque performance from the French side. 17-7 on Shox at the end of it, and 16-6 on Saiwu. This is really something. We'll see how this goes in the second half. That's coming up after the break. Stay tuned.
Could be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario. And in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, Get Right got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's Get Right? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiberg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then, even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
Well, here we go. It started off like this, Vitality flying just into the future. Things were looking amazing, and it ended like this, Jason, with just excitement, clapping all over the place. 13-2 in their favor.
Yeah, that's such a wild first half. That happened, that was so quick. That was so quick, and Dig haven't even provided themselves with enough to really even have an opportunity to get back into this map. If they lose the pistol, it's over. Vitality just 3 rounds away from taking this opening map of the series. Not a good look so far for Dig. Here we go, towards outside. Shock's on the ground. He's had a phenomenal game, a resurgent performance. And Apex getting ready to drop down Mini.
There's the jump past. Makes a bit of noise, but they would have heard that anyway. Bomb is making his way down as well, looking to see if they could get into ramp from the other side, and that catches Get Right, and hard to blame him. Who would have seen that coming? I actually thought maybe they would go back and go down secret, but not quite so. Exist is falling back in the bomb site. Oh, the madness continues. They're all coming for him, and he gets a kill, and then he's down. This is just, they can't be stopped, apparently.
What a well executed pistol round from Vitality, and Shox is even dueling against Holzerk at range. Finally, he goes down, so does Zywoo. 2-on-2 situation, and there's no kits picked up.
No, there isn't no smoke or anything either. So, I mean, yeah, once these doors get bust open, it's going to be very hard. They're looking for them everywhere and not finding them, and that's crucial time. They have picked up a kit now, so we'll see what they could do. Tapping the bomb again. Here comes the charge, and Holzerk holding the line. That is incredible. A 2-on-4 into a 2-on-2 victory. Yeah, and Holzerk punishing them a bit, even in their death. I can't blame him.
That might be the first time we've seen Vitality, actually maybe the second time we've seen them make a mistake, at least the first time they recovered in that opening half, but man, that's rough. The plan to come out the window off the bomb, good job from Dig. Nice shooting from Holzerk as well, protecting his teammate, and Dig finally have something to be cheering for. An important clutch to keep them in this map, but it's a second round bye. AKs, Galils, and utility for Vitality.
I think that was over-eagerness, right? That was Vitality already celebrating and just being excited about the whole thing. And probably not quite thinking clearly. Holzerk goes down, so I guess the madness is just back right away. Not even a round of reprieve for Dig. My God. Jason, have they got no mercy at all?
Here's the problem is, why would you not make this call to buy when this entire half you've just been dominating every step of the way? Like, Dig has made them not feel any pressure whatsoever. They've done nothing to say that they can actually stop them. So, yeah, if I'm Vitality, even with this lead, I mentioned this even in the previous series as well. This is when I usually hate these second round buys, but you can't even argue with the fact that Vitality, everyone has been performing so well and so dominant. There's no reason to not think that you can't just exert your force of will again. So 14-3 is going to be the score, and it's now Dig who win the pistol round and are broke moving forward.
I bet they said, lol, let's buy. They just, that's how how comfortable they're feeling. 14-3. This is outrageous. Yeah. I mean, winning Apex is much less entertaining. That's what I'm learning so far. I'm glad he's winning. I like Apex. He's a great person, but
you want to see him lose?
There we go.
Just for your own selfish purposes.
He's got some hand movements back.
What was that one? If you had to give that one a title, like a piece of art, what would it be?
I think that was like smash him up, ground him like pepper, like this guy's. Like you've all seen it. You've all seen Hell's Kitchen or something like that. Something like that.
Yeah, good one. That was well done.
I bet we could Photoshop like a pepper grinder in there, like one of those things.
You know, most people have gone, when you make like cooking jokes with the French, have gone for the baguette angle. You've changed it entirely.
I know. I mean, we can sure to come up with
something.
something.
Think the baguette is overplayed at this point?
Slightly, right? I sadly don't know much about French food. They have this thing called, I think, raclette or something, which is like melted cheese, where they melt cheese off like a giant cheese wheel, and it just about looks like the best thing in the world.
That does sound fantastic.
Yeah, like they melt it straight onto your baguette. It's just genius.
Straight onto your baguette. Is that a euphemism?
Yeah, I'm sure if you go to the right spot, it could be. Get right. Goes down. Shocks continue. Exist is next in line. There is no stopping this Vitality team. I don't know. We should go on to the next map already. This is absolutely insane.
Yeah. This is where you see Fifth Laren run out from behind his little webcam and throw the towel in, and he's like, "Oh, I gotta stop it. I don't want to see my boys beaten up like this."
Yeah, please, they've had enough. They can't deal with it anymore.
Bless my heart and soul. 15-3.
Fairly aggressive map 1. Well, at least they have upgraded pistols in this round, Jace.
Yeah, at least. They've got to rattle off 12 in a row if they want to come back in this. I would bet that's not going to happen.
Yeah? I think your returns on that bet are going to be really tiny. Like the transaction fee will actually eliminate your winnings.
Yep, it's not even worth it. ZywOo outside, and he's holding strong with no fear. There's no utility out. He's willing to take whatever fight, wherever it comes from. Apex is going to push on top of the roof. Get Right is fortunate that Shox is not having a wider angle. Delayed lobby crunch is working for the moment, but again, it's Shox they have to deal with. Even though he's low in HP, he's been so good. He does go down. And Apex going to start walking as he comes back in for the flank.
Man, they're low on health. Exist and Freiburg here. So, yeah, with a bit of a, maybe a bit of a fortunate fight, it could be 2 quick kills coming in from Vitality. They have 55 seconds. Holzerk falling back as well. And ZywOo just hanging out on the other side.
I think this is the best thing. Yeah, I think this is the best thing Dig can do, is just fall away from lobby. That's where Vitality is going to expect you to be. So just back off.
Maybe the best thing they have done so far on the map.
Sick. It's reasonable. Ooh, there's a nice shot for poor Freiburg fan. Poor everyone from Dig. This is actually painful to watch a little bit. Apex is going to start putting the bomb down, and you would imagine. He's got a lot of utility as well. ZywOo's got to cover heaven. And he will indeed. Exist goes for a very wide swing. And Holzerk is the last one left.
Oh, I don't think they were expecting a second player there. Can he get it? He can. Good double for him. Going to be jumping down to defuse it. So, 15-4. They make it through. At least another round. Just 11 more to go.
Problem is they had to fully invest in this round, so they still don't have a lot of money. Like, their buy in this round is still going to be pretty trash compared to what Vitality's going to have. Holzerk is going to drop an M4 just so teammates can get utility, but 2 SMGs on the board. You imagine a third one or a FAMAS on Freiburg. It's not looking good. You know, we've often talked about always having a permanent camera on Apex, and I guess in a way, this isn't really how we wanted it done, but we've kind of got one now.
Yeah, it's good. I mean, we should have him in the corner, like maybe a secondary stream just for him, like a whole different channel that people could just tune into. A sort of Big Brother with just Apex being, and he can't get voted out ever. Oh, flashbang is really good, but Exist is still able to find at least the 1 kill. Oh, and a nice shot from Holzerk to take down Masuda before he even hits the ground. So 2 versus 4 here. Auto shotgun will take care of it. And Apex running for the bomb plant, which he won't get. That's finally a better round. That's like the first console round.
Yeah, that one makes them... And now that should force Vitality into a save. Apex is the only one with money. So yeah, time for Vitality to just chill. Maybe do one of the classic French timeouts. Sit and spawn, talk things over, figure out that next gun round. You got a lot of rounds to play with. 10-round lead still for the Frenchman, and here we are live again. Dust 2 will be the next map, Anders.
Which I don't think necessarily is going to be great news for Dig, given that Saivu and Shox are hitting all of their shots, and so is the rest of the team. That could be a real issue. They do have 3 stolen AKs on the CT side. That's something. Masuda hitting a headshot, and
Don't do it.
Danger for Get Right, but he's going to stand tall out in the garage, dropping Saivu and Apex. A little bit scary there. Finally, we'll go down to Shox. So that still makes it a 2-on-3. Please, not 2 pistols.
It would be fitting. There would be some kind of poetic end if this was the way it was going to go. I think this position from Freiburg should seal a victory for Dig, though. I find it hard unless he gets really unlucky with timing. He hasn't gotten a kill in the round, so I don't necessarily think they even know he's here. And he's already moved past Shox's vision. Now, if Forrest gets killed, which he has, Freiburg's going to have to make a move, but he'll be able to grab the bomb. Shox has the bomb. Oh, he's been spotted. What a great heads-up play from Shox, but he's out in the open. There was no chance for him to get away. Masuda is going to finish it off. 16-5 is the final score, and that's a dominant victory from Vitality. They didn't struggle whatsoever, and Dig have got to feel pretty stunned. That's their map pick that goes the other direction in such an incredible fashion. So, we'll take a break. Dig is going to have to talk things over, get back into it. And man, what a performance from Shox. If we get that on a map too, this might be a quick series. 16-5, and we're going to head to the break.
Have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other. They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, you know, play at an insane level.
I actually think they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire, mixed in, he gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always like going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way. Apex, how did that feel on you? You took down Astralis, now you've taken Dignitas down on their best map, and you also got into Dust 2, which is a confident map for you guys and not looking so good. So is this just going to be a quick 2-0?
Well, definitely. I think we played a really good nuke. Right now, it's one of our strongest maps, so I was pretty confident in it. And we played really well city side, so when you played such a good city side, it's pretty nice game overall. So yeah, now focusing on Dust 2, it's going to be different. I guess they're going to give us more difficulties on this one, I'm pretty sure. But yeah, I'm still confident to take that one.
Well, Apex has reason to be confident right now. Dignitas are not really showing up on this map. The heavy hitters for Dignitas in particular have been struggling. Forrest not quite hitting his form here. It was only Get Right who was kind of just trying to put up a fight. But Dig have got to find some answers here for the second map, or this is going to be the end of their playoff run. Thorin, what did you take away from that first map of the series, my man?
This is basically why they brought Shox in, as I referenced a few days ago. They actually wanted him to be the second star along with Zewu and reinvent his game back to what it used to be a few years back, not the kind of in-game leader / role player he'd been in G2 for the last few years. And the interesting thing about this matchup is, since we've got 4 members of the classic NIP, people forget the reason why Very Games was able to topple NIP and become the best team in the world many years ago was because of this man, Shox. He was the nip killer. He always used to get it going in those finals. Even when he switched over to LDLC and Envy, he used to absolutely torment the NIP guys. He looked fantastic in this game. Zewu, the guy just delivers every single time. And then I think you said it best, Samuel. The problem is, this could have been an interesting game if some people from Dig had turned up. In this game, they had a really, really lackluster attempt to the game. They didn't even look by some of the pushes like they believed they were going to win some of these aim duels. So when you consider this was their map pick, really underwhelming start to the series. They've got to see something very different on map 2.
And Maniac, I mean, that is where we're going to be going. I believe you have a clip to show us here that could highlight some points.
Yeah, absolutely. I just wanted to talk to you guys and show you a little bit the confidence that Vitality had going into this game, because they were so aggressive here. This is an inside push coming in from Dignitas. Apex is going to do his best to get 1 kill, revenge, but then look at this. They don't even give Dignitas the time to plant. They're going to use their flashes together and jump right in. No bomb plant whatsoever. They're going in with the AWP. The trading game is on point. Zai was going through smoke, Zoot as well, and that is it. So this sequence right here is just a good illustration. Vitality, they did not doubt any second. Never second-guess themselves. They just went in, they just run the train on Dig, and that was it. And I mean, I agree with you guys. It was problematic on the side of Dig. No one really showed up individually speaking, and I think Vitality just never let them use their strategies. They never allowed them. They were always one step ahead. They was always in their faces, and individually speaking, this just, you know, night and day. They were just too good.
And so moving into Dust 2, the second map of the series, I mean, we usually say more of a frag-heavy kind of map, a bit more on the aimer side of the map, but that's not like Dig right now. It's like, yeah, can we not? Because if Forrest and the guys aren't showing up to hit shots, what do they need to do? Thorin, we'll start with you.
I mean, I'll actually invoke the term for probably the most meaningful way it's been used in the last 4 years. They need some nip magic. They need to actually come and have people win clutches. They need people. I mean, Exist did not bad there, but we need Freiburg to do something in the game. Obviously, it goes without saying, Forrest and Holzerg have to perform. So, listen, it's not impossible. There's a world in which 2 or 3 of these guys light up a little bit in terms of aim, and they can certainly make this an interesting map. I mean, one thing I found very interesting in my interview with Alex about his time at Vitality was he basically said the reason they used to struggle on this on Dust 2 was that they couldn't sort of get Ziwu integrated on the map. So he can certainly frag out, but I have always noticed that sometimes he can just get left on that A site. So listen, this is not a map anyone can be guaranteed to win, as the last 5 or 4 days of Blast should have shown everyone with a million ties on it. So if the game is still right there for Dig, but we cannot be anything like that new performance.
And Maniac, who are you going to be watching here on Vitality to just close it out? Is it still going to be the Zywoo Shoxy combo that just get the job done here on Dust 2?
Well, we have it here on the screen. I think Shox, I'm gonna use that momentum from Nuke and hope that he somewhat carries over to Dust 2, right? Because I have this bittersweet feeling, this bittersweet memory of Shox taking over when I see him play like that. The problem is it's just too sporadic, right? It doesn't happen. The consistency really isn't here. But when it happens, then I just want to enjoy it. I think, as Duncan pointed out, Shox playing to his level of years ago, jadis, that would be the key for Vitality to be back at the top. But it's just it doesn't happen too often. So just want to happen a little bit more.
Well, we actually have a little bit more time here, gentlemen, to discuss. And so we can get into, I mean, Dig, this looked like their lowest performing map as well in the last 3 months, which doesn't bode well. I mean, Halzerk didn't even really manage to hit his stride in that map as well. And I mean, is there just too much pressure? We're continuing to put too much pressure on this guy? I mean, he doesn't look very happy right now.
Yeah, no, it doesn't look great. And I'm just looking at their stats past 3 months. Halzerk is the second best rated, but with 0.94. That's not a good look. And the maps I've played, it did feel like he didn't really find any way to have an impact. He was cornered on that B-bomb side, overtaken by these B-splits more often than not really finding his groove. So yeah, Dust 2 is definitely not the map I'll put him to shine. And I still think that the responsibility on his shoulders is just way too much. And Duncan even tweeted about it. We can't really expect him to be, carrying all the games like Nico, Lexi, but obviously not. All I'm saying is that whenever Dig found some great results along the way, that was almost always through Halzerk. That's like the problem. That's the one dimension through which they could shine. Forrest would do Forrest. His numbers are always, I want to say, from average to good. He's probably the only one always performing, bearing this new game that we just had. But Halzerk would be the one. Whenever Dignitas had a good result, he'd be the one. But that is unfair. He should be part of the system, not the system in itself.
Do you agree with that assessment, Thorn?
Yeah, I mean, the whole point for me is he's supposed to just be the best player in Dig, and then the rest of the players are meant to do their job, and then he puts you over the top by having big performances. Another problem you're going to face, and especially in a matchup like this, is one of the areas you can always break down any team sport is, let's start with the 2 superstar players. Who's the best player on your team? Who's the best player on our team? Well, at the moment, the best player on the Vitality side is levels above Halzerk. So even if Halzerk plays up to what he can do, I think it's unreasonable to expect him to outshine Ziwu. So we're going to have something else from the others. Now listen, the rest of Vitality famously have underwhelmed at times and have not been able to put frags on the board. So I would say look to the rest of the Dig players. Yes, Halzerk's got to do his job, but what are they there for? They're not just there to be famous players and have a lot of experience. They're there also to put frags on the board and to win Counter-Strike games. So start now.
Well, on that note, I think it's a good time to move into a quick break before we get into this second map of the series, and we'll find out if Dignitas, it's redemption time for them. They need to come up with the goods or they're going to be out. So we'll find out right after the break.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayor and everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one. Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was Napfly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. GEN.G, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern. But they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb. Solely focused over on ramp. He gets the both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay. He still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
All right, welcome back. Map number 2 is coming up. If you set your alarm to watch this series and you were like 5 minutes late, maybe you missed map number 1 because it was that quick. It's Dust 2 coming up, Jason. How are you feeling?
This should be good. I don't know. I don't know how you could say that this isn't going to be like a complete blowout with the way that we saw Vitality play. This is their map pick. They have... Yeah, it's a bit aggressive after that first map, but man, between ZywOo and the way Shox was playing, and even the looks we've seen of Masuta early on in his tenure here in Vitality, I'm just having a really tough time finding a whole lot of advantages for Dig. I do think they're massively better than what we saw on Nuke, but this is going to be, I mean, they're digging themselves out of a big hole.
Well, that really did look like a team that had either lost or forgot or misplaced whatever structure they were meant to be playing out of. Because I do completely agree with what Duncan was saying. Like, it is a problem that the individual level on Vitality is so high, but I don't think that accounts for the whole problem here. Like, there is some fundamental Counter-Strike that sort of went out the window for Dig on Nuke, and hopefully that won't be the case. Maybe all that fundamental Counter-Strike escaped Nuke and fell into Dust 2, and they can find it here.
I almost lean the exact opposite direction, where I think Dig clings too much to fundamental Counter-Strike, and I think I think that's one of the reasons why Holzerk has been so important for them, is they haven't gotten younger, right? They haven't gotten those new players in who have grown up in the crazy younger style of CSGO. They're still clinging to the old style, and you need someone who can mix things up, or need someone who can call an audible on the fly.
Ooh, they're gonna go out middle, but there's a good crossfire, not good enough. Get Right will still go down. They continue the fight. Smoked off his Forest and inside of the window. Nice kill from Holzerk, and he's back around the corner. Does get tagged in the face, but he's got one more chance to get a headshot quickly here. Needs it as well on Shox coming in. Nice done. That's Holzerk picking up a kill, and now RPK in a lot of trouble. Man, that was such an important kill in the back, and he swings for another one. Nice triple for Holzerk.
Yeah, well, RPK had a real chance there. He even gets that goosh. I just think he cleaned up that kill. And if he sticks on that and finds that frag and Holzerk is very low, then all of a sudden RPK finds himself in a 1 versus 1. Good recovery from Dig, and you're right, it's entirely Holzerk. Not those 2 kills, the one in middle previously as well to shut down that half of the attack.
Can I point something out? When they were running out towards B, I'm pretty sure Saibu turned around at the drop out of T spawn to let RPK jump on his face so that he wouldn't have to fall too far. Not that he would have taken any damage. I think he was just being a real gentleman. It's a small and insignificant fact, Jason, but those are my favorite facts.
Those are sometimes the best. Small and insignificant. That's the byline of your biography.
Now in the second round, moving quickly past that. They're coming out quickly through the smoke. The Molotov didn't really do much of anything. This is an AUG, and it's doing a great spray down. I was worried because, let's say he had got dinked immediately and had given up the AUG. That would actually be a powerful weapon against most of the weapons that were then left on the dig side there. But they are off to a good start. They win the second round, no problem.
That was great. He didn't even have to do anything. That was like the easiest quad kill that he might ever find. He just held the trigger and didn't even move, didn't have to transfer a spray, didn't have to really worry about anything. Just a straight line of dead bodies. 2-0 for Dig. And it's just pistols, Glocks, Deagle, P250 for the French side. No utility whatsoever. I'll tell you what else has been pretty impressive with Vitality, for me at least, throughout Blasphemy. I don't know if you feel similarly. Apex's calling is much better than I thought it would be.
Yeah, I tend to agree. And again, we had this discussion earlier, right? Which is that it may actually help that there is no input delay from him seeing a piece of information and being able to make a call. And especially because he's such a forward player in most of the maps. So he'll have a lot of that info to go off right away. Well, I think there's one thing is the calling. Another thing is what looks, at least from the outside, like a pretty high level of confidence in his calling from the Vitality side, because there aren't that many moments of hesitation where, like, oh, they're kind of halfway doing it, but not really. It does feel like they're following through whenever they see something. They're just going for it right away. Ooh, nice shot.
All right, Hacky Boy. Flashbang out into the double doors. Another stack here. 4 players in mid for Dig. They've done some research again. They've got a game plan. The question is, can Vitality put a stop to it the way they did on Nuke? We saw this very similar stack from Dig in the pistol round as well. And now they need to recover and readjust over towards the A bomb site. Get Right still holding on to long.
He isn't there with the UMP. Hasn't seen anyone, hasn't felt anything for a while. He could set up a flashbang for his teammates if he turns around and throw it over, but that's going to be a little bit too late now. He's going to try and join them. Holzerk and Freiberger here, and it's Forest, sorry. Good double kill again. The AUG coming into huge effect before finally RPK is alone, and Forest will be the one to close out the round. That AUG on Holzerk is really quite impressive.
It is doing some work. It's chewing them up. That's 6 kills in 2 rounds they've attacked into it at the A-bomb site. You've got to admire that. 4-0 for Dig. A complete reversal, and they even get the free AWP, which is passed over to Holzerk. Or no, excuse me, that wasn't the free op. That's him picking it up himself. Thought maybe they got that off Zywoo's body. His op name is Lightning Fast. How do you feel about that?
So I like that. That's almost like some neuro-linguistic programming type thing, or like, trying to motivate himself, some sort of positive affirmation. Maybe he says it in the mirror every morning. He looks at himself and says, "You're lightning fast," and then he has it on the AWP as well. Maybe it works, Jason.
You took that in a whole direction I wasn't really prepared for, I'm not going to lie to you.
Yeah.
I feel like you brought up this neuro-linguistic thing.
Yeah.
And you didn't really have anywhere to go with it, and you just kind of tried to talk and make it sound like it was making sense as you went along.
That's really not far from the truth. I was kind of expecting that you'd interrupt me at some point. But you left me hanging.
I wanted
for a
to
long
see where
time.
you took it. I wanted to see where it was going to go. There it is. Lightning fast. Not accurate, but fast.
Well, those two things are both important in a lot of different ways. Get Right. Kind of looking for it there. He's waiting for it. Should wait for the teammates. And actually, I think smart play here from Vitality to go and fight him. They're not quite going to win that fight as smoothly as they wanted to. But staying on the bomb side versus 3 people with rifles was definitely an even worse idea. Flash in the eyes of shots, and he'll go down to Freiberg. So A mildly expensive round there for Dig, but still making it 5-0, and they'll save another rifle down here, so I think they'll be alright with it. It's also like 10-2 early on in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was making a little bit of joke with the not accurate but fast, but that is kind of the case. A lot of their targets, so I'd like to see that improve as we go on. Maybe he's just warming up. Didn't really have a chance to get the op going on Nuke as well. Good recovery from Freiburg. Shox that was such a low percentage win anyways. 5-0. This is a really good start from Dig. Complete reversal from Nuke.
So far down the middle, Forest, the only one to really hear much of anything. Some steps being taken by Apex there. Default spread from Vitality, which is fine. I mean, that's it's just that's why we call it default. It happens a lot. But they're not seeing anything, feeling anything. No aggressive moves coming out from the Dig side. Holzerk will find a kill, and that's got to be annoying. They've been waiting around for a little bit here. Now Apex not going to peek behind it just yet. He's a little bit slowed down. Thought maybe he'd actually try and go straight for the jump. And look at Forest in the middle. What an absurd move, but this could be genius.
Oh yeah, it's a perfect timing, although looking lower dark. RPK's coming, Holzerk is defending against it. Quick scope, quick shot. And now Forest turning the corner. Shox never expected it. Dig is outplaying Vitality on this map so far. Molotov into the site, dropping down. Freiburg's ready. Holzerk is gonna stay alive just barely. And all 5 players of Dig survive. All right, here we go. Got ourselves a series. Timeout being called by Vitality out of this plant. They haven't even gotten close to a victory in some time.
We're seeing, yeah, an interesting reversal that's going on right here. I was really worried about Dust 2, mainly again because of the ridiculous firepower between Cyber and Shox. They have respectively 2 and 1 kills so far, so this is a great turnaround.
Yeah, I was in the same way. I was very afraid for Dig coming into this map. That was, we've talked about it frequently in the past. Is when you have such a dominant map loss, you can wipe those one off quickly and just move along. So at least there's that, and obviously very experienced, but still, just the way Vitality was playing on an individual level didn't look like anyone from Dig was going to be able to stack up.
Yeah, I'm sure they must have been feeling pretty, well, at least sort of halfway through Nuke, like, this might not be the kind of map where we're really going to do that well, guys. Yeah, you're right. Maybe emotionally it has less of an impact. Holzerk making the run towards the B-bomb side alone with the AWP. Could be slightly scary. Over at long, though, they have a tremendous presence, but Apex will still pick up a kill, and no one's following him. He's here alone. They need to either get out there and help him or fall back and push somewhere else, because otherwise this is just Apex probably going down alone without much else happening. Forest waiting back there a little bit. Yeah, there we go. I'm so confused. Why send him out alone if you're not even going to be doing anything else?
Well, because they wanted to obviously get him in pit at the very least, and the problem with that kind of play from Apex, he knows there's at least 1 more out long, maybe 2, but we've seen Dig put 4 players, in middle previously. Did RPK crash? What's he doing?
That's a good question.
Look at that guy, bald and beautiful.
That guy has got just a powerful mustache. There's no denying it.
It goes with the gun skin as well. That bright pink, the hot pink.
Yeah, it's a nice contrast. It does feel like RPK could have potentially crashed here. Holzerk waiting back to Cyber's going to be going down. Another good challenge, and looked like he shot right between them. So now Masuta and Shox. Oh, and Masuta coming into play and taking out Exist. There's RPK dropping from the server, and now it's a 1 versus 2 as Masuta goes down, and Forest will end the round with a good kill there. So 7-0 in favor of Dig, and he went out after the damage and kills already happened, so there's really nothing to do about that. That's sort of how the rules are universally in Counter-Strike, and I don't actually think you can make them any different, so that's just unfortunate. He's still there. He hasn't disconnected from his house, but just on the server, guys.
Still physically present. Okay, so tech pause as RPK gets reconnected, figures things out.
Hasn't disconnected from the simulation, Jason.
No, he's still plugged in. Still nice and plugged in. Well, this has been an interesting turn of events for Dig. I think you've got to be happy. You've you're part of the Dig org or you're a Dig fan, that you're seeing them have this level of fight back here on Dust 2, considering Nuke was just a miserable affair. If you're just tuning in, Nuke was what, 16-5, I believe, Anders? I don't know if you can recall correctly.
No, I'm old, Jason. I can't remember that far back. Don't know what
it was indeed 16-5.
Oh, well, good. That's
just
amazing.
Yeah.
Can you give me some comments on Vitality? Because we're praising Dig, and I think rightfully so. I don't want to take any. This is a fun turnaround. But what's happening to Vitality?
I think actually it's the complete. It's the opposite from Nuke in a lot of ways. Where I think this game plan that Dig is bringing out is actually working. We've seen a number of times they're being very mobile on this defense so far. We've seen them stack 3 to 4 players in middle to start rounds, and we've seen them, put 4 players at long in the previous round, and Apex tried to take it alone. But they're shifting so fast and so aggressively. This almost might be a scenario where if Vitality starts to realize this, if they can start pressing different parts of the map at the same time and really challenging, somewhere you should be able to find an easier fight because of the way that Dig is stacking different locations each and every round. But I think that early, at least the initial contact that Dig is creating with Vitality, they have such an overwhelming advantage that Vitality's not getting any of the entrances or any of the map control that they'd like.
Yeah, I mean, surely the disadvantage to having sort of larger stacks around the map should be that there's some weakness everywhere else. But it does feel like Vitality, they've walked into a lot of the stacks and have ended up fighting in some tough scenarios. Oh man, I'd love a really quick play out middle here for Vitality, especially because Holzer's been opening a lot in mid. Like one good flashbang, maybe you can get close to him. It's my
that's your contribution.
It's my contribution, and they obviously can't hear me, so but
a classic pop flash mid rush. Yeah. But I mean, also that's the real problem with the kind of defense that Dig has been running from time to time, is even if you pop flash mid, they've had, Get Right, I believe it was, close mid in the cubby, just playing anti-flash. So as soon as that pop flash comes in, he turns, and you think you're going to pop Holzerk, but instead you're getting sprayed from the side. This is a nice contact play at the B bomb site. It's going to be just Freiburg, and there's no time for even to get the utility, but you can see how fast Dig is set up to get 3 players at this B bomb site. Unfortunately, with Freiburg going down so quick, there's just nothing that can be done.
Yeah, and Shox was lurking in the middle to take down Get Right, who was trying to come in and help out. So yeah, this is all very good. They've got Apex outside, but they want to be really careful. More people are showing up, and they get slaughtered in CT spawn. Exist has to try and take some people with him here. There is no chance to escape, and Shox will take him down. First round on the board for Vitality.
Apex will get no credit for any of that. He got 0 kills in the round, but the fact that he pushes to those boxes outside B, takes the fight, it freezes those 3 members of Dig that are trying to retreat through CT spawn, and then all of his teammates get aggressive through window, Shox in middle, and while Apex is getting destroyed, they're slaughtering the other Dig players. So a good job from Apex to freeze them. They had already won the round, but that's the first step to draining this economy, right? Otherwise, Dig gets away, is able to save 3 weapons.
Apex in that corner. Grenade will land. Oh, could have done way more damage. He just got out of the corner. Now pushing into the B bomb side at the same time. Freiburg all the way in the back. He's got Forrest there at the door. Swings really far in. Freiburg to pick up a headshot, and what a follow-up, and more damage onto Shox. That's a great defense. I actually thought that could have gone out of control. In the middle, Forrest will continue, and they had one more bullet. He would have had that fight as well, or had that kill. Shox now pushing in and looking for it. He sees the top of his head, sees an arm, and oh man, that was intense. He had lined it up. Well, the more time that passes, the worse it gets.
Yeah. This is actually a really cool round. I think this is a great round to just showcase one of the great things about Counter-Strike is even sometimes when you do everything right and you make the right call, you still lose the round. Because I think Vitality handled that perfectly. It's kind of what I mentioned previously, attacking 2 different points in the map at the same time. Apex out towards long, grabbing attention, and then a contact hit towards B, which had just worked the previous round. And they got all the fights they wanted, right? They actually swung into the site. They got close to double doors. They got to the car. They had the fight on Freiburg inside the bomb site, but it's just handled perfectly from the Dig defense as well, and they actually win the battles. But the opportunity was there for Vitality. So very cool little battle going on in that round, in my opinion. 8-1 in the favor of Dig.
Yeah, 8-1. Just allowing for a single round, and then they go back to their winning ways. Now, obviously, the round loss bonus will continue here for Vitality, so a bomb plant and means they can still go on buying. Holzog is alone up here. Exist is sort of behind him in case anything happens. He can maybe throw a grenade. I think he may already have it in hand. Oh, goes down to Apex. Excellent kill. So yeah, that Molotov is not really going to do anything to save him. Will take a bit of damage, and they want to keep going. Exist is not blind. That's a nice turnaround from him. And Forrest has also picked up a kill. So 3-on-2 as Get Right takes care of Misuta and can go hide long, which is smart.
Oh, but RPK, they don't know this flank. Actually, they might have heard the footsteps right at the end, but Freiburg still not perfectly ready. Would be a big win if RPK could get that. It brings Forrest down to 6 HP. And a 1 versus 2 for the best player of 2019 against 2 of the best players of all time. Get Right and Forrest taking on Zaiwu.
Yeah, he needs a spot, preferably on someone that he already knew where it was. Yeah, he knew Get Right was out long at one point, and he'll find the kill. Good double here for Get Right. Teamed up with Forrest. They wanted to go together and make sure they didn't get picked off one at a time. So 9-1. Well, this is absurd, isn't it? I don't know what's going on today.
I'm not gonna lie to you. I did not see this coming at all. I did not see Dig coming out with this kind of a performance. What a great lead that they've built themselves. Still time for Vitality to get back into it, but that's slipping away slowly but surely, and they still have not had one of those rounds. They haven't yet put Dig in the position to be reset, which is exactly what Vitality would like. A few more rounds. If they can win 2 in a row, I think they'll have just about done it. Only 5 rounds remaining in the half to complete any kind of a comeback for Vitality.
Some grenades landing there. They want to go through again. Forrest is there. Freiburg is there. That grenade. Oh, it goes a little bit behind him, but it's still massive. Zaiwu down to 30 health, and they're going to keep going. Misuta with a good opening. RPK coming in with a strong kill to take down Forrest. That was just through the smoke, I think. Don't think it registered quite, but now it's a 3-on-5, and they need to save. But Shox is already in the middle to catch them, and that's the AWP gone. That's a powerful hit to that B-bomb side. Very similar as to the first round they won.
That's 3 out of 3 rounds where they've done a contact play towards the B-bomb site where it's at least been effective of finding them the advantaged fights. It's 2 out of 3 of those times they've actually won the round. I would imagine they're going to go back and lean on that B-bomb site. So Freiburg and Forrest, they better pucker up because they're going to get a lot of action for the rest of this half. Get Right listening. I think his idea is to try and maybe go find that AWP right at the end, but Vitality have just swarmed it. Good kill, but from behind is Apex. He'd been quietly waiting that whole time. So good economic damage. Vitality have taken the first step to coming back in this half.
They really have. This is quite something. I expect a lot of people, I mean, myself tuning in to that first half was just thinking, that first map was just thinking like, this is not even going to be, this is going to be done really quickly. So I'm glad to see that that's not the case. Because like we said, Dig have had their problems throughout some of these games here at Class Premier, but it hasn't been without like a signal of something cool, right? Like you've seen that in their play. You're like, yeah, this actually looks great. So that nuke map was actually a huge aberration. You're like, why this? Like, why not actually more defense?
Yeah, well, a lot of the positive discussion around this team has been their prep coming into matches. They seem to have like a really, really good setup between Fifth Laren as the coach, between Vendetta as the analyst, being able to build some solid game plans and some solid tactics to take on some of these opponents. Obviously, those, for whatever reason, fell flat entirely on Nuke, but here on Dust 2, again, looks good. So some positives coming out from this Dig lineup, and it's nice to see them bounce back like this. Now, I would like to see Vitality come back in this half so we can have one of those great grinded out maps between the two cores of these teams that have been battling for what feels like decades.
Yeah, there is so much history between the players in here. Out on long, a little bit more of a sneak play out. They're not fighting anyone out there either. Most of that is concentrated towards catwalk or middle. So, I mean, there's still powerful defense here. Get Right going back to just take a look at it. Kind of wish that maybe they would swing the AWP back here as well, Holzerk, to fight long, maybe less so or more so than Get Right.
Get Right's going to come join up with them. You may get your wish. There's a mid crunch. I really enjoy this as well. Taking map control. They know they've lost long. They're clearing out underneath. They're clearing out lower dark early for the retake. Good find from Exist. Big trade. GetRight needs that kill, but he's caught in no man's land. Great shot from Apex. If GetRight was able to get that frag or just get into safety, it would have been huge. Halzerk goes down. He's overextended, and this defense that looked interesting for a bit falls apart. Forrest needs to save the weapon, and Dig is out of money. Vitality have done it. They've reset the Swedish defense. And in the next round, this is the only gun that Dig is going to have.
I actually can't believe that Apex ran through the smoke, and I definitely can't understand how he got the kill on GetRight. It looked like he was just dead walking through that. So that's pretty good. Yeah, 9-3. The money all gone except for the AWP, which I think they're a little bit too far away to actually hunt down Forrest here. See how speedy they could be. Sharks would have to continue to go, and I don't think he wants to do that much. Oh, it's just seconds away. But he'll be safe. So let's see how much they can get out of one AWP.
Well, imagine you keep it in Forrest's hands. He does have the armor. Ooh, we're getting a whole buy up from this Dig side. I did not expect that. I thought they would certainly save for the last couple rounds, but here we go. Half buy, UMP picked up by Halzerk. He's fully bought down to 200. But the rest of them are just deagles and some nades on GetRight, Exist, and Freiburg.
Yeah, deagles to follow it up. I mean, it's a rational choice.
It's not the worst call. It's not the worst call from Dig either. Look, 3 players stacking towards the B bomb site, even have Exist leaning in CT spawn towards mid and B. The AWP is in the back of the B bomb site. That's where Vitality had most of their early success. So it makes sense to at least put your heavy weaponry there for the moment. And if it goes, the other direction, if they head towards the A bomb site, if they lose that, I mean, just stay in the B bomb site and have those deagles keep some spacing and help Force to save the weapon.
Yeah. That, I think, is exactly the plan. Out middle, Freiburg. Oh, no, they line up.
Oh,
Forrest
no.
is there as well, and 2 kills. No trades happening. They need to get in here and get the bomb back, but they can't even do that. The killing continues in the middle, and they all get slaughtered. That is a real big problem.
That's a huge problem. That is a turn of events that I did not see coming. Good recovery from Dig with just the deagles, the UMP on Halzerk as well. Double kill from Forrest, double kill from Freiburg. And Forrest, the all-important turn over towards the B bomb site as RPK tries to come in.
Man. Oh, well, that is a way to get an early advantage. I like it. Forrest probably doesn't like it that much.
No, he's on the other side of the spectrum.
Could we get his webcam reaction? Is that possible?
I wonder how many times Forrest over the years has been picked off on that mid cross. I bet it's a pretty big number.
Yeah, could be contributing.
When you play for 20 years.
Yeah, like that could be contributing some gray hairs, in his beard or something like that. Just, that alone will do it. Shocks has gone down in return. And now they make the cross smoke. There is a bit of a gap, actually. That would have me worried for all of a second. But they seem to be fine. Grenade will land on top of at least one person there. No, actually, it gets mostly caught by the box, I suppose. So bomb plant should be coming in really soon. Apex is waiting for a minute. I think they're unsure about how aggressive they're going to be here, Dig. Wow, that's buying so much time.
This is great from Dig. Yeah, the 2 Molotovs and the nade is phenomenal, but it hasn't really put Dig in a good position for the retake. It's gotten them a little bit closer on Catwalk, but they were slow coming here. Now turning the corner, they're going to get smoked off. So all that timing, all that space, and even that 3rd Molotov coming in is neutralized by the fact there's a smoke on Catwalk. However, Dig do have 2 smokes left. They have got one on Exist, and one on Halzerk was just used. GetRight went down. 3 on 4. I don't know if Dig is going to go for this. They might want to call this off.
With Freiburg being that low on health.
That's the right call.
That seems to be a risk. All right, 4th round. If they can get a 5th, I mean, they're going to be competitive in the second half, right? Like there's going to be something to fight for here if they can get 10-5, which should be possible. Exist could drop for a teammate. That's helpful. Wow, what a turbulent couple of halves we've had so far in this game.
This is good though. I like seeing Vitality fight back in this fashion to give us a game. They've won 3 of the last 4 rounds, and despite the fact that Dig had a very great defense, and even this should almost be 9-5 when you consider the one round in the past 4 that Dig won was with Deagles and 1 saved AWP. So they've had a cool game plan, but Vitality at least providing themselves enough to see what happens at the start of the second half. Maybe they can turn it.
Ooh. Exist picking off Shocks that seem like the kind of position that Shocks would normally be a little bit more aware of. Sneaking out long with Cyber leading the charge. RPK holding middle. If they can get up long and keep RPK in the middle, I wouldn't want to have him actually join. I'd just say if the long push is successful, then RPK's position in the middle gets converted to a really powerful one. Now they look like they want to push up a dark. And they will. RPK must have heard that.
RPK should hear that. Yeah, certainly the shot is going to give it up. He hasn't turned around just yet, though. Might have thought it was just a shot from the B bomb site. Maybe doesn't think they've pushed. Either way, this round being so slow played is putting him in a lot of danger, and now Apex is in danger as well. The peek from Forrest comes up. Oh, he gets the dink, and he cleans it off. And now they know. RPK is a freebie for Freiburg, but he finds Exist. That's heartbreaking. Exist is going to be frustrated. Get right watching the long cross with just a Deagle. Still, it's going to work out. A one-tap onto Masuta. It's all Zywoo left in a 1 versus 3, but he's only got 7 health, and Get Right ends it as well. 11-4 lead for Dig. They recover very nicely from the catastrophe that was Nuke, and we're going to do a break, and then we'll get the second half and perhaps the conclusion of the series, so stay tuned.
Have any of the old NIP players. It does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts the other players.
2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player for him, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage.
We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance.
Structure.
We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaives, that's not bad.
But pop towards the window, he's going to peek, he's going to find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis hard to pick because there's Xyp9x who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually, it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Xyp9x, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
Jävlar.
Logga dog.
Har inga flash för.
Nice. Jag har ingen
Vi är
flash
två
eller
långa.
Enda CV. Molotov side.
Vi kör på CV. Ja, vi kör på CV.
Vi kör på CV.
Jaga mig Särk.
Ja, jag kommer.
Droppa CT död, sista plantade tror jag. Nej,
Cross,
CV,
cross.
CV. Nice.
Snyggt grabbar, tack.
Jävlar vad
Ni
vita var.
spelar så jävla bra nu grabbar.
Ja,
Lägger smoke här.
Swedish just sounds so goofy. So interesting.
It does to Danish ears as well, I'm not gonna lie. Although they have strong opinions about our language too, Jason, so, you know. It's a whole regional battle going on.
Yeah, that's a lot of fun though. I enjoy that little rivalry.
Yeah, there's something going on there. They're right though. They were playing very, very good. So 11-4, that says it all.
Yeah, that's a really good turnaround, and I really, you could tell they were very well coordinated. They had to have been feeling good after that first half. The communication just seems so on point. To have that mobile of a defense, and a defense where you're giving up a lot of bomb sites so that you can stack 3 players in mid, or stack 3 players on catwalk, or put two players in B and 1 in mid, to be able to have that kind of a constant shift wherever Vitality is going, your communication has to be on point, and your trust in your teammates has to be very, very high as well. So I think that's a great feeling for Dig to have, and to see that result of an 11-4 half based on all of that. So good stuff from Dig. Let's hope it continues and they can take us to a third map, which would be Vertigo.
Yeah, I'm actually quite excited to see that. I kind of hope we get there now. Maybe Vertigo could be the third and sort of more level map, because so far it's been fairly one-sided. Nothing crazy. Shocks pushing up there to try and look into lower dark. And I mean, again, with Cyber and Apex, they've got a great position here. And out long, there is a P250 to maybe go and fight RPK up there. So that would be interesting if it comes to it. But they're setting up in upper dark with a bomb. So I don't know. They're waiting and they're not seeing or hearing or really encountering anything here, Dig. Silence across the map.
And a lot of information being gained by Shocks as well, pushing towards catwalk, seeing nothing in lower dark, seeing and feeling and hearing nothing in mid. Dig is just waiting at the moment for some kind of aggression, and it makes sense when you look back at the pistol round that occurred on Nuke when Dig was on their T side. That was aggression, that was a lobby crunch, that was Shocks pushing ramp room. Now again, you have him being aggressive on catwalk. RPK is going to get the first kill. That's out towards long, that's in the pit. And Shocks is going to go back and try and find more information.
Oh, yeah, back. Ooh, he gets caught by Exist. Not the best start, though. Cyber will get one in return. RPK, he was had the right idea, but gets taken down. And Cyber will finish the round. Good headshots coming out from him in the middle. And, yeah, a chance now for the French to try and turn this around.
Yeah, maybe because of the aggression of Shocks, maybe because Force went down, but it felt like, again, Dig, much like on Nuke, just never got to actually execute on their idea or what their plan was. They just all got stuck in middle. Tried to go up catwalk, felt too much resistance. They maybe wanted to go back towards long, but they'd lost Forest, so they didn't have anyone in that position. And then all of a sudden, when Vitality gets aggressive and actually peeks in towards mid, they're there for the taking. 5-11 as Vitality win the second pistol. That's now 4 of the last 6 rounds going to Vitality if you go back to the first half. Now they're going to try and come back into this map. 4 FAMAS and a UMP against unarmored Glocks with 1 Deagle. Glocks.
What did you say? You like some sort of clock bird? Glocks.
Glocks.
Oh man. It's finally got to you. The madness of the current game.
of the closet, of living in this closet for the last week.
Waking up at 5 a.m.
You work in esports, they said. It's a dream job, they said.
Now into the closet with you. Oh, grenade. Oh, wow. He explodes the whole team right there. Nice quad kill. Could have been the ace if not for Apex meddling and all of that. Still, that's pretty smooth now. AKs on Dig's side, so see how they do with this kind of a fight. That was a great grenade.
Yeah, it was a nice little bank shot. 5-round lead for Dig. AK's picked up. Freiburg down to the Galil so that he can get some utility. But still, Dig has the better buy based off of this. 4 FAMAS against 4 AKs. That's not a fight that you like. You're not a big fan of the FAMAS.
No, I really don't like it. PK goes down, but Sai will return. Apex proving me wrong and getting the kill on Exist. Oh, but he couldn't make it back around the corner. That's unfortunate. The UMP not really doing that much damage through that mid wall. So 3-on-3. Saiwu's made his way into T-spawn. This seems like a genius move. He has to stop running pretty soon or he'll give the whole game away. No one's hearing it though, and Get Right goes down with the bomb. Forrest surely going to be able to catch this kill. Saiwu swings for it and he was ready. Even though Forrest is low on health, didn't even matter. That was a headshot.
Freiburg in a 1 versus 2. He's going to smoke himself off, give him some space to work with. Flashbang is out. Now, I don't think he's ever going to expect this stack, obviously. Shock speaking out a little bit wider. Freiburg's, oh, he sees them both, and he's got them both. 12-6. The tower comes crumbling down, and that unbelievable clutch.
What is even going on? That just...
Go on.
It's a 1 versus 3 from Freiburg, and again, they had the bomb up there. He did have like a minute, but still, I can't really believe that he managed to do that. That's it. That actually felt to me like Vitality were a little bit scared almost. It's like maybe just fight him.
Yeah, the tower felt a little bit like they're trying to be too tricky instead of just taking the battle. Saiwu's gonna smoke himself off, and he's gonna get picked off through the smoke.
Yeah, he backed right into that shot. Freiburg is low on health, but there's no one covering the A-bomb side at all. They are at catwalk at best. Shox has an HE grenade, so maybe he could show up and throw that on someone as the bomb is going to be planted.
There's a huge gap in that smoke, and they don't have another one to cover it. They don't have another smoke to get past this. They're just going to have to hold their breath and take the jump.
Swai is getting close with the MP9. They are jumping behind it, and Masuta goes down, trying to tap away with the MP9. That's really not what that weapon is meant for. RPK gets one. Apex with a huge double. Can't believe they made it. They made that look easy, and I know there was a gap and everything, but Dig didn't even really get fight back.
No, they didn't. Outside of Halzerk at the car with an AWP, I don't think there was a whole lot of response or a whole lot of fight back. This is great shooting, great positioning as well from Vitality. They're coming back into this game. And with that denial of the bomb plant, no chance that Dig buys or invests whatsoever into this round. So another chance for Vitality to close the gap by 1. And you're starting to see some of the cracks, a few mistakes being made by Dig.
Down in the pit with RPK. We've got a couple of flashbangs and some pistols, so expect they'll try and just, once the Molotov is gone, set up, throw some flashbangs, and hope for the best. Flashbang will do a lot to RPK, but he's still able to pick up a double, and now surely they're going to be tagging in Apex. Saiwu even showing up to the party. Everybody wants, you know, a little bit out here. Oh, woo. They forgot about Forrest.
Yeah, maybe they just never noticed him getting out there.
Yeah.
Chance for him to get a second kill onto it, but 12-8, we've closed the gap. Vitality coming roaring back into this map. It's 4-1 in the second half, 12-8 overall.
It's a 4-round gap now, 8-12 up on Saiwu. Still Dignitas or Dig with enough money to buy in their round, so that's super important. Plenty of grenades, no AWP. Notably, that again could be a little bit annoying if they want to fight Saiwu. I think Holzog is going to have the confidence to try and do that if they can afford it, but not this time. Oh, look at Masuta. He is on a mission.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised to see him holding that this long. Obviously pretty reliant on Shocks to take first contact and be able to surprise him, but the better thing is he's in position to get a pop flash and move into upper dark to get information whenever he wants it. 4 players for Dig outside long. RPK holding the angle, and Get Right close up and ready to go. Here's the peek. Get Right just kind of stopped halfway. Half of his body exposed. RPK falling back blind. Oh, and Apex gets to the corner just at the right moment. 2 for 2 trade, but Dig take control of long A.
It did cost him a fair bit of health there. Sai was in a really awkward position. Yeah, he needs some backup out here, because otherwise he's going to be pinned down behind this box with Freiburg coming in from Catwalk and the 2 others at long. They, again, only have 1 smoke for the cross, which again is really awkward. That's a big
It's not
gap.
a great smoke as well. Yeah, that's not going to protect ZywOo whatsoever. Actually, that little gap makes it even more dangerous. Freiburg stepping into that smoke. And ZywOo, big job to do. Here comes the utility for long.
It's going to distract him a bit. Where's the backup? Where are all his teammates at? Masuta down the middle, and ZywOo just goes down. I'm actually genuinely confused about, I don't know. It felt like there should have been someone a little bit closer.
Yeah, well, Masuta was in upper dark that whole time. He never made his move until it was just too late. That's a fight he would have liked with a rifle. And this is going to just drift out of Vitality's hands, despite the fact they had a real chance. And you're right, ZywOo was just on an island in that A bomb site for way too long. Way too long.
Yeah, that, I don't know. It's everything about that I didn't really like. I think it's different if you have an M4 or something in that position. You could be quick to sort of move around and take fights at all different angles, but he clearly didn't even really know where to look half the time, and he kind of felt that smoke wasn't going to actually provide that much cover.
Yeah, I think he could sense maybe that it wasn't the best thrown smoke. It was kind of improv from Shocks. But that was the real issue. While Shocks was at the A bomb site, it wasn't a huge problem. It's just when Masuta's the one who has to come over and provide support when Shocks drifts away from that A bomb site, he's got the SMG. And there's not really any kind of a flank where he's going to feel really good with an MP9. Like he's going to feel really impactful. But here we go, 5-round lead for Dig. They've taken control of the map at the very least. Fast pace for Forest. Opening kill provided.
That is great. Dig, I actually was starting to get really worried. It was starting to look like that they weren't able to do it after all and maybe couldn't close it out, but this is a big step in the right direction.
A lot of risk in this for ZywOo. This could be the round coming back to them. One thing they've got to manage, they have no idea about just yet, is Freiburg late coming back from B halls from watching Upper Dark. He's just going to miss the information. But if he turns either of these corners, he's going to be able to stop this flank from coming in. Here it is. Even if he goes down, it'll at least be the warning system. Good kill from Get Right leading the way. Apex using the whole magazine, and Get Right and Forest respond through the smoke. ZywOo's got to back off. It's going to be a 14th round for Dig, and this is looking like we're going to a third map.
Yeah, it's really feeling that way. Apex probably can't believe he didn't get at least a kill there, but Get Right was just ducked under the box and couldn't actually be tagged at all. So trying to save the rifle as Dig will get to 14 rounds. And leading the scoreboard there on the Dig side is actually currently Forest at 19 and Holzerg at 17. But the rest aren't that far behind. Freiburg 15, 13-13 on Exist and Get Right. So pretty good cluster of kills there, or spread amongst the team. It's going to be Sai with 20 kills, just 1 ahead of Forest at the moment. But yeah, they're starting to drift quite far behind here. Vertigo is the deciding map.
The biggest, I was going to say the biggest problem is the money for Vitality. 2,000 for RPK and Masuta, 2,000 for Apex, 2,500 on ZywOo. So Shocks can buy, but again, there's only going to be 2 rifles available to him. So a big decision for Vitality to make if they want to fight for overtime or fight for the map. It looks like they want to fight for the map this far back. Shocks is just going to snap by a glass cannon AWP. And it looks like Dig is just going to straight up win. It's a B rush. And I would imagine they're calling this. They think it's going to be mostly a save. Don't think there's going to be the utility to stop them, and they were right. So Vitality, I don't like what I'm seeing on the minimap. I would like for them all to just bail out and run away.
Yeah. No point in risking it. But
you want to know what's really messed up, though, Anders?
Go on.
Is because they chose to buy in this round, and then they give up the round, they're still going to have a real trash buy in the next round. Like, yeah, they'll be able to get some armor and flesh out some of the utility, but the buy is still going to contain 2 SMGs. It's still probably going to contain just a 5.7 on Masuta. Maybe he upgrades. But if they had just saved in a round where they obviously don't have a chance due to the call of Dig anyways, next round they'd have rifles. So they've kind of neutered themselves going into that 24th round.
Yeah. I guess it's one of those things where it's like you don't want to give them map point by just saving. Forest goes up with the bomb for no reason. Not that it really matters, but... Ooh, hold on. They could get the auto snipers here. Do it. They won't do it.
No, you don't. You're crazy. You are crazy if you think they're going to bust that out at 15-8. That's how you lose a map. That's how you piss off ZywOo.
That's how you send a statement, send a message. Gotta let them know.
All right. So Masuta gets past or picks up a FAMAS himself. And Dig just rinse and repeat, baby. Nade, Molotov, it's put out. Flashbang is good for a 1-for-1 trade. Shocks as well. He used all of his ammunition in there in the B-bomb site.
And look at Forrest. He's still holding T-spawn like he was playing a matchmaking game. Not even leaving. Exist gonna put the bomb down and get right also inside the bomb site with him. And there's Forrest with the kill on ZywOo. That's everything they needed. That might have just been it. Rinse and repeat like you said. Back with the same action. And this is such a great turnaround from Dig after having been beat up on Nuke. They're back on Dust 2. Nearly a team kill. RPK alone in a 1 versus 2. And he's in a lot of trouble. A jump and he goes down to 4. 16-8. Great return and revenge from Dig.
Yeah, you can fight all hyped up. Good victory on Dust 2. Impressive bounce.
Listen.
And Dig to
This was just this was a real amazing performance from them. Obviously, Vertigo is going to be coming up next, so we will see you on that map after the break. Stay tuned.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. We are kicking off the decade here. Not every day you get to say that. With the Blast Premier Spring Series. We do have the very best in the business, the best in the world competing here.
Just take initiative and we're gonna win, all right?
Let's go.
Okay, boys, let's close this shit out.
Let's go.
Dun, 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 dun.
That's a hell of a shot. Ooh, a second from the lead. 15 seconds on the clock. He turns around and the bomb goes out. Oh my god, the 180. Let's go. Another kill. This should, by all means, be absolutely impossible here for MIBR. This should be the end of the road here.
Stewie, who is the easiest target?
Cold.
Oh, he does still have the AK Cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the board.
Let's go. Let's go, guys. Let's focus on. Go.
Tickets booked to the spring finals.
The final day here of Group A.
Liquid gonna end up winning in overtime, 19-17.
I want you guys to get real pumped. It's the last series of this first weekend.
Go, boys. Have a party to go. What?
He's got 14 bullets in the magazine. Half the clip is gone. He peeks wide, and that's it. Good night. Ladies and gentlemen, Spring Series Week 1 comes to a close. Higher seating and a fat stack of cash for FaZe Clan.
You lose your map pick, a strong map for you guys in Nuke, mate. And then we see you go on to Dust 2, your back's against the wall, and you just handle them. They start to try and make a comeback. But what did you say to the guys going into the second map? And how are you feeling going into Vertigo now? Because the momentum's certainly with you.
Yeah, no, I think that there's been a lot of frustration just in general, just the way that we've been playing, not only today, but the past few games, especially in Blast. And I think that Nuke is definitely just a showcase of that, of we're not getting really anything going on the T side. You know, we're not getting our star players really up and running. We're not really doing things together. We're not flashing together. We're not getting the trades. And I think people are just really upset heading, right after Nuke. I think one of the things that we said was, if we're going to lose, let's just lose playing our way with no fear. Like these guys, we saw in Vitality there on their seat decide on Nuke that they gave us no space to really do any executes. And that's one of the things that we really kept in mind on Dust 2 and just said the same thing of like, hey, if they're going to play this way, let's play the same way back. And let's just try to make the best of it.
So there you have it. I mean, that's commitment on the side of the, GM coach for Fiflaren. They have a kind of a mix going on over there with Vendetta in the back line as well, helping out. But the players sounded like they were committing to the plan, and it certainly worked out here on Dust 2 for them. They've tied up the series 1-1 when I think a lot of us had kind of written them off after Nuke. It wasn't looking too hot for Dig after that first map. So, Maniac, let's start with you this time. What did you take away from the second map here? Where did it go wrong for Vitality?
Well, I want to focus on what did go well for Dignitas, because if we look at the check mark and the win condition exactly, the first check mark would be Forrest actually having a good game. He did completely disappear on the first map. We said it here. Top fragging for his team, 21 kills, a lot of impact, 95 ADR. Then you move on to Halzerk. I mentioned him. I name job Halzerk saying, you know what, he's not doing enough. He's not doing his share of the job. And he did shine here. 18 kills. He had a lot of impact as well. So these are the two names that were heavily missing on the first map and actually shine. Now you switch over to Vitality, and the flip side of that coin, at the bottom of this tab right here, Mizuta, the name, the player that really surprised me in this event so far, completely absent, unable to control that B-bomb side, and Shox as well. His Binome, his bro with him on the B-bomb side as well, unable to make the difference. So you have, on one hand, two players finally shining, and on the other, two completely turning off.
That was a very French way to go about it there, Binome.
Binome,
partnership, yeah. The bro. I like that. It's just like Binome. Yes, bro. Got it. All right, Thorin, what did you take away from this match?
I mean, everything went right for Dig, right? All of them had the performances necessary. We even got the Freiburg 1v3. We had a little taste of Nip Magic. I still don't know how Vitality lost that round. I think that round for me is indicative of how they played this map. Listen, the first half beatdown's one thing, but they were coming back into it at the end of it. Obviously, the start, the second half, not that bad. You think, hey, this is possible. But rounds like that, they just seem to throw away in almost like a nonchalant manner, as though they already thought, whatever, there's a third map, we're out of it. Which is bizarre, because the whole reason why this series should have been done and dusted is Dig has an 18% win rate on this over the last 3 months. This was the one they lost to Fnatic and looked like fools on. So if you're the guys from Vitality, you've made hay on this map. Like, you can absolutely come back into this one, but I feel like they absolutely capitulated way too early. With that said, excellent performance by Dig. I'm very excited to see what this third map's going to be like now, because I feel like all predictions go out the window on this one.
And this is where we start to get into Vertigo, and Vertigo could get really interesting in terms of just, fragging. And this is a map that both of these teams, I mean, what are we looking forward to here? Because we have a bit of time to actually discuss this third map in the series. We don't need to jump just yet.
Well, I mean, the good news for the viewers at home and for ourselves as well is that it should be a banger. I'm just looking at both team results. On the side of Vitality, they've won it 100% of the time past 3 months. They've beat NIP twice. They beat G2 on it as well, so nothing to be too shy about. For Dignitas, they did beat VP. I mean, they destroyed VP during this event. They beat North as well, but they actually lost to NIP in the run that was in Road to Rio. But I still think that both teams actually feel comfortable on the map. Definitely Dignitas how to go about it. I was listening to their team speak against VP, and this is where I actually, I echo Duncan's sentiment. I think all the predictions just go out the window. The fact that Dignitas won Dust 2 and how they won Dust 2 makes it just wide open for Vertigo.
How did you take the, real quick while we have you there on that point, how were the comms in this second map compared to the first map for Dig? Were you able to listen in on them at all, or were you just zeroed in on Vitality?
Well, I was surprised because at the beginning of Dust 2, I felt the energy was really good. And, you know, they did take a bit down on the first map, and I thought they'd just, you know, kind of capitulate and just let it go. Actually, no, they were really pumped up, and anytime they were winning a round, anytime they were winning a clutch, they were kind of building that momentum together. So, and on the other hand, you had the Titanic just completely going, you know, downhill on the side of Vitality, so I could switch from one TeamSpeak to the other. That was a kind of a different music.
Thor, what do you think about this upcoming match here on Vertigo?
I mean, when Maniac reads off the list of teams that they've beaten on this map, those are all teams who absolutely play and to some degree specialize in this map. Like, they've absolutely made this one of their better maps. So that's impressive that they've actually got that many wins over it. When I saw Dig play earlier, admittedly it was against Virtus.pro, who've been a bit bad in this tournament. They looked comfortable. So I'm certainly interested, because the thing is, when I think of maps, I think of Dust 2 when I think of a team like Vitality. I do not think of a map like Vertigo. I feel like it doesn't suit a lot of their strengths. So I'm very, very interested to see how good that T side is going to be. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on people like Apex and Shox for this particular map, because CT side, Zero will do what Zero does at his spots. He can take care of that, but I feel as though the team that should actually be better on both sides is probably going to be the Dig guys, actually, I would guess. But I would still take Vitality to win the series. I feel like they're the better squad still.
And Zywoo just continues to be Mr. Reliable for Vitality. It's crazy. This guy never seems to drop off. If anybody is going to do anything on Vitality, you can always look to him, and then it's the supporting cast coming up behind him. And I'm wondering how much of a load Shox is taking on himself when it comes to the calling side of things. And I know, Maniac, you could give us some insight, because when things go south for Vitality, it seems like his personal performance kind of drops off a cliff. I mean, would that be accurate?
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, without being too revealing, obviously, as to how the team operates, I can tell you that Shox definitely have some responsibility in terms of calling. Some specific rounds are his responsibility on his shoulders as well. And when they are playing map control, just classic default map control, and he's not on a side with Apex, he's going to be the one micromanaging the situation. He'll be the one dictating the pace. That is also true when, for example, Apex gets killed early on in the round, and suddenly, you know, you lose that voice, you lose that controlling rhythm, and then Shox will usually be the one taking over the 3 versus 3, organizing, okay, listen, guys, we put down the smoke, this is what we're gonna do. So he definitely has a lot to do, and this could also to some degree explain why his numbers have gone a little bit lower, although I don't accept that as an excuse in general. But on Vertigo, if my memory serves right, and if they kept on doing like this, he will be playing that middle area, which is very complicated now with that new open sort of boost that there is, and the fact that people do tend to have B splits now. Shox is gonna have a lot of work to do.
All right, well, on that note, thank you very much, gentlemen. And we're going to be keeping an eye on Shoxy here on Vertigo to see how it all pans out for Vitality. But before we get into the action and the conclusion of this series, we need to take a quick break. So we'll be right back, and then we'll be straight into it.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the second week here.
We've got the best teams in the world and complexity.
But Flamey is his kryptonite again. Oh! This is it. It's a bulldozer.
We have fun, we're going to play good. We may lose some shit rounds, but you just brush it off, and if we win some good rounds, we cheer. That's all it is.
The best team in the world going up against a team who, you know, hasn't even been able to qualify for the major yet.
Just trying
trying to buy time, flanking around, Blame punching him down, and he tries to immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12.
I've seen every big CSGO match ever. I can tell you that would already be like a top 5 upset of all time.
Simple could catch. Oh! The shutdown! No!
This isn't the Astralis that I know.
Really trying to get in the pit. Can he stand tall one last time? He lies. Oh no! A beautiful spray! Electrons have got it! 16-14! Now we do it!
Who's ready for Vitality versus Complexity? I introduce you to North America's newest juggernaut.
16-6 as they take down Vitality.
Complexity have one last beast to challenge.
They wanted to build Juggernaut, but we want to destroy the Juggernaut.
Of course.
16 rounds to Navi's favor. Victories on Train and Mirage.
And the Navi Storm has come and conquered today.
It's an exciting, couple of days that we've had here, and it doesn't feel like we've had any losers other than maybe Astralis.
It goes to the third map between Vitality and Dig. It's going to be on Vertigo, and I'm kind of excited. I hope this will be a more even game, because it's been a little bit back and forth. Jason, what do you think? Does this change your mind about who's going to win this, the fact that we've gone to Vertigo?
No, I actually think that Dig's in some trouble on this map. We praised Dig a lot when we watched them play Vertigo against Virtus Pro just a couple days back.
Yeah.
They had some really cool set plans for the A bomb site. They had some really cool set plans for the retake and how they would use their utility. However, Vitality's obviously going to look into that. And on top of everything, you can give that much space over to Virtus Pro and destroy them in that fashion. You cannot give space over to guys like ZywOo, to guys like Apex, to guys like Shox. They will take advantage of that, and they know how to take advantage of it in a way that Virtus Pro couldn't. So if you're going to try and constantly play this passive retake strategy on your CT side, Vitality, in my opinion, is going to eat you up. So I'm really interested to see how Dig is going to adapt and if Vitality can find ways. But regardless, here we are live into the pistol round. Third and final map. The winner of this map plays against Fnatic in the next round of the Spring Showdown playoffs.
Wow, look at this aggression coming out over at the B side. That's 3 people pushing. Apex is also at least a little bit forward in middle, but yeah, how do you see this coming? Freiburg getting a straight headshot to take down ZywOo, assist with one more, and they might be in a lot of trouble here. I think this is a cool idea, but it's absolutely blown up in their faces. Oh.
Ooh. Maybe not just yet. Yep, okay, it has. It's officially blown up in their faces. Shock's gonna try and rotate over to recover, but there's too many angles to check, and he just has no idea. Get Right's able to sideswipe him. Double kill for Forrest in the round, and Dig have the pistol.
That is, wow, well, that's pretty interesting. I still think that's a creative way to try and do it. I can absolutely see how you could catch a lot of people off guard with that. But I just to get back to what you were talking about, right? The way that Dig were playing that defense when they're on the CT side, when they just let you have the A plan and they have great retakes, it was very effective, but it did also look very one-dimensional. Like it was sort of the same approach every time.
Same nades, yeah.
Yeah, which I'm sure Vitality would have looked at, right? Like they would have seen that match and said, oh, okay, let's think about that.
And funnily enough, I mean, Dig kind of showed the workaround on their own T side. Like, we'll probably see it in this half, but remember, when they take that A bomb site, what they were doing against Virtus Pro is running up to that default plant spot, tapping the bomb, getting off of it, and moving straight into the corner. So, I mean, that can easily be done against them, and that is going to ruin the nade work as well. So if that's the only thing you're relying on in your defense for Dig, we'll see it in the second half. I think there's going to be some problems.
Still some Deagles in play, so it could be potentially dangerous. Masuta getting pretty near the edge. This flashbang being set up. Let's see if it's going to be timed well enough. There's the turnaround for it, but the Deagle is not really that great for spraying or taking down 3 people in a row like that. It's a cool idea, but I think the timing was a little bit off, and I think it would have been better if it had been RPK with the MP9 or something up closer. Anyway, bomb plant in that same position. Really out forward there towards the edge of the actual map.
Yeah, They did the exact thing we just outlined. They tapped it in default and they ran over to the corner, and even ZywOo is able to transfer over after that tap. He even flicks his crosshair in the direction of that corner and lands one shot on the planter. So they have the idea already, and that's going to be an interesting thing to see how it plays out. Good kill for RPK, and actually they make their way into the bomb site. This could actually be a little bit dangerous, but I think the time is just too far gone. No kits for the Vitality players, and they're all going to go down at the end. Good hold for Dig. Nice final shot for ZywOo, a parting gift for Forest. 2-0 for
Dig. Getting the Galil though on side was interesting. That's actually a nice enough steal with getting all those kills as well. Don't think they'll be too displeased about that. But yeah, 2-0 regardless. And interesting catch there, as you said. Already some signs that maybe they have a little bit of a read on what Dig are up to when it comes to that plant.
I don't think that whole idea of tapping the default plant spot and moving into the corner is you know, specific to Dig as well. I'm sure every team is doing that these days with the way that has become such a popular defense at that A bomb site. When you play it passively, you have to have the nades coordinated and lined up to delay the plant at least, or delay to let the smoke subside. I like that challenge from Halzerk as well. Not afraid of the Galil in the hands of ZywOo, and only 2 players remaining. It's Shox and RPK.
Yeah, and only losing 1 this round would be welcome news to Dig. Could be a little bit sketchy if you lose, you know, 3 or 4 players, even winning these early T rounds, you know. GEN.G has a lot of money, but he's all, well, him and Halzerk both. Shox and RPK doubled up for a mission to go find out what they can. Doesn't seem like they're being too effective at the moment. But yeah, I think there's a lot to learn about how these two teams are going to be playing, especially on the A side. Over on the B-bomb side, when Dig have been playing this map, it's been Freiburg who's been sort of solo charged with trying to find entries over there and just guarding the B stairs. So it'd be fun to see if he's going to be effective in doing that.
Yeah, we asked the same question about Plopsky, if he was going to be able, for NIP earlier in the event, if he was going to be willing to peek up those stairs and take a fight. It will be interesting to watch Freiburg do it, especially because Freiburg is also the anchor defender when they switch over to the defensive side. He's also the player that holds down the fort at that same bomb site. So you have to imagine he's probably very aware of which fights kind of suck to take as that defender, where to look, where are the different creative spots to hold as the defender. So he might be able to have something if he peeks up and challenges. We'll have to see if he's got the courage to do it. 3-0 for Dig heading into the first gun round. No AWP for ZywOo quite yet. All M4s and all rifles as well for Dig.
RPK and Shox over at the B-bomb site. A little bit of a forward aggression over at A-ramp here, but I'm sure it'll subside eventually. It's kind of tough to stick around there forever. Apex is actually being very aggressive. That's a deep grenade. Freiburg, oh, he has the right idea, but still this could be dangerous to him. And maybe especially
with the Galil.
Yeah, I was going to say that's a Galil, not an AK, so if he hits the stairs, it's not going to do nearly as much damage. Halzerk goes down. And how are they going to come back and join Freiburg?
He's going to make his move now. Still has to be careful about that angle. Get right. Looking to lurk. Oh, and he didn't see it fast enough. And RPK, he's committed. This is a fight or die moment for him. Spots out the positioning, of course. That's Get Right pouncing over in mid. RPK's had some damage done to him, but there's just so few options for Dig at the moment. They've all receded with the death of Get Right. There's nowhere for Dig to go.
I think this is actually very smart by RPK to not sort of try and have a spray fight through or anything, because if he goes down, I mean, it's a 3-on-3 and suddenly it's just open season on the bomb site. Trying to fall back instead and play it safe. Forest will be relentless in trying to hunt him down. Gonna try and smoke it off. There is a gap there that maybe they could try and exploit. So could Shox. He's wrapped all the way out. Have they seen him? Looks like they have. Ooh, tagging him through and trying to see if they can connect a little bit more. But backup is here as well. Apex showing up. Shox going down. Apex next in line. Exist with a huge double. And Vitality let a big opportunity go here. ZywOo, can he actually do this? 4 seconds left. Bomb plant going through in the last possible second. And ZywOo gonna swing for it. And there's the shot to take down Forest. Man, what a close round.
That really was. Vitality is fortunate to get away with that. It looked like they were going to have that round all wrapped up with no big issues. Great job by what was that, Forest and Exist, to be able to crack into that bomb site, get the plant as well. They got something out of what seemed like an impossible situation for a while. So fair play to them. Shox was trying to be cute and just stay behind that pillar the whole time, and a nice 1 versus 2 clutch for ZywOo.
Yeah, I mean, I actually can't believe it got that close to begin with. I'm seeing a creek being picked up by Exist. That's so rare.
Does that hurt you? Is it painful?
No, I don't want the creek to completely die out. I just, you know, I'd be happy with it if someone's like, people are still picking up the orc every once in a while, right? So I'm happy if it just has like its own little role with some people who specialize in it or you know, happen to be good with it.
Oh, that's a perfect Molotov. Nice little research done by the... ooh, that's not good. Flashbang comes in, but RPK does not want to get aggressive. He's just happy to still be alive. That's a fun little chess match that we just witnessed over towards the B bomb site.
The pressure right now on Vitality, having just, you know, only won that in a 1 versus 1, is tremendous. If they screw this up, they're going to be in quite a bit of trouble.
Yeah, they'll be economically crippled for some time. Halzerk turning the corner, shut down immediately. Exist up next, but there's 3 defenders here. They're going to peek him from so many different angles. No chance for Exist.
Okay.
And again, another T-sided round where for Dig, it just feels like the plan never really gets executed in any way. And then they just get swept aside.
Taking some long-range fight here. This is actually a really big problem. Look at the AKs that are going to be stolen now. Should be able to catch maybe another one. No, not quite. So still 3 AKs being picked up total, and the other 2 M4s, obviously. And that's a flawless round here from Vitality. So not only do they survive, but their economy shoots up. No bomb plant and no buy for Dig on the other side, though.
And that I would have liked to have seen something a bit more aggressive, or at least pull the trigger on the strategy you're trying to run. But when Dig gets wiped out in that fashion, while they're still just kind of walking up the ramp, like remember we highlighted it. Vitality had no money in the bank before that round, and because of the indecisiveness, they survived with 5 players.
Deagle is already dropped fairly low. But Vitality don't... actually, they're going to push up once again. They're quite happy to push down the bottom of this A ramp, which is interesting. Apex... oh, sorry, he was just falling back. I was looking at the minimap. I thought maybe he was going to be running down. So they've left ZywOo there now instead. He's just the only one looking, and everyone else is going to take up towards middle or over at the B stairs. Oh, they don't even have a flashbang or anything, do they? They're just going to try and walk around the corner.
Ooh, Masuta stepping up, wrapping around the box. Freiburg is up next. Immediate headshot, going for more. And they have to know, I don't know, maybe they don't know the bomb is there, but it's tucked into the corner. Halzerk just trying to stay alive. Masuta's going to stick around, but if he doesn't check to his left, it's just a Glock. Still have plenty of opportunity to recover. Triple kill for him in the round. And this one's all Vitality. We're going to be tied up when all is said and done, Anders. It's 3-3.
Yeah, tied up, but the problem is if it's back-to-back flawless rounds here where they have 5 people alive, that's you know, going from having no economy to having a booming one pretty quickly. That's actually them getting away with a lot early on here. And Dig, I mean, again, they've only lost 3 rounds in a row here. On top of that, they haven't had bomb plants the last 2 rounds, and they've pretty much had to invest everything into this round. Which, fair play, that's what they should be doing. But if they can't win this round, or at the very least get a bomb plant, again, Vitality are actually really quickly back in this game.
Well, and you have to imagine at a certain point coming up now with all this money, as soon as maybe someone from Vitality goes down in a winning round, you're going to start seeing the AWP picked up by ZywOo. So you have to imagine things will get a little bit more difficult. Get Right is actually faster to challenge in middle. Happy to win that, but no trade. What a transfer from Masuta. Still 100 HP as well. That headshot into Force was so quick. And ZywOo adding on top. Finally, Freiburg fighting back, but it's a 2-on-3 effort.
Yeah, and he himself is He's taking a fair bit of damage. Shox all the way at the back of B, not really interested in fighting, while ZywOo and Masuta are moving forward as a little team there, going to find a fight if they can. Which, this could be great if Shox can stay alive. It's almost more important for Shox just to sort of have them boxed in on that side. And then they could go for a bit of a flank. Oh, Masuta actually going the other way. Checking out A ramp, so he's going to be far away.
Yeah, they're just, you know, crossing the I's, dotting the T's, making sure everything's all accounted for. Shox is going to spot the first, and you're right, now it's all about staying alive because the flank is coming in. Shox does not have to take any fight, but he's going to anyways. And ZywOo from behind shuts it down. Another solid round for Vitality as they take the lead for the first time in this third map. And I feel like now is where we get the op-out, unless ZywOo, for whatever reason, won't feel confident with it on Vertigo. But I have to think that that weapon is going to make an appearance.
Yeah, I would have thought so too. It looks like they've skipped it, but I mean, it's just working so well. Maybe they don't want to, but I don't see why he wouldn't want to have the AWP over at the A ramp. Surely that's a dream kind of position for him most of the time.
A ramp, or I mean, you can be mobile with it as well. You could do A ramp, you could do middle, where they've mostly seen Get Right doing some kind of slower paced lurking. Like that would be not a bad spot for it at all.
Yeah. This is so interesting. Again, 3 people staying alive for Vitality in that last round, so still a pretty good setup for a first half here. Seeing half buy coming out. 4 grenades exist. 5th grenade. All right. Now, just cross your fingers and hope that it works. They're running up with them. Here we go. They're going to be grenaded themselves.
Plant in the corner. Sorry. This is the whole plant trying to get the bomb down in the corner and nade it in the post plant. I don't even think they're going to get there.
No, they've already thrown their grenades. I thought they were going to do the same thing, but no, they just tossed them all out right away. ZywOo's already got a quad kill, and it could be another flaw. They can't be allowed to have like 3 flawless rounds in the first 8 rounds, and they will. There's the ace from ZywOo just to make things even worse. My God, he's 15-2.
Wait, where did those nades go? Why didn't I notice where they got sent?
I think they just tossed them at maybe on that right-hand side. They went for it. Oh.
Some frustration.
Halzer's not happy.
Angry. Halzer's not happy. 5-3. And yeah, there's just so much money on the Vitality side. 12,000 on ZywOo after the ace. 9,000 on Masuta. 9,000 on Apex as well. This is... Dig's got a long way to go before they have any advantages in this first half.
Yeah, and that's in spite of a pretty good start. See it reflected in the odds as well. Not the most skewed odds we've had so far, but I don't know. That economy on the CT side is really, really disturbing to me. Just losing so few players. Most frags we have right now on the dig side is Forest. That's 6 kills, 5 on Exist, and then it just goes slowly down.
Yeah, I mean, that's no surprise considering Vitality's been able to survive with like 3+ players each the last 3 rounds. Deep nade in towards mid, Get Right's brought low, makes Masuta's job very easy to turn from the flash. And with this off-angle boost as well, he knows no one's peeking around the corner, and at any point he can get aggressive and peek deep in towards mid and get even more information for his team. But for the moment, he's content to be sitting in front of the smoke. Dig need to find some way to challenge these bomb sites. It feels like they haven't really been able to turn the corner and actually get a decent angle into A, and now over towards B. Pop flash, RPK with 1, and more information spotted.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that. I think the problem is the health that's left on the remaining players here. Forest almost certainly has to step up big. He's the one with the health.
Miscall?
Yeah, feels like it. But now they're getting back there. Grenade, a little bit deep, and a lot of damage. She also put out Shox, kind of low on health, but they can't find him inside of the smoke. The spray not connecting, and Shox waiting for his moment. That smoke's going to fade any second. He's going to step out, stop the bomb from going down. 3 seconds, that's the round, and more kills coming in. What a perfectly timed lurk there from Shox.
What a god. He has been making such good decisions all day long from the first map to now, hiding inside of the smoke and making sure the time is his ally. The 6th round for Vitality. That's got to be heartbreaking for Dig. They finally found themselves in a bomb site, and this time just could not keep things safe. Man, if he's going to hit himself in the face, he's at least got to take that watch off. At some point, he's going to slip and, I don't know, give himself a concussion.
Oh, well, the shot's going down to Freiburg, but these are all really small comforts at this point in time. The main problem is just, I mean, obviously string of rounds, the ridiculous economy, and the fact that they just aren't getting, I mean, they didn't even get a bomb plant that time. They've lost the last 6 rounds in a row, and it's been 1 bomb plant in those 6 rounds.
And it was that was on the 4th round. That was so long ago. They've had no success recently to speak of. Boost up for Exist. ZywOo's watching it just with a shoulder peek, and yeah, no chance he goes down now. Gonna back away, let his teammates know.
Yeah, Apex comes in on the other side. Want to try and see if they could do it together, but they've already fallen back, which still is pretty good information to have to deal with. And Apex is going to go back to the A-bomb site just so that he's there in case they show up. This seems like good information, good little reads coming out here from Vitality.
Yeah, well, I think the only place that Dig can really go in this situation is B, because at least you can get, you know, partially up the stairs before you're spotted. If you head towards A, there's such a good warning system going on. RPK hasn't seen anyone due to the smoke. Another Molotov in front. Oh, he sees the jump. I guess they're trying to peek over the smoke. Does he see it? Yeah, he does now. Sprays at range. He's down to 15 health, but now they have the intel. I mean, Dig needs to go. There's 13 seconds on the clock.
Yeah.
They need to make this happen and at least die before they don't get any bonus money.
Well, dying is something that Vitality love to help them out with, so some good cooperation there. I actually think RPK doubted himself for a second. I actually think he saw it the first time and he was like, wait, what? And then he just waited a bit. Could have cost him much more, I think. But another round where they lose, what, 1 person in that round?
Yeah, it's going real well for Vitality. They're
not for Misuta.
Well, outside of that smoke. Outside of that smoke, everything else is going just fine. Here's the op. It's in Shox' hands. I wonder if Freiburg noticed the difference of no smoke being dropped into that choke point.
Yeah, that definitely could have been just a, you know, a slight difference. Good opening. So we're now coming over with the M4 to try and look for him. He's actually pushed up quite far. Got to be careful that they're not covering this, and yeah, good little return kill. Holzerk probably wishing, I mean, Forest is an Exister behind him, but none of them could even see anything there.
And ZywOo even gets a second smoke out of that off his teammate's dead body. Good nade damage. Chunks Forest down to 76. At least with that kill from Holzerk, even though he's gone down afterwards, that gives them a staging area outside of the A-bomb site. Just try peek. Oh, that's risky. ZywOo's got to back off now, surely, but no, he gets more aggressive. Turns from the flash. A tough off angle for Exist to deal with. I don't think he'll expect it. It's the second kill ZywOo's got to be worried about. There's Exist. Freiburg gonna turn the corner, and yeah, 1 for 1, and a no-scope from Shox. Oof. Dig have finally done it. Cracked into a bomb site, gotten a plant, and this should be the round.
Yeah, definitely helps out getting some of those early kills. That's nice to see. And RPK sneaking around the corner and getting caught. So, yes, finally a 4th round. Having lost, well, 7 in a row, which is absolutely out of control. ZywOo 17 and 4. Yeah, that's...
When did that happen?
Well, he did get the ace, right? That helps.
Yeah, that's true. That is true. Here we go. Let's see if Dig can string them together. It was a struggle to get 1. They need a couple more before that economy from Vitality will disappear.
It's helped.
Again, Shox with the AWP. This time he nails the shot.
Yeah, and they have another AWP, so I think they're double offset. Oh, wow. I can't believe Apex won that fight. That's going to be very difficult. Surely not an angle he's expecting at all. But yeah, double op, I was going to say, would help, you know, dwindling down the economy there for Vitality, but not if they win the rounds.
Yeah, not if they win it clean as well. Apex is, the op is passed over from the hands of ZywOo because Apex only has 5 HP. He can sit far back and just take his shot, hold an angle. And the rest of Dig has to figure out exactly what they want to do. Forrest and GetRight are together over at the B bomb site. In fact, Forrest just made a footstep that RPK might have heard. Exist is alone on the other side of the map, now coming to join up.
Oh, RPK. Again, there's no need to fight right now. Just get the information about where they're coming, call in the teammates. There's 2 of them in the middle that could be here really quickly through that window, so every opportunity. Oh, shocks. He's seeing it. Good read and taking down Forrest, and now they are pretty much safe. GetRight and Exist. They can't even really make it up. There's 3 more Molotovs in play and a smoke and more flashbangs. How do you get through this?
I don't think you do. I think maybe you just save the weapons. They're just going to try and crack into A very quickly, but again, the way this map is laid out, they can hear, Vitality can hear the footsteps the whole damn way. Good shot from Exist. Masuta now going to swing out. Time, 10 seconds. Molotov down as well, and that should be the end of the round. GetRight's forced to just try and make it happen. And what a champion running through the flames to get that done.
Yeah, doing his best at the moment. I mean, a bomb plant would be nice. Just again, the problem is they're losing these rounds, leaving so many Vitality members alive and not getting the bonus money themselves. And leaving that double AWP alive now too, which is just making things worse.
Well, they've missed their window of opportunity to force an economy reset. Vitality's going to be able to have weapons for the rest of the half. So nothing easy for Dig down the stretch either. And we still haven't seen much of Dig like dueling at that B bomb site. We were wondering how much that was going to happen. And Vitality, I think the main reason why that's not occurring is Vitality has mostly had 2 players at this B bomb site. They've been willing to put an extra body there just to prevent that risk from even happening. And the reason why they're allowed to do it time and time again is because Dig hasn't been able to find any success at A either. That's the real problem. This A defense really hasn't felt too much pressure at all. Leg shot for ZywOo. And listens for information as he walks back.
Or even the grenade doing a little bit. Some random shots coming out, but those won't connect yet with anyone. They've got the ramp control now. See if they could set something up. Good return on ZywOo. That's going to be annoying for him. They have some smokes to put the bomb down, but they don't have enough for the after plant either. And where's Masuta going? He might be sneaking around, trying to see if he could flank them. Oh, wow. This is great.
Yeah, there's just so much delay going on. Dig is waiting so long to actually pull the trigger. This flank is going to be deadly. All they need is the littlest amount of resistance, and they'll get it. Masuta, there he is on the flank. Bomb site is lost. Freiburg adds one as well. Now it gets interesting. Double op setup. And if Vitality doesn't get a pick right now, he's going to tag Exist down to 6. Not the follow-up. The other op is in play, and they need a kill right now.
I can't believe Exist is still alive, and he gets a kill. What a hero. Big double coming out from Exist. That's actually massive, and I'm super impressed by that turnaround from Dig. They were already running into a lot of resistance at the A-bomb side. They were getting shot at the back by Masuta, and they found a way out anyway. That's great.
It's phenomenal kills from Forrest. I mean, that double kill is what really opened it right up. RPK out in the open. Not even really in any kind of safety, so the linchpin of that defense was Apex, and once he goes down and can no longer protect that avenue from Forrest, everything else crumbles. All the rifles meant to keep space for your ops are ruined. Freiburg gonna take a little bit of chip damage from the nades, but nothing too worrying. And Dig starting to fight back on this T side.
Yeah, they are, and that fight back is not too late, in spite of a really horrible start. If they can make this 8-7, then yeah, we've definitely got a game in our hands. Apex gets dropped by Hall Zerg, and there's Forrest to 1 RPK, so this is a beautiful start. This is a kind of luxury start that Dig haven't really enjoyed yet. Again, great resilience from the team. This is really encouraging to see. Gonna find ZywOo as well, so yeah, opening up the whole map now.
Man, it took them the entirety of the half, but they've finally done it. They have finally done it. It took 7 rounds in a row for Vitality, and right after that, Dig seemed to have got it all figured out. Thank God they won the pistol and converted the following 2 rounds, or else this half would be way, way more grim. It's not going to be a full reset, but Vitality is going to be hurting for funds. These last two M4s that they have are very important. They cannot try and rotate and save this round or clutch it out. They just have to keep the rifles in hand.
Well, Misuta and Shox, yeah. Doesn't look like they want to sort of fight them too much or try and run for them. They don't really have that much money either, so I guess it would suck if they lost some of those AKs.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get, Vitality's going to get 1,900 with their loss bonus, so Zywoo is going to be sitting at 3,000. RPK is going to be at, what, 3,200 or so, 3,300.
Yeah.
They're going to need some drops for sure if they want to have utility, so the M4s are critical. 6th round for Dig. Setting up a tower to survive the bomb blast.
Forest won't. Well. A little cheeky laugh coming out as we go into the 15th round. And let's see if Vitality can sort of bring it back here and win another round, or if Dig have actually found the formula. Again, I am kind of impressed that they actually had the resilience to stop Vitality in this game, because they really looked like they were just getting completely beat up.
And it's also nice to just have a competitive map in the series. Both teams have blown out the other on their home maps, which has been a kind of a weird vibe to this best of 3.
Yeah, I agree.
Ooh, are we seeing? Are they gonna flash through this? Surely they don't wait for that smoke to fade. Oh, this is crazy. Oh, this is crazy. Exist has 2. Halzerk adds the final. That's a bold idea.
I agree with the flashing through. That would have made so much more sense. Waiting for it, like, you have to assume that they're going to be holding it. If they're there at all, someone's going to be looking at it, so...
I think the problem is there's some weird angles when that smoke clears with the way that box is, right? Like, they can be all the way to the left, they can be in the corner to your right, they can be behind the box on the left, behind the box on the right. There's just so many places you have to worry about when that smoke clears. Even with 3 players, there's no way to really coordinate and have your aim ready to go.
Oh, Sharks is walking in the middle. Wants to get close to the RPK in case that's where they show up, but that is not where they're going to show up. So he has to get back here, and he has a chance to be a superstar if he can actually stop this attack coming in. If he can win the first fight, that would be big. That would buy him a little bit of time, but ooh, the flashbang, that's a friendly flashbang to take him down. Shock's turning and runs out of bullets. He had the right idea, but not gonna happen. 8-7 instead. Vitality barely coming out with a round lead at the end of the half there. And that's, again, a great comeback, I think, for Dig to even be in this match. We'll see if they can continue going into the second half. That's coming up after the break.
We've got some top-tier Counter-Strike coming your way.
The 100 Thieves and G2!
Down now, 2 quick kills. They should not lose this game right now. This is not a team that yet has the pedigree to beat an EG.
It is Valentine's Day, guys, but what happens under the desk stays under the desk.
Dad and Dad, we're back together again.
So what we have to do, we will win this game. Deal?
But they're coming in from long as well. Beezer's gonna be there. What an upset. It took all 3 maps.
And this is going to be a spicy one. 100 Thieves versus EG!
They take them down in overtime and win the whole series 2-0.
A banger of a match between G2 and OG.
Chance for this, and they get down the 1v2 to close it out.
EG versus OG for a spot in the spring finals in Moscow.
We are legends of this game. We will rip, shoot hits, deal, that's all Alexi.
It was an upset last time and everyone was shocked, but here we go. OG absolutely living the dream, and they will take them down for a second time.
Let's focus, boss. Let's focus like we played first time against them.
They've done it. They've bounced back on Dust 2. We're going to the final map of Blast Premier Spring Series, baby.
Let's take it just like this.
And G2, 1 frag away, 1 HP away from shutting down the dreams of OG.
There we go. G2 Esports first place in Group C. Fantastic stuff. We'll see you in a couple of months, of course, for the Showdown. And for now, enjoy the rest of your evening. There we go. Bye.
The final half coming up. It's Vitality versus Dig. We're on Vertigo, and it was 8-7 in the first half. It looked like it was going to be another one of those really one-sided halves that we've been having all throughout this best of 3, with Dig at Vitality at one point going on a 7-round run where there was only 1 bomb plant at all for Dig on that C side. So it was all shaping up nicely, but Dig, I think, just showing a lot of heart and resistance, and now they're going to be on the CT side, where again they had some really great retakes on this A bomb side. They have 3 grenades again ready for a bomb plant, I'm sure, if it comes around these A boxes. Let's see if Vitality have done their homework. Also going down, but still 3 HE grenades left.
Yeah, but those HE grenades won't come into play if Vitality can just continue to peel apart this defense. That first pick is just the first step. Halzert going down. Look at the way it's made the defense shift. And then all of a sudden, if Vitality hits a new location on the map, again, that defense is just going to get pulled apart as they try and figure out exactly what's happening. 3 players stacked at A for the moment. It's Forrest who's the only one really investigating the other side of the map. He's stuck in mid all on his lonesome. Also the only one without a grenade, and he's going to get a lot of pressure his way.
Yeah, he's got the USP. He needs to hit some great shots. There's one. Could he get a little bit more? Backup is coming in. There's Freiburg to help out. Big double kill from Freiburg and Forrest. Oh, he's going to land one more kill. That is amazing. They actually were in a lot of trouble, but Forrest stopped them and, well, slowed them down, and Freiburg stopped them, I guess.
I think Freiburg softened him up with a grenade as well. That landed in a perfect position to do a lot of damage. Then he's got an easy cleanup after that. Good shot from Zaiwu. He's been stellar on this map for Vitality. He's got 20 kills and 8 deaths. Gotta turn this corner, 1 versus 4 into a 3, but again, the utility, the nades doing so much work. Get right goes down. Zaiwu somehow finding some 1v1s, and he's gonna slip off the edge of the building.
Wow, that, I don't know, I didn't expect that to work out this way. I actually think Vitality were setting themselves up incredibly nicely. I like the pickoff, I like the switch going back to the B bomb site. They found it with just only 1 person in. That was everything you need. Ooh. Fifi having a moment.
His cats are just chilling behind him. They're taking a nap. They don't feel the intensity of the moment.
They don't care, do they?
No, it doesn't look like they do.
Isn't that the whole
cats.
purpose of cats? Ooh, also 1 kill there, but a swift return from Zaiwu, and he has a Galil, to everyone's surprise.
I tell you what I like about this game so far is this is the first real time we've seen Dig respond to adversity. Remember, where they got shut down on Nuke, and that was pretty much comprehensive from start to finish, 16-5 in the favor of Vitality. There was no rebuttal from Dig whatsoever. Dust 2 was the other way. It was pretty much all Dig. They were able to just kind of run away with that game. There was a little bit of a pocket for Vitality that looked okay, but for the most part, Dig was in full control of that map. And it's been here where they had control early, lost it, and then fought back right at the end of that first half. And now we get to see how far they can take that. There's no Molotovs and no nades to clear Exist out of this position. He's in a really powerful spot.
Yeah, he is with the MP9. I mean, they're going to have to hard clear him. Cywo's sort of thinking about it. He's got the Galil out there, but he's very low on health. So, yeah, the MP9 could definitely come up big. He's running for it, and Exist turning the wrong way at the wrong time, and that gets him killed. Oh, what a shame.
Oh, no. Oh, no, this is advantage to Vitality. And all those, we talked about the strengths on this map for Dig. As we saw them, where all the nades, the post-plant plans for this A bomb site, but they have nothing to make those plans come to fruition. They've got to just get aggressive. 3 players in this hallway. There's the swing. There's the trade for RPK. Back and forth we go, and it's Forrest in a 1 versus 1. But he's got no health and no kit for the moment. He's got to go pick that up very fast. But Zywoo's never going to let him get this defuse.
2 seconds. No, all he has to do is take a step out, and yeah, Forrest had to hold. There's nothing else he could do. He even got wall banged a bit at the end there. Sai will live for the round, and Vitality will have a great bit of revenge there. That was a lot, I think, was riding on that corner for Exist. Yeah. Ooh. Almost.
The cat's still not reacting.
No, I don't know what it'll take. I've never had a cat, Jason, so.
Cats are great. I've never understood the cat versus dog battle. But we'll save that for another time. Maybe a podcast. 9-8 in the favor of Vitality, 1 round lead.
Too controversial to bring up on stream.
Yeah, we would take all the attention away from the Counter-Strike.
Well, Forrest is there with the Deagle, and they have more HE grenades. But sneaking through middle, look at that. 3 members of Vitality. They're in so deep already that this is becoming a massive, massive problem for the defense. That's like a... Oh, we've actually lost the round. Forrest, good headshot, but they don't need to go hunting. They can just get the bomb down here. I feel like they might be getting a bit ahead of themselves. Yeah, that's a much better plan. Thought they were going to go running around there, and that would have been a mistake.
I like it. I like the ruthless nature. I really enjoy that. Ooh, that's a nice attempt from Freiburg with the nade tag combo. Doesn't do enough damage. Vitality with a 2-round lead, and Dig have to spend 1 more round just sitting and waiting and saving their money, saving their funds for the next round. So it should be 11 for Vitality when all is said and done here at the start of this half.
Yeah, good reaction. Ooh, Holzak is... He's pounding that desk.
Yeah, but that was much more... There's much more power in those hits than previously, and it's a good thing he did that for the desk, because we've also seen him hitting himself in the face, and if he used that kind of power on the face smacking, I think there'd be some issues.
Could maybe knock himself out. And I don't know if we
and we'd have it all on film.
We'd have it all on film.
That would last forever on the internet.
And I don't know if we have any, like, if there's anything in the rule book about, like, you know, pausing the match or anything that happens, so.
Yeah, can we sub a new player in? What for? Well, Holzer knocked himself out. Sorry, we don't accept that.
Yeah. Well, that's a grenade.
It's a grenade and a half.
Could have just as well been a claymore mine that he just stepped on. Freiburg will go down, and that means it's open season here on the B-bomb site. Get right, the only one in health. And Apex is holding that part of the middle. Oh, he actually just turned for it. That's a little bit unfortunate. But they'll hear Exist and come to finish him off from the earlier nade damage. So, pretty good start to the second half right now for Vitality. 11-8, only losing the 1 round there at the beginning. But now, well, now they've got a good shot at it. 5 more rounds.
Let's see what the response is from Dig. They need to start getting into the action right now. This first gun round is very important for Dig. They cannot get buried too quickly in this second half. Forest and Exist leading the way with 16 and 14 kills respectively. And here we go. Apex going to challenge at the stairs almost immediately. Freiburg's playing far back, no aggression. Now they're going to start climbing the stairs. And this is something we didn't see Dig do. Oh my lord, over the smoke. Halzerk never saw it coming. And there's Freiburg with a big win. He's also got Apex down to 15 HP. So Freiburg shuffles them away from this side of the map.
Yeah, Saiwu still moving up, but Exist and Get Right both moving up along the side next to him. Ooh, he was just holding that angle. Now he's going to go down instead. 3 more seconds, and maybe he could have had a free kill there. Looks like Shox wants to go and challenge. He's going to swing into it. Straight headshot on Exist, and ready for more. Some good spam coming through, but not connecting with Get Right just yet. But Misuta most certainly will. And that leaves Freiburg and Forest 2 on 3. 50 seconds left, and Forest with a critical kill. That's the bomb down as well. Let's see if he can hold it here. He's afraid that someone's going to swing on that side, but that's not the case. Apex is holding the flank, and if he stays here 5 more seconds or 2 more seconds, he'll have it. And now, if they could get the bomb down, they could actually maybe run for it, but I don't know if they can. Shox is picking it up. Forest now relocating. Are they aware of it? I don't think they are, and now they definitely know. He's trapped back here. He's in a lot of trouble, and he should not be winning it. I love the idea of Forest relocating that, but I'm not sure if they heard him or if he just showed himself too quickly.
Yeah, I was wondering that same thing. I was like, this is a cool relocate, but certainly they can hear those footsteps. Regardless, this round is all won and lost in this hallway of death. Get Right assumed that Shox was the only player there. Masuta stepped into his place during the reload, and it's just a back and forth affair. And yeah, you could see Fifi knows that's a big round to lose. I admire that Fifi's still rocking the gunners.
It's been a while, hasn't it? Been a hot minute.
It's not. He's not even playing, and he's still rocking the gunners. I like that.
21st
Gunners
round.
is a technology that's been lost to the world.
Yeah, there's no thing anymore, is it? We got 4 HE grenades, and listen, for as much as we hype them up, Jason, we haven't really seen the effect of all of these grenades.
No, I mean, the real strength of them comes in when there's an actual set piece towards that A bomb site. There's an actual plant trying to go on behind the smoke. Vitality has never really just aggressively attacked that A bomb site as a unit. They're kind of really drawing these rounds out. Action is occurring before any kind of attack towards the site. So the emphasis isn't so much on trying to get the plant down in a chaotic situation, which is where all those nades are useful. It's first and foremost about fighting and eliminating most of your opponents on the way in.
Well, the odds seem to be favoring Vitality quite a bit now, which again, I guess is not surprising. They have really shown themselves. Now, look at this, though. They have shown up all at the right bomb site with these grenades, and now they're just waiting. Should be waiting for the bomb plant itself. Oh, Get Right going down. He had one of those grenades primed. Deep nade here from Apex is going to bounce around the corner, and that is really going to do a lot of damage. And there's the bomb plant with, I don't know. Oh, no, not quite yet. They just fake it the once, actually. I thought they were going to go for it. Shox and Apex get a couple of kills, and now they're going to go for it. Smart stuff from Vitality. They've done the homework, Jason.
Yeah, I mean, it's what we kind of outlined at the beginning of the map all so long ago, is it's very cool when we see it work for Dig, but it's a strategy that it's easy to kind of get away from, that it's easy to dodge the damage. You just tap the bomb and back away, and Dig kind of have to throw their nades on that first tap. Otherwise it's just ruined. So, man, they're gonna have to find a new style of defense here. All they've done is won the pistol round and lost everything after that. 5 rounds in a row for Vitality since losing the pistol.
RPK and Apex taking a bit of damage early on, but Vitality are 3 rounds away from picking up this match.
This series.
This whole series, you're right. How's RPK got into this position? Oh, wow.
Ooh.
The return from Freiburg. Out of the world. That's just amazing.
Powdering bottom since 2009. Freiburg is back, baby. Saiwu. over towards the A-bomb site, going to try and find an entry for his team. 26 kills on ZywOo, leading the charge. Double op setup that they have to deal with, though. Although both of those AWPs on Halzerk and Forest, one in middle, one at the B bomb site. So here, there's only Exist and Get Right. One nice shot, and there it is from Shox, and a follow-up from ZywOo. That is stunning. A follow-up, a third kill as Halzerk rotates over. That was so fast.
Oh, come on. They just had that setup. Freiburg gave them the 3-on-5, and then the A-bomb side just gets wiped out. That took like 2 seconds, and just 2 of them were gone immediately.
That's what I mentioned, that if you're Dig, you cannot give a team like Vitality this much room to work with. You can give this real estate and survive giving it to Virtus Pro. You will not survive giving it to Vitality.
Flash setup from his suits to go and peek. That's a really nice little combo. And Forrest just has to hope that they won't find him inside of the smoke, but that was fading as well. They will. That's 14 rounds, and that... Man, that's a round that Dig would love to be able to rewind at that 3-on-5 point and get another shot at.
If you're gonna play it this passively in a 5-on-3, which I'm not even really against in theory, it almost feels like it has to be way more passive than that. Even just sitting in the site, once they're starting to get up to the different angles, it's craziness. It's like they've got so much room, they can take a peek. You have no idea of the timing of when the attack is actually going to occur. They can just walk close up to the positions with impunity. That's the real danger of it, is you just never have a sense for when the peak is going to come, and you can see what happens. Shox is just out in the open, able to find Get Right as he's transferring into the site. ZywOo peeks over towards Exist position while he's just reacting to the death of Get Right, and it's a complete disaster. 14-8, Vitality 2 rounds away from victory, and Dig, I guess they have to buy into this. Freiburg's already picked up the M4. So maybe you plant that at the B bomb site and see if he can hold it on his own again. Everyone else with Deagle and nades over at A. But this is a dire situation now for the Swedes.
I don't know. I mean, this buy that they have here, I'm a little bit surprised they didn't have more, but at the same time, I guess there's also a risk involved in that. I just don't see how they could be winning this with the Eagles and USP and that one M4. A lot of grenades. Ooh, that will help out. Great headshot to follow. Apex trying to shoot over, but this is dangerous. Another grenade landing on 2 of the players, and they're really soft. They're going to try and see if they could fight this one back quickly, but if Freiburg gets here in time, this can absolutely turn in their favor. Oh, and the Zeus coming in, sapping RPK. It might not be enough, but it does sound amazing.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Freiburg's still so far off. He's going to come over and see if he can get something. Maybe an early kill, get it pretty clean, and he still has a chance at a 1 versus 2. But there's no kit. That's the other worrying side. I don't believe Masuda saw him. Nade's not going to do anything except do some damage around the snow. Apex just survives, jumping on the railing, and that's the kill Freiburg wanted. Now he's committed, and now he goes for it. And one more, right over the edge of the smoke. And ZywOo, a quick transfer of position, and Freiburg is a long way to fall.
15-8. It would have to be a 7-round straight comeback here for Dig to try and play into overtime. And as we're talking about it, just the numbers here, ZywOo is at 28-10, and it's in 23 rounds played. So that's fairly ridiculous once again here. Freiburg can't believe it.
Oh dear, oh dear. All right, Dig.
Oh,
a big challenge up ahead. They've got to win 7 straight. AWP and Shox's hands on this T side. AWP for Halzerk.
Painful timeout, having to sit and wonder how you're going to make it through. The half buy means they still have a shot. Oh, yeah, there we go. There's a long way down. But here we go. AWP on Halzerk, MP9 on Freiburg. That was the price of buying the M4. It's not so bad.
Well, here's the issue with it. It's not so much the weaponry itself. It's that I think that's going to cause a second player to have to be a bit more dedicated to sticking with Freiburg if there's ever pressure applied.
Oh, this could be dangerous. AWP on the other side. If it peeks around the corner, Apex, can he see it? It's close at this point, but not quite yet. That's going to fade, and there's the kill from Apex. There are more people here. They're pushing through, and Exist lining up what could be a big double. It'll be Get Right instead, and a 3-on-3. That was important. That was critical that they got that return at the least. But now they're going to go for Freiburg. And now that MP9 could be an issue. It's got some backup coming in as well. Freiburg going to swing around. The flash is there. Have they seen him yet? I don't think they have. In spite of the fact that he was right there, Freiburg going to be able to... No, actually, Forest, and there's the cleanup. 15-9. Wow.
Yeah, that's a tense battle on the A ramp. Good thing there's a third player there. That's the second time that little, or like a glimpse over the smoke. We saw ZywOo pick one off over the smoke earlier. This time it's a boost to peer over the smoke. Second time Dignitas or Dig has been caught by that. But thankfully, the rotation back was so fast. The utility of Dig is able to stall out that hit and give Freiburg a clear line of sight. Just 6 rounds away, Dig, from forcing overtime, 9-15.
All AKs, which is fine. On that T side, looks like they want to test Freiburg's fortitude over here. And actually, I mean, one good pop flash right now when he's a little bit further back. He's going to have a slight slower warning. See if he can get any counter grenades out in time. There's the flashbang. Yeah, he's going to have to fall back. No grenades being thrown. They're going to be right on. He turns for it. They swing wide and a quick trade there. Forest also going down. My God.
Get right's here, though. All 3 players are here. Smoke is going to slow things down. Some nade damage surely coming in. Molotov as well. Bomb needs to get planted, and that's a risky route to run. But look at this angle. RPK can see under the smoke. I don't know if there's a way to clear this out properly. We'll see when they come in. They're going to have to wait for the smoke to fade, but this is a dangerous position for RPK.
Yeah, right, going in and checking middle. He hasn't seen anyone yet. Now the bomb is down. No more grenades on the T side. A single smoke on Holzerk in case they go for a defuse. I mean, that's going to be huge for them if they can. ZywOo showing himself. Nice, clear. Get right and Holzerk both, and now it's on Shocks. Let's see if they can find him fast here before it gets uncomfortable. He's got a very strange angle, taking down Exist, and now are they going to come look for him? It's dangerous to just put the smoke up and try and defuse. He can hide behind that one too. He's waiting. He wants to get a bit closer. There's the tap of it. Oh, and he walks into the AWP. One more round for Dig.
That's a close call. That is a tense retake. Well done from Dig. I didn't see how they cleared out RPK so easily. I would assume he maybe peeked into the boost spot where Get Right was, but these were some solid entries. Yeah, he swung wide. Ooh, if he just stays tucked into that corner, what a difficult crossfire to bust open. Bit of a mistake, in my opinion, from RPK there. Still tough, 15-10. But Dig, it's good to see them fighting back, and they might get some breathing room. They might get some kind of help if they can take all this economy away. If they prevent a plant this round from Vitality, they can at least maybe get a little bit of an easier round coming up.
Well, that was part of the key when Vitality were on the CT side, right? They stopped so many rounds where they couldn't even get the bomb down. So that does limit the economy quite a bit. Nice grenade. Ooh. They had one that did like 10 damage to each player, and that one was way better. And now it's going to get really uncomfortable trying to get up those stairs. They do have all the grenades, and they're all here. So it's go time.
I think the tough part is this is one of the rare times we see Dig with just Exist deep at the A bomb site. Get Right and Holzerk both holding mid, so they're going to be quick on the rotation over. Holzerk now coming to A just to be safe about it. This battle is everything. If Get Right goes down, the flank to the bomb site is opened up for Shocks. Freiburg has gun out, nade out. Forrest saves his life. Forrest behind the smoke looking for more. And there's ZywOo chiming in, but a double kill for the Legends. And Forrest is going to help them hold on to this. Apex and Shocks are forced away.
Yeah, he's coming through the middle, but it might be a second too late. Oh, and he reveals the position. Man, I mean, it's not really Shocks' fault, but Apex is actually running to the other side. Shocks is controlling the middle of the map. They can at least get the bomb down. Now, how much can Shocks do from here is a big question. He's going to fall back. I almost wish he would have just held it the whole time, but yeah, quick bomb plan at the very least, and Holzerk should again wait for his teammates, even if it's tempting. Wow.
There's no nades. There's no nades for Vitality, and Dig have 3 players. They've got 2 smokes, plenty of flashbangs, and a Molotov. You have to think the Molotov is surely going to come into this position.
Yeah. Oh, there we go, and he's forced out immediately. Now all on Shocks, 1 versus 4, and they already defusing. He might as well back on out. no way to get back into this one. He's sticking around for a headshot, but it'll be another round. 11-8 to 15 here.
That cheeky little bastard, that nice little headshot on Forrest right at the end. Takes the weapon away, a little bit of economy damage dealt to Dig, but they're going to be fine with it as long as they keep winning. Plants helps Vitality. They're going to drop down to a half buy with Shox' AK. So a bit of money management down the stretch, but Dig is making this look like it's possible. Just 4 rounds away. This won't be an easier round, but certainly easier than dealing with an AWP and 4 AKs.
Yeah, 1 AK-47 on Shox. Not always so easy to find a place to put it into use. Sort of, I don't know if it makes a big difference, but I just always feel like it might be easier to find a more fair or even fight over at the B-bomb side, those stairs, than it will here on A. Oh, damage through. This is dangerous. That's a wide swing from Holzerg, and he's going to get dropped. And now they're coming for assist, every single one, and he can't take it. GetRight has to stay back, and he must stay alive. Oh dear, that was a little bit of an avalanche.
Yeah, I don't like those decisions from Holzerg or Exist. Especially Exist because of at least fallen back. Holzerg was already dead. Way too committed to defending that A ramp.
How long are they going to stick around?
Up next.
Oh,
yeah, I don't know.
Look at Cyber, he's going to take him down.
Can...
That is so unfortunate. He wanted to go check. I mean, he wanted the information more than anything. I don't think he wanted to fight.
Well, he got the fight. He didn't want it, but he's gonna get it anyways. I believe it was a great philosopher who once said, "You can't always get what you want." And here we are. This is gonna be Vitality taking the map just like that. They drop down to Deagles and it works. It'll be 16-11 for Vitality.
Yeah. Wow. That's such a. I mean, it says a lot, right? One little misstep there with the overpeak, and it's done. 16-11 as Vitality will take down Dig. On all 3 maps is what it took, and yeah, definitely, I mean, we saw some mistakes in the overall lineup of Vitality, but in the end, I mean, Cyber at plus 30 kills, I think, towards the end there, so really, really impressive, and a good performance from the French side. We'll get the analysts to break it all down, and that is going to be coming up right after the break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back.
You got to draw a line somewhere, I guess.
Only good for that 1 week.
NBK is going to be in for a bit of a tight time here. Whoa. Nicely done. Point blank finds one, gets a second, a third, looking for it, and he gets the 4th as well. French CS.
So they'll have to wait that one out. Clearly G2 looking to just split this B site at the 30-second mark, but a dig from JKS.
Corner. And Kenny's going to just have to hit some heads. He's hanks for them, and it's just the first. He's able to fall back. He's got to put his weapon back together. And he will. It's a good time flashbang, but he knows the magazine's low. Now he's got the knife out. It's a stab onto Issa. Oh my God. And the headshot on Devalda. Hunter's going to help him out from pit, so Alexi B is all alone in a 1 versus 5. Nobody gets out from porch. Nobody gets footing close to that site. And it all goes around Kenny S.
Wow. Alexi, the 1-on-3, you'd think he's got no chance. 1 player back default, 1 in the pit. It's one of the most dangerous crossfires, even when you have 5 alive. Saw they struggled in that situation. Headshot through the wall. Alexi's out of the round. What a round from Kenny S, though.
He's getting back around ramp. He needs clean kills, and he takes down Kenny. Follows up onto Hunter. Wow. 3 frags from him.
Let's see if they can get out mid. again, smoke spam. Great timing coming out of the CTs. OG throwing Alexi B forward, only able to grab another kill, but he's done such a great job.
Oh, what?
Nexa robs it back. 3 kills, but here comes Valda on the flank, hot on the heels of the mid play. 2v2, and he dodges the op. Kenny sprints into the B side.
Yeah.
Yeah, wants to get some exits here.
Ruin the ratio. Oh my god.
He's gonna get them both.
Oh, Kenny's gonna die to the bomb. So he's got to come out with a wicked Kenny peek, and it's just gonna feed Valdo.
I mean, we say Mantu shouldn't get all 3, but Mantu also had 100 HP. And the door's open. Amanek gonna rush it.
Whoa, his teammate
it's not
there.
planted.
Oh, he
3
can't even
seconds.
cover that. There's no way.
Amanek robs the round.
Close the door.
Has to form a miracle to be able to win that.
Oh,
Once
but
again, running into the blender versus Fur, Hunter, top of the hut.
Finally.
Oh, good trade comes out, but Nexa looks to pick up the pieces. 2 up versus 1. Alexi, only Mac 10 in hand. Better guns all over the place if he can find them. Don't know how close, though. And
quite...
Kenny is now moving in
Ooh,
for the kill. Interesting, though, to make it a 1v1. He drops off, and Alexi, he loves to take this fight. We saw how patient he was in this moment. Jax pops up behind him.
Given the chance to. Just slightly.
You know, Kenny, he might try to end this round early. Yeah, he's going up through the window.
He just has to
Bomb's
hide.
not planted just yet. Liaz just wants to stay alive, and Kenny will commit. Bomb goes down in time. He's got the op.
All he needs, that one shot. Kenny, he goes high.
Up top.
Shocks. It was such a dominant performance on Nuke. And then we swing over to your pick of Dust 2, and they play you at your own game. What has happened to your Dust 2? Because we keep seeing these odd results from you guys when you did have such a strong start on it earlier.
Actually, it's really funny that you say that, because at the moment you just tell me that, I was just preparing my tweet for, after the game. And I was like, wrong Dust 2 these days, Like, definitely, there is definitely something like is not going well on this map since 2 or 3 matches. Actually, it's really hard to tell you why at the moment I'm speaking, but it will definitely something we will take care about for our next match.
Well, I would say, from my personal opinion, that you're much better than needing Dust 2 to be your pick, and you've shown us that on other maps as well, mate. Now, Vertigo, right, it started to look scary, because going into the second half, they actually managed to even it up after getting the initial 3 rounds. Then we come on to your T side, and it was super solid. A good win for sure, but are you also feeling a little bit relieved? Because there could have been a chance for Dignitas to come back.
Yeah, definitely. You never know what can happen on CS. So it was plus on Vertigo. We didn't really have that much information. So it was more like, okay, let's see how they are doing, and let's try to adapt quickly. Coming up to the second half, I think that Zaiwu and I did a really good job talking about the A ramp. And we managed to take them off guard, to always have this area. And I think that was the key point talking about our T side today.
Well, the T side worked out wonderfully for Shoxy and the lads today. That's what we took away from this match. Getting the job done on Vertigo. Nip, Dig fought back at the end. It's never going to go away. It's always going to be in your head. But Dig fought back in the end. It just wasn't enough on that second half to to take it to overtime and to take the fight to Vitality. Doran, you were already, I was following you on Twitter a little bit there, and you're already popping off in terms of how there just isn't the firepower on this Dig roster right now.
Yeah, I think stylistically that's what's cost them this series, in my opinion, because obviously first half was all right. It's a map where you can get a CT roll going, absolutely. Vitality, it's not like they're the most decisive team right now in the game. The problem is, when it looks like Dig's just basically rolling over and letting you walk into the sites, I don't think they had much choice. Like, guess what? At the end, when they tried pushing up and contesting that ramp, etc., and taking the fight to the Vitality players, they got absolutely murked, and now everyone's going to laugh at them and say they were stupid for that whole Zerk push, etc. Like, that's the problem for me, is I think once they'd gotten to the end, like the sixth half of this game, it's just drilled into your brain, like, right, if you peek early, Ziwu kills you. If you try fighting, the AKs get you. Like, it was hard to do any of this stuff. Like, look, like, what do you expect this guy to do? He has to make some sort of a play early. You can't wait until everyone's just walked all the way to the top of the ramps. Remember, they have, like, none of the trick boosts. They had no clever smokes or flashes, a counter utility that no one else has. no like super genius one-way smoke. Listen, they did their homework on T-side. They did a good job, actually. They put themselves in a position to win. The problem is, like, Zebu was a god in this game. I don't know what you're supposed to do. So I don't think Dig had a way to win this game personally.
Well, that was some quick thoughts there in terms of the firepower, but now we're actually going to have a chance to catch up with Freiberg here in an interview.
Freiberg, nuking your pick wasn't exactly ideal, but you really took it to them on Dust 2 and the confidence looked very high. What changed in that one for you guys?
I think we played way too passive on Nuke. Like, no one tried to make a play. We tried to play too much like perfect CS, where everyone's just playing their default like robots. While on Dust 2, we just said, like, in between the maps, I said, like, if we're going to lose this game, I don't want to lose this game like this. I just want to go and play, like, hearts out. And if anyone wants to make a play, just fucking do it. Oh, sorry for swearing. But, like, just play with confidence. Like, do what we do during practice and stuff like that. But we didn't do that at all on Nuke. But I think we showed some of that on Dust 2 at least.
Freiberg isn't wrong in the sense that they did show some form on Dust 2, took the fight to him on Dust 2. You saw a glimmer, and they tied up the series, obviously. But Vertigo, when it mattered most, Maniac, they weren't able to step up.
Yeah, they weren't. You're right. And I just want to elaborate on the firepower point for a second, because obviously that's a term that we like to throw around, and we like to talk about the lack of firepower. Well, I think it is most impressive and most remarkable on Dignitas because they don't make that many mistakes. They more often than not are in position where they could get the kills. I have in mind a couple of rounds where there is a CT ramp, very pushed. He has people from the back. He should get 2 of them, only gets 1. Another time he's on the B side behind the box. He gets only 1, but he should get 2. That is why we talk about firepower, because these people, these players, they don't make that many mistakes. They don't make silly plays. They don't look like, idiots when they play, not at all. But in certain scenario, when you should get 2, they only get 1. When they should get 3, they only get 2. And suddenly the round doesn't make sense because you haven't really utilized your positioning.
Oh, that's a fair point. That's a fair point. I mean, it does feel like the struggle is going to be there for Dignitas for quite some while. And Halzerk really shows a lot of emotion every time we come to camera on him and something's going against him. It's like he's slamming his desk. It feels like watching old Olafmeister or Krims. See if he can step up. As long as he's got that fire, it's going to be something for him. So, I mean, where do we think, as far as the rest of this is concerned, as far as the rest of this bracket is concerned, how do we think that Vitality play out? Now, they're showing a pretty good return here.
Yeah, I mean, Vitality did better on that map, right? And some things were definitely working. I think I had the clip ready just in terms of team play that I wanted to show you guys how Shux and RPK do play together, but you have it here. I'm just gonna it's a bit of a trivia, right? It's a bit of a detail, but there you have it. Shux is actually flashing for RPK. He's gonna get the information, doesn't spot anyone. Here's a few steps, and then he's gonna get Molotov. What you might not realize is that when the Molotov will hit on RPK's feet, which is now, he's ready to smoke it. Shux says, no, don't do it. I'll do it for yourself. So Shux actually throws the smoke, gets the attention off of RPK, then peeks on an angle with the AWP, and there you have it. That's the kill. So this is a small little detail, just a little bit of piece of chocolate that you have over here, and it also allows me to elaborate on Shux's role. Shux is definitely handling all his position on the CT side. That's also why they play Apex on one hand, Shux on the other, because these two, they are the one that decide and dictate the rhythm on the CT side.
You would also expect them to have the experience on the roster as well. RPK never really seemed like the guy to step up in those sorts of roles where he would take responsibility. You kind of just put him there as the tank and he'd mow him over. And so, I mean, right now, as far as the brackets are concerned, here we get them. Mousesports will be going on to face off against ENCE. That was our first match, our first best of 3 from Europe of the day. And now Vitality going on against Fnatic. And that'll be going down tomorrow as well. And so, now, we're not done yet because that's been the theme throughout this entire tournament long, is that we will be moving on into North America later on this evening. We will have a break, but first let's take a look at our predictions. How did it play out for Europe? I don't want to look at them, actually. Yeah, no.
Oh, no. Jason is up there. Oh, no.
Man, that's just frustrating. But we're tied up at least, I mean, I lost the lead, but we're tied. It's not all over yet. It's not all done. All right, we're going to be back in about half an hour's time, guys, for the North American part of the bracket here. The playoffs continue, and now it's time to hand it over to Scrawny with Shot Style.
Back with the CS Money Shot Style, where we talk skin style and everything Counter-Strike skins. Of course, it means we're back from Blast Premier. We've started the Showdown, and that means a new collection of skins for us to talk about. But not all of them are going to be new. A little revisit is needed, I think. So we bring in Shocks. We're going to go ahead and dive into your inventory today. So I'm going to start off with the gloves. Okay, I think the gloves are the start of all skin inventories. You see them all the time. The specialist gloves, crimson kimono, the black and red style. How long ago did you get those? Do you remember?
Actually, it's pretty new. I think I got them since maybe 2 or 3 months, no more. And I just decided to buy them because I wanted some gloves which are red to come up with my M9 bayonet crimson web. But since then, I just changed to a butterfly Doppler. But it's still a bit red, so that's fine.
Listen, you know, you've got your AK-47 Fire Serpent, you've got your M4A4 Asimov as well, some older rifle skins, and I respect that. Do you plan on changing out any of your rifles anytime soon?
Definitely not anytime soon, except if there is a collection that I'm like, oh yeah, that's so sweet, so cool, I want it, you know. But so far the new collection doesn't makes me really feel like I want new skins, you know. So I'm fine with them, just not because it's all, but just because in my opinion it's just the ones that I prefer. That's it.
Okay, so they did it well when the older skins came out, and you know what? I think that's Fire Serpent is going to be one of the best for a long time, personally.
Yeah,
listen,
definitely.
man. I want to close on what I found was very interesting about your collection, and that is something also sort of old that has come back into Counter-Strike as of late. That's the Tech 9 nuclear threat.
Yeah, talking about the skin, like I always loved the nuclear threat since it just arrived. It looks fresh, it looks new, it looks something that's cool that not a lot of people got it, you know. So I actually got in my inventory as well the P250 nuclear threat, but I'm not playing with it at the moment.
Okay.
But I keep it in my inventory, you know.
Right, it's there in case you decide to make the switch.
Yeah.
Yeah. I respect that, man. All right, so this is our first CS Money Shot Style back in with Shocks. We got the update, the 2020 version, and I appreciate you stopping by to talk skins with us, man. Yeah, let's leave this one here, and when you go ahead and buy that new M4 or new AK, I'll be sure to bring you back on the show.
Sure.
I mean, obviously we got frustrated about it. Always losing to Astralis and Liquid. I think Liquid we lost in finals twice. Astralis we lost to major final. I mean, we won them on the Madrid one. But all I'm saying is like we never could get the form that we are actually capable of going into one tournament and maybe winning it to going another and being in the finals and maybe having a close game. Like usually when we played really good up until the finals, sometimes we had horrible finals or we just didn't match their skill who was in the finals with us. I think Madrid was the only time when it actually clicked, like we played proper, and even in the finals I feel like we were the stronger team, even though like Astralis was they had the 27 win streak on Nuke.
Yeah, they weren't bad. Yeah.
And we just let them pick Nuke because it was funny. And as every time we spoke about, sometimes we were gonna win Astralis and we were gonna let them pick Nuke and we we're gonna win it, and it actually happened. I mean, we had our permaban back then. I mean, I don't know, was it Vertigo? Yeah, I think. And obviously we needed to ban Vertigo so they could always pick Nuke, but we were sure that we're gonna win them one time and we're gonna win them on Nuke, and then that's when we broke their streak and won the best of 2, best of 3, and that's a final where I can say things clicked. So we've seen that as well, but too often it happened that we just didn't bring it on the finals.
Okay. Because when and this is a leading question, because when I look at your results, right, you went to DreamHack Masters in Dallas, you placed second, you lost to Liquid in the final 2-1, not a bad result at all, it's a big tournament. You went to Cologne, and that was the first time I feel we saw you, Cologne 2019, you went out of the group stage, I believe, not winning a single game. That was the first time we saw ends really falling apart from each other. Then you went straight to the next tournament, which was IEM Chicago, where you again went to the final. You lost to Liquid 3-0 in the final, but still, you went to the final. And then the StarLadder Berlin Major, which was a fun one. Now, it's a leading question because when you look at the results leading up to the StarLadder Major in Berlin, they weren't that bad. You had that one event in Cologne where you didn't perform at all, but anyway, you ended up in a situation where after the Berlin Major, it was decided you didn't have to be part of the team anymore. Was that because of the frustration that you guys couldn't get over that hurdle of beating the teams in the finals, or was it simply down to the fact that Cologne was a disappointment? Can you try to maybe put some words on what happened in that period and how was the team chemistry that led up to the fact that they or you decided in common that you were no longer going to be part of ENCE?
I mean, it was just a matter of time until we had this tournament where we don't make it out of groups, because I felt like before Cologne we made out of every groups there is, like every group there was, we always made through. So obviously the tournament was somewhere that we just don't get out of groups, and Cologne was the tournament for us.
Sure.
Like just as we lost in 2018, we didn't make it out of the groups. And 2019, the same scenario. So for us, I think it, like for me at least, it just built motivation and was a learning curve. And we spoke about it. We spoke about what went wrong, what didn't go. Like I remember we played against Heroic or something.
Yeah.
And I just remember the mood on the server wasn't the mood that we usually have. And if we're playing against an underdog team, you could say, and they are, playing their hearts out and giving everything, and then you watch our camp, and if we start losing, it's not the same case. Like, we didn't bring the same energy the enemy put, and which simply lost it.
Okay.
As for like these things build up to the conclusion of me going out, I don't think so. At least, like, from what I've heard after the fact, is like it was gonna happen eventually.
Okay.
And that's the moment they could bring Sunny in, so it happened.
Okay.
So obviously Sunny was in Mousesports, and they got the chance and they went with it. So I don't think the results mattered, to be honest. But all I'm saying is, like, we were waiting for the tournament that we just get blown out of groups, and we bounced back after. Like, after that, we bounced back. We went to the finals again. We play, like, even the Berlin Major, even though I knew that I was gonna be out of the team after. Like, I asked the team before the major, like, okay guys, I can either play this tournament with you, but you need to guarantee to me that everybody is gonna, trust me. Everybody's gonna play to their best, these kind of things. And they were like, yeah, sure, like, we would be more than happy to play with you, because, like, they had, I feel like they had the thought in their mind that I could be a guy that says, like, fuck you, and I don't want to play with you, and go to the major with the coach, or with Sunny. I don't know if that was even a chance to get Sunny. But they were more than happy to play with me, and I'm glad they wanted to play with me. And all I could ask for in that tournament was a good run, and me playing good individually, or as the leader still. And we got into the legend stage, but I just think, like, I don't know what happened in the Renegades game, the 100 Thieves right now.
Sure.
But we just didn't show up at all. I mean, they prepped better. They were the better team in that series. We just didn't wake up at all. We didn't show the same face we had on, like, going up to the legend stage. So nothing we could do about it, but that's the way it goes.
Yeah, sure. And I think, this may be a theory, right? But once you made that legend stage, you knew you were secured for the next major. At least you thought you were, and that maybe also played a role into it, right? You basically accomplished what you needed to accomplish as a team at that point. I'm glad you mentioned it a little bit yourself, and feel free to say no to answer this question. But can you try to explain how it is to be a player? Because I think a lot of the viewers out there would love to know that, because it doesn't happen often. You're basically being benched before the major, and you're deciding that you're going to continue playing with them at the major and then leave after the major, right? To help them out, but also help you yourself, I guess, to find a new team. Playing a major and playing well as you did is a good window of opportunity. Can you try to explain how that felt to you as a player? Did you feel sad? Did you feel motivated? How was the feeling for you personally going into that major? Because as you said, you did well. You landed a good team afterwards, and I think you can, at least from my point of view, you can be proud of the performance you did at that major. How was it for Alexi B as a person?
Well, first of all, it was hard, but I got the news a good time before the major, so I could like think about it, think about the big picture, everything, and every sign or everything in my mind just said like, you're not a god in a sense that you've been on the scene for a long time and you've been to fucking 15 majors or whatever. Like, I've only had one major, and I made the finals, of course, but this was the second upcoming major for me, so every bell in my head was just ringing like, if it's possible, you play this major and you play it for the to your best ability, and it will help your career. And with that said, obviously I wanted to know that the players want to play with me or want to listen to me if we go to play a major, and that's what they said and that's what they did. So I'm happy they wanted to play with me, and I'm happy I went there, even though like once I was in there, like going to fly to Berlin and to be with a team, and like things out of the stuff out of the server you don't want to think about or something like this. Like, see, you're in the same prac room. Those kind of things are like, you just have to live with it. Like, it's only gonna take 1 or 2 weeks and then it's over.
Okay.
And I just had that like for my motivation, and yeah, I'm like, if I think about it now, I'm glad I went there. I'm glad I played to the best of my ability, and maybe it swayed the view some people had for me, or maybe it I don't know, impressed someone, I hope, and that's all I could ask for.
All right, so what's going to happen now is I'm going to split you guys into teams. So each one of you will end up with a pro player to coach you through the Blast performance map. And what you'll be competing for, this beautiful little trophy here. Yeah, it's so amazing, isn't it? See?
No money?
No money, no.
That's pure silver.
Silver?
We're good for you.
Right.
We're all...
I've done already. No, trust me, it'll definitely be worth it, guys.
Who's the best out of them three?
Oh, you put me on the spot.
Well, ranking-wise, I think...
Ranking-wise, it's kind of It doesn't work like that. You go back over there. You got to wait for your spot. We're going to let these guys choose from the hat who they get out of you guys. Starting with you, Dupree.
We're going to go with this one.
Who you
No,
getting?
that's one. I got Fredericks.
Oh. He got who he wanted.
Dream team.
Yeah, we got
Dream team. Rush, your turn.
This one. Oh, you get to pick one. Yarmolenko?
Oh, it's me. It's me.
And you got the
Congratulations, bro. We will win.
I don't have to choose. It's not Grace, it's you.
Yes.
Sorry, bro.
Use my names. Sorry.
All right, let's go get ready. Let's go and try that performance map. It's training time.
Right, let's get to it. I'm the best coach in the world.
All right, Scrawny, I've enlisted you to help me out in this, right?
Let's do it.
Now, you're Canadian, but I don't know how much you know about actual football. None of the soccer or anything like that. We've got some of the West Ham players here, right? Premier League players, and we've got the pros. We've got Dupree, we've got Rush, and we've got Apex teaching them a bit of CSGO, showing them the Blast performance map. So we're gonna have a look at what they do, see how good they actually could be, mate.
Let's check them out.
Let's just go through the basic first of all. So obviously the mouse is pretty much the key in this thing. So the mouse obviously is this is where you look.
Yeah.
This is how you obviously aim. You press this one to shoot.
Yeah.
Pretty straightforward.
This game, you need to shoot when you don't move. Okay, so if you're moving, it's not going straight, except with the pistols sometimes. But you know, it's not going forward.
It's nice that you've played before.
What is it?
This is the mouse.
Cheats, yeah.
Really good one in black.
Who do you think the best teacher is going to be?
I would say Dupree's pretty calm when it comes to that. It would make a lot of sense. You'd be able to explain it pretty well.
I guess. Just press your keys.
This is complicated.
I gotta say, this is where my my expectations are high for Rush. Just good synergy here, man. I can
So
feel
you've
it.
gone for Rush. I'm taking Dupree then.
Yeah, no chance in Apex.
Apex as a coach, maybe. He likes to have a lot of fun, but I don't know, man.
Right.
The mouse. This is just strafing. It's not like pivoting. Okay.
Right. So if you kill the last guys on your map, then you can try and
That's what I have. Oh.
That's the one guy there.
Get him hiding. What are you doing?
He's hiding there. Now you can go into the elevator, shoot up and open. Yep. And then you go into the next challenge.
Oh, okay.
You play matchmaking, like the competitive matchmaking with your friends, or?
I just play competitive.
Yeah, competitive.
Yeah.
And I like this already, because Apex is being very more hands-on than what we're seeing over there.
Again, no distractions, you know?
And we may have spun too early on this, mate. We may have gone for it the wrong way. Yeah,
The movement, man.
I'm really impressed with it so far. Headsets on, they're looking a lot more serious with it. We're seeing them actually do pretty well. Apex could be the dark horse in this from what we thought, mate. He definitely could.
We'll have to come back and check.
Like when if you just take the headset on, you can hear how he should be running around like you in a circle. Can you hear like he's running from the left ear, then to the right ear? Can you hear that at all?
No.
No?
It sounds. Have I got me the wrong way?
It could be, yeah.
Yeah, I think I have.
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, you have it on like that. That's why it's so difficult. I get it.
So which way should I have it? This way?
Yeah, like that. So you're gonna be able to hear him like running around in a circle on you?
That's better.
All right, put the mouses down. That is the end of the training. No more cheating, no more time. Let's see how they're going to get on now. All right, it's time for us to see these players actually show what they learned in training here. And we'll be starting off with Dupree and Fredericks. So let's see if they're ready. 3, 2, 1, go!
All right, let's get this over with.
All right, let's see what they do, Scrod. Okay, Dupree started off strong, of course.
Yeah, see, when it really boils down to this, James, it's my eyes fall on to our football friends. I think if the difference in times, it's going to boil down to them. But
I know, I've changed, I lost my gun.
Oh no, press 1.
Press 1. Press 1. You can do it.
There, he's figured it out.
Where's one of them hiding?
Oh, he's missed one. See,
Firebox.
now he's looking for a last
If I had to
one.
put money, it's on Firebox.
Someone's playing hide and seek with me.
He said someone's playing hide and seek.
No, it's his banner, surely. Oh, there he is.
Oh, there he sees it.
He's got him.
Yes, there we go.
Oh, I've had a nightmare.
The sneaky player. That's even in a real game, right?
Of course.
It's not just this.
Keep your eyes on Dupree, though. Dupree finishes.
I've had an absolute nightmare, by the way.
Yeah, I mean, nightmare.
I couldn't find one of them. He's playing hide and seek, mate.
Really? I had struggles too. There's one more, you got him.
Die.
There we go.
Yeah, two more.
Die.
Nice.
Good shots coming in.
Die.
Last guy.
Oh,
nice, then you move on.
Oh.
This is the movement part.
Okay.
There's no time with this, so you just take your time with this one.
Here we go.
You rush, and you have to hit.
Oh, almost, man.
Find him. Snoz, you ain't getting this score, mate. This is way too hot for you, mate.
I'll let my shooting do the talking, yeah?
Yeah. We'll see.
Let's win it, mate.
Let's go.
3, 2, 1, go!
And they're off.
Got to go super fast here, so we want some nice moves. Like we saw Rusty. Headshots being landed.
Reload.
Oh, he's missing.
I love.
Oh, surely not.
Don't you wish you could go back, James?
And just not know, yeah. And see how difficult
Relearn
it
this
would be.
game all over.
Well done, Snowdy.
By the way, Apex is tearing through this right now.
This is the more challenging one, right? The smoke screen.
So,
AK
opted for that
spray?
tactic.
It's crucial.
No, it's a jump.
Oh no, that's the jump?
The big jump.
That's that?
Yeah, space. The big one. Yeah. Up. No, forward, and they both.
Yeah?
Heave ho.
You lost? Hey.
Snod, you were honking.
I know.
You were honking.
That shooting one, that ball one, I was doing so well over there as well.
All right, now it's time for Rush and Yarmolenko to try this out, so let's get them ready into it.
Get the headset on this time.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go!
And we're off.
Okay, fuck it.
Straight out the gate.
Oh, okay, this is a bit faster. He's actually not far behind him at the moment. This is really good.
But will he
You said
clear the
Rush could be a
corner?
good coach.
Yes, he's lost someone. Yes, come on! Hide and seek, come on!
That's what happened to you two? But
Yeah,
was
yeah.
that on that map? Or
No,
that
the next one.
No, really.
Yeah, Yama. Right, left.
Yama! Yama!
Yama. On the right, on the right. That says you're in the boxes, mate. You don't know where to go. He's behind him. Turn around.
Well, he found him in the end.
There we go.
Rush is going fast.
Boils down to it.
Okay, he's still got one more to find here.
Maybe jungle?
Oh no.
God, this is hard, dude. I have faith in you.
Boys, we haven't seen a single footballer manage to get past any of the movement segments. Just that first piece could be just the difference.
Very good.
I love
steer
Yama.
from them. All right, let's find out who actually took the win here. So, we'll start with this losing team. It is Rush and Yarmolenko. You guys will be having to do the horrible job. 3,936 points.
Bro.
The team that walked away with the win.
We did it.
4,417 points. Dupree and Fredericks. In style, they got the job done.
Love it, man.
Apex, you sit in the middle with Snodgrass there. You got 3,971. So you got to do the honours now.
Yeah.
Give them their trophy. You got to bow down to the masters.
Thanks, lads. Thank you, thank you.
We're gonna host.
And that's it. A lot of fun being had here at Blast Premier. I hope you guys enjoyed watching it all. Thank you very much to West Ham and all the players that joined us to take part in this. We'll see you guys next time.
All right, welcome back from the break, everybody. We are hopping into the second half of our day here at the Blast Premier Spring Showdown. We've done the EU matches. Now it's time to get into the NA matches. The first round of the playoffs, as the groups finished yesterday, and it was an all-out brawl. Now we're going to see who goes deep and who's going to get into the finals going down towards the middle of the month. So I'm Sebler, your host, and joining me on the desk, Maniac, Thorin. Guys, welcome. Fantastic work on the EU desk, but now it's time to talk about the Freedom Birds. Now it's time to talk about North America. So, what are we looking forward to here? What stands out, Maniac?
Well, I think the first step for me would be digesting the gigantic burger I just had. You know, I just had my little break and I was okay. My belly is full. My brain is a little bit slow. I'm going to have to get into the mix. But as we see, we have two great games coming up. You know, Gen.G versus Triumph, Cloud9 versus MIBR. And I'm just going to throw one number out there, guys. In all the games happening in NA so far, only 3 games have gone under double digit for the team losing. Only 3 games have been that one-sided. Everything else has been a massive brawl.
Yeah, that sounds about right, Thorin. I mean, it's been nothing but 30 rounders, it feels like.
Yeah, absolutely. And obviously one of the interesting things coming into the matches we have today is I don't think as a result you can be that clear about who's going to win either of these matches. Like, I feel like right now the form in NA is depleted from the top end. It almost seems boosted from the lower end, and they're kind of meeting in the middle.
There is a bit of the wear and tear going on. We've seen that, that story has been kind of repeated throughout the top teams. Evil Geniuses are the one here that we have at the top of Group B. They topped out Group B, but it was a struggle for them. Definitely a fight last night. But this is how the bracket looks. Gen.G versus Triumph in the first round, and in the second round, MIBR versus Cloud9. And so, you know, Evil Genius is topping that group. They get to dodge this initial scuffle, and then Furia, you know, they've just been doing solid work.
Yeah, I think Furia is probably the only team that left us with a feeling of, okay, they're on top of it. They dominate their subject. They know what they're doing. Individually, one step ahead of the rest of the competition. They have their own style, sure, but as Duncan alluded to today, it feels like they rely a little bit less on completely reckless aggression. I think they kind of dialed back a little bit in that crazy style. They still have some individuals who do it. I mean, Art has been doing it better than anyone, but I feel like their game is a bit more complete in how they approach it. And as I said, to me, they're the one team that looked like they were dominant during the group stage.
They made it through fairly unscathed, yes. And I mean, as far as on the other side of it, Evil Geniuses, I mean, Zeus just joining that roster, doing a tremendous amount of work. We've touched on that as well throughout this in terms of his communication and trying to bring up the team. I mean, are they the team to beat right now, Duncan, in this group, or is it still Furia that hold the crown?
That's the tough call to make, really, because if you notice, even the recent results in NA have been completely up and down. Like, if you look in DreamHack, some of the results there were bananas. Gen.G managed to basically win the Road to Rio thing, and then before that it was Team Liquid still dominating everyone in EPL, and then not even making the final of the Road to Rio. So I feel like everything, it's just on the day in NA for me right now. I mean, a lot of it's like individual play. NA has typically not been as much of a strat-heavy region. Not that many teams in the playoffs right now even who play that style. So listen, EG still, in my opinion, have the biggest arsenal of weapons in this particular tournament because we have no Team Liquid here. So if they hit the right day, which admittedly hasn't happened for more than a half at a time so far this week, they can win this tournament entirely. Then again, I've seen enough play from Furia, from Triumph to believe some of these underdog names can also be the champion.
That's the thing. Triumph has really taken this group by storm. I mean, they've tied it up. They've taken it 30 rounds with even the top dogs in there. They've really been doing work. And a big part of that, as we see, is analysts, coaching staff getting in there with the information. And James Banks actually caught up with Triumph's analyst as well. And so they actually talk about it here. James, you have some information to give us.
Yeah, there's been a hell of a lot going on with Triumph, right? And we've seen deflated at the top and boosted at the lower end is what Thorin said. I think what we can look at that from is I was speaking to Sheikh Zula and he was saying how it's actually benefited them, this whole Corona situation, that all the NA teams are back home. They're actually getting regular decent practice coming in. They're able to scrim against teams that generally spend most of their time away, even just boot camping in Europe, playing all the other events everywhere else. So they're actually finding themselves having a better chance in this. Now what's really interesting is for Triumph, they don't have a coach at all. They have an analyst called Tacitus and he's actually been putting in crazy amounts of work. Now, the team itself are definitely grinding, but him and Sheikh have been working a lot together. They were saying yesterday he did like 6 hours of prep just for EG. He's going really in depth on it, and he's even realizing to the point where, because we look at analysts before, right, and you can see some of them, they're good, but maybe they're just numbers and they're just giving the information and passing on. This guy actually understands it, and he understands that, okay, certain teams can't be read, they don't just have many defaults, they're playing more on the fly. He's seeing the smaller details in there, which is what I think is giving Triumph quite a big boost in it. And he says even our individual levels and individual players haven't always peaked to what he's seen them and knows they've been capable of in practice. So I actually think in terms of Triumph, there's a little bit more to see than what we've already seen from these guys, and you know they've impressed. So if these top dogs don't step it up coming into this, like Gen.G, right, they're the clear favorites, they should 100% win this, but Triumph, they definitely been putting in the work, and I think at this point they might even be hungrier.
Yeah, that's a good way to end it as well, because they are the ones who've got something to prove right now. And Gen.G, it feels like they've just been playing not to lose, not necessarily playing to win. And so thanks very much, James. And we'll be catching up with you later on with the interviews. These were the last 6 matches here from Triumph as well, where you could see this, wins and draws, but just going the distance. It's only Chaos. Well, they got smashed, but it's a tough break with Chaos.
I think
so. What can we take away from this, gentlemen?
I just wanted to say that what has been impressing me the most about Triumph is not the fact that they can get that many rounds versus the likes of 100 Thieves or EG. It's how they do it, right? Because it's one thing to just have a very good day, you steamroll an opponent, you just surf on the wave of momentum, don't really look back, and then you wake up and you're like, oh, we won 16-4, that was amazing. No, actually, sometimes they had to fight back from a huge deficit. Sometimes they had the lead and they let it go, but they had to somehow find the composure in themselves to close the round. So that's how they got to these results, and the fact that they are, after all, a super rookie team, that is very impressive to me.
And actually, we have an interview with Sheikh Zula on that topic, so let's go ahead and hear what he has to say.
Now, what's going to help you seal the deal today in a best of 3 against Gen.G? What's it going to take from you guys, and what have you been working on?
We're just going to need to step up individually. That's kind of what's carried us, this whole way, is that we've been fragging as a team and we've been performing as a team. So yeah, especially if we can get 1 or 2 individuals to step up and really give, some amazing performances, I think that'll bolster us for sure. We definitely have a lot of stuff that we haven't shown yet. We've had about a month of practice where we don't really have a lot of games on HLTV that these teams can look back and anti-strat or know what we're about to throw at them. So we have a lot of stuff that's unprepared, over numerous maps. And we've kind of been able to keep our map pool small. We played Dust 2 twice and we played Nuke once. And then I think we have 2 other really HLTV games, which another one was Nuke and the one's Inferno. So we have 4 maps that teams have nothing, on us. So I think we have, the benefit of them just not being able to anti-strat too much against us.
Well, the idea of hiding information from your opponents, the element of surprise, it's a time-honored strategy there, so you can see how it makes sense for Triumph to be making full use of that going into their matches. As far as Triumph are concerned, I'm just looking forward to watching them play, because now it really is them with everything. They're playing their hearts out. This is really entertaining CS.
Yeah, it is. And listen, there is one element that I want to consider right now. Usually when we are on LAN, there is a clear cut between group stage and playoff. That's just how it is. I've been a player. I can tell you it's a different mindset. You go, you do your group stage matches, and then you really focus, you really activate, because this is playoff now time. Stop goofing around. We got to play. Is it going to be the case here? Because we are remote. This is online. Is there going to be such a big step from the challengers? Not from challengers, but from the favorites. That's usually what happens. Favorites, they maybe they goof around a little bit in group stage, then it's playoff, and they go 100%. Is this going to be the case here? Are we going to see Dreams getting completely stomped on and crushed? Because it could be the case. If this was offline, I'd see it coming. Now online, I'm not exactly sure.
And Doran, would you concur?
Yeah, here's the thing. If it was LAN, yes, I think in that scenario, Gen.G would basically, it would almost be like having an extra player on your team in terms of the pressure it would put upon the others. I also think you'd expect at least 1 or 2 Triumph players would feel the pressure of the moment. I think the fact that this is an online tournament, though, I don't expect as much of a difference. To me, it's the series element is what now gives Gen.G a better chance to win. The best of ones also means, if you get a hot start, someone just has a really nice one-off performance, you can potentially win. Best of 3 is more of a grind, and it's more about being able to survive through the lows, to capitalize on the highs. These are the things that, the guys from Triumph here I don't have the experience of, and they definitely don't against this caliber of opposition. I will say though, a thing that does bode well going into a best of 3 for Triumph is when we saw that graphic that showed all those maps where they'd either drawn or beaten all those NA/American teams, they were playing 5 different maps, and that's actually something I expect in this particular matchup to catch a lot of people off guard, because Gen.G, the more that the tournaments went on, so you can see it here, look, they're going on Dust 2, Nuke, Overpass, Inferno, and even though, yes, I don't even know RBG is, but they also played Under Thieves on Nuke, and I know they can play that map, so that's actually a very positive sign, because I feel like once we get to the veto later on, I feel actually Triumph can be the ones who can really dictate where this goes. Gen.G, especially after that first big LAN performance, once they got to the online competition and ever since, they've actually looked like they've gotten a much more shrunken map pool, and they really don't have the same like go-to killer picks that some of the other NA teams do. Like, I feel like they're vulnerable even on the maps they might pick, so I'm very interested to see where the veto will take us.
That is going to be what we get to look forward to here, and you're right. I mean, when it comes to predictions as well, predictions, you're thinking, hey, groups, groups and brackets, different beasts. Different beasts. Hey man, all of a sudden it's like, this is where we're not allowed to gamble or anything, but this is where you can get your taste, get in there and have something riding on the line. I was chilling for Astralis earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I was just like, oh, let's go Astralis, even though they're gonna lose, whatever. So as far as Gen.G are concerned, Maniac, as I control myself here, as far as Gen.G are concerned, dealing with Triumph, dealing with that uncertainty, that's something that Shake talked about in terms of being difficult to get information on Triumph. Is Lumberdaps going to be capable of sifting through the wood and finding the gold?
Well, I mean, Sheikh Zula is definitely on the money when he says preparation against us is going to be complicated, right? There is a very finite amount of information out there to prepare specifically for Triumph. But where I actually give Gen.G a very good fighting chance, or rather even the edge, is that in terms of style, in terms of strategy and how they approach the game, I do believe that Triumph will be a much, much more comfortable opponent than Furia was or MIBR was. I've said it before, I'm going to say it again. I think Gen.G is comfortable against a team that tries to play conventional, kind of normal, square Counter-Strike, fundamentally sound. We know how to approach the map control and stuff like that. Whereas Furia MIBR, some of these rules, they just take them, throw them out the window, and play extremely aggressive, individually based, obviously individually oriented. I don't think that's going to be the case with Triumph. I think they try to approach the game in a more conventional way, and this plays into Daps' strength because he can analyze what's happening, he can predict what the next step is going to be, and he can win that chess game, that mental chess game, which I think is one of his strengths as an in-game leader.
What's going to be fascinating is to see how he deals with the individual talent that have shown themselves very capable on this team. And in fact, one thing, I mean, you can talk about the structure of the team, but you can also talk about the fact that in the recent match that they've been having, it's just basically across the board. There's no weak link in the chain. They're all pulling together, and they're all coming up with the clutch plays or the big shots. And so that's going to make life a bit more interesting for Daps as well, because now you don't just get to go, oh, he plays there. He's weak right now. Let's hit him. Or that you'll have to figure it out live on the spot. So really enjoying this, how this is going to break down here, because now we're going to get into that best of 3. And so this is the thing where, I mean, we have so much time. I kind of want to even start with that, where it's like, where do you think the maps could go on this one? Where do you think we could actually see this fight take off? Because now we actually have some real time to discuss.
Well, basically,
and Thorin, you're the map master, so I'm going to start with you.
Yeah, the big problem, you can see it on screen right here. It's what I've said for Triumph every time. Unfortunately, a lot of NA teams don't play Overpass, and it is actually the permaban of Gen.G. So as a result, the best map on paper for Triumph will not be in the pool. Now, luckily for them though, if they've done their homework, second rotation ban for Gen.G is typically Nuke, which certainly is a map that we know Triumph plays. They almost beat 100 Thieves on that map. This is another map that they saw was in their win rate before, so I think that's a potential pick. The other option though, and apparently this is what they did the last time they played, is to pick Dust 2, a map that obviously they almost beat Evil Geniuses on, a map that I personally think Gen.G can be a little bit ropey on. So I would actually prefer the Nuke pick. I think you can make them more uncomfortable there, but if you want to just go with frag, and if you want to go off of just individual players, Dust 2 is definitely an option. Then you look over here. The interesting detail here is that the guys from Triumph themselves tend to ban Mirage. Well, that's technically the best map and the go-to map of Gen.G. So I think Gen.G probably has to default back to their old pick of Inferno. It's apparently what they did the last time they played. And I actually think they're somewhat vulnerable there. I don't necessarily know. Listen, I've never seen Triumph play a big series before, so I don't know how many maps I can ever actually just give them before they play. But lads, I'm painting the picture here that Gen.G, I think, will be vulnerable on all of the maps that will be played today.
Fantastic. Which, if they're vulnerable, means that we could have a Triumph upset here in the bracket. That would be an interesting way to kick things off. But some guys who are looking to put a halt to that and who are looking to get the win today are Som and Automatic. We had a chance to catch up with them.
Now, Triumph today, they've done a lot better than expected in their groups, but you've played them before. How do you feel you guys match up against them?
I think that they're a really explosive team, and they can kind of just like start off really strong, and once they get rolling, they can be scary. But I think if we just do our job and you know, play our game, we should be able to beat them.
Now, Triumph, right, you've got them today, a team of young, hungry talent that really seem to be putting in the work. You won over them in the road to Rio, but they've definitely changed a lot since then. So what do you make of them?
I'm pretty sure I tweeted this before, but I'd say all 5 of those players have potential to be at the top of NA. I think all of them are individually skilled enough in their own category to where they can compete against the top. So this isn't really a game where we can just shove off and like mess around, because I believe that all of them actually work hard and like know a lot about the game. So I think as long as we show up, we'd be able to take care of them.
Well, that's a reassuring attitude to take, especially given the fact that Gen.G have shown themselves to be mortal this tournament. Not really any match here where Gen.G, it feels like they can kind of coast through. So Som having that mentality going into this, Tim focused as always. It's looking good here on the Gen.G side, at least going into this match versus Triumph. Did you guys take anything away, pick up on anything in those interviews? Maniac, we can start with you.
Well, I mean, listen, they're pretty good at PR, right? It was a nice, clean interview. It looks like one I could have given when I was a player. I'm just looking at this Gen.G roster and I'm thinking their level will be the barometer of that game. I do believe that if Gen.G show up, if all the individuals together come together at the same time in terms of level, they completely outclass Triumph. It's just how it is. Bentet, Kusta, Som, Automatic, these 4 names, I think they can take over anyone on the opponent roster, right? We've seen Som have quiet beginnings, but then he would show up specifically with the AWP. I have this MIBR game on train in mind, obviously. So if he can do that, suddenly you have that double up setup that can be very deadly. Automatic is always doing the job. He's very consistent. Kusta was actually being quite firework, you know. I didn't really expect that from him. Across the board, I'd give Gen.G the advantage. But if they just play by, 85%, 90%, then suddenly, yes, of course you have a game, because the guy from Triumph, they can play Counter-Strike.
No, they certainly
I'll
can.
give you
They've
one
shown us
little
that all group stage long. Yeah.
I'll give you one little side fact there before we get to the veto, just so I can preempt this already, is since the 3rd map that they played in that Road to Rio series that James Banks referenced was Vertigo, which presumably will not actually be the first ban of the guys from Triumph, because that would open up the Mirage pick that Gen.G likes. That is what would be interesting to me, is if Gen.G was ballsy enough to pick Vertigo, because then you could throw the entire series out of whack. Like, I'd love that if you can start out a series on a map they aren't comfortable on, you just smashed them on it last times, they're not predicting you to pick it. So this is where I want to see how confident Gen.G are in their own minds, because just playing into maps like Inferno, maybe letting DOS 2 come out, at that point in time, you're actually suggesting to me you're not that confident and you need the comfort yourself. If I'm the guys from Gen.G, I put the pressure on the opponent. I make them in an uncomfortable scenario. I make them have to second guess themselves, and all that prep they did yesterday go out the window.
That's exactly what you should be doing if you have the upper hand in a sort of scenario. And so what we're going to do before we get into the pick ban, when we get back into this, we've discussed a bit of the maps, and now we're going to get into the ban. But first, we have to take a quick break. So we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll be gearing up to get into the first map of this best of 3.
All the while, we have a player walking up, and now he takes that kill. The question is, can he land another? Flamey, there he is, straight in front of the crosshair on the edge of the smoke, and he's gonna work closer. No kick, the spam is his! He's gonna walk right through this, and it's gonna be an easy 2-piece, because he knows the scope is there. How about another?
He's got an ace, man. That's an easy kill right there. His Vitality are starting to clear things out. So if timing is correct, yeah, they have an opportunity. Alex, he'll end up dying. Perfecto gets the first kill of the round.
Yep, too many players to handle. They all come at him at the very same moment. RPK meant to be slain, but he connects 3! USP taps, and ZywOo only gonna get one more. Still, Perfecto in a 1 versus 3 clutch. Yes. They're gonna start sprinting, and if he doesn't pull that trigger, he's got all 3! He sprays down the back 2 of the caboose and can't finish it, but my goodness, has he primed his team. But Flamey is his kryptonite again. RPK takes 3! He didn't just do that!
Magus gets blind, and there's a chance. Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree, and a 4th on top. 5-0.
Goes to middle. They know they are on catwalk. They're going to take the fight right away, and Config will land a party headshot, taking down Device and Megan, and he'll follow it up, taking down Dupree. That's 3. That's a whole arm of the attack gone, and the follow-up is amazing. A quad. Yeah, just knowing that, because they know what Device is. He's been there all along, so that's amazing. Smoke goes up, and Dupree just trying to buy time. Device, he's making his way into middle, but he can't even just rush it. They don't know if someone's in there waiting for him with a rifle, so he can't just book it there immediately. Dupree has somehow wrapped around them with the Deagle, and he's tapping away and taking down Poison. And there comes Device with an M4 instead. I can't believe that Astralis are back in this in a 2-on-1 now. Obo alone, he's got 30 seconds, and he's picked up a Galil there. Not really sure that makes a big difference right now. I think that bomb plant is going to be what's really tricky. And he goes straight for it. Dupree almost catching him in the middle of it, but that at least gives him a little bit of space. He gets that headshot immediately. That's very quick. And now does he know? Device pretty much can only be at this angle. He's out in the open, so if he doesn't win this fight immediately, Device will take him down, but Obo will do it! That's a triple kill. A little smile at the end. Complexity, 2-on-2. They have a slight health advantage, but against these weapons for Astralis, it might not matter. Magus, he had the health for it, but now he's been taken out, and Sip just trying to buy time, flank it around, Blame hunting him down, and he turns for it. Immediate defuse. He's right there with the kid. Oh my god, I can't believe it. 16 and 12. Complexity taking down Astralis 2.
Welcome back. And you were listening to the sultry tones of Scrawny and Launders during the break there. And they will be casting these matches as well on North American turf. They're going to get the job done. So let's take a look at our journey for the day. So far, we've made it through 2 best-of-3s in Europe. Astralis versus Mousesports, where the Danes fell at the hands of the Mice. And then Dig versus Vitality. So 2 best-of-3s that have played out. Mousesports and Vitality progress onwards in the bracket, and that's the end of the line for Astralis and Dig. Now we're going to move on into North America, where Gen.G and Triumph are waiting to clash in a best-of-3. And by the sounds of things, both in interviews and from the analysts, it's sounding like it's going to be a very tight match between these 2 teams. So we've had a little bit of time to discuss the maps already. Now let's start getting into them and just, sinking our teeth into this best-of-3, because the maps are going to make everything happen here. So, Maniac and Thorn, I hand it over to you. Take it away, boys.
Well, I think Duncan did an amazing job at setting the scene. I can just tell you what happened last BO3, and then we'll be able to compare. Last time around, Triumph removed Mirage, Gen.G removed Overpass. We see the Overpass removal from Gen.G coming in. The maps picked then were Dust 2 and Vertigo, but there is already a question, Duncan. Is it going to be the Vertigo ban?
I mean, the problem with that is you have to be confident in your own Mirage. It looks like Mirage isn't that good. Amazingly, they've done a ban of Train. I don't even know why. I don't even know what universe they thought Gen.G was going to pick Train. I would, at worst, do that second rotation. So I feel like that could be a mistake in itself now, because, I mean, does Gen.G just go right into Mirage? I mean, typically they probably would.
They could go to Mirage, they do actually. So now if you're Triumph, how can you box in Gen.G? In what world? What can you do? Maybe not nuke, that would be too risky. Do you go for Dust 2, but then Dust 2 you play into, the mechanically gifted players that you have in front of you, so that's a risk either. I don't really know.
This is a nightmare for me if they
pick
Dust 2. Like, I think it would be such a mistake at this point in time. But then again, they've set themselves up for that. I guess the logic is at least they're 2 fragging maps. Like, they've gone for a pick of nuke themselves. I don't hate that. That's obviously a map that the guys from Gen.G themselves often remove second rotation, so they've shown they're not that good on it themselves. It's not terrible. Like, this was the map that they looked really good against 100 Thieves on from that economically disadvantaged CT start, so I can see where the confidence is coming from. Thing is, listen, I mean, I don't know that Gen.G would have predicted this would be the pick, but Gen.G have such good players. You can get away without having the best strats and utility if you just have superior firepower. So there's still very good chances for Gen.G in the series. I mean, it's looking like there's still potential for that Vertigo as a decider.
Yeah, it could. I'm just trying to do the math of what's left. It's Vertigo, Inferno, and then Triumph will be the one choosing. So last time they played Inferno, Gen.G destroyed them 16-8. But the problem is Gen.G also won the Vertigo 16-1. So it's like deciding, okay, with what sauce are you going to get eaten? They actually go for Vertigo, fair enough. You know, when you do 16-1, it could just be one half. It could just be one half. It is technically possible. It just doesn't bode well. I think Gen.G... Oh, it's actually Inferno. Sorry, my bad. I misread the chat. It's actually Inferno on the last map. Okay. Still, I think that Gen.G must feel somewhat happy with that veto.
I think Gen.G won this veto. Like, it all starts with that train ban. I'm amazed they were so scared of that. Like, I actually thought Gen.G kind of robbed that game away from MIBR where they stole it away with that Storm AWPing at the end. So I would have loved to, like, listen, there's no way that train was getting picked, but I would love to at least make them do that as the second rotation ban. So I feel as though it might be a misstep here. With that said, everyone can play Mirage, especially if you are like an NA semi-pro. Remember, every single FPL clip you ever see is in the B-bomb site of Mirage.
Where multi-frags around and, you know, you're just jumping out of the apartment into your doom. Yeah, that would make sense. That would make sense. I'm glad that there was so much depth to this pick ban, though, in terms of who needed to go where, and that it did wind up. So you think Gen.G as well, just kind of forcing Triumph to pick their poison in the end? Vertigo, Inferno, it's just like wherever we go, we're going to have the upper hand?
I think Duncan said it right. The train ban coming in from Triumph did put themselves in a weird position. There was always going to be a punish when you decide to throw your first card and take away train. When Mirage is a possibility, when Vertigo is a possibility, where you've getting beaten on last time you play, and you're gonna use your first veto on train. So obviously they have a logic we might not have, but I think it just skewed the veto totally in favor of Gen.G from the get-go.
Yeah, just to throw one last thing in there, it is worth pointing out, they themselves have bigged up all this extra practice. This could very well be a scenario where this is basically predicated on scrim results we don't see. Like, maybe they've played train against Gen.G, and specifically that one matchup they just get murdered on, and so they were scared that Gen.G is just going to pick straight into it in light of that. But that's an area where I would just say, if you are the guys from Triumph, take heed of this, which is that it doesn't matter what happens in practice. What people will pick and will confidently pick in a best of 3 series is very different from a one-off scrim, in my opinion. And I don't think actually Daps is the kind of bold IGL who would have picked straight into that. That's just my own speculation there.
Well, we can see the difference here in map win that's getting highlighted currently, but it seems very even across the board throughout the rest of this in terms of performance on Mirage for both of these teams, and this is over the last 3 months as well. Do we think that this is just really up in the air here? If Triumph hit the ground running and put the pressure on Gen.G early, could they be up to the start? I mean, looking at the veto, it feels to me like this has to be a 2-0 for Triumph. That's the impression that I got left with after you know, we got through the veto analysis. I mean, would you concur on that, Maniac?
Yeah, I'd agree. I mean, 2-0 would have to be the go-to. My problem is that, individually speaking, for Gen.G, I think everyone is just too comfortable on Mirage. Even a player like Bentet, which you could agree, or rather you could argue that maybe, you know, his integration into the lineup is not final yet, maybe communication, maybe he needs to find his way in some very tactical maps. Okay, that would be an argument. Problem is, I've seen him play Mirage. I guarantee you he knows how to play Mirage in that team. He feels comfortable there. And I feel I can say that about each and every one of these players on that map. That's the map we saw Kusta popping up as well. So it boxes me in a corner where I just have to say Gen.G must feel comfortable.
And Thor, a last thought before we get into this match and I can hand it over to the casters?
I think Gen.G can potentially win any of these maps, but I will say I do think that this opener, especially because it's going to be the first game, I think Triumph has to potentially win this Mirage game if they want to take the series. Otherwise, it's very different playing Nuke, your home map, when it's the second map and you've lost the first one. That puts all the pressure on you, and suddenly that CT half that you're guaranteed to get the 12 rounds on doesn't feel as easy anymore. So I think they've got to come out. Luckily, it's something of a POG map, and they've got to have a really strong fragging performance in the opener.
So true. Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. That was perfect. And now it's time to get our casters involved. Scronders, Scrawny and Launders. How's it going, fellas?
I was going to let Mohan take this one, but now I've jumped in. Yeah, Mo's always stepping it up like that, isn't he? Yeah, both of you guys looking great. I think Thorin actually leaves us on a really good point where... Here, I'll join in.
Bye, Semler.
Let's get wild, boys, because this one's going to get hot. I'm going to tell you now, Mohan. Duncan's last point about the pressure of Mirage, the pressure of taking that first map. It's so applicable to the situation, but we shouldn't forget that the last time these teams matched up, that's the exact scenario that happened. A 16-1 to begin the series, and Triumph, who had Dust 2 as the second map, were able to push it into the third decider, where we still saw Triumph take 7 rounds on the T side of Inferno and then just flop at that final hurdle. And if we want to compare this situation to another Cinderella story that happened just last week, we had the likes of Chaos in a Bo3 series take it almost to the playoffs, but then again, that final half of the final map in their final series was where they fell short. We've already had that with Triumph versus Gen.G. Will we get it again today? We've got to land on a third map to even contemplate that possibility, but we begin here on Mirage.
Yeah, I think it's always great to try to draw some of these historical comparisons to try to add some context to the match, but I think the desk explained this perfectly. It's really hard to say what we don't know about this veto. For example, landing on Mirage is a specific choice by Triumph. They could have banned this if they wanted to. Gen.G's highest win rate map. And since their last veto, a lot has changed. Them playing Dust 2, for example, but now having gotten rid of it. There's a lot of things here that could have been different for Triumph, and it was kind of on their dime that they allowed it to go down.
Agreed entirely. So let's see if they made their own bed with this one. Pistol, not going too bad, as Grim does pick up the kill towards Catwalk. This is actually going to compromise the B site hold for Gen.G. But as long as Grim stays alive, if he dies, then the T's turn their attention over towards the market, and we could see the bodies start to stack. But here comes Grim with a second headshot. Kusta trades, and Spongy 3 HP dropped by Kusta. Kusta could be the difference maker, because even if we go head-to-head on individual levels, right, if you look at the results from Triumph, the resilience versus EG versus 100 Thieves and Cloud9, then why wouldn't they be able to take Gen.G? Why wouldn't they be able to compete versus the individuals of this? Well, because Kusta has looked better than ever in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, Kusta has been Zipix and Magisk all in one, in tier 2 versus like tier 2, tier 1.5 NA, of course. But still, he's been like the best player on a roster that is absolutely stacked to the brim with talent, and has had not only some great multi-frags on as an anchor, but also has shown us the most, I think, clutch potential of anybody on this team, which is the most surprising thing. And yeah, Moses is somewhere smiling about this fact. Here's Junior to come through with the scout headshot opening. Always dangerous to go down for mid control as a T. It's appealing up until a point, but when you cross this triple choke point area in front of connector, this is when things can get dicey sometimes.
Grim's been spotted, still able to take down Kusta. That's a Galil, AK versus Deagle. And it works out well. Bentet, he's gonna get flashed towards CT. Poor Junior just hard eats the flash and then body bumps into the wall, so he can't actually get back into the cover. So the AK-47's gonna cut through a defense. Gen.G utilizing connector to get this bomb down and convert that pistol into a second round win.
I really appreciated Psalm's interview before the match, talking about Triumph and just how he believes that all 5 of these players have potential to be at top of NA. But by that same token, that level of reverence kind of worries me for Gen.G. Or, I mean, just as a thought that, maybe this upset doesn't seem out of the realm of possibility to Gen.G themselves. And again, there's so much that we don't know about what has happened in scrims to tell us how comfortable and confident both these teams are right now. Who they've scrimmed on what map, how successful they've been on what maps. Like, we've got the recorded stuff on HLTV, but this is by no means a first meeting. and not even a second meeting, even if you count the best of 3 on Road to Rio. They could have potentially have played against each other many, many more times.
Yeah, I believe as well that Som kind of contradicted himself in that interview. You know, he sat there for a minute praising the individuals of Triumph, saying that each of them in their own roles could be at the top and could compete with the best of North America. And the moment he finishes all of those points, he says, but I think we can still take them. Like, his supportive argument was against the fact, right? It's wild.
Well, I just want to say, like, you know, I'm like happy he was super transparent about it, but he did say that, you know, we can't sleep on this team, is basically, I think, what he was trying to get out at the end there. Which I think, you know, is healthy.
I wouldn't either, but recent results show promise. Shake, even with a pistol, going to cut down Kusta, so looking to add up some damage, but he was the only person towards this B site, so Triumph, they're going to have to give it up, or just try to throw something against the wall here. What's Spongy at? He's got that MP9, and he goes down to automatic, so going from bad to worse for Triumph. Gen.G, strong start on the T side.
Playing to your strengths. Always a consistent theme in these videos. Almost never a good sign when a team does pick into a map that's weak for them. But yeah, with any a team with just like that's in the middle of their gestation period, where maps are going to pop up in their veto constantly, there's not much. There's just not much that the stats can go to show you about how they'll do in the future. 3 kills on this round. And Junior, does he keep the AK? Will it be given to him? No, Ben Ted says no. Hell no, you don't get that AK, sir. You buy your own gun next round. Junior has enough for the op. They'll all rifle up behind him for automatic 7.3K. You think, yeah, he's going to go ahead and participate in this op duel as well. We're into round 4. The meat and potatoes, as commentators like to say. And now we'll get to find out what Triumph have to bring on this establishing round versus Gen.G on a map that they are very, very comfortable on.
This is it. The proving grounds. Round 4. Dapsy's going to get real aggressive, offering half of his health away just to establish early ladder control. And he gets in there unspotted, uncontested, unchecked.
Yeah, it's a big piece of map control, even for the 50 HP. Being able to control window. And again, look at the CT setup, okay? The guy in jungle, if he backs up, he's in danger. Moving forward, he's in danger to connector. And there's an angle, he's in danger to the palace push as well. But that's a good way to get back into the round. Spongy with a aggressive B push by himself, no less. That is an amazing amount of map control to get back. Like, this eases things up on the A site. They're keeping 3 players dedicated to this fight now. Connector, though, connector pressure could be big.
Kusta drops Curry, dink from Grim, but it's Spongy who's managed himself a second frag. Junior is going to get pressure from the ramp, and instead of falling back, this time he moves forward. Automatic's going to be planting just on the other side of the triple box, and Junior doesn't want to gamble his life away. Could have tried to aggress with this one, but he's got 2 teammates behind him, and he's looking over towards the Tetris. Kusta, he's going to get mollied to the top, but Junior not ready for it, although Shake Zula is able to trade it. He trades out after his own molly. Automatic scoped in on the ticket, sees the head, and takes Shake Zula. Now Spongy 1 versus 2. Has Automatic barely alive, but Bomb's so far gone, and he is still outnumbered, so he has to just fall away from this. There was a world where, because of Kusta being burned out by the molly, Junior could have held it, but Shake had to hold his own grenade after his teammate had gone down. They lose man advantage, and even with Spongy on the 3-piece, all he's going to do is save the op.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. In terms of order of importance, once that Molotov goes down, if you think someone's to Tetris, but you don't watch the angle, I mean, you risk dying if they're going to peek. They're not going to just run and save. They're going to go and try to fight if they know they're in danger in this retake with 3 players coming out of CT spawn. So there was some dissonance there between the incendiary landing a Tetris, which they thought a player was there, and them holding the angle for a player that they would hope would pop out. Because if they didn't think a player was there, they shouldn't have thrown the Molotov. It actually made things worse and got Junior killed. Great round from Automatic, though, to hit those 2 op shots. The first one, Connector, that was some combat level opping. Like, he was in danger, got dinked instantly and hit the shot.
Som trying to just roll through Shake Zula. It's going to die to the Deagle. gets trade fragged out, and Junior goes down for free on Cat. So bomb plant off of this. That single op saved is yet to find any kind of contact, and even though Grim gets one off the 5-7, Kusta once more able to trade this one away. So Spongy just looking to survive, looking to move that op forward, but the 5-0 start for Gen.G on a map that we already expect great things from them from. It is still very early, but it is still very much Gen.G.
Yeah, the contents of the round look good so far for Gen.G. And that last round, you know, Spongy comes out with this play that you normally have a player help you push B-apps or some supporting grenades, and he wins that duel pure. And then having B-apps control when Gen.G are going to go and take A, usually that's disaster for the T's. And will there be an upgraded gun? Yeah, AK, 2 players alive on both sides. Triumph have been doing a decent job at getting some kills on these rounds at least, but somehow Gen.G's economy is still very heavily propped up. They get to buy up. They've got 3 rebuys left over in the tank. And yeah, Triumph will give it another shot. But yeah, for Triumph, I think if you replay that round on the A take, the hold goes a lot better. And Gen.G had to hit some pretty great shots. I keep looking at automatics. You know, 1 kill in connector, that makes a huge difference because he gets the kill in the retake as well, the post plant from his perspective. So I'd say Triumph, I would, you know, kind of start it out similarly. I don't think I would change too much from their end. And also Kusta wins that duel versus Curry. They have the close ARAM set up for that. They have 1 player watching connector for a connector peak. They lost both duels, and then it came close at the end. But yeah, it was a good start.
Second attempt on the full gun rounds. This time. Oh god, I got the hiccups. Double op for Triumph. And they're going to post one up on Catwalk early. Spongy, he's looking through the gap, so he's got a little bit to work with. And don't forget that just yesterday, Spongy, he posts a 1.23 rating, going 23-16 versus the likes of Evil Geniuses. His best individual showing in terms of the Blast Spring Showdown. And they've got the 5 versus 4. Ooh, Kusta, he's going to eat a hard grenade.
Yeah, they traded nades, but the A-ramp one was a bit more well-placed. Grim, front connector. Like this spot for him. You know, very crispy aim on Grim. Haven't seen him come into full effect just yet. But they have been either winning or drawing their games for the most part, so it's not like he hasn't been doing his job. Bent to smoke top connector. And the T's evacuating from the A-ramp with the bomb still at the back of mid. Unclear what they want to do just yet. I think really hoping to get an opening kill back.
They're being given a lot of space in middle, and I've seen this right from the beginning of the game as well. Think about how Daps has run through Molotovs just to get into ladder. The consistency of the flanks to pinch on B. Ooh, collateral from Spongy. That one's definitely going to help. It actually delays the cat hit as the player has to go back and grab bomb, but Som hands on the op, and down goes Junior. We fall into the 2 versus 2, and will Triumph, they're both coming in off of the catwalk. Doesn't seem to be expected whatsoever just yet, but they're going to have to move forward, getting closer to the bomb site before anything can actually start to unfold, and Kusta peeks right into it, traded back by Som, looking for the 4th kill on the round, and he is so pinned down now behind the van. He's just going to cower and try to hold the corner. As Grim gets closer, he could go over top, and Som doesn't know where it's coming from. Grim with the clutch and Triumph on the board.
Whoa, he just went for the straight wide peek with the pre-fire. Som had no health left over to survive any bullets on that. Yeah, tough position to be in. Really nice clutch attempt. Gotta love how Som played that. I feel like it was very smart. Even getting the kill on Junior inside of Market, it felt like he was going to be Junior's food at that point. But he dropped down with awareness, and yeah, Spongy. I mean, that's an enormous collateral to be able to grab. Oftentimes you're fortunate to get the collaterals here. It couldn't have mattered more. Yeah, big 1v1 here to win. It was another round that started off, honestly, incredibly well for Triumph.
Yeah, this one not starting so hot. We see Junior trying to jump over to the catwalk. Looks like he ate some flashbangs. I'm not quite sure. He was like stuck on one side of the railing and just gets pulled off.
I think so they were probably expecting top mid smoke, and he jumped, and then yeah, I think he missed 1 jump to get up top, but he still would have been in a pretty awkward spot since there was no smoke there.
Yeah, they just went for the hard and fast swing Gen.G. But there is something worth checking out here. That's going to be Curry with the ramp control. So sure enough, we do have Gen.G taking over the A site, as Triumph still sit patiently with 2 players deep B. You can see Bentet and Som very wary of the ramp, so if Curry doesn't turn his head around soon, he is done for. And that's that. Bomb plant, no rotations near. Grim, he's got to get out of here if he wants to save the gun. Oh, and he just runs into the crosshair.
Yeah, the setup is pretty good from Triumph, but they don't use their B players to get the information together, and there's no rotations, and everything is so static. Gen.G suss out their positions. There's absolutely no shoulder peeking going on, and sometimes, you know, that can cost you, so I can understand why they're not trying to overextend. Curry's just doing his job, but with no one covering, Gen.G make a good play by staying completely silent. They don't even try to tap the bomb there, if you notice, which was kind of cool. They just went and looked out at A ramp because they didn't see anybody else on the site, and they were rewarded. So Triumph get outplayed in this other round, and yeah, see, he's probably just assuming there's going to be some smoke, either window, top mid, whatever, delayed peek out mid. Junior's fastest way to get to Cat would have been through the window, but they call out the way that he's going to play it as well. So Gen.G, they're definitely looking super solid in terms of the way they're approaching, and they're even winning some disadvantaged situations where Triumph start out strong. Definitely feels and looks like Gen.G are more comfortable.
I would say I'm just comfortable with their opponents, and again, to reiterate what we had as the veto unfolded, is comfort on Mirage. Right, this is not a new place for Gen.G to be found. This is the bread and butter. It's the home turf. And they still managed to lose a man in Som, but Kusta claws it back. A little bit of palace control. You can see the frustration as well starting to boil over for Triumph early. Junior, who didn't make his jump, just getting blasted back in his chair. Curry, who unfortunately never even had a chance to shoot back, just executed from the sideline. So I would understand the frustrations last round as Gen.G perfectly lurked into the map, and as you said, so silent. There was no grenades, there was no bomb tap. Poor Curry never saw it coming.
Shake doing a good job of looking around, seeing if he can get a kill. He's snagged one, Gen.G playing it carefully. Triumph know they've anti-ecoed towards mid a few times. Where they end up is a mystery, of course. And Triumph, you know, so how patient do they want to wait? Do they want to just chill on A and see if it's going to be a connector split? They're going to make some kind of gamble because it looks like Gen.G want Cat.
And they're going to take it. Entirely open for the taking. Zero defense here at B. So Triumph going to move forward with what they've got. This is starting to get very scary for Triumph, but it's wild to think that, you know, if we were to even just pull up their recent results, you know, some of the performances we've seen from them already this weekend, just it would not make any sense prior to seeing it unfold. You know, we think that this new era of online Counter-Strike could create the Cinderella stories, and I don't think anybody anticipated it from the likes of Triumph. You know, maybe Cloud9 was going to finally rise to the occasion and dominate the opponents that they have been struggling with, the likes of 100 Thieves and EG, MIBR, or Furia even. But Triumph was written off from the very beginning, and I think that at the moment, that applies here to Mirage. Gen.G writing them off pretty quickly as they take their 7th T round.
Yeah, I mean, they're playing with respect, right? Like, I mean, they're definitely having to work for these rounds. Some of them are very close calls, to be honest. But Gen.G just, they're winning every single time. So that's kind of starting to mount. And of course, at a certain point, it doesn't really matter if Triumph figure this out. But yeah, so far, I think you just kind of, if you're Triumph, you're like, yeah, we prepared, but we weren't practiced enough. And some of the stuff, you could see the ideas, the execution's not meeting it halfway. Now the flashes come up and over. They're going to try to stop the problem where it hurts is mid-control defended against for the CTs. The Ts now have to respond. They're going back towards towards A, excuse me. There's still a lot of rotators here though. So it can be an open site and it could come down to retake grenades. Oh, but no Cat.
Grim.
Oh, wow, there's no stair smoke.
Nope. There's a Molotov to land on top of it, but Grim has already done his damage. Spongy with the perfect smoke spam, drops Som. Bentet pinned in behind the triple box, and Daps doubles back just to ensure that the flank is clear, also allowing him to rotate over towards the Palace. Bentet's position still unknown. Triumph gonna walk into it, but good trade by Curry, even being on low HP. There's 4 CTs remaining, make it 3. Daps downs 1, Junior claws it back, and that's gonna be the second round for Triumph. The all-in ramp and Palace hit from Gen.G not working out here in round 9.
Sure, yeah. And if you keep someone in CT spawn, the double benefit to taking mid control, if it goes unanswered on the T side, is obviously you've got 3 players who are ready to retake A from connector. They're already in good positions. We see a couple of these kills come a little bit fortunate, of course, but the reason that it looks like Triumph get lucky is because there's limited amount of spots that Gen.G can play in. If they don't have CT spawn control, they don't have connector control, they don't have stairs control, and they're trying to plant the bomb, well, there's going to be some players standing out in the open, in between smokes. Like, nobody's going to be in their perfect post-plant positions, and that's what the CTs earn themselves. Ooh, Shake. That's just a very, very close miss. Not even sure how that didn't go in. He almost died, so maybe you should just be happier that he didn't die. But now kind of a bit of a reset. A nice answer there from Triumph, trying something new, and it working out quite well. But now that Gen.G have established back at mid, it's going to be kind of about, can they condition Triumph? Is it expecting the same results? But Curry, this time around, he's not waiting at A ramp for the execute to come. He's going to try to get that opening kill. That's another 5v4 here for Triumph.
Yep, nicely done. And it doesn't come by way of what we saw from Shake on the peak. If we could get a Zoomy boy on Shake's op attempt, I think that'd be a nice picture to paint for the start of this round. But since that failed attempt, it has gone well for Triumph. Junior gonna just blast automatic away, and even then pops up into the apps, tries to track the third, but Spongy lends a helping hand. Junior starting to piece together some individual form, and we know that once he gets rolling, once Curry's good on the multi-kills, once I think Triumph stop playing so reserved and go for that next level of aggression, as seen with Curry on the opposite side of ramp, as spotted by Junior just trying to lock down duels here on the B site, and not giving Gen.G map control, not letting them get onto the bomb sites, but rather cutting them down early. Look at the result of it. It's pistols back for Gen.G, and a very real chance at a 4th for Triumph, but an all-in through the Palace. Ooh, this can be fun. It can also be dangerous, but it's always fun. Molotov goes down at their feet, and oh, the mow down. Grim, he's gonna get 2. Curry, a frag, 3 assists, and the final kill. That's a beauty of an anti-eco.
Put a little hot sauce on that one. The Molotov and Palace, the spray down. No one at A-ramp to throw a flash. You know, that's the SK special. What happened to that eco round? 1 person A-ramp, smoke CT, flash over. 4 come out and try to get the bomb down on default, but I probably wouldn't have stopped this Molotov, I don't think. So I think we saw the only fate that Gen.G could have expected with that. No need to get frustrated, of course, just a full-on Glock round looking for a bomb plant if possible. Junior makes his jump, and we see that cat smoke come down now, which helps him cross. And it's all just to get to this one position. Kusta, oh, the lurk up the A ramp, but Curry. What man, I don't know what was the clue for him, but he wide swings on the A ramp and just deals with that problem before it happens. 2 duels now, won by Curry for opening kills, both versus Kusta on the A ramp.
Betway odds coming in. Gen.G still favored as they hold on to the 3-round lead, and these odds, of course, the live odds for the series. Finally, away from the best of ones, we've got overtime back on the menu as well. Exciting stuff. I said yesterday that maybe since now we'd play OT, we'd never get another 15-15. And then, of course, the first map of the broadcast today was an immediate tie. But focusing on this one, Curry, he's doubled down, not just taking out Kusta, but pushing into the Palace to cut off one avenue of assault. He now has the flank on a player like Daps, who's just trying to cross this bomb over, 12 HP. And Daps has cover from Connector. So a weird situation unfolding here, but Curry's low health too. So him versus Daps on A ramp is crucial, and it seems like Triumph are going to pick that up. They're going for the retake. They've got 2 ops in the equation, and even with that double man advantage, it's looking a little worrisome. But Spongy's patience pays off. It's called the murder hole for a reason.
Yeah, for real. It's a perfect nickname. Som he'll have to do it all. Can someone finally kill Curry is the question. Yeah, he dies. You know what? This is getting a little bit close. That spray, yeah, off the corner of the smoke. There was potential, but yo, my guy Curry, man, he with 10 HP. First of all, he wins his duel versus Kusta again on the A ramp, rotates around to Palace, finds this dope off angle to kill Automatic, even though he has 10 HP. Instant headshot as we see Automatic's clearing a different angle, and then still finds a way to get a third kill. That is an insane impact for the amount of health he had. And the fact that we're looking at all these kills from wildly different positions is already impressive. So really good work there on the A ramp. Honestly, when we saw him being so passive on the A ramp previously, it's good to see him changing it up and being a bit more dynamic, because the last time he just eventually got flanked on from the lurk through the whole A site. And it felt like, oh, well, if he's not willing to move, that'll probably happen again. But yeah, he changes it up.
Ooh, there's Junior through the smoke, finding Kusta. Grim's M4 now a little bit closer. And Curry, ooh, he wants to go through this. Or let's look at the barrel stuff. A man inside the smoke, but there's so many players. Curry, good spray down, does the damage, gives Junior a helping hand, who then extends past the flash. Grim off stairs with one, and Automatic having to clutch this in the 1v4. He knows that there's CTs coming in from their spawn, and he does nothing about it because Spongy takes his head off. I really want to start painting the narrative between Som and Curry here. Both 17-year-olds on this server, both the youngest for each team. And even young Junior, 19 years of age. Grim as well. This is an incredibly young roster in Triumph. Average of 20 years across the team.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. They're drinking from the fountain of youth. They're doing good, and it's cool. I mean, I feel like there is a narrative about, recently Tier 2 NA dying. I really just had no idea there was a team that was this kind of they seem so polished for how little exposure they've gotten, and now, yeah, it's a best of 3. The circumstances are greater than ever, and they're still looking super consistent, playing clean CS, responding well, adapting. Their aim seems great across the board. As you mentioned, with the age, they've got a lot of time to develop as well. And yeah, there's still more to see. And man, happy this game is close. Whoever wins, this is the match of the day for me, based on what we've seen. And I feel like Gen.G are playing well, trying for having to earn every round back into this game. And it's very fun to watch, man. I'm super happy that this is a close game.
Double scoped, gonna miss the shot, Spongy, and lose his teammate. Sticks around, and it's gonna cost him. Som just taking names over on that B bomb site. Now the bomb's still in T-spawn, so this round's not quite over, but I don't think they're gonna need the plant. The frags coming in easy. Junior's position now known, and there is still a threat nearby in Kusta. Junior's gonna jump up into the open, and that one costs him. Even with Junior landing the leg shot, it's Gen.G with an 8th.
That's all about Som, man. He just coming through, dismantling the B apps. That's a problem that he dealt with. That was a problem earlier in the half so far. Would love to see the opening kill statistics to see how they went, because we've definitely seen some rounds won 4v5 for Gen.G and lost 4v5 for Triumph, So I'd love to know how much that dictated the actual outcomes of the rounds, and if Gen.G have a pretty cool stat in terms of their rounds won after they have lost the opening kill. But now we're into the last round of the half. Mr. Daps scouring it out over at mid. Players in connector wanting to fight. They're right. Oh my god, he's flanking them. This is a fast split. Might be exactly what they need, but Grim and Junior combined for 2, and that's a shot in the side of the head. Okay, that's a hold.
Yeah, a hold and a half to close this half. Triumph going to keep it as close as they can, but considering this all started them being down 0-5, I think that closing the CT side 7-8 isn't that bad. They still have a long road ahead of Bo3 series coming in. We'll see you after the break for the second side of Mirage.
Please knife him.
Hey, how's it going, everybody at home?
Hello, everyone. Welcome.
For those of you guys who are tuning in, I want to give you a gist as to what this is. It's an interview about games inside a game.
I've got 2 more victims this week, and I can't wait to introduce them to you.
Yeah, he called me a noob. He called me a noob in 2016. Maybe it was just a joke, and then after that, I liked him again.
Jonas Gunderson is joining me today on the Hot Seat, the show where I'm going to ask very tough questions about NIP.
I'm a bit frightened by your intro there, but it's alright.
There's an Inner Cafe owner that paid me in Snickers bars to help fix people's PCs.
I usually have 20 to 25 minutes just stretching out the body.
Lige, it's good to see you, man. You're looking happy, you're looking healthy. Are you as happy and healthy as you look?
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good.
I'm going to take some questions from the chat. So there's a lot of guys out there asking you some specific questions. What would you say Rocker have brought to the table as a coach?
If Issa was in my chair right now, he would say, nothing.
So is everyone happy the Creed got taken down?
Of course. This volcano has yet to have been explored on any episode.
Living life on the edge, brother.
Does Issa go to the gym with you guys?
I'm gonna leave Issa out to dry here. Like, he's terrible at joining me and Alexia and Manto at the gym. He's been lazy as fuck. Sorry.
And then he walks past me and the entire back of his shirt is unironed. The whole back of his shirt.
If I keep it up, I might become the captain of the Valorant team, you know, so holding my fingers crossed.
Mindset. I think for us, it's a huge psychological thing.
And then you feet in the middle every single time. Let's go.
First time at Lobby, I actually insulted him in game. I'm sorry, Nico.
Did you call him a noob?
I actually did.
Okay, so
Actually, I go first.
Okay, you can do it. I'm right behind you, man. I'm right behind you.
Oh dear.
I just need a sip of my chocolate milk.
Maniac and Scorning. Hello, boys. You're back. Yeah. What's happened to Lourdes? Oh, he's back. He's back. He's absolutely fine. No, Lourdes. Scorning. I'm so sorry.
I have forgiven you already.
Oh my god, it's beautiful.
That's all you needed, man.
Good night.
All right, see you, dude. A bit of a rocky start for Triumph on map 1, but if you compare it to the first map the last time these teams met, a 16-1 on Vertigo looks way worse. So they'll switch over to the T side here on Mirage, buy up a little bit of utility, and try to make the comeback happen. Launders, do you believe?
Yeah, I do. I really do, man. I mean, there's no reason not to. I always believe in especially the team that comes back at the end of the first half, even if they are lower on rounds. Just like you're saying, I mean, we all know, for better or worse, this is definitely a big game of confidence. Let a lead like that slip. It says a lot in favor of Triumph. So we'll see if they can continue on. Curry was definitely a centerpiece of that first half with some of his rounds, and we know how good his entries can be. Grim also, he ends up getting his 1 kill in window. This opens up the jungle side. However, Som answers back with 2.
Yeah, Kusta playing off of the... No! Curry just turns attention, takes him down. It's Som. Som has been the only successful story for Gen.G in this pistol. I can't believe Grim gets 1 kill. I can't believe Curry turns attention and just deletes Kusta. That's not supposed to happen. And neither should the 1 versus 2 ace clutch from Som, but he's already close to the bomb, doesn't have a kit. At least not currently on him.
He could have actually confused with how far they are. But now they're just in such... They're not even peeking. They're in such good spots.
He taps it once more. Again, they call it out. There's the peek from the opposite side. Som, he just wants an opening. I mean, clearly he's got the aim. 3 kills off the USP here in the pistol, but it's not going to be enough. Triumph tying with their very first T-side round.
Man, this is another thing, you know, Counter-Strike these days, it's about being half smart, but also being able to aim, and they're so consistent across. Basically, all 5 players have, like, outstanding maps, and it shows in rounds like this. But, yo, this is an insane round for Curry. Now, that's a straight-up whiff from Kusta, right? You can't have that happen. Sometimes I feel like, and I don't know how you feel about this, but it's more comfortable to be, like, standing and moving with the target than it is to be following around a target while you're sitting in a corner. I don't know if that's an excuse, but that was a whiff that they basically, you know, that really changed the course of the round. But trying to see it from his perspective a little bit.
No, I feel you. It's when you're just sitting in a position. It's easier to hit shots when you can move. You know, give me the jiggle peek. Give me the corners to play from. Spongy, he's gonna fly out from the palace, clearing Bentet from underneath it. Curry catching Kusta yet again. Oh, we've got to get that one on the replay. Just because it wasn't looking like Kusta was trying to commit to the fight, just more so flexing the deagle, trying to keep them back a bit. Junior's Mac 10's going to create a little bit of space, but Som comes in through smoke, and that drops the bomb carrier. They're still in the favored situation with just automatic on a scout, but it's the fact that they have to recuperate bomb while the counter-terrorists can still get into the mix that's a little bit scary. Grim, he's going to catch them, trying to go for peaks with a kill and an assist. It is him and Curry taking us through the conversions. Triumph lead by 1.
Yeah, and that's the first time that we said that this game. So again, we started out with the 5-0 half, and since then Triumph have not been in the lead. So this is kind of just a screen. So yeah, it's a straight up pre-fire up and down from downtown. CT setup. Som's got the deagle. He can be trusted with the deagle, okay? He literally got 4 kills in the pistol round and bought the deagle and still has as much money as everyone else.
Yeah, he bought himself this little, you know, graceful gun. A little bit of cover fire, but nobody's really peeking here for the CTs. They don't have much to peek with, to be fair. A flash is going to go over CT spawn. Junior's looking to rack him up. Doesn't clear the corner right away. If this was a gun round, he'd be dead. But he's able to still make a little money. And Spongy's going to do the same thing. So Kusta and Daps, all that's left. There's one. And he gets a measly Mac 10. Doesn't even want to pick it up. I don't need that.
He actually tried.
Junior
somehow got... He, like, eat it, but it didn't... His arms weren't long enough.
Oh, yo, yo, yo. Hello, Daps. Don't you wish you bought a kit? He's going to go ahead and give chase. Curry waiting for him. That's Triumph to double digits first.
Man, Triumph at 10. Like, imagine if they won Mirage. I honestly, like, the rest of the they must have expected Mirage, so hopefully they were ready to play this third map. But it felt like this veto favors Gen.G because of Mirage.
To be fair, it's like the only result that the only thing that explains the train pick is that you are guaranteeing Mirage will be the decision, because I mean it almost seemed nonsensical at the point, right? You want to take away the very best map unless that month of practice that they seem to be revering, this was calculated within it. I mean, I feel like it was very clear they wanted to take the group stage to Dust 2 and Nuke, and now we see something new.
Here's the double benefit too, right? Like if Gen.G expected them to naturally ban Train, then Triumph are going to be even more of a surprise on Mirage if they had practiced it at all. So that maybe they're slightly better to have left it, but because it's more of a surprise, it could have wasted a few hours of prep for Gen.G depending on what they were looking at.
I really respect it, because it's like, not only do we have this incredible tale of how Triumph have gotten here to begin with, not only were they 1 round away versus Evil Geniuses from securing the top spot of the group, but now they're going to do the Bo3 upset attempt on the hardest map possible to begin. It's like they're playing Counter-Strike on the hardest difficulty. They love the challenge, but here's a challenge. Daps coming in with the 2-piece. Curry extending out from Palace. A shake. Ooh, gets them from mid. And he upgrades from the Mac 10 to the AWP, cutting down the first first one and forcing Som to clutch. Som has been a consistency here on Mirage thus far, and he keeps Gen.G in it, but only one survivor, not the best situation to be in. Check out the lack of money here for the defense.
Good spots on the hold. Madness from Daps. 2 kills, super huge by him, and almost pulled out that third. Trades, they have a sliver of a moment on each of those duels to make sure they grab them before the other CTs have been peeking. So Gen.G is keeping up with the aim, and good to see Daps playing well. It feels like Daps has some kind of, he's like a Togepree, like he has like these incredibly high peaks potentially. You don't often see them, but they are genuinely incredibly high, not just like very good or like above average. Sometimes he has maps where it seems like he is an actual star player. Here he's only kind of woken up in the second half, at least from what we can see, but those are 2 pivotal ones. So just want to give him some flowers, you know what I'm saying, for that performance.
Did you call him a Togepi?
Togepree?
Okay, not Togepi, because that's a Pokemon.
Not Togepoo, not
Confused me for a
Togepi.
second. We move forward into the other gun round, but as I said, the money's low. You see it in the MP9s, the lackluster grenades, although automatic could be the difference maker. He's got this op train forward. Junior already taking a shot at him. Good flashbang to force him off the angle. Saw him inside the window. Falls out. Looks like he wants to go get that cat control. That would definitely enable automatic to focus fully on the apartments instead. Sure, he doesn't have Som tucked into one of the closer corners, but he doesn't have to worry about getting picked from here. Although he still seems wary. He puts down the smoke and keeps his head on a swivel for now.
Tim. Yeah, he's got a. This will be one for the resume if you can pull off this hold. But look at the T's they peel back into the spawn. Grim looking at mid now. Wonder why Triumph are not committing. And they want to see if there's an A push potentially. They're suspecting there's an over-rotation from Gen.G. So far, no, this is what we always see, the close A ramp push-up. This will be a real test for Triumph to see if they can clear this out well. Aren't great guns here for Gen.G, but they're good close-range weapons, that's for sure.
Definitely, and the well-timed smoke. Ooh, Curry tries to force the issue a little bit. Runs into the ramp so that he doesn't lose vision, but in doing so has an offset crosshair. And Bentet turns his head to take him down. Now they could run into another close-range MP9 in Daps on connector. Both fronts of this A site under siege. 15 seconds for us to see if Gen.G can lock it down, but Grim comes in from window. 8 seconds, they need that bomb plant, and he's got to sprint. He just has to run forward, and no, they need the kills. The kills more than anything else, and with 1 CT at B, this one's done. The clock plays against them.
One of the least dignified ways to lose a round. You know, you don't want it to be that way. For Triumph, we've seen this sometimes on their T sides where they don't work hard enough to draw out utility, and they're very patient to wait out utility because they don't like running through smokes. It's partly, it makes their executes look a lot cleaner, but they force them to respect the clock to a point that they can lose. And they're Gen.G. I mean, they do what they have to do. They got the re-smoke down on A ramp. We saw this on Nuke. I'm referencing Nuke versus 100 Thieves on their T side where, and sometimes, yeah, they just wait behind nades, but they didn't draw anything out. They wanted to go through with that full A exec and couldn't do it. So they'll have to be, I think they'll have to be a bit more callous when it comes to attacking sites and let it be known a bit more, work harder, apply pressure while you're about to execute, you know, leave something for the CTs to guess about, but at the same time, don't simply respect all of the grenades that come your way.
It's weird though, right? To have to, you know, employ that level of confidence. Like, who are you to run through a smoke versus a major winner in automatic? But you need all flavors of Counter-Strike for a delicious buffet. Som, he's going to come back from behind Van, regains vision and dies to Shake. Automatic's going to take a little bit of damage and loses Daps. Can't manage the up-close scope, so what do you know? Bomb plant here for Triumph. They muscle through the B site. It looked dangerous for a moment, and it still does, because Kusta's got one. But it looks like he wants to retreat. This is Gen.G giving Triumph an 11th round. They hold on to the lead.
Well, they do it, and they do it on a save, so they have some extra money on top of recovering better guns. They get the B site, the bomb plant on top of this. Kusta, does he at least get a kill? No, he'll fall back. Bentet was not in a position to come through for the retake, and Kusta, when he got that 1 kill, maybe they would have thought about it. But yeah, this is a Triumph hitting 11 before Gen.G. Not what you'd expect after that last round, that's for sure. Automatic got tested hard there. He legged Curry on the jump across, and then Curry was able to get information on the van player. And so he became kind of this very good space creator and worthwhile sacrifice as his teammates traded without dying further. And then, you know, Automatic as an op versus rushing pistols, Tech 9s, and Mac 10s is not going to have a fun time without a teammate to help drag attention away from himself. So there was a lot of pressure on that opening kill, and it wasn't delivered.
Towards the top of mid, Grim immediately trying to make the most use of the AK. 3 USPs around the double M4 save, and one of which goes down, but Bentet can trade it, and I don't think Triumph want to get into this gamble fight. You know, Gen.G have more to lose here, so they...
Oh! Yo! He was looking at connector,
Junior.
man. I think.
Looked like a flick shot.
I don't know what that looked like
one
to
on the
you.
replay.
Yeah, holy smokes. If he was looking at connector, that's a mad flick shot. That's one of the only guns, too, that he took out. And it's now in a very dangerous spot. Som will go ahead and grab it. But in maybe looking for more information risks getting killed and making this round even a little bit worse somehow. Well, his patience pays off. He actually is going to hear Spongy. It's going to initiate potentially a flank, a good risk to take in a round like this. It'll draw the B player out, and they can kind of overstack towards A. Spongy maybe making a mistake there by running too quickly. But how is he to know?
Som catches up to them. I mean, ooh, yep, he's going to catch up, take down Junior. That's a low HP player down. Now the T's, they realize what they're getting into, but the most that can be here is 2 defenders. Although Daps wastes no time. He's already up from connector. Bentet back at the bomb site. He finds Spongy with his head turned. 20 seconds left over. Triumph starting to fumble this. Daps pinned in on the staircase, down thanks to Curry, who now has to clutch it versus Som, but the bomb's gone as it falls forward. Som peeks, and Curry's gonna get this back. He has a chance, and he turns as Som comes wide. A 3-piece for young Som, starting it off on the flank, rotating as fast as possible, and denying Triumph a round they should have won.
They even waited for anybody to push top mid, but Som didn't turn this corner, so really good awareness by him to just assume, and yeah, that was a flick through the floor, basically. Almost looking at window. Yeah, this is pretty nuts. And Triumph come close. This is all about Som, of course, you know, win the 1v1, get the 3 kills. Come off with that big flank. Shout out to Wireless Mice.
Yeah. See, you know, we've had some of our European players just, you know, slapping their own foreheads. But if you're a Wireless Mouse player, that's how you prevent yourself from hitting your own head. Because you're not going to break a mouse. You know, you can break your face, but don't you dare break your mice.
Don't hurt the hardware. Anything but the hardware. Oh boy, look at this. Bargain Basics bin by Triumph. Galil, Tech 9, Deagle, and the op on Junior. It's the only bit of solace for them here in this buy. No one crossing just yet. Some pressure towards mid to hold out that stairs player from peeking into the A ramp. But now they'll just come back. Not too much utility left over. They're going to set up quite quickly, it looks like.
Betway odds coming in. Triumph a little bit more to the even odds. Gen.G's still the favorites. Bentet, he's going to be on top of Firebox. And we've seen some wild antics happening from players on site. The flash from Kusta and an assist versus Curry. So he gets his hands on both of those first frags. Now it all starts to unravel, and not in some feeble, flimsy type manner. No. That is conviction. 5 up for Gen.G, 1 round in the lead, and we're in that back stretch now. Just a few more rounds to go.
Definitely. It comes down to these final few moments after we see what's going to be a save. Round nicely played here by Bentet off of the kind of the precipice of the smoke, looking for these 3 kills, staying out of line of sight while also having impact. Nicely done by Mr. Ferdinand. Mr. Hansel Ferdinand?
Hansel Ferdinand.
Hansel.
The Polish king.
Hansel. Polish patriot.
Kusta, he's going to try to hold off the window play, knowing Grim likes to jump in here. Grim even hits the dink, but can't finish off the frag. Som not going to be tested towards Catwalk. Focuses forward on the windowsill. And Spongy, well, he's been seen as well. Flashbanged fully, hiding in the corner. Please help! And there's nobody here to aid in his attempt. It's Gen.G 13-11.
Wow, that sounded a lot like Vanity.
Yeah, they all start sounding the same after a while.
Yeah.
It's just, that's the voice of Tier 2 North America.
Yeah, Som is really a kind of a fourth quarter talent, it feels like. I mean, he's been good this game. Like, he's already good. But what we saw on Train the other day, that was something else. It went from 1.5 kills to like a 1.5 KPR in the second half, ending with 19 frags. Never seen anything like it. Kusta, oh my goodness. Is it a free shot? Oh, they're looking for him. Poor guy doesn't expect a third one to run out mid. But Bentet, cute angle here inside connector. However, B-site in danger. Automatic will run back. They didn't expect this.
He's got a pillar to play off. Automatic finds one on the window. That's going to drop the bomb carrier. Som coming out with the headshot versus Spongy. Seen Shake as well. Shake's going to challenge the window. Gets one step closer to the bomb site. But they lost their man advantage. They kicked this off so well. Som dying to Automatic. The sniper, such an issue through the window of Marketplace. Curry, ooh, he's going to try his hand at the 1 versus 3. Som, whose position hasn't really changed much, could be figured out to be back behind bench. And don't you dare forget that Automatic sits on only 7 HP. We praise the ability of Curry for multi-frags. He's 21 kills deep at the moment. And he already kicked off this 1 versus 3 with a crisp headshot on the fully HP'd player. I love that he just buys time. He just waits here. He sizes him up a little, and now he's going to have to activate, but oh, blindsided by Som. Just peeks into the bench and dies, giving Gen.G their 14th. Triumph losing gas.
Yeah, Som was absolutely obstinate about the angle that he was going to hold there. Not obstinate, adamant, excuse me. That means the same thing, about how much of the angle he was going to give up on the bench. Yeah, he's participated in abstinence from the fights. And that's a very, very nice angle. Opposite side of the bench, holds just as much as he needs to. And yeah, Curry had the right idea, as he pointed out. Som hadn't moved much, but it was nicely played there by Som, man, staying alive. He's been clutch over on the B site. 14-11 for Gen.G, and Triumph will come through with the half buy. Always a scary situation, but Gen.G, they definitely look now more like they're in the driver's seat in this half. However, it feels a lot like the first half, where a lot of these rounds, they come down to the wire, and there's a couple of very, very close situations. The trade potential is so high on Triumph, it feels like they've always got a chance. But experience will be the decider of this map. We'll find out.
Difference being, of course, is that when we started to see the CTs and Triumph come back in the tail end of the first half, well, they still won half of those rounds, more than half of those rounds, by way of defuse. So retakes were a key piece of their success, whereas we contrast that to Gen.G. Triumph haven't actually planted a bomb that Gen.G go ahead and defuse. So we've seen them actually die to the clock a couple of times, and it's really getting onto the bomb sites that can be the struggle. Som, even with players flooding from all directions, manages to hold them back for the moment. Spongy's on 2 frags and the upgrade into the AK, but none of these players other than Shake have Kevlar, and Automatic's op on rotation. Ooh. He B-hops back into the window. The movement's good, the aim is good, the rounds are adding up, and we have Spongy now tucked inside of Arch. Tees starting to fall one after another. Junior goes down, and that's Gen.G with a 15th. This CT side delivering.
No opportunity for a draw this time around. This map, it'll have to go to OT, and we'll have a clear victor. Triumph, you can never write them out. So we're going to see. They also saved for this situation, brought it into a scary point here with this B-site take. Definitely a chance to do well, despite losing that round. But yeah, Som looking, or not Som, Automatic looking nice. The movement there, opping well. 15-11, maybe historic North American scoreline, Connor.
The old classic. Just as popular as 12 threes. Shake Zula starting to run up from Cat. Dap's gonna go for the peek and dies. Ooh, and through the smoke, Shake Zula's gonna find Kusta's head. 5 versus 3. I mean, it's not impossible for Gen.G to still claw this one back, but Triumph not going down without a fight. They're gonna try to take this to the wire. Don't you forget that Triumph, to get here in the group stage, came back from a 12-3 half versus the likes of 100 Thieves, came back from a 5-10 half versus Cloud9, and yesterday versus Evil Geniuses, they split it down the middle at 8-7 each half. I mean, they are no strangers to resilience. It's just they've never done it in a series of a BO3 or one that has this much on the line. So, 3 more to go to take us into overtime. Something that we would have wanted to play out between this team and their opponents more than once, but we've yet to get it. Until maybe today.
Curry has been an outstanding entry fragger this match. He has created so much goddamn space. He never, ever hangs his team out to dry when they go in exec on sites. He's jumping out, running, often dying, and still somehow maintains a positive KD. I feel like he has been a two-way player in this game, as he is in basketball as well. And yeah, he's looking good.
Kusta cuts him down first. Good trade frags. Junior with the double flash assist, and Automatic misses one of the op shots. They don't want this bomb to get planted, or else they're going to have to retake with 2 snipers, Gen.G. A lot on the line in terms of economy. And Shake Zula, don't you dare peek. You hold that angle for the rest of this round, because if Daps can't come through jungle, then I don't think that there's any chance in hell Som and Automatic are going to retake through CT with ops. But Shake actually goes one better. Oh, and he lines up the oppers. $10,000 stacked on a couple of corpses as Daps gives him the space to make that play.
I love how you say that. Say it louder for the people in the back. $15,000 knockdown, you know, like that. You need to absolutely highlight that with a yellow marker, because that's we can see the impact now. 3K on the players left over, and all of the players that die when they're trying to save could have been players attempting a retake, as unlikely as it would be. So Triumph 2 rounds now from tying up, bringing it to OT, and it looks like there'll only be one really substantial round that they'll have to win. If they don't win this round, screw Triumph. You know what I mean? We'll see what happens in round 30 when Gen.G actually have guns.
Oh, 30 rounds of Counter-Strike. My 30? Beloved.
No, man, we're getting at least 45.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. We'll get there if we get there, but at least it's 30. At least it's 30. I don't like to you know, I don't like disappointment in my life, Launders. Okay. I've started to temper my expectations. In these pistols, I don't expect anything. Spongy and Curry gonna cut down the first 2 to B defenders. Daps does shave one off. Grim, poor guy, gets wallbanged by a USP. You don't see that every day.
Also, like to say their A takes looked quite good last round. I like how much pressure they kept exuding into CT spawn. They made that retake close to impossible. You know, made sure they could get the bomb down and covered all their spots. And we've seen how patient Shake Zula can be. Oh, wait.
It's not over.
Oh, sorry.
It is not over.
Oh my god.
Oh, Kusta, okay, you madman.
Jesus.
Yeah. Oh.
I didn't think.
I was looking. I turned away. You know, I'm on my feet. I turned my head. I look back at my monitor. Kusta's in the middle of the bomb site, just spanking noobs. And sure enough, Triumph, they're gonna have the bomb blow up. So 14th round is theirs. The 30th about to unfold. Daps the only survivor.
Yeah, the kills are completely inconsequential, except for that Kusta might have a few more nades this round, but all of Triumph can buy. So this should be a sick round to maybe end the game on, maybe bring it to OT. Everybody's got what they need, relatively speaking. And man, yeah, that was pretty sick stuff though. Nice showcase of Deagle frags. And who is that?
If I had to make a guess, I think that might be their Brazilian analyst that James Banks was talking about, saying that Triumph have been putting in incredible amounts of preparation.
They don't have a
Cool,
coach, but he's an analyst and on cam. So, you know, if he learns how to give pep talks, then he's a coach as well. Bentet, he loses a teammate. Kusta cuts one off of the Palace, but now he has fire to deal with, and Bentet gets taken down. Sheikh Zula versus Kusta inside of jungle. This could be huge, but Sheikh, he has the flash go past. Som, fully blind, gets the kill. Grim can't manage it. Now the man advantage back up for the CTs. Kusta's gonna take another, and Gen.G stopping them at the final hurdle. Round 30 yet again. Oh, what an awesome attempt on that T side. A slow start from Triumph in the first half, but almost taking it out of regulation. Map 1 goes their way, but if you think about the improvement in this team from the last series between the two, 16-1 on Vertigo compared to a 16-14 on Gen.G's best map, this series is far from over. I'm gonna see all of you, every single one of you, here after the break. Don't go anywhere.
Be a whole new direction for this team. We don't know where they're going. We don't know what maps they're prioritizing. We're about to learn with the rest of the world here. So I think that's fair enough.
People probably underestimate how dominant they were. I'm sure statistically they probably have all the records. I don't think they'll ever be beaten, quite frankly.
NIP were just an amazingly fun team to watch.
It's going to be really interesting in the beginning. It's a new lineup. A lot of the younger players, less experienced players than I'm used to working with in the past.
Well, now we have to see what this new NIP roster without any of the legends on it, you know, what they're going to be capable of. Whenever you got to cast NIP back in the day, it felt like you'd won the lottery because you're always going to get just one of the very best games.
Almost impossibly good. I mean, it legitimately is the case that when they would win those 87 maps in a row, and what people forget is that was just like the first, I think, 6 months or something.
Because on every level, NIP could dominate, and they're similar to some of the teams that we have today, where there's just so much raw talent on the team.
It's kind of like Astralis when they were in their prime. Yes, someone could beat them, but that was actually the unlikely scenario, and in fact, you knew if they played that team in the next tournament, they'd just go and get revenge immediately and be right back on top.
And they had a bit of that hive mind Swedish element, the way that Fnatic had it in 2015, somewhere around there, right? It wasn't like there was a fixed strategy to it. It was just, oh, look, GetRight got 3 kills because he somehow managed to sneak all the way onto the opposite B site and then backstabbed everybody. And you could expect that every game. It was the meme where, oh, where's GetRight? Look behind you, because that's where he is. And 9 times out of 10, he was shooting you in the back. Forrest is Forrest. He could just do it all. He was a god. Freiburg, fearless. He had the trust of his teammates, the king of banana, coming up with the big plays, opening up bomb sites, taking over entire sections of the map. But what was great about that team was that you could always tell that it was like a brotherhood in that team.
In terms of how important NIP's era was, so I actually thought it really established CSGO as a game, because at the time it was considered an inferior game to CS Source and CS 1.6, and most people thought it was a joke. So I think actually to have some big legends from 1.6 come in, dominate the game immediately, therefore showing there's something to this game. There's a reason it's not just a different team winning every event. I think it actually legitimized the game, and then even though they were very, very dominant, they were only dominant for the first couple of years. So then finally, once the game had built its way up, then other people got their chance and we got to have more of an open scene.
They were such a special team, and they had that magic around them.
You almost can't overstate how dominant they were.
There we have it, the result of the first map of this best of 3. Bit of frustration there for Triumph. It was within their grasp. They were 1 round away from taking us to overtime and perhaps upsetting Gen.G on Mirage, but it just wasn't meant to be this time. They couldn't quite get the job done. And so we have to be quick, so I'm going to hand it over to Thorn here. Thorn, what did you spot in this match? What made the difference?
Yeah, this is an example of where if you're Gen.G, like, it's just composure. Like, they were overall good on both sides. They definitely had their issues when they were on the CT side, which is why the big comeback started. But I actually feel like even though this wasn't the map that Triumph had to win, it's not their map pick, the problem is it's so close, and psychologically I think they will be the one that carry the real wound from not winning this, because you almost got a dream game out of most of your players, like Curry, obviously Grim. They were having amazing rounds here. If it wasn't for Som with a few clutches, if it wasn't for some of the sort of, like I say, composure towards the end of the game, yeah, this would have been a stolen game for Triumph and they would be going to their map one map up, but it didn't happen. So I feel like history tells me I don't see a lot of teams bounce back very well when they're the underdogs and they don't get their upset like that. I think if you're the big pro team like this, you're just glad you got away with the win.
Yeah, you just managed to sneak it through. And Maniac, turns out that the comms here for this team Triumph were pretty chaotic after all. Is that, I mean, kind of keeping up with the trend here?
Yeah, I mean, we just roll the clip as soon as production is ready. I mean, it's between meme and focus. So let's hear that clip.
I'm close to con. I'm close to con.
Hold your con. Pick him. He's 1 HP.
I flashed
CT bow. Missile triple. One was ticket scouting.
I'm flashing front triple turn. Turn.
Yeah. You get bum?
One ticket.
Could reset. I have your deep jungle. Could go con on you now.
Yeah.
Both
CT.
Last one.
Nice. You win a pistol and an Taiko.
I mean, okay, let's put it this way. I could meme about it, or I could be serious about it. It is all great, they win the round, but to make it easy, Counter-Strike is about improving in certain situations. You want to make the best decisions in a repetitive situation. That is Counter-Strike. My point is, how can you always make the right decision when you have so much input coming in your ear? For me as a player, it would be impossible to make sure that I make the right choice, that I'm integrating all the cues around me when I have someone saying, fire, spot, fire. It is just too hard. So I'm memeing about it. But actually, it is an area of development for them, 100%.
We've talked a lot about this in the past. I mean, this has kind of been the NA meme in terms of comms forever now, hasn't it? He's lit. I mean, you're going to have to be dealing with that, exactly. So let's go ahead and actually focus on what needs to happen next, because right now Gen.G have shown that they're mortal. They're at risk. It's not going to be a clean win here for Gen.G. They had to fight hard on Mirage, and now they're going into a map where they should be feeling fairly comfortable. And so, Thorin, can you walk us through Gen.G's mindset now?
Well, here's the bad news. It's exactly the scenario that I presented in the pregame if you Triumph, which is they've lost the first map. Even worse, they've got to feel like they could have won it. Now they're going into their map pick, which is Nuke. And if you know how it works in Counter-Strike and Best of 3 series, Gen.G will be picking the side. And I imagine they will pick CT side. And if they win the pistol and they get a big CT roll going, you almost cannot face a bigger psychological challenge as an underdog team. So if you're Triumph, if you have to start on that T side, you have got to get rounds. Otherwise, it won't matter that, yeah, you could switch over and you could win 15 CT rounds. Like, psychologically, that just becomes, like, I'd say twice as hard when you're in this kind of a scenario. This is where being a pro and having been through the ups and the downs and knowing that you're never out of a game, it just comes with experience, I'm afraid. There's very few people just roll up in the game, no pro experience, and can just handle the kind of highs and lows, the waves of the game, as it were, like that.
And especially going into a technical map like like Nuke next, where you're going to be down, the pressure is on, and this is where you really need to be clean with the comms. One player or facet of that would be the coach. And so we have an interview with Gen.G's coach now.
You guys made that closer than close, especially after they broke your economy on those final couple of rounds. I just want to see how you are feeling and what you're saying to the team at this stage, because Triumph certainly delivered more than what we expected here on Mirage. And also, I'd love to get your thoughts on how confident you're feeling in going up against them on Nuke, which they've picked into.
Yeah, well, I think as far as that game just there, I think we had a couple of rounds where the communication got a little bit muddled and we ended up not playing together and taking some individual fights we probably shouldn't have, peeking into maybe two of them coming at a ramp or going up a cat, as you saw there. So that was how we lost a couple of those rounds. I think if we just play that together and the communication's a little bit crisper, we're probably fine if that one not to be as close. So it's just a couple of things there we have to iron out. And as far as Nuke, I think we're pretty confident. I think that was them trying to surprise us picking Nuke, but honestly, I don't think they're that great at Nuke either. So we'll see how this one goes. It might be a little bit of a bloodbath, but we'll see how things work out. But we're pretty confident and we think we have a good read on them.
And that's exactly what you need going into Nuke next. So Maniac, what do you think here? Do Gen.G just lock this down in 2? Is this the confidence building kind of win that they needed to just get the job done?
Well, listen, I have to agree with Duncan here when he talks about the psychological impact of winning that first map for Gen.G, even though it wasn't pretty and it was their map pick. It's just, it really hurts. It hurts your opponent, and it's one of these scenarios where there is such a disparity of experience that I tend to say the first few rounds will dictate what happens in the second map. I believe that if Gen.G can just get away with it at the beginning, run with a 5-0, 6-0 lead, then it's going to take so much mental resilience from Triumph to actually fight back. They did on Mirage, great, but now the scenario is different. Now they're down a map, they're facing elimination, they go up against Gen.G, who must feel relieved to some extent, feel like they're okay, they're having a good time. So these first few rounds, they are going to be key. Is it going to be a whitewash, or can we possibly talk about a third map?
A third map, and as well going to Vertigo. That would be just fantastically. Oh no, Inferno. Sorry, it was between Vertigo and Inferno. Going to Inferno as well on the third map. And so now, well, gentlemen, I mean, are we going to stick by our predictions? I think from the two of you, we can agree with that. It sounds about right. Maniac, you just express yourself. Thorn,
I was going to
give me a nod.
Yeah, I'm all good.
Yeah,
there we go.
I personally actually think Gen.G will probably just close it out here. Like, if Triumph can bounce back, which, listen, they have shown some rental resilience in the group stage, fair play, but this is normally where the pro experience kind of crushes the semi-pro amateur.
All right, well, gentlemen, thank you very much. We're going to be getting into the second map just after a break, so we'll be right back with more action here at Blast.
We have completely bought into the idea that, you know, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
And internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way.
We've praised the players of Triumph for being able to play under pressure, for stepping up in the big moments within rounds. But now they need to step up in the series. They face elimination and they require the reverse sweep on Nuke. You can see the live odds, 1.12 to the favor of Gen.G. The odds are against them, but the odds have been against them since the start of this event. Mohan, are you ready for Nuke?
I'm drinking the Kool-Aid, man. I think as long as they're willing to take it map by map and round by round, as we should, you know, to compare what they do well and what they don't do well in this match, then the world is their oyster, honestly. We know their Nuke. I know what needs to be worked out on their T side. Thorn mentioned that, you know, Gen.G get the pick side. So a lot will be discovered about how well they're playing based on this side. Or I think, are they actually knifing for sides? Oh, okay.
Yeah, I see knives there, so it must be that.
You know, I think that, no.
Oh, fake knives.
It's fake knifing. So they're probably going to be playing T side, and their T side had glaring issues with cutting noise, not working for, like, remember that round that they timed out on Mirage that we just saw, where they were respecting the fact that, like, Gen.G had all those nades. I think they need to do a better job of drawing out grenades. And I don't know if they saw their own match from their time against 100 Thieves and talked about that, but that was, to me, the most glaring issue. If they fix that, their CT side looks honestly extraordinary. But again, this is going to be a fine map for Gen.G. And, you know, you're based on what we saw last map, and now that they're up 1-0 in the series and the pressure's a bit off, you're probably going to lean a little bit more towards Gen.G. But again, for a Triumph, just take it round by rounds. Make the most of the match, and then think about map 3 when you get there. Easier said than done, but we know that they can do it. So let's see what you got, Triumph. Last chance saloon.
Last chance saloon. Don't forget, again, just for one final reiteration, they were down 3-12 after their T side of Nuke versus 100 Thieves. So if you see 10-0 Gen.G, I wouldn't walk away from this, not until you see the victor crowned. Daps, he's going to be standing on top of the rafters of the B site. He has been silent thus far. He is spotted and comes up with 2 kills. It's a slaughterhouse on the B floor. Sheikh Zula has no teammates, no bomb, no frags, and not even any targets because A is completely evacuated. And Triumph have been eviscerated.
Yeah. Everyone's chattering now in the Discord, trying to figure out the hell happened. Shake coming in, 1v5. I mean, if he gets a bomb plant, I'd be shocked at this point. Can't even get the kill. Easy round, and good positioning for Daps. Rotations were nice and quick for Gen.G, and Daps delaying these shots to allow the CTs to come in, then turning them all towards him as they get shot in the back is clearly the move that wins. And good for Daps for not pulling off the, not exposing the crossfire before he needed to. Gen.G buying up in full. There's some respect in the spy. Automatic's going to keep the USP to save for his op. There is one SMG bot. Full-on deagles here for Triumph. Looks like no elaborate eco strats for them. They're just going to try to win this round off of headshots if they can find him.
Not the easiest job at times. Gen.G keeping their heads tucked. Not even giving these deagles any sort of an opening here. Nobody's overfaced just yet. Automatic, don't forget, USP only. Okay. It's him versus the deagle, and I mean, how confident do you have to be to try and fight that?
Yeah, very. I guess, yeah, he's, you know, he's not got a ton to lose, but he did have, like, kit and armor and stuff. It's a player down outside. And attention is turned now to the ramp. If the
looking to play
Triumph
the
or
numbers
LeBron
game.
ramp is Miami.
There's Psalm with a headshot, falls off immediately. Daps could be called into action, but Kusta's got the flank here. And there's no panic being created by Triumph. Junior, he turns his head back, finding Kusta. Now that's going to recall these players from the ramp room back into the lobby. They could try and just crush into the A site. Junior, he has a flash. Yeah, it blinds the player up in heaven, but Bentet, he never gets blinded, and he locks it down. A 4-piece on the anti-eco. The flash completely eaten by the player up in heaven, but Bentet was fine to handle that one.
Yeah, well, it was real tricky there from Triumph. Nicely attempted with the catching the fallback, getting the opening kill. You know, really making a round of this. But yeah, Bentet, this gets a blind spot for Bentet where the Rafter in the middle blocks the flash, even though it helps him get out to fight Heaven. The one target ends up being victorious. But a symptom of having no grenades, of course. Spongy with the scout on this round, they're kind of half buying again. Yeah, and I guess off that last round, well, they didn't get a plant, so they wouldn't have been able to put together a very good buy. But they're going to go ahead and try this gambit once again. Deagle's out for Harambe.
Respect. Automatic jumps back. Not going to look to die inside a garage this time. So difficult. Not only having to play versus Gen.G on their... Yeah. Go on. Serious about what?
Oh, wow. Okay, hold on. I thought this was a bit of a write-off. Couple of nice kills. Yeah, it's a wash. I feel very serious today because I don't know. Okay. Like, this is obviously... Yeah, I mean, I feel like this match is so close, and after that first map, that reinforced it, how close this really is. And yeah, I think it's appropriate that these two teams are playing against each other just because of the results that we've seen. Grim now, he's in this. He's absolutely in this. He actually can drop vent, which is probably what he's thinking about. But he would like to get a kill. First player top of the hut. And yeah, he's not going to let him go. Close call. Probably could have dropped silently if he wanted to, but didn't know if someone was waiting.
That sounds like some kind of Star Wars villain. Top of the hut.
Yeah. Yeah, sometimes they're going in hut to kill Jabba.
I can't believe Grim even gets that one first deeg behind the player on vent. I mean, he tags him through the vent with the scout, gets him to peek. Ooh, we got the zoomies.
That was random.
Damn, Grim. All right, what's up next? Gun round, okay? If you're feeling serious, then I'm going to be very serious as well.
All the CT's been invited to the cookout here on the A side. Oh, okay, wow. Automatic, not even... I think he, like, from his perspective, he cleared it, but it didn't clear that much. It didn't clear everything. That's a free open.
Not the first time we've seen them with a 5 versus 4, but it is the first time they've got the man advantage and have more than just deagles to work with. So we shall see. We saw Junior kind of left to the lobby anchor in a previous similar situation. Right now, Spongy's in a position that doesn't even exist. He's back in spawn, holding off for the flank as the rest of his team go down secret.
Yeah, there's only one guy down here in the back of the site. And saw him. He looks like he's going to try the Tarek tactic of opening control if they come by.
Yeah, he hears it, has them turn, takes down 2. Junior barrel stuffing 1. That's going to activate the player inside of the lobby. He's going to start sprinting over towards the ramp. Ooh, dodging the op shot. And they have options open. We've seen them try to scramble in the last few seconds of rounds. So 30 seconds left up, and they go upper. And the only player that would be here to stop it is Bentet, but he was gone. So as he creeps back in, he never sees Spongy. Spongy's lobby patience pays off. Triumph recalling the bomb back up onto the A site. It's enough to get them into the post plant. And we're about to find out whether Gen.G want to take this chance on a retake. They seem hesitant, but they are both in still close position, so sometimes we just burn down that clock a bit, hoping that Triumph will go off to save, and then slip in just before the door can close, like Indiana Jones. Kusta's still patient. USP, here it is. Yeah, they're going to try to sprint in. There's the frag. Bomb is planted for Daps, but he just decides to walk away. Kusta fell for it. He thought Daps was in with him.
Yeah, they yeah, get scammed, Kusta. They tried the Triumph tried the exact same retake, but the Triumph's version was a bit better. They had the Molotov in the hut, so as they were rotating out, they couldn't come back, and all they had to do is trade one on the site. I like how this tactic works sometimes. It's a bit of a gimmick, but it seems to, you know, net kills, honestly, on this control. It's all about just listening for footsteps and trying to identify with the T's that are clearing angles. What are they looking at is the idea when you open that door. And as long as there's that threat of control room window, then you can maybe get some kills that way. But you know, like that kitschy stock advice that we all hear when we're growing up, and make sure to diversify your portfolio. Well, that rings true in Counter-Strike as well with the T-side positions. You know, you don't need 5 players to take a site. Spongy shows us that if things go bad on the site that you wanted to take initially, if you have one player somewhere else, you can open up another part of the map that wasn't open prior, and that information is what wins Triumph a T round.
Saw him even looking to go one better down on that B site. I mean, there's a world where Junior misses the op shot, and that's a 3-piece from Som, and we never see Triumph on the board this early. But look at the result of that one round. Gen.G forcing in with what they can afford, and they are going to have 3 players relegated to just the pistols. Considering Triumph, again, only had 3 rounds versus 100 Thieves on this map on the T side. This is a strong early start for them, and a very tantalizing offer of a second. But they've got to follow through. They've got to minimize mistakes. They've got to avoid some of the landmines of these individual players of Gen.G. Even with the pistols, they're deadly as all hell. Ventet top of the hut. Sure enough, there it is. Headshot with the CZ. He's going to lay down his smoke grenade, so all of a sudden everything's held off. And Triumph, well, we've seen them fall victim to timing once before.
They seem quite committed to this upstairs play, but oh no, look, they've actually drawn out ramp. It's just a kind of a big fake automatic, working on some information. Not sure how useful this will be depending on how fast they go lower, and it looks like, yeah, lower is the play for them. Sheikh Zula, though, yeah, he's in danger of getting flanked, almost certainly going to die. We know how patient he can be.
Oh, big time. And the difference is, you know, we've seen Junior play that position and hold off the flank. We saw Spongy play it and open up the A site, but this round, that lobby player goes down. Curry, he's giving cover as Junior plants the bomb, and Dabs can't actually stop it. We are into the 3 versus 3, but the CT's coming in from all directions, unfortunately coming in at different timings. It's a 1 versus 1 for both Curry and Junior, both of which picking up kills, and Triumph, they most certainly will follow through in their second round win.
Yeah, talk about composure. That's not an easy round to win. You know, Sheikh Zula dying upstairs, that's when things get dicey, and you can easily get scared and try and play it smart in that 3vx. They pick the correct site to go downstairs. You know, that's a bit of a read on the setup. They do the small fake upstairs as well, and when they come in down lower, they have all of their options covered. In a situation where you know Gen.G, they're going to come at you like banelings. They're going to swing open a door to deny a plant like Dabs tried, so they had that smoked off. Too many times we see teams have trouble planting the bomb, but it seemed like a Triumph had good spots to defend in this situation. And man, Junior is... He's just so reliable in those spots. I mean, he's reliable in spots that you shouldn't even expect players to be reliable. Like when he needs to hit a shot, he pretty much hits it all of the time. Very, very good player from what we've seen so far, man.
Very ambitious, clearly, as well, trying to go for the hut floor bang. I don't know if I've ever seen that connect, but if there's anybody to pull it out of the hat, why not Junior? I think you're absolutely right. He is proven to be irreplaceable at times. Curry ready for the push. It's just the pistol crunch, and it is turned back the other way. Look at the utility kept by Triumph. This round cost them nothing, and it cost Gen.G everything. They will find themselves back on the buy for the CT side, but it'll be limited. And more importantly, we've got Triumph tied up super early here on their T side.
Yeah, we talk about quotas a little bit. Now, we look at the last game, and of course, you know, Triumph with 3 T rounds versus 100 Thieves came back to tie the match. Only problem with that comparison is we don't know how much of that was psychological from 100 Thieves, considering they'd blown leads already. and the fact that for weird reasons they couldn't close out in the second half when they were so close to the finish line. So Gen.G will probably want to give them a bit more credit than that, and we also don't know what their second half looks like versus Triumph. This is a somewhat unexplored, considering the last time they played, the veto's already changed. Triumph banned Dust 2, I think, in that veto. Their veto just looked different, and yeah, maps have developed already. So I think it's gonna be a relatively new match for both of these guys. And Gen.G, a bit more consistent on both sides, I'd say, than even Cloud9 or 100 Thieves have shown us so far.
Lots of grenades outside, wall of smokes thrown up, and Triumph will send one player down the secret stairs in the form of Sheikh Zula. Everybody else is going to be heading over towards the ramp, and they had just gotten Kusta out of position, so he's burned off. This would enable 4 Ts from Triumph to just stampede down the ramp while Sheikh comes in on the flank, but Som, he's got that doubles doors under control. Oh, Sheikh Zula, oh, dirty timing. He slips through the vents and doubles down onto Som. Now, Automatic coming down the secret stairs will trade, but it's still Triumph getting what they wanted, a B plant and another 3 versus 3 that just a round ago they closed.
Yeah, Junior's in a strong spot to defend against ramp as well, and if he goes unchecked, he can hold down control window, so his 2 teammates are in pretty good spots to frag for themselves. Ran through the door. Good trades for the T's.
Ooh,
one
traded.
comes out. They don't know where Junior's at. Yeah, that's an easy shot for him. No one to test his position. No one to suss him out. I love the post plants from Triumph, and I love the fact that they got the bomb down so quickly. Like, I feel like that's something that teams are just unable to do these days on lower sites. So overall, yo, shout out to Sheikh too. He had Bentet. Bentet was playing Blues Clues with him. He had an idea of where he was, and then Sheikh managed to find the flank on top of getting the second kill, even though his position was known in the vent.
Look at the speed of the rotate as well. That's what I wanted to try and draw eyes to, is like, think about how Kusta, based on that wall of smokes outer, just completely forfeits the ramp. He went over to try to help outdoors, and before he could realize what's up, they'd all gotten down the ramp room. Compromised the B bomb site, even despite Som's best efforts yet again on double doors. And they're going to throw the very same smokes as the previous round, although now their entire team moves past them, and if nobody watches the flank, Automatic's going to call this all out, but Spongy gets the best of him, loses 80 HP, and yet still he stands tall. So versus the Deagle and CZ work, so far so good for Triumph.
Yeah, and then now they with that kill and the information from Automatic, they're trying to game it a bit, make it Curry with the self layup.
Ooh, close smoke, not going to be too successful for Bentet. And Grim's going hunting in the lobby. Just trying to figure out where Daps got off to, but that's over towards the squeaky door. Som, are you trying to deagle? Yeah, he's trying to deagle the roof, isn't he? Or ceiling, excuse me. Again, ambition. You know, I give points for ambition.
Yeah, that's some stuff that's I think it's a bit out of his generation. The floor bangs on Nuke, but yeah, he's trying to do it. Yeah, both a roof and a ceiling. To some, a roof to some is a ceiling to others. A roof to one is a floor to another. One man's roof. Som will save, and I think it was Alexi who came through with the successful floor bang versus a planter in CSGO. I think he did that, if I'm not mistaken. I don't know who that was. If somebody knows, tweet me, because I remember that happening in the last couple months, like a really cool floor spam.
This was a big kill. If Spongy gets deagled once, then maybe Bentet can catch a couple others, but even Spongy finding timing there on the A site as well. It all went perfectly for Triumph. They've got a 2-round lead here on the T side, and we're only 8 rounds deep, but a buyback from Gen.G. Can this be the solution?
The lack of pressure outside has allowed Triumph to make a lot of space. This time they move fast. Wow, it's the open avenue. Dude, I'm loving all of these looks right now. They're getting clean crosses outside. They're getting opening kills round after round. Now they make it downstairs. Plus, it's hard to peek outside. Automatic will be up to bat. Important player in this moment. Nice shot with the op.
Yes.
And he'll stop the aggression in its tracks. But,
by a Molotov. Now they're trying to focus on the garage player. Oh my god, Junior just takes out the pistol. Oh, and swaps over to drop Som. That is a redirection from Triumph. Not just a changing of the speed, because that was utter aggression to just throw themselves across towards Secret. No smokes even. Like zero utility, zero warning sign for Gen.G. Junior has done everything thus far here in the 9th. 3 kills to his name as Grim holds the heaven. Bomb on the back of Sheikh Zula goes over towards the B site. They've sold them the fake yet again, but they can't stop the player from getting into vent. Sheikh will do it on his own. And this is it. This is a 6 for Triumph, doubling up the score of Gen.G.
The hell can you say about that one, man? I mean, everything was great about that round. Once again, it's another super clean round. They don't waste time. They draw a simple fake. They cross outside with the op. It's a tactic to get Junior in that position, and does he deliver? He comes through with that op shot. He chases down Daps with a P250 in big garage. Kind of a disappointing situation for Daps, but yeah, he looked like he died very quickly and didn't have much time to fire back. And then immediately we switch to Storm's perspective and get him blasted out of the round as well. And it all comes down to this like great opening tactic and allowing Junior to open up and kind of be himself. This guy who is very good at, he's just very well-rounded, man. I don't want to reduce his gameplay to one style. I feel like he's kind of good from a lot of angles. Just very reliable, good at knowing where to be and where not to be. And holy smokes, that was a beastly peak.
He has the entire kit that you want for a solid opper. He has consistent first shot accuracy. He has strong flicks. He has composure. Pistol plays have been excellent as well. So, I mean, there's definitely, multiple angles you can take if you're trying to sing Junior's praise. Not bad for the 19-year-old opper. Curry. He's going to be trying to pressure the ramp a bit. Here's Som's Deagle Sing and deals with automatic. That could have been the element of surprise here for Gen.G. Kusta, he's inside of the fire. Nice first headshot, but Curry's going to body bag him 4 versus 3, although damage is substantial. If Triumph aren't careful and they walk into Bentet, this could go awry. Bentet's arrived on the front of the T's hit. Curry, 35 health, Spongy on 20, and they still trade efficiently and trade effectively as they fall down to the A site for their plant.
Something to be said when you see Curry and you're like, he's probably going to win this. Like, that's a weird thing considering it's Bentet holding the angle. But here, the 2v2, well, it's actually kind of a real situation. But Curry puts up. Ooh. So does Junior.
And that's been the tail of the tape. Curry and Junior. Curry and Junior. This time it's Curry with the multi-frag. And yes, okay, it's just again versus the pistols, but I think the one that kind of, again, we can really sing real praise is, as you said, versus Bentet and Hell. I mean, clearing automatic from the top of the box, that's a good indication of, not lazy corner clearing. And then this follow-up blows away Bentet in the bottom of heaven. Grim's blown away, and we are right back into the guns. So, don't look away, folks. Gen.G trying to put up a defense, but they're trailing by 4 rounds, and Triumph with another different look. Sheikh Zula, he's coming in for the A split, but it's called out by Daps, who just gets the 1. Curry and Grim for the kill here on Triumph. Junior, he's gonna cross over to the front of the site, fakes the bomb plant, gets the CTs to maybe peek, but nobody makes a move. They're just gonna keep spamming smoke and trying to play for the retake. Can Junior and Grim lock this down?
Yeah, man, they actually created space for themselves. And he's got the op, Molotov there. They get to the back of sight even. Wow, I thought Grim was going to get hung out to dry. So he can deal with heaven. It looks like this guy's probably dead if he's peeking without a flash.
Yep, just needs to watch the mini side now. Junior's gonna get burned into the open. Ooh, his teammate goes down, but Junior hits the flick. The most crucial shot first and foremost. How's he play the 1v1? Automatic, he's trying to find the bomb. The time's so far gone, and Junior, the clock plays to his favor. Triumph taking it over the line. They all die, but they still lead by 5.
That was a sick 2v3, man. That was so sick. I like the way that they created space in the site, made it impossible to try to deny the plant. They made sure to cover the smoke and mini, Grim does a good job. They both have to stand in Molotovs at one point, which can be the most unnerving situation. And then when they establish, get the bomb down, Grim gets to the best post-plant spot possible, watching Heaven. That allowed Junior to activate. Grim gets his with the 1 kill on Heaven since he has the advantage on the first fight. Junior trades, and then he plays the 1v1 perfectly. I mean, everything was so sick. It was just so well played by Triumph, man. Really well played.
Betway odds coming in hot. Triumph back into the 3s. They got it down to like 2.45 earlier on Mirage, but now that map advantage. Ooh, and Som with a little life in him. Finding the smoke skewered through Junior, and only the 1 for Bentet. That was a great chance at a multi-frag, but it's still Triumph with a man advantage, and it looks like they want to head towards ramp, which is completely clear for the taking.
Night and day when we're looking at the T sides now, Triumph looks so much better. They don't have that kind of unfortunate round with like time delays. They're not sitting behind smokes. They're moving quickly. Tactics working out well so far. Gen.G will need to win one of these rounds, you know, these man disadvantage rounds for their confidence. Door swings, and good spam by Kusta off the audible. 2-on-2. Mental reset here is trying to see if they're going to exploit them from any other place. And the door closed. Yeah, Shake's not going to make some noise. There's enough time for him to come down the vent slowly. And it's just going to be hard for Curry to drag attention from him. Shake will have to make a risk and just drop. But yeah, he's probably doing this the best way to give himself the best chance. That was an opening kill. You're going to hate yourself for missing. Som has only 4 health left over. And Curry, all to do.
Fake plant, he calls out the door. And he's going to double it back towards Decon 2. Kusta, now he can't stop bomb a second time. It's a follow-up fake from Curry, and he's going to have to commit this time. No, not even. Calls it out. Expects Kusta to go for the push, and Kusta takes the kill. That was Triumph's round to win. But Kusta, such a nuisance from Decon, stopping the bomb planter twice.
Yeah, great moves from Kusta. 2-on-3 situation. They needed both of those kills. Obviously, the 1v1 on top of it. And this, man, they could have won. They could have won off of that. Yeah, Shake makes the correct play. Som almost, makes this difficult. I feel like if they waited, the problem is they still can't play together. So I understand from his perspective, using one player as a body bait. But yeah, Kusta, super good in those moments. Again, extremely clutch. Well, he's at the bottom of Bikini Bottom. Yeah.
Junior's going to get mollied off. If we want to talk details, if we want to get real picky about that last round, Shake Zula, he was in Squeaky Door and could have gone down vents right away, but instead he decides to double back, walk out hut, walk through the A site, and then go down the vents. And that 4-second delay where he finds nothing and doesn't really gather much information, that was the difference between Som watching secret stairs or Som turning around just in the nick of time to deny him at the base of the ladder. So, we know this game comes down to the milliseconds, and that was such a prime example of it. But it looks like Gen.G, they're not going to let Triumph run away with some ridiculous T-side. They're starting to claw back some rounds now. Som hot on the heels of Junior, who is still 12-6 at the moment, but we've got ourselves a pause called. Everybody take a breath.
Yeah, okay, we can all chill out for a second. So nice couple of rounds here from Gen.G. It looked like they were honestly in a terrible spot. Triumph, they fight to the bitter end to win these rounds. They almost pull out that 2v2, once 2v3, and yeah. So far though, they've got a competent half. I'm so curious about the second half. I really doubt that Triumph can have as an amazing CT side as they did versus 100 Thieves, especially now that is out there in the ether, right? Like that Gen.G could have watched it, and if you have the infrastructure to make sure that stuff like that gets looked at. Elmo Putty, of course, thinking that he doesn't believe that Triumph are that sick on Nuke. He's wrong about that so far. They definitely look like the better team, but what he knows about the second half is also a question mark. We don't know how well prepared Gen.G will be. And we don't know stylistically, as Thorin brought up, how well Triumph will simply match up to Gen.G on this map in the second half.
Only time will tell, and we are almost there to the swapping of the sides. At the current moment, we've got Curry and Junior topping the scoreboard here for Triumph, and that's kind of been a regularity.
Looking at the ADR, it's Curry over 100, the only player with 3-digit ADR so far in the first 13 rounds. But the 14th comes live. Thank you for your patience, everybody. We're right back into the action. And if you weren't being patient, well, too bad. You've got to wait for us anyways.
Yeah. It's not really up to you. We're just
really
trying to be cordial about it. But yeah, it's all on us. We're actually the ones that start the game. There, I said it.
We've got Grim lining up the smoke from the rooftops. Looks like Triumph are going to try to sink their teeth into the A site. And Daps decides not to play on Raptors, instead dropping down into the front side of the site, and it pays off. He drops Shake Zula, Curry, and Spongy. Can't manage that 4th kill, so Junior's in for the 1v4 clutch. He's got 1, and he's done. A 6th round for Gen.G. They'll have a chance to close this as close as can be. The 15th and final of the first half coming up next. And unfortunately for Triumph, it doesn't feature guns.
Yeah, not many. They definitely, I think they mistimed a flash or something, because Grim got flash assists on both his teammates dying, and Daps, meanwhile, could see clear as day. So, last round of the half, looking a lot like Mirage. Nice comeback here from Gen.G in the last few moments off of Kusta's 1v1. They put together 2 more and earned themselves the half up. And it looks like a vent drop is on the cards, but it's going to be a vent mowdown instead. Yike.
Yeah. Nobody getting their feet downstairs. Bentep 4 kills. Come on, buddy. Last round of the half. Go get the ace. You know where Junior's at. He's trying to rattle off the deagle. He's taking shots from all over the place. Daps finishes this one. Oh boy. Elimination on the line. Reverse sweep needed from the boys of Triumph. Please come back after the break. We'll see you for the second half of Nuke.
Holy shit, this spawn. First blood again. What? First blood. 2 kills. Yeah, can't be. Okay.
Volume 1. Volume 1.
Oh shit, I do have.
Oh, what?
Sir, bro.
Get this guy. Who is that?
Right. I got my volume up, boys.
Guys, you guys.
There's a guy camping T-Red.
You're communicating. Okay, nice.
One mini. Dead. Everyone just call out where you die to, so we can all just
Secret.
trade. Secret. Yeah, okay.
Someone's sitting
This guy's a
secret.
pussy.
One mini,
Secret.
one mini.
Mini dead.
Big rush.
Get out of secret, you put. Oh shit, I'm dead.
No, wait,
Cool. You're a main upper? Credit card. Dead, thank you. T-Red, dead.
Big. Don't come who you're
I'm
killing.
lagging them. Device or whatever you call that. Zaiwu. Mini.
Zaiwu camping.
Oh no, I'm dead. Yeah, that's bugged.
You gotta react fast, man.
It's this. Delete the spot.
Outside dead. City spawn dead. Okay, cool.
Big.
One mini. No way. No way.
Nice shot.
You're mad. Look at this guy.
Where am I supposed to go?
Alright, you guys are f***ing weirdos.
Yeah, shut up. Oh sh.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Incredible campers. Incredible campers.
I just killed 8 people in 2 seconds. What do you mean?
I'm just
camper?
running around, man. We're not camping. I'm just happy you guys are having fun. Dude. We're just dying in the open.
What? Camping T-Red. Yep, T-Red. Yep. That's your head, Vader. What do you want me to do? Run
Nice
across
shot.
the fucking map at you?
Yeah! Come on, little pussy.
Bro, I can't even. Yeah. Uh-oh. It's an 8-way tie.
5
seconds, guys. 5 seconds.
Our halftime deathmatch sessions really encompassing all that is North American Counter-Strike. Fun to watch, just like this first half between Triumph and Gen.G, who now lead by 1, switching over to the defense. Triumph facing elimination. They've given us so much to talk about this weekend. They've raised the bar in terms of Tier 2 Counter-Strike here in NA. But will they survive this onslaught of a Gen.G T-half? It's only time to find out. Curry, he kicks it off with a pistol headshot. That's going to activate a bunch of players from Gen.G, all starting to stampede into the ramp room. Grim comes up empty-handed. Oh, they're starting to crumble under the pressure. 3 frags for the T's. Immediately down to the B site. Bomb plants theirs. And unless this is a 2v4 clutch, it's Gen.G tying at 8.
Oh, yeah. Grim's going to be livid after that one. That's going to be a desk smash Grim cam 100%. I mean, if we look at Grim after that, that's yeah, it's probably he's not going to be very happy about that one. That was a pretty rough few shots. Bentet makes the most of it, man. 3 kills. That was kind of like that Kusta Mirage moment, but the stakes couldn't be any higher, and yeah, I mean Gen.G won that map. Triumph have a lot to prove on this one. And wow, yeah, that was really rough. I didn't even realize they had a full-on ramp stack. They got the opening kill with Curry outside. They had the player on ramp, 1 turnpike, 1 in ramp on the crossfire, and didn't get any of the kills. None.
Curry with the 1-tap. Bentet taking shots from all over. Yeah, that Grim play. That one's gonna come back to haunt them.
Oh, yep.
Deep breath.
Oh, okay, we're back.
Deep breath. Nice.
That was
Good.
a quick
Composed
reset,
Grim.
man.
I like that. I like that indeed. Yeah, Grim, he gets frustrated, but I think he's adorable when he's having a good time. He's got a great smile. Let's hope to see more of that if Triumph can keep going. He's going to have something to smile about in that last round. Yeah, maybe I've already got it, huh? I don't need a
yeah, maybe you got it. Playa.
Bring, bring. Give me a call, Grim. Bentet, he's going to open up some doors. CT's right on it. And Grim, well, he's down for the count. Bentet's got his number yet again. And this is an excellent anti-eco. Or rather, it's not an eco. It's the buy-in from Triumph. So just converting after the pistol. Scout stay alive. Pistol's negligible. Maybe they'll, get away unscathed. Or maybe they even find an AK. That's a Galil. I'll still take it.
They'll save and try again. Try again. Triumph as they might. They don't find the rounds. Good round here from Gen.G clean. They get that bomb down quick. And again, just to reiterate, Gen.G's got some. They've definitely got a more competent T side, I feel like, and yeah. So it'll be a step harder, but we still haven't seen what a rifle round has to offer us for Triumph. This will be a decider. Bentet having one hell of a map, huh? 20-9, and huge impact on that pistol round on top of things. Always kind of cool to look at the stat scoreline after the first pistol round, the second pistol round, and see where people are at. And yeah, that's a pretty beastly performance from him. He's always good for it. Sheikh Zula, on the other hand, not having one hell of a map.
Yeah, and we've seen individual carries or just very strong performances from the other 4 players of Triumph. Never has Sheikh Zula finished one of their group stage maps on the top of the scoreboard, whereas his teammates have. So
This is a consistency, but it's never this rough. Let's see if he can turn it around. I mean, we have the excellent example of turnarounds in Psalm, as you alluded to, versus MIBR. 1 kill in the first half, finishes with 19. It's doable, but you got to stay composed. And poor Spongy just gets run over on the ramp. Sheikh Zula finding timing versus Psalm. You know, he's going to suck up that life force, take his clutch factor, and even has the AK to go with it. So a couple of rifles for Triumph. And look, another frag off of just the pistols. They could actually try to play for this one. It's a bit of a gamble still. And Curry, he's going to go down despite wielding the AK. Sheikh Zula and Junior left over.
Damage.
Good attempt, great damage, but yeah, no round. Double digits for Gen.G.
And Sheikh. And he's on the heels of these guys bleeding out in front of him. Can he smell it? Is he trying to... I mean, he can't be trying to grab gun. He can't see anything. But he might be able to get a kill. Smoke comes up. Ah, automatic. Too clean. Great headshot. And Gen.G seal. Lock it up. They lock it up.
Woo! Junior hitting the headshot. Low HP for the last 2 Ts, but that's an AK and a Galil hung on to. And as we said, double digits. So 10 rounds for Gen.G, 8 for Triumph. Playing off the back foot, but coming into their CT side with their very first buy. Crunch time, baby. Elimination on the line, don't forget. They were 1 round away from EG. Getting into that first top seed could have been everything.
Yeah, let's see it. Let's see it, man. Round 19. 2 from a tie. Ops in play. Nades are okay for Triumph, but not fantastic. Actually, no incendiaries might be a big problem for them. They've at least got some damage utility. A bit of that gets expelled to 90 hut push. That's not there. Straight up default here from Gen.G as they sit and wait. Establish outside the longer this round goes on. More difficult it gets for Triumph. They run low on smokes. And then denying a post-plant situation becomes ever more imperative. Sheikh Zula has already made the hasty rotation downstairs. And where is Junior playing from? Outside under heaven, maybe? Oh, yeah. So, yeah, he's in hell. Spot in the cross. They come back to ramp. Spongy. Whoa.
Oh, Kusta.
Oh.
Yeah. He just flies down the vent. Because Grim, well, he's playing on top of the hut, but he doesn't have eyes on Squeaky. It just happened so quickly. Sheikh wasn't ready for it at all. Spongy, he forfeits the ramp room by playing back B site. And, well, Kusta, he can just buy time, but there's 30 seconds left.
Yeah, where are the T's going to commit to? I feel like they're waiting for one more kill before they make a decision. Kusta looking up. I mean, he seems to want to go upstairs. Dap's making a lot of noise, but are they committing?
Yeah, they cleared B. I don't think they are. I mean, Bomb can only go to the A site unless it tries to duck down vent. Maybe making all of that noise is just the ruse. They double back into the A site. Junior, he's trying to connect more shots, but he's getting pelted by grenades, bombarded down to just 13 HP. His teammate in Spongy was down on that B site. So yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just the last second distraction from Daps. You saw him sprint down, swing open double doors, bust open some window panes. He's causing a ruckus as they shifted the focus of Triumph from A to B and then slapped him with a surprise.
That was a real scary round to try to figure out if you're Triumph. You lose the opening kill, and then it's Kusta who gets lower control at the same time. And then Daps can just run around knowing that player lurking, who would be Sheikh Zula, is already dead. And then you're downstairs, you're Spongy, you hear 2 pairs of footsteps with like 10 seconds left. You basically have to call downstairs. I mean, there's not really much that you can do to be like, it might not be downstairs. You're gonna call downstairs, and most of the time you'd be right. So this is a very, very tricky round from Gen.G. Kind of nicely orchestrated, and it does rely on Som like kind of dismantling upstairs, because the player I think who came up vent died, and then Squeaky also either got traded or almost got traded. But I think, yeah, they made the most of that. And obviously Triumph are a bit pissed off. Like, how come it's an upstairs hit? Why are we so sure about that? If you look at that from Spongy's perspective, I wouldn't have faulted him even after watching that round for calling it was definitely downstairs. That was too hard.
Gen.G pulling on the heartstrings.
Big play from Som as well. I mean, I think Som's 2K coming in from Mini, that is just like the #1 argument for Gen.G's delayed A hit. 2 CTs with back turn, both of which were looking to just drop down the vent, and they get pinched. Not only caught by a player in Squeaky, that happens sometimes, but no, the player in Squeaky distracts as the Mini Man gets his double. Wall of smokes being thrown outdoors. Gen.G just going for deep smoke control. This could enable an easy cross, but I don't think it's that simple.
Yeah. What's lobby look like right now? Junior's, oh, he's just holding the push. Okay, he's relatively passive. I thought he had like gone and sought out some more information, so it might not be fully aware to Triumph as to how far they've gotten. But Junior's now, he's making moves.
Ooh, but Bentet goes unchecked. And he's getting closer and closer to Junior, who is going to be distracted by the players at a distance. Misses the first shot, and yeah, Bentet, he just runs right through him. Curry burned into the open, but Kusta not watching the molly. Oh, and automatic saves the day. We've got to see that perspective. Grim comes out of the vent, almost to kill Som, and he's turned right back around. 5 survivors for Gen.G. This T-side, as good as Triumph's looked, has no sign of slowing down.
This looks extremely tricky. I mean, this is what you love to see on Nuke. You know, they're pushing the communication to its absolute limits. This is what you want from your T side, but it's also very hard to orchestrate to keep everybody in line with the same end goal while also maintaining all these different areas of presence and gaming rotations and keeping an inventory of the CTs. Because as much as you want to create openings for timings, there also can be timings for the CTs if they're lurking around or confused, and you might get caught off guard. So what we're seeing from Gen.G is pretty beautiful, I'd say, so far. And yeah, I really feel for Triumph right now. They're getting tested to the limits. Junior, they did a great job neutralizing him, avoiding him this round, eventually putting him in position to definitely die. You know, Kusta has that fight, no problem. The one opportunity to shoot outside, and yeah, they're just testing and trying that communication for the CT side. Definitely looking very good right now.
CT is taking the pause here. Sheikh Zula talking them through it, conversing and trying to find solutions. Everybody else just has to listen. This is when the pep talk begins.
Yeah, I actually wonder what they'd be talking about. You know, one thing is, one easy solution to this problem of allowing the T's to rub their hands together and come up with this grand plan to game all of the CT timings and rotations and stuff is to force them to fight you for the opening kill. And when you get the 5v4, the power of them spreading out obviously is much more limited. So maybe the CTs want to think about how do they get the round back in their control, the momentum of the round, as opposed to sitting back and trying to catch all these lurks. But it looks like they are kind of running into going for a passive setup once again. Watching for the mini lurk. Junior back outside. I think this leaves upstairs a slight bit weaker, ramp a little bit weaker with this double down outside. But it's always good to take risks, especially if what you were doing before wasn't working. And it looks like Gen.G are, in fact, going to maybe go outside.
Looking likely. They've had a good varied utility out here as well. Sheikh Zula has caught players off guard from being deep secret. So I don't think they're going to sleep on the possibility of him being tucked behind these boxes, but he's not able to actually vie for control of the stairs. Som doesn't take any damage from the fire, which looked like a bit of a possibility. That could have been an audio cue for Sheikh Zula, but the peek from Junior is going to miss his shot. He lays down the smoke grenade so that he can retreat. It's going to make it difficult for him to re-engage up ramp if he chooses to. Instead, looking like he wants to just throw up the defense alongside Spongy, hoping that Gen.G come down, but Sheikh, ooh, this is good timing on the flank, and Som doesn't best him. A 5 versus 4 for Triumph. It is time to lock down this CT side. If you've got the resilience, if you've got the ability, this could be the one. Curry looking for a shot over towards the Squeaky, but Grim's doing it all. His second frag here on the A site. Curry with a headshot. 5 survivors for Triumph, and Daps goes down. 3 rounds the difference, and Triumph aren't going down without a fight. They take the pause, and they come in looking good.
This is such a good match, man. Look at all these lurks getting caught. I actually thought Bentech going upstairs might have been a play, but they had Curry and Grim waiting for this. And they get combined for 3 kills. They had Lower was equally fortified. And yo, Sheikh Zula was the one rattling off ideas from what we saw on the webcam. And he is the guy who is the catalyst for this round, killing Som and Lower, stuffing the flank. They did this all
Junior
kind of without the
trying
help
to,
of Junior.
Yep. Who this round tried a little bit of trickery. We've seen him jump onto the roof of Garage. Not a common spot, but does give you some decent angles if you can get there quickly and nobody comes over silo. He, however, retreats back to a more common spot. We've seen him hold this as well. Just waiting for them to walk into the crosshair. Ooh, but they creep past it. Daps, he's going to lay down a smoke to try and give himself some cover, and Sheikh Zula retreats as opposed to going forward. But doesn't actually fade away too far. Daps has the chance to double back through Mini. This could be just a straight up A hit. Nobody actually coming in from Hut. Grim has cover behind the box, takes a second head. Grim with the 3 kills as Junior tags 1 and Spongy comes on the flank. That is a 10th for Triumph. Another crunch on Gen.G as they tried to execute on site.
Man, that was a well done flash. Kusa had no way of fighting. He ends up, coming out half blind, needing to create space. And the crossfire is just perfect. Stop of that. Yeah, that's a big win. The 2 in a row now, and they stopped this fast or calculated upstairs take. Gen.G, they still have 1 buy left in the pockets. They rummage around, find a few nickels. Got a Mac 10 up front. Oh.
Shake, he's stuck in the duel. He had nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Just had to stand his ground and attempt to fight. Now the rest of Gen.G are going to head downstairs. Grim, oh man, does he want to actually peek into this? He sees the molly go by, catches the first, and does so much damage to Automatic, but really not enough. Audi sitting on 18. Junior and Curry, 2 of the stars who provide under pressure. Kusta turns his head and Junior bests him. That came down to the wire. Now Automatic, little HP left, and the molly just lands on him. Still, he's able to take Curry, but Junior's Molotov and the ramp frag is why Triumph get another round. They're 11th. If we look at the crosshair of Kusta, it was just about to find Junior, and he slips in.
Yeah.
Huge play for Triumph's offer.
That's a really big play for Junior. And in these past couple of rounds, there have been some kind of close situations where Junior has let an opportunity go. There weren't exactly easy shots to hit. They almost never are, of course, these days. But trade with the Molotov, another clutch to Junior's name, and 3 rounds, most importantly, for Triumph in a row. And now Gen.G, they've got a pause going. They have the money. They have the money. They don't have the money to buy. They don't have a healthy buy. They don't have a healthy buy. They could submit this round, make it 12-12, and then buy. And this round they could invest somewhat. But this is a round where Triumph can actually collect some economy back. And yeah, this is already becoming a very real half. Bit scary here. Junior is still looking very sharp for sure.
Take a look at the scoreboard, see if we've got any outlying statistics. Affected enemies flashes led by... Yeah?
I'd love to now know what Sheikh Zula talked about. I feel like it's one of the Zeus at the major moments where you hear him yelling, but you don't know what he said, and then the comeback comes through. What did Sheikh say? Were there any really good words about... Was it just general words of encouragement? Was it specifics to their game plan? What was it that Sheikh was so emphatically talking about on that webcam moment? And that was 3 rounds ago. Since then, they've won 3 in a row. I wonder if there's anything substantial.
If I had to guess, would have been something along the lines of this. Okay. Listen, my friends. We must come together as the 5 fingers of a fist, knowing the resilience that we have shown versus more difficult adversaries, the likes of 100 Thieves, dismantled after a measly 3 T rounds. Think about it now. A chance to prove ourselves as the most upcoming, dominant Tier 2 North American Counter-Strike team in the world. But all it's going to take is for us to come together now and here
to keep this dream alive versus Gen.G on map 2. We almost took it versus Mirage, boys, and we can sure as shit do it now. Hoorah! Something
And
like
then
that.
Grim goes, you got 8 kills, bro. Shut up.
Yeah, but you know what? He does also have, that's right, 16 enemies flashed as well. The next closest in the
True.
entire server is 9. So Sheikh Zula doing work.
No, that was. No, I mean honestly, I feel like if he really did say that, they probably win 6 rounds in a row. It was probably not as nicely put as you. I think you really. I feel like if Sheikh could do that, he should be a commentator more than anything else.
Right. Well, listen, Triumph.
speech.
If you watch this back and if that's not what Sheikh can offer you, then just slide in the DMs. I hear your guys' coach positions open. I don't know anything about tactics or strategy. Grenade lineups not my forte. But if you need a guy to just yell in your ears, I'm available.
I'm available anytime you need me. I'm here.
Yeah.
Let's go.
You call me Junior.
Junior from Boston, huh? You need me, I
Hey,
got
I'm
you.
clutching here.
Hey, I'm walking here.
Match pause still. This is because Daps has some microphone issues, as you guys see on screen. Oh, my heart's still pounding a little bit from that speech, I'm not going to lie. I need to breathe a bit. Here, talk stats, Mohan.
Daps was like, yeah, Daps called the pause. He's like, I think I have a mic issue because no one's effing listening to me. I call the strats. The hell is going on? He had a couple of really good rounds, and these last 3 not going so well. But you know, Triumph, I mean, they're not really doing that, you know, aggressive opening at all. But they are doing a good job of reading things, and you know, Sheikh Zula made a good positional play to get some information. They're careful, man. They're careful. I'm definitely, yeah, they're definitely impressing. Gen.G, they go with that half buy. We're out of the tech. Mics have been fixed. Gen.G potentially forfeiting this round. Man, we got one hell of a match on our hands.
Grenades start coming over. Grim's position actually not countered by the Molotovs, but he loses a teammate. Oh, and then it spreads. Oh, it's spread onto his feet, and now they're at the man disadvantage. Both counter-terrorists up in the heavens. But there's an AUG on Kusta and a smoke in their faces. That burst onto the A site. Off the tech pause. Som drops bomb down to the B site. Now the plant. I mean, this is a daunting retake and a tantalizing save call, especially for a player like Junior, who is now all alone. Oh, Gen.G doing him dirty. The real classico. Off of the tech pause, upper A rush. And Grim thought he had a chance to survive, only for the molly to spread. Knife him.
Do it,
Yeah.
Well, that's actually like really good money for his team. I mean, this actually has a huge impact. Like Sheikh Zula is only 2,700. Curry is at $500 off of that. So that's some big dollars here for Junior. Bringing home the bacon. But Gen.G, love the call. You know, the one flaw that we saw from Triumph setup was that with Sheikh Zula, they were doubling down on outside presence with him. So here, Curry's upstairs, Grim's upstairs, but those are the 2 fast rotates. Sheikh has to come in through I think through a smoke to try to help out. Gets that instantly traded. Now, of course, the hold could have gone better, but you know, Curry's hand over face trying to defend. Grim gets mollied out of position, and it got a little unfortunate with how that molly spread, but that's the way she goes sometimes.
Smoking a flash early outside. Everybody back in with the guns. So Gen.G get away with a round. Don't forget that 24th if this one comes down to the wire. Triumph have consistently given us 30 rounds of Counter-Strike. There's no reason to not believe that it's going to happen again. So get ready for it. 5 versus 4, thanks to Junior's op, taking down Som early. Ooh, looks like Automatic wants to post up, and now he could actually, yeah, they're going to move through this. Ventet, he tries to extend past the sniper, so he has a little bit of cover here, and CTs lose their man advantage, not to mention control of ramp.
I do like Spongy cutting his losses, though, not over-facing, and he could have gone in for that fight and maybe won, but trading and then losing ramp, that could have thrown the CT rotations through a loop. And so things are a bit more calm. Gen.G, they gain an advantage, but Triumph kind of hold it where it is. It's not exactly a huge advantage being in the 4-on-4. And it'll be on Gen.G to do some more scout work. Curry. Oh, he's gonna get bullied on the upstairs. Wow. They were covering things properly, actually. Upstairs is a little bit weak. It seemed like they were both looking towards Hut.
Oh, man. Walking it onto the A site. 3 kills across the remaining members of Gen.G, and that's enough. Junior, even though he opened it up early, it's that ramp room. They vie for control, automatic, posting up so that nobody can come help, and yep, done for.
I think that
Dabs just asks if, excuse me, continue.
I think, yeah, he asked if anyone was Canadian. Me.
But that's a lie.
Us.
Curry lied.
Curry's from Dallas. I know because I was trying to come up with puns for his name, so I checked his Twitter. And if he gets an ace, I'm going to call him the Dallas, Texas Reaper. Or the Dallas Reaper, I haven't decided. This is around where Curry... So whatever happened there, something went terribly wrong for Triumph because Curry and Grim were both watching Hut, which means I'm going to put that one on Curry because, you know, Grim can watch Hut from the back of sight, not really cover anything else. But if Curry's on top of the Hut, he's got to watch something that no one else can watch for him. So either Mini or Squeaky.
Running out of chances, though, Launders. That's the reality when you start letting these rounds slip by. It's been 2 in a row off of that tech issue, 5 to start the T side of Gen.G, and we knew the moment that they threw up those 5 rounds at the start of the second half that Triumph had given away their margin of error. You know, in those last 2 rounds, that really takes it all away from them. So here and now or never. Splitting hairs with the entirety of their group. If I told you the recent results of Triumph but didn't tell you which team it was, you would have never have expected it to be them. And that is something of an accomplishment already. But they don't want to just cut their losses and say, good job, guys, we exceeded expectations. They want a deep run in these playoffs. And they have to reverse sweep versus Gen.G. Spongy, he's going to have a player just beneath him, but Som doesn't actually look up, so they could still walk right into this. Som and Bentet shoulder to shoulder, trade frag efficient, nicely done. Grim's even gonna shut one down on the A floor. Curry focused over on the Heaven, now wants to get off of Hut. 3 Ts to find, and they have that route down to the B site open for the taking.
Still man up here. Shake moves into position. It's been good positional lead. He'll play it super ultra passive. Nade's being thrown on top of him. Makes you wonder if they have any idea that he's here. But look, it's actually a walk back now. They've dragged the rotates and daps. Oh my god, this could be a oh, what a smart play here from Gen.G. Gaming the rotation so hard. You thought they were going to commit to lower. It seemed like 100%. Daps was going to catch a rotate. They pulled him back completely.
That is almost unfair, but you know what? I love it. That's the type of tactical Counter-Strike that clearly is a product of Daps's in-game leadership. You know, we heard from Elma Putty talking about not thinking that that Nuke was that strong of a choice of Triumph, not thinking that their gameplay was the best. Well, their T side looked promising, but this is not the first round where we've seen the defense falling victim to these mid-round rotates. And I think that's the difference between good Nuke teams and great Nuke teams, is the ability to get down into the B site, rotate back up, and catch them off rotation. And you saw Grim, he came up that vent so quickly, making a ton of noise to close off Squeaky. So he realized that the B to A play was a possibility, but he never expected this quick of timing. He tries to turn it around, and he gets shut down by Daps, automatic sending Curry down the hole. and 15 rounds for Gen.G now. We saw Triumph nearly take it to overtime on Mirage. They'll have a second attempt here on Nuke, or they are gone, eliminated from the Blast Spring Showdown. Despite being the lowest ranked team invited to the North American tournament, they are still here in the playoffs for at least one more round.
Good plays in the early to mid here for Gen.G to trade out. Som and Bentek coming into heaven. But as always, thinking about a greater plan overall and maintaining the threats in both places. And Daps, you know, probably responsible for the mid-round calling, also responsible for being that opening to attack upstairs. This round starts off, a bit of damage here to Shake Zula. It's a double op setup for Junior and Spongy. Gen.G and Spoonier. Oh. And Junior. Oh, okay. There's an opening kill. Saw him killed jumping back. Whoa, they're doubling up the
first time we've seen
ramp.
that.
I don't know if there's a rotation.
Picking up the early entries. 5 versus 4 here. I mean, Junior, undoubtedly one of the most consistent performers for Triumph. He is 22 and 10. And while Grim also has 20 frags, he's got more than double the deaths. He's 20 and 21. Junior nearly omnipresent. Curry off of the top of Hut has a present for Daps. Headshot connects. Then Kusta's able to trade ×2. Shake Zula. That's a big trade frag to come in from Mini. Bentet's pushed down to the 1 versus 3, and Bomb gets mollied. He can't find any target to try and cut them back, so he's gonna have to lose health or just give it to the 10-second mark. And, oh, imagine a world where he drops down vent. But he decides to plant front sight and falls victim to Shake Zula, who has had a quiet half, but brings it back there in the 27th. 3 frags of his 12 in total. They've got 3 ops to play with if they want to. 3 rounds to go.
His, Shake Zula's impact will be remembered for anyone watching with a careful eye, because we saw how he allowed them back into this half with some of the positions that he took, some of the risks that he took on flanks. Here, he's, you know, the reason that upstairs gets held at all with those 3 kills. So yeah, definitely a good performer here, impact-wise, on the second half.
Oh, Spongy got caught. He got caught on the railing. That's going to screw with his timing just a bit, but he stands his ground. Fights back versus Som. And now a 2 versus 4 situation. Daps losing his teammate, trying to trudge along to the lower bomb site. Smoke double flash. Daps peeks, challenges Spongy, who's already put 3 kills and now a 4th on the scoreboard. This is looking like another 30 rounds.
Yeah, probably. You know what? And it's not like 30 rounds of throws either. It's like 30 rounds, but they've pretty much been all very good, like substantially kind of like nice from both sides. I feel like Triumph are bringing out the best in the teams they play against, or the worst in some regards. And yeah, they're like either one of the other two looks good, but it's not like Haymaker Counter-Strike. I feel like there's a lot of method to the madness. I think Gen.G's approach this round was to go fast, create chaos. And yeah, oh, well, the mow down to stop them to getting into vent. Oh my god, that's gonna get everyone killed.
And then a Molotov down the vent. Oh, Curry gets the wall bang. There's Shake Zula through the smoke. Yeah, this round goes about as badly as it could have. Another frag grenade rains in. Bombs dropped on the outside of it. Oh, Gen.G. Yeah. The 29th round, not going to be your victory nor upset. This one goes the distance yet again. And if we have gotten anything out of Triumph this weekend, it's a whole lot of Counter-Strike. Come on. Give us overtime. Try it. Once.
Yeah, these guys definitely like a marathon, that's for sure. Anyone's game, man, at this point. Both teams look super good in the second half. And it looks like, you know, there's certain rounds where Gen.G, they seem unstoppable with how smart they play it. But Triumph also has had some rounds where it's like, whoa, they figure out this default. And they don't even do it with gimmicks. Whoa, it's going to be a fast upstairs take? Oh, my God.
And Curry, he's inside of it. He does more damage, burning Kusta. Shake Zula hits the headshot. It's all on Daps. It's all on Daps, and they do it. Another 30-round regulation coming out of Triumph, but for the first time out of all of their matches, it actually goes to OT. And this is the unproven territory for them. We know they go the distance. We know they have resilience, but can they close matches in overtime? Their first attempt, and this is why playoffs are the best. Do you know how many times we've all been salivating at the jowls, watching these 15-15 games end too short, not getting our beloved overtime reward? And yet here and now we've got it. Take a pause, take a breath, because this map continues.
I think they missed their top hut molly. I don't know if they did or not, but
looks like it.
2 players jumped top hut on the execution, yeah, and then if they're expecting it to be there, they're not going to try to clear it. I might not have missed it, but I would assume they would want to molly top hut as opposed to the floor beside hut and leave that open. But maybe that was on purpose to clear. I don't know. That's a tough one to call. But either way, I don't know, man. I don't really like the call. I mean, it's easy for me to say that considering the round's over and clearly Triumph won, but I don't like the call because from what we've seen, Triumph have been okay upstairs early round. There was that one eco, but where they're really weak, I should say, is that in the mid to late round, Gen.G have exploited them upstairs because of their positions and the fact that Curry is a bit too one-dimensional in the spots that he plays. He's been predictable. Grim has not put up like more than 1 kill sometimes on these holds, but it's like the mid to late rounds. And all of Gen.G's best rounds so far, they're most consistent when they've had a lot of utility to work with has been when they've dragged it out a bit and tried to game these rotations. They just like really didn't put a lot of effort, I feel like, into that round. And I feel like they didn't play to what we know are their strengths from what they've showed us. So I don't know what the rationalization is for Gen.G to try to play that way, but I feel like Triumph were very happy to see an exec like that nice and early. So I think the round only gets scarier the longer it goes.
Oh, everybody's collecting themselves. It's wild to think that Triumph, over the 5 maps we've seen from them throughout the Showdown, they currently average 29.8 rounds each map. So with this overtime happening, that average will be above 30, and they've only had one of those 5 maps actually go past 30 rounds. Uncanny. I've never seen this.
It's pretty insane. It's pretty insane. But yeah, to expect them to be dominant, it'd be a bridge too far. But to see them keep up is impressive and more reasonable. Whoa, that's a good kill from Junior. Looked like it should have almost been a wall bang. This is the opening. 1st to 19, folks, to close this out in OT number 1. If they tie at 18, 3 rounds each side, we go to second OT.
Fast movement here from Gen.G, trying to cross outside. Shake, he comes off the AC. And Som will trade that one pretty quick. Now, there is a possibility that Som climbs the rooftops and gets into heaven, but they won't be able to climb up the ladder because of Junior's position. So the A site is kind of compromised, and I think that's why Grim decides to go play behind the vent, because it is an awkward fight for the heaven player to have to extend out from cover and try and fight him. But everybody's playing patient from Gen.G. They're not rushing this one. What was that? Oh, that was a lobby flank. Spongy's gets called out, and Curry, he's trying to give chase to trade this back. Ooh, he does it successfully. Now Grim, he comes in from the vent, and he takes both of the last 2 players. Triumph winning the first of their CT/OT.
I thought Curry was out of his depth chasing down that kill, but then you see why. The bomb trying to get away while his teammates come to help. I actually love that from Curry, just to chase that target down. High value target with no one to help him fall back. I was thinking Kusta in this mid round was great, and he has been to pull it back in spots. Clutch to his name. Very important in the second half, and also snagging that frag when it was Gen.G would be down 1 player. Is this fast outside? Automatic the vent drop? Okay, here. Create confusion. Good job to get this vent drop. And from now, I think these are the kind of rounds that Triumph have had trouble with in the past. Let's see if they can adapt and not get too scared. But this is where Gen.G gamed the rotations. This is what they're going to try to do. And we'll see if Triumph bite.
Yep, it's not in the early B presence that Gen.G have won rounds, but rather, as you said, in gaming rotates. So to have that in your back pocket established so quickly, you didn't lose a player trying to cross secret stairs or something, but automatic. Almost caught. Good X-ray off by DJ there. I didn't even remember that Sheikh Zula was in the open, so I jumped, just like automatic did, I imagine, but Spongy dunks it through the window. They get their 5 versus 4. Now, sure, okay, they deal with the first player who managed to get downstairs, but he is no longer the only player here. Sheikh Zula, he's going to commit to the deep corner, has the back of Kusta turned. Ooh, and he runs away from the next engagement. He's just looking to hold on to the double man advantage. 30 seconds, essentially. Sheikh, he's going to grab another one. Bomb dropped in the control room, but Som and Daps starting to claw this back. They have confirmation on Junior's position, and who can stop him? It's going to have to be Daps. 25 on the clock. The open A site if he sprints. But he's calm, cool, and collected. And I don't think he has enough in him to win this round. He's got a chance at A, but he needs this headshot, and then he's got to go. Grim stopping it, and Triumph with a 17, looking for a clean sweep of the CT side in overtime.
They adapt 2-0 now on these rounds, and they win one of these rounds with the fast vent drop, which I think is a big play for their confidence. Very nicely done by Spongy. Although he only gets 1 kill, it's automatic who's controlling control room, which means Sheikh Zula jumps in there, gets the next kill, falls back. Sheikh Zula plays his spot very well. A lot of good stuff there from Spongy, having impact despite how scary it can be, not knowing where his opponents can get to. Junior spotting cross that side, and it's open.
Oh, but he misses. Uncharacteristic miss. And Som, he's just going to sprint forward. Kusta creating further space, creating better chances. A 5 versus 3. We thought maybe 3 CT rounds out of Triumph, but now if they're going to do that, it would take the unthinkable. Som, he's right beneath Spongy already, and we've seen this clash unfold. Last time, with a second player from Gen.G, they were able to trade, but if Spongy steps forward, he is done for.
We know how comfortable he gets in these spots. They almost lack the ability to, like...
Oh! What? What a good call. Oh. It almost looks like he accidentally fell down there, man.
He did.
It looks intent. Yeah, was it? I don't know. It made it look so damn good. That's the unthinkable. He almost gets away from Daps. Imagine a world where that happens. Curry, he better clear all his corners because Daps is tucked. Curry, ooh, gets shut down by Daps. So Grim is going to have a chance to clutch this. He's got nothing to lose and everything to gain. But Daps, still on now a different angle, has the last frag for him. Gen.G with a lifeline. That 1 T round gives them the chance to reverse sweep CT side. All the options open, but number 19, that's the magic. That's the win.
Yeah. We'll see. No way. Okay, worst case, the way you would drop ladder is you would drop and then strafe into the ladder at the bottom
yourself,
so you don't make any noise.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the way he dropped, it didn't look like he did drop that all on purpose. There was a guy below him. He was worried about someone flanking heaven. I think that was a hilarious accident. That was him finding, electricity, basically. Yeah, he gets the kill. I've never seen anything like that. That's really hilarious. They're lining up smokes to throw at him in heaven too. Okay.
It's essentially the reverse Isaac Newton, you know?
Yeah.
Except this time he falls. Oh my god. What a grenade. Som dunking it on them. Molotov follows suit, so that's really going to limit their options. Nobody can afford to actually chase through flames if they want to play some crazy pace. Sheikh Zula finds timing up on the A site, does great damage, but just can't manage the frag. So it looks like Triumph are going to try to sink into the B site. Som, he's got a little bit of cover with the smoke,
and he confidently plays around it. With so many teammates coming to lend a helping hand, you'd think he's gonna be all right. Som still standing, still fighting, and still successful. Grim, another 1v3 attempt, just like in the last of their CT side. He plants the bomb, and he's gonna get peeked by both Window and Decon. It's over. Gen.G tying at 17. Now the pressure is all on Triumph yet again.
Honestly, amazing from Som, man. That was so well played. He even gets spotted here. So I think he gets spotted because they put some pressure upstairs, so he decides to move. When he gets spotted as they come down the ramp, he drops the smoke. It's perfectly placed for him to cross on both sides. And then when he crosses, his teammate takes attention away. He gets a second kill as well. I mean, yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better play in that spot. I mean, that's why we talk about that spot being really a one for done, because you got no cover behind you. Well, with the smoke, and if you're creative enough, then you can find a way, and Som showed us how.
Junior's gonna try to play that off around red. No wall of smokes out of Triumph just yet. The option to cross a possibility, but the longer Junior sits here, the more likely Automatic creeps up on him. That's exactly what's going to start happening. He has the advantage as well. Grim, he gets softened up, has to keep his head down as Kusta takes care of Curry. And Kusta's position now very much pinned into the depths of CT spawn. Shake Zula looking for him. Ooh, it's the distraction from Som, but that one does get traded. 3v4 now.
Wow, it's a peek from the window on that side. Thought he was for sure going to come through the door. Bentet. Oof. Scary moment. Oh, he knows it's coming. Spongy offers his head up. Perfect for the crouch beat.
Remember, Grim, he was tagged up early, but still he's fighting for his life, for his team's life in this tournament. He's able to create a bit more space, and then Junior finds a clean kill. Now back to the 2 versus 2, and Automatic, he's gonna jump off of the ladder. Grim, ooh, he gets the best of him because it's the sniper as a shotgun, but Daps inside of the bomb site. It's Junior with the bomb. Grim dodging the shots, falls to Daps. Junior's gonna get softened to 42, but he takes it. Junior with a 3K in the most crucial round of overtime. He confirms it. Double OT or map 3, baby. Buckle in.
Oh, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked that they won that. First of all, great play with the flash by Som. Junior, in the midst of all this, is getting these trades. This trade from Grim is unbelievable.
Look at that
and that shot. Holy smokes, man. Dude, these guys are hard to play against. There's some crazy kills going on right now. And I can't believe Grim traded that. Bentet was in such a good spot just to mow down 2. It looked so easy from Grim. We saw that from the X-ray off. Bentet just waiting, holding on to it. Grim coming right into his fight. Instant headshot. Grim's on 30 kills.
And he's got Junior 2 kills behind him. Take a look at the deaths. I mean, this is just... I'm going to rattle off the death count very quickly. 24, 24, 23, 23, 21, 25, 26, 23, 22. And then there's Junior at 12. The guy is always alive, and he's coming in with massive clutches in the most important rounds of Counter-Strike he has ever played. And now his team have a very real chance at taking this to Inferno, looking for that revenge versus Gen.G. But they have to do it here, right now, or else it's double overtime, and the pressure just keeps adding and adding until somebody cracks. Light utility for 2 of the CTs, but we do have Kusta in a playmaker position. A lot of bodies about to line up. If he finds the timing perfect, it could be huge, but Junior trades it. Junior is ready for the peak. A slick little flick, and now his team starts to open up with movement here. They decide to run through the smokes, continuing the pressure, allowing for Grim to take another head. Daps at bat next, flashes, falls back. Bentet inside the A site, looking for a little bit of cover, looking for somewhere to hide. As Junior encroaches closer and closer, there is also still Som downstairs. Daps starts to recollect a little information here. He needs to poke his head outdoors, but that would be a difficulty. That would be a challenge. 45 seconds
getting some
left
really
over.
good information. It's isolating. You know, Mustang has to shoot at him if he's there, so they know that hut might be fun to come out of if they can attack directly to heaven. Junior only giving him the shoulder. When He gets outside. Oh, some damage in for Daps, but he gets away with his life. It's not that much damage either.
Oh, I saw him. This would be so ballsy for him to just throw
They missed the
himself up through the
Molotov.
fire. Daps. Oh, he looks down. He looks down at the worst possible moment. Now Grim's going to come in from the top of the A site. Bentet's removed, and it all falls to Psalm. 1v3. He's down, and Triumph now taking it to a third. Inferno up next. They are ridiculous. I cannot believe that this team, who was written off before the game even started, is somehow still giving us top-tier CS. You are not going to want to miss what comes next. Gen.G, so close and yet so far. We'll see all of you guys after the break. The analyst desk up next, and then that glorious map 3.
The old nip players, it does do something to your identity, I think.
But Twist is still here, and he is keeping NIP alive.
I would describe my team as legendary.
He takes down Twist. How is this happening?
They have none of the original members. I'm more interested to see what this team does now. So for Ninjas in Pajamas, I think the one word I would pick to describe them or summarize what they're going to be would be rebirth.
5 rounds now for the NIP defense.
NIP name has been around for a very long time, and it has a lot of history.
The legends may have gone, but new legends are yet to be made.
I think the player that other teams need to look out for on NIP is probably the newest member, Nork. The potential, if the team understand how to use him, he could be the kind of the tip of the spear, as it were, if they're going to become a top team again.
Twist. Underrated, and also he boosts out players. 2-on-4 with AWPs versus rifles.
Rez is in quite a difficult role to be the star player from, and quite frankly, everyone knows how good he is.
Me. I'm the best.
Rez with yet another kill. He's fighting in the middle. Another headshot comes through.
We have a lot of young guys, so I think we can do really good damage. We can expect hunger and explosive game style.
They've got all this young talent in the squad. I would say it's just the raw skill. They've actually got the potential.
The best word to describe Astralis would be flawless.
Dominance. Structure. We're going to continue as we left off. I don't think anyone has the capabilities of taking us down in the long run.
Zipnik falls in mid, but a double. 3 kills for Dupree.
This year, they've got similar competition. There's lots of roster moves around them, but they're a team that hasn't changed much.
You know, we've showed over the last few years that we are consistent, and, you know, being top 1 isn't just a fluke.
Glaive, that's not bad. But pop towards the window, he's gonna peek, he's gonna find that kill. The pouch needs to be right now, and Perfecto not expecting Megas to be posted up.
The most important player on Astralis, hard to pick because there's Zipix who aims for all of the clutches, there's Glaive who's calling, Device who's one of the best players in the world.
Obviously, he's one of the greatest players of all time.
Dupree down. Oh, actually it's Device instead. 2 big headshots.
The game changer on Astralis is Zipix, and you see that if he didn't win almost 100% of the clutches that they picked up, they wouldn't have won the tournament.
I'd say Glaive. In-game leader that can all of a sudden take the charge of the game and just fully understand how everything works out.
That's a one. They line up for him, and a beautiful triple kill.
This season, we can expect more of the same.
Yeah, we'll stay at the top. We're all wildcards in this team.
And so you wouldn't expect them to drop off at all. They have the infrastructure to stay at the top.
There's you.
Could be Asian.
Heaven dead.
Could be Asian.
Coming up. Could be Asian. Asian. Up the vent. Up the vent. Up the vent. Next to vent. Let's go. Close right. Nice. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Come on. Nice.
The hype is real with this team. They keep delivering. First map, they couldn't quite pull it off, but this time on Nuke, well, Triumph have forced a third map in this series, and Gen.G are now reeling on their heels. Duncan, that match got you so hot and bothered you unbuttoned your top button. Tell me all about it.
Yeah,
True. Let's do it right if we're going to do it, boys. Listen, we've already seen enough sloppy BS, so someone may as well look. Right, the problem with this game here was, even though I want to give mad props to Triumph for winning it because they had to come back twice. First of all, they started in the nightmare scenario I said, where the other teams on CT side, they win the pistol, they start rolling. Immediately they fought back. They did a good job of getting enough rounds on the T side. On CT side, I really thought until about 3 or 4 rounds from the end, there's no way they're going to win this game because they were being absolutely toyed with by Daps and Gen.G. Gen.G were moving them around as CT pieces wherever they wanted on the chessboard. And these players thought it was like an FPL game or something, or a scrim. They were just thinking like, this is unfair. I don't get to even shoot them. Like, how can they just plant? Like, it's like, that's pro level Counter-Strike, I'm afraid. When you make your rotations obvious, when you do the obvious reaction, the other team's baiting you in that regard. So to come back from that, to get the kills, to make the plays, and at the very end, it was actually Gen.G who was making all the flawed moves. He was making all these weird pushes. I don't even know what Automatic did with his brain for the last half of the game.
Well, what was really fun to watch throughout this entire thing is that whenever we got Triumph player camps, it just looked like they were having a ball. Looked like they were just enjoying themselves through and through the entire time. It was great to see. Always smiling, always laughing. Maniac, what did you make of Triumph's performance?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, you're right. It does feel like they're having the time of their lives. And guess what? Having a good time playing Counter-Strike will help. Now, I do agree with Duncan. I think Gen.G dropped the ball massively here. I feel like they had the recipe for success, and then they just changed for some reason in the last 4 rounds. They try and brute force their way into rounds. And then the thing is, once more, Triumph, when things get really tight, when the pressure is up, maybe they scream around, but they win their duels. They freaking win their duels. They take their responsibility. The man we just had on the screen before, Junior, with the AWP, he's had a ton of opening kills in situations so hard, but he takes his responsibility, gets the shot, gets the kill. Yeah, they're completely screaming around, and I have no idea how they can focus in that, atmosphere. But they do the job. Yeah. They actually do the job.
I mean, they just go get so hyped so fast every single time. I wonder how they have a voice left at the end of the day. How they keep playing day after day. I mean, at the end of it, they just got, voice boxes made out of iron. But now, I mean, this is going to be Grim dropping 30. There was a great performance here from the guys that I suppose are a little bit more well-known coming into this tournament. It really seems like Grim was able to step up in this map in particular. But let's start talking a little bit about Inferno, because this is where it all plays out. Gen.G, tournament life on the line, well, for both of these teams. But it feels like Triumph have got the upper hand somehow going into this last map.
I'll just throw in a little bit of a contrast here. It has already happened many times in sports that when you have such a great win, you kind of decompress after that and you let go of the pressure and the focus a little bit, and you think, man, we've done it. That's it. We should have won Mirage. Now we got Nuke. Easy peasy. Just going to connect onto Inferno. That's going to be great. I've seen many of these games. I know the pattern. There is a world in which Gen.G completely destroys them. Even though they messed up on Nuke, even though they allowed them to come back, and once more, it was amazing from Triumph. There is a world where Gen.G completely destroys them. So I hope they can, somehow forget about this Nuke map on a Triumph camp and reset and go 100% again for Inferno.
Thorin, what do you think about that? I mean, Maniac has got a point.
Yeah, I actually think this is a pretty even map between the two teams. So yeah, I think intangibles like that will come into play, because basically, it's not that you start the map that way. Obviously, now if you try and think, hey, it's a chance to win the series. But if you get down in the map and things aren't going your way, and you get a scenario like that they had on the CT side of Nuke here, where you're basically being toyed with and you just don't know what the solution to it is, that's when it's going to start creeping into your head, like, we should have won this series already. We're not going to lose like this, are we? Like, that's where, admittedly, they haven't succumbed to that yet. I've got to say, through all the games I've seen Triumph play, they actually have shown a lot of resilience. They don't feel like they can be put away easily. But I certainly have to leave the door open for that as a possibility. With that said, to even make it this far, to even be at this point in the playoffs, potentially about to beat the champions of the Road to Rio tournament for North America, this in itself is already a big stage for these guys. And so far, they've lived up to it. So I hope it's just a really good third map. And I hope, as opposed to how this map ended here, where some of the Gen.G players were making kind of some boneheaded plays, I hope it's just quality Counter-Strike, and whoever does the best plays gets to win the match.
Agreed wholeheartedly. I mean, it's worth reminding everybody that this team here was the underdog in a group that had 100 Thieves, Cloud9, and Evil Geniuses in it. And no slouch already to get through that group. You would expect them to go, put up a fight, but go out 4th place. But here they are fighting in the bracket. Here they are in the playoffs, and they've taken it to a third map versus Gen.G. And I think that's a good note to end on, guys. And let's just get into this third map and watch some sick CS. Are the casters ready? Can we hand it off to them? Or no, we're going to hand it off to a break first, and then we'll give it to the commentator. So we'll be right back in just a few.
Can he figure out fast enough where they're headed to allow MIBR to have the proper stack? There's a kill. That's in middle. So Taco and Mayern everything to do. Taco takes his time with that kill.
Yeah, now they know they've been spotted in IP. They know they have to move quick because otherwise, you know, the flank is just going to continue. That smoke will buy some time, and now it looks like they might try and counter boost into it. Taco's thinking about it too. Oh, this is a wild round. He's going to jump up and try and catch one.
That's
Twist very low. Yeah, that is the bomb. And oh, the cone almost landed on his face. I don't know whether that would have been enough. 55 seconds, but now they're running back.
And they're basically running on top of each other. They know exactly where this is going. Lecro's already got the angle. What a shot from Taco. Turns that corner with the quickness. He can add another. Plopsky, narrow angle, another headshot. And Taco's pulled MIBR right back into this. He's got just one more kill to find, and it's 15 HP on Twist.
See, he's running quickly as well. Twist, this is going to be a close corner. He's just going to run right into it. And Taco, he just needs one bullet to connect, and he will have done it. And Twist is very nervous. You could absolutely tell. Oh, he somehow gets it at the end. That's what he needed.
And right now he's scared enough that he can't even flank. So he's a very far rotate from B.
You touched on it, gets basically bored enough to play back on site, and that's the one time they go all in on this, but keep your eyes on Nitro. He decides to peek. Doesn't want to fancy them pushing past him. Elige continues the spray. Okay. He does grab that second, but Nico, 1v3, has a player in the open, jumping, hoping was an fly, and there's the head on display. He takes it. FaZe Clan winning a round. Sketchy. This is still sketchy. It bewilders me that Team Liquid didn't even look like B was a possibility in that moment, but they're not going to put anybody on tons. They flash through, they sprint in, and Rain, well, he has low health, but he does still have the AK cold with everything to do, just popping noggins. He's cleared 3 bodies and the 4th. Mayern's still alive, but on the other side of the map. And seeing as he doesn't want to give away info, he's just going to wait. GEN.G, a bait, and a difficult position. He's stuck to the fight. Fur down, and now it's all on Mayern, but they still don't know. And they're going to tap that bomb, solely focused over on ramp. He gets the both! Mayern picking up a clutch!
Okay, he still comes in just in the nick of time to win the round.
Point being, we've moved into another crucial round, but Twist blasts Mayern away. Hold on. Where'd he come from?
I don't know. That's a very big question.
I think that may have been a boost. That may have been a run boost from T-Spawn, the top of T-Spawn. They just threw him onto the stairs, but it doesn't matter because Taco throws them back up that A site. They already had a 5 versus 4. They tried to go one better, and suddenly this round gets turned. He has all 4 kills thus far, and Taco, he's gone to the other side, so Twist is going to take the ace.
Oh my god, the defuse.
Tacitus, you guys managed to take us to Inferno, but that is a nail-biting overtime win. It was close enough on Mirage, but just then, you guys, there's one thing, right? They got off to an incredible start on their T side, and you guys still managed to bounce back. You showed resilience once again. They secured the 15th round before you guys, and they still kept going, and you guys held it strong. What was going on within the team? Because we saw the point where we saw the timeout was called. I'm just wondering what Shake was saying to everyone to get him back into it.
Shake is honestly a great in-game leader. When we came into that half, we weren't ready for the amount of faking they were going to do, especially towards the lower bomb site. So we were struggling heavily with rotates, and he took a pause, calmed everybody down, adjusted our setup and our protocols. And after that, we were able to mount the comeback with some heroic plays, of course. But then once we got to overtime, it kind of felt like it was our game.
There's the answer you were looking for, Launders. I remember when it happened in the server, we said, what the heck could Shake Zula had said? And it seemed like Tacticus has the insight for us. So just calmed it all down, reassured protocols, and sure enough, it worked because we find ourselves heading into map 3, Inferno up next.
I love Tactus's demeanor there, and he's very articulate and seems to get the point across really well. I should take my job, honestly. It seemed like he has a lot of good insight, and honestly, that was a very satisfying answer just to the perspective of Sheikh Zula from what we could see. It's cool that there was some substance there. Thank you, James, for actually asking that question. Appreciate that, my friend. That's pretty cool. And yeah, there was a big comeback that resulted in the map win as well. So they bring it to OT, and now they are on Inferno. On this map, I can't help but personally lean towards Gen.G because of pedigree. I feel like Inferno is a make or break, and also there is that I think the psychology aspect that was brought up on the desk. I've been here. I think a lot of people have been here where you almost won the first map in a game that you weren't favored in. You bring it to the third map after a grueling series, and then you're almost out of gas, or you can't be arsed, and it's like you're on Inferno, and it's also the map that you were least prepared to play in the veto, and all of those things can mount against you. But we've seen nothing but resilience from Triumph so far. And yeah, what was the stat? I mean, it's been nearly 30 rounds every single game. It's an average of over 30 with that OT now in every single map.
You are spot on. 29 rounds versus Cloud9, 30 or more versus everybody else. And Junior just one-taps it. But I mean, just physiologically, you know, that last map, it is a dopamine dump for Triumph to have picked up the win. So they need to be able to recollect and recompose. And just in terms of experience, in terms of having done this before, this is uncharted territory for them. So let's see if they can manage. We saw them kick it off with Junior's headshot. That was a great little 5v4, but Gen.G very quickly cutting through the B defense, finding their plant, and forcing Triumph to try and attempt a retake on B with very little utility. That one flash is thrown. They do still have the kit, but they've got to try to find a solution to the players deep in the bomb sites. Spongy catching Bentet, but Daps has revealed himself by firing off in pit, and he gets another headshot. Som and Automatic add them to the kill feed, and that's Gen.G with an early T-side start.
Strong hold. I mean, they really wanted to go for the post-plant setup. Everyone's spamming emojis at each other. These guys are all friends. Junior, nice shot, man. The silent opening here inside of the end of halls. But this is the retake they wanted to come through with. You know, low utility retake. And I think they relied heavily on Curry. He probably multi-frags from that spot all the time. He's pretty damn good on these pistol rounds. We saw how sick he was in that second half, first round of Nuke. Killing Kusta. I think he's been the first to die a couple of times on these pistols. Opening scout shot into Daps. 30 HP on Daps. It's a buy up here for Triumph. And they've still got some grenades left over too.
Grenades maybe? Ooh, bam, Sheikh Zula. Hitting the 5-7 shot. Now, they've definitely seen players in the back of the bomb site, but Curry comes out from oranges. Curry gets a second. Now, Grimm's added one to the tally, and the pistols pay off.
Yo, man, they didn't even stand a chance. Everybody hit their first shot. I mean, the first scout shot that came in, instant deagle shot from Sheikh. Curry tucks in perfectly so that they actually forget about oranges for just a second to worry about quad. Damn, dude. Damn.
Look at that
You gotta love the enthusiasm.
Come on, tell me I'm wrong,
Listen, man. Yeah, I mean, in one sense, Triumph for the team of the people right now, just because they're breathing life into Counter-Strike in a situation where there are question marks about teams at this level, and it is refreshing, I think. And it's cool to see that, as someone pointed out, they're having fun doing it.
Yeah.
All right, well,
now they're not having
screw
as much
that
fun.
storyline. It's about Gen.G, baby.
Oh my god, this back and forth roller coaster. I don't know where we're going to end up, But I think that that storyline you're drawing here is actually quite huge. You know, in a time where the second tier of NA Counter-Strike is in question, I'm sure that like whoever is responsible for deciding invites at Blast, like I would have loved to have seen what the decision was to include Triumph. There could have been other teams that would take that slot instead. And if it was only one of those last invite spots, then I think Chaos gets it, as they did with DreamHack, as they did, you know, here at this event as well. Like Chaos was supposed to be the team to puncture through, not the likes of Triumph. But Triumph's performance, far better. Like, wouldn't it have been a shame had Valorant just consumed this team? Had these guys not seen a road to the top of Counter-Strike and instead took the, you know, the new fresh whip out for a spin? Instead, here they are, trudging in the rust bucket, just picking up victories left and right, forcing themselves through the playoffs, getting to the third map. But unfortunately here in the third round, yeah, they dropped the ball. And Gen.G do to them what was done to Gen.G. They use the force back to bounce back, and Triumph are in an awkward spot now.
Yeah, well, I think the sad state is that some players left whether they wanted to or not, because they just didn't have an opportunity to make money playing. And I don't know what Triumph is doing for them as an org, but hopefully a lot. And you know, I'd love to know more about them for sure. You know, because if they're propping them up and giving them the opportunity, then that speaks volumes. And of course, it seems like they've picked a great group of kids right here to represent.
Yeah, I think like if we still had the likes of, say, Swole Patrol with the Abadir brothers, then that could have taken the invite away from Triumph or something along those lines. Like this was very much a showcase of Triumph as a talent this weekend, and I think we've already gotten more than we could have ever expected, and then some. Because I'm talking about them like they're dead. They're still alive and fighting. They've got a buy to maybe hold this back. We're at that minute mark. I can imagine a world where these M4s get a chance to hold their ground in the final 30 seconds. There's still a smoke on Curry, and he is at this B site.
First smoke goes down. Setup that's basically 2 high frags positions. Just looking to get those first and openings. Oh my God, Grim. What a monster, man. What a monster.
I said it.
Oh my God.
Shake comes through. Yo, this map just as much of a back and forth as the rest of the series already.
No one's run 2 rounds in a row yet. Yo, Grim, man. Okay, you know, I've been talking about this spot a lot because it dodges the flashes. But I think every single time we spotted someone be up here, they just get blown away. But Grim just gets 3 frags. 3 frags. Wow.
Huge. Freaking huge. Off at the M4, the one rifle in the back of that bomb site. The smoke grenade. Perfectly placed. Whoever pieced together that very haphazard situation, you know, they absolutely milked every piece of utility, every position, every weapon they could. And then Grim steps up big. And he was right there at the top of the scoreboard across Nuke as well. You know, I think Junior kind of stole the show with his clutches and lack of
Grim
deaths
had more kills
throughout
than
the
Junior.
entire of that map. Yep, and Grim got up there. Would also say he's, you know, one of the more experienced on this core. So if anybody's going to step up when the match really matters, it could be Grim again. But Junior, one and done off of the arch side. Curry's going to take a bit of a tag. And Sheikh Zula inside of the bomb site, just looking to lock this down. He hits the bomb carrier, follows up. A nice double assist from Junior. Basically, 2 kills accumulatively, but Automatic's looking to bring it back, looking to get his hands on the bomb while he still has some cover. He just wants the money, but it's a fake plant, and it's gonna get the CTs to come running in. No money, no frags, no chance.
And most importantly, the first 2 in a row. So they put their foot down right now on Gen.G. Gen.G, they officially have to save. They tried to collect it back off of that round. It's a pretty high stakes situation because now Triumph get the double save out of Gen.G. This is the beginning of the half, so it's still like the old economy right now. If you buy it, you play that game of chicken, the economic game of chicken, to see who's going to win 2 in a row. When you lose that gambit, first of all, you're down in rounds. Secondly, you have to double save.
Big push down mid, just looking confident here.
with the advantage in the guns. It will cost them 1. Junior removed. And, well, that's a little P2 fitty for Bentet. Curry's got a little bit of a smoke grenade to play off of, so he's establishing map control, really tightening the noose on Gen.G here in the anti-eco. And just, of course, for reminder's sake, the last time these teams played Inferno, which would have happened on the 24th of April, well, it was an 8-7 CT side for Gen.G to start, and then 9 rounds in the second half where Gen.G pick up 8 on the offense. So the T side of Gen.G was what was the biggest issue for Triumph, and so far, so good.
Yeah, we definitely have seen a lot of development over the days. I mean, now even looking at their nuke, you know, their T side looking dramatically different, kind of changing the entire makeup of their gameplay on their T side today versus Gen.G compared to when they played versus 100 Thieves. So very fast to respond and adapt. Within the matches themselves, they're fast to respond and adapt. We had the interview obviously telling us about Sheikh Zula and his input, and yeah, no, so Inferno wouldn't expect that to be any different in that regard. Smoke to the bottom of B. You like to see this. Good amount of map control to start things off with. Curry's going to be a scary player to have to deal with on Banana. They jump through. Oh, he kills a guy in the back first. Sad for Bentet.
Poor guy. He goes down as Som trade frags, losing out nearly half of his health. Still some utility for Gen.G to work. Triumph keeping it split 2-2. Oof.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Well, they're moving fast off this. Still a player on site. They're just wrapping lane. Would this work?
Ooh, Spongy, he plays behind the pillar. Oh my god! He drops the grenade, stops the bomb planter. Spongy coming up big as Kusta takes down the Opper. Ooh, Spongy! Right through the side of it. Final frag would be Som through smoke, and he nearly nails him already. He has an inkling as to what's up. Som down for the count. Spongy, huge 4K on the A-hold. Gonna put Triumph 3 rounds in the lead.
I feel like Gen.G kind of phoned that one in a little bit after that opening on Banana. Running up lane that way, they dropped the smoke down. It seemed like they forgot that there could be a player in the site. They peeked wide on Junior. It felt like they assumed Junior was alone at A or something like that, but they didn't even work on pit control, I don't think. Like, maybe they knew no one was in pit, but yeah, it felt like they just had him unaccounted for completely, and that's what cost them. Wonder if they would have approached it the same way if they knew where he was. Some nades here on this round. Well, I was going to say for the T side, but yeah, there's some nade presence from the CT side to the T side, it looks like. And we're back on Pistols Triumph already. Flying Star, 5 rounds on CT side, looking super good to kick things off.
Betway odds flying in. Triumph for the first time favored to win the series. Those odds have been back and forth throughout the maps. We saw it, you know, pretty lopsided at the start of it all. But now the bookies believe. All right, and why not? I mean, CT side's going well. This is the solution they were hoping for. They've got the economy advantage here in the 8th round. So it's very much on Gen.G to get this one back under control.
No flashes. Should be easy for Curry.
Yeah, just looking to lock it down with the M4. Ooh, the jump of Bentet kind of puts it all in question. Grim gonna get one through the smoke. Expects Kusta to hop up from pit at some point, but Daps, that's a crucial frag. That's gonna draw the eyes of Junior back. He has to deal with the potential of an arch flank, and Grim is going to be left entirely alone.
I think Grim knows. He might forget if they wait long enough, but I feel like he seemed very suspicious, yeah. Kusta's looking for the opportunity to get back on B. They actually have forgotten about Grim, I think, at this point, not knowing if he's pulled out. We'll see. Kusta walking
Kusta's
up on his
looking
left.
right at him. Yep, gets the tag, gets the headshot. Kusta walks in. Oh, they just let it breathe like a fine wine in order to get that bomb down, and now Junior has to contemplate whether he goes for the save. He knows he's behind it. Ooh, and he lands his shot. Still worried about the flank. But Sheikh Zula, he's coming in from the bottom of Banana. Sheikh Zula, he could actually flush them into the scope of Junior. He is keeping his head on a pivot because he knows the potential for the flank. If he clears close tree, oh, that would have been the big one. But he gets shut down. Sheikh Zula now trying to find the last 2 terrorists, and everybody's hiding. Where have they gotten off to? DJ's not letting us know. And even though he gets the 1 kill, it is Gen.G with the robbery. Just the pistols, and the patience pays off.
Yeah, good. I mean, good play by Kusta to sit there. I guess like his patience really did pay off. And Daps, once again, is the guy to draw attention. He does such a good job here getting the kill at Arch, waiting around, holding, making them guess whether or not it's going to be A or B. Bit harder to do that on Inferno, and Daps finds a way. Round number 9, and Triumph will have another buy. It's not the kind of round you feel good about, that's for sure. Again, they didn't even have a single flash for that execute on B, but they did double peek Curry really well. He tried to shoot for the guy in the back, and then Bented, I think, jumped across. Som trades out, and they have the rest of them to move on in. And they don't expose any more to Grim. Instead, they just wait for Daps, the other key piece of the puzzle on the other side of the map, to come through and show them if they can make the CTs move a bit. Daps 7 kills. Doing well, doing well. And yeah, Gen.G trying to get their feet on the ground.
I'm watching Triumph ride the wave of emotions. You know, we see the highs when things are going well, but then you see that energy just dissipate when rounds like that unfold. And you know, that's something that they've got to get under control. It's something that they do not want to fall victim to. But Sheikh Zula is going to hear a lot of pressure coming up from mid. Spongy falls back into pit. He has players falling down around him, but Kusta doesn't clear it. And now there's one right above Daps. He gets bad information because he's shooting over towards Bicycle when really there's a player beneath him. And Sheikh Zula, he's cheated through the smoke. Bentet up next, down for the count. Triumph winning it back.
That's bad protocols by Gen.G, man. I feel like how do you let the pit player stay alive in that spot? You're supposed to come out of halls clearing that angle. Certainly not sitting in pit looking around, not clearing that at all. And they really made that too easy for Spongy. I mean, of course he's going to multi-frag if you let him stay alive in pit. I mean, here's the first kill. And another player coming out on halls. Yeah, that's a huge gap in the information. It's another kind of lane take that doesn't look so hot.
Never mind. Never mind what I said about riding the emotion. These boys are right back. Yeah. They were they were dead in the water.
You're right though, man. You ride the emotions like that, then you ride them down too, and you never want to go too far down, too far up, because it's never the end of the world. It's never the best thing that ever happened. It's always somewhere in the middle, and you know, you got to stay focused. So, wow.
Yeah, spicy boy. Running through the Molotovs, cutting down Bentet with just that MP9. And don't you forget for a moment that this is the entirety of the economy for Gen.G on the line. They forced back in a costly purchase, including an op on automatic. 5v4 for Triumph to hold on to.
It's a fundamentally perfect round so far, but Gen.G, they do a good job of making sure that they can't keep 4 at A. So I have a feeling that Gen.G are going to go back to A, but they just want to make sure the op can't be here. And see, the 2-3 comes out now. It's trying to get a little bit worried. But I think they might boost and fall back, honestly. This would be smart. No, they're gonna double stack towards B. So yeah, so far so good for Gen.G, but they are down a player. Now, let's see if their A take gets any better.
Smoke falls onto the hay bales, flash out, and maintained by Shake and Spongy. Grim's gonna throw himself onto the graveyard. Another couple clean kills. Opper starts to bring it back, but he's got Spongy inside of the smoke, a real nuisance for him to deal with. His attention pulled entirely in this direction, but he does have time. The other CT is not that close. Automatic. Ooh, starts it with the most important kill and has the bomb now. Predicts Junior, but Junior with a sliver of a shot, catching him right between the eyes.
Kind of another weak A take, honestly, to be frank. They have the... What's weird is that Gen.G, normally their spacing is amazing. I mean, I've said it when we've casted these Gen.G matches, that their spacing on their executes is some of the best that we've seen. And here, it feels like their halls guys come out a couple of shakes way too soon, and their lane guys are a bit late to try to help them out. and they jump right into the double pit setup, not clearing the same angle, and end up dying now on an eco.
Oh, Daps tries to take a page out of Curry's book, running through the fire the opposite way with that MAC-10. But same fate, different situation. Curry's still picking up the first frag of the round. And then leaving Gen.G to kind of pick up the pieces. They had a player out middle smoke, and maybe Kusta could have created space with the element of surprise. Som has his hands back on that MAC-10, and he's the last player with Kevlar to work. So they don't have much to throw forward, but they'll give it the good old effort.
Good old college try. Little elbow grease in this one. Here's the elbow of the map out the halls. Never fun to come out here, especially not without a flash. Spots are being held.
Ooh, very nice.
Okay, the clothesline from one spongy boy. Yo, he's 16-5, 127 ADR. Every single match that Triumph have played, I don't think there's been a lead that's been this big with players that are like this far out so far. It's always been so close, back and forth, back and forth. Slight streaks. I think we had 5-round streak on Nuke. But yeah, this is an incredibly wide gap comparatively.
And again, to reiterate a point made before the series started, it's a consistency across from Triumph. The two top fraggers in Spongy and Sheikh Zula were the two quietest from Nuke. And throughout all of the best of ones in the group stage as well, we had different pieces of Triumph taking that top spot. So where are these players' peaks? We don't know, but they're definitely all climbing up together and giving us a hell of a show. But they lose a man advantage here in the 12th. But remember, we are in the 12th. We are we are 12 rounds deep on this first half, and Gen.G still sit on 3.
Scratchy.
Another one.
5v3 junior. Okay, answer back. That's actually an enormous kill, even though they're down, because the rotate comes back from the CTs towards B, you can see, and ABC, and Sheikh Zula still eyes on mid. So it looks like Gen.G are like, they realize this, and they just want to push him back. But I think Triumph are gambling. However, the bomb now looking to come back towards A. This is a smart move by Gen.G. If it is, I don't know.
What's the defense going to be? Just Shake?
They're just going to fake B, right?
Looks like it. Grenades over the A site. There's a world of possibility where they wrap B through Arch, but no. Ben 10's coming back.
They are.
Yeah, it's a fake Arch to B, which very much isolates
Holy
Sheikh Zula.
Smokes.
Yeah.
Oh,
This
and
is a
Shake
weird
might
one.
move
Daps,
if
he's still
Daps
going.
gets spotted.
Maybe Daps calls them back to B. There's 15 seconds. I mean, there's no time for the bomb to go over, but Sheikh Zula, he gives up the site.
Coming back.
Now they're going to come up from short
Molly.
lane, and yeah, he's fumbling grenades, fumbling guns, and giving up the bomb plant. That's really
Holy
Gen.G working it down to the
smokes,
wire. We had rounds like that on Nuke, though, didn't we?
Dude, yeah, this is their game. I mean, it's so hard to call, bro. I have to be, completely fair. If I'm shaking that situation, how the hell do you not bite on the fact that Daps just ran from CT to B and the clock's already red? How are you not going to come and help your teammates when it's a 2-on-4 situation or 3-on-4 situation? There's less than 10 seconds left and someone just went CT to B site. But those are the kind of fakes that Daps pulls off, and it does exactly as it's intended and pulls Sheikh Zula out of the site. He even tries to throw the emergency Molotov because he realized what kind of situation has been laid out before him, and that's all he can do. He'll get traded out. Man, it's a scary one. I like how tricky Gen.G make it though, honestly, and they've been pretty clean and successful about it.
Yes, sir. Although it says something, I think, that Gen.G have to dig that deep in Dap's strat book to pull out some wild antics, only to get their 4th round 13 rounds deep. So, it's a thing of beauty, though, calculated down to the second. And even then, remember, Shake, it's not like he went all the way from one obscure position to another. He was just barely out of his spot, from graveyard to, like, the library door. And that was enough to make a guaranteed difference. Gen.G going to be shooting for a 5th round, tagging up Curry through the smoke, but at least it's deep banana control for Triumph out the gates.
I love that they are constantly pressing down banana. I think it's contributed heavily to their lead. All this information, they've been using it well. Sometimes you take these angles so tight they cross past. Yeah. They go past again. Think through the
Junior's
wall.
lucky.
He's 1 HP. He's 1 HP. Nope.
Frag grenade to the pit. Ooh, that's going to soften up Spongy somewhat. But I mean, for a frag grenade and a headshot, both those players only taking 30 damage. They'll take that. And then Junior just blows automatic away. This is going to lend Gen.G closer to the A site, I think. Just gets deleted. You know, major winner, by the way.
Yo, there's the arch split again. Could be a smart play here from Gen.G. From what we can see, it's wide open. But yeah, 3 and B, they could be a flank. They have enough time to let this go a bit. Oh my God, what are they planning right now? They're going back to A. Holy smokes, man. These guys.
And the defense is way better this time.
No, they're going
Way
to B? Oh, dude. Pick a
They don't
site.
know. They don't know. Yeah, 10 seconds. I mean, Bentek cannot run with a gun
Triumph
out.
need 1
They
kill.
need the kills. Just needs to stop the bomb carrier. Junior, watch short. If he doesn't stop the
can't even
bomb
play.
carrier, then
They
there's
can't
still
play.
a chance. He's got it.
Oh,
He's
he
got
got
it.
it.
Bentek just sprints in, and in the last possible second, he gets it because Junior, he's so preoccupied with the library side that he doesn't watch lane. Had he watched lane, then Hansel is screwed. He's never going to plant that bomb. And we're not going to get this 3v3 post plant. Gen.G doing it dirty round after round.
My God. Man, that was too close. That one was not cool at all. That one was a roller coaster without a seatbelt, okay? I don't think that was a well-advised round. Yeah, because you could see that was like old school Navi in the worst way possible, where you could see they didn't know what site they wanted to go to, and you could see that they actually, you know, went back and then forward, realizing how much time was on the clock, which means they weren't in total control of the amount of time they had left to play. And again, if the bomb gets stopped on its way in, or they literally take 1 more second to get to the site, they lose. So I don't care. That's not a great round for Gen.G. It looked good for a second.
2 rounds in a row.
It looked good for a second when they were up at Arch. But yeah, they just needed to commit to something faster. This, man, it's insane.
I love it though. I'm not gonna lie. If Gen.G are gonna, or if they're gonna be that greasy, if they're gonna try that hard, you sweaty nerds, I love it. This is the kind of Counter-Strike that is taking it down to the wire, and Daps with a headshot through the wall versus Junior. That's a big impactful player for Triumph. Now the wall bang's even connecting. Daps's brain is just pulsating in the back of T-Spawn. They're trying to just go into the apartments. He's shooting them through the walls. He's just like this all-encompassing god in the back line of Gen.G. And they don't know how to stop him.
I think we're past the point of shaming Gen.G for trying in this match. This is not going to be an easy game to win.
Oh, and another! Oh, now Gen.G are just having fun with it. And Triumph, they're getting robbed all across the map. We've got a wallbang headshot versus Junior, smoke kills. It is wild antics, but let's see if Grim can go for the big hold. No, sir. Hits the headshot versus automatic yet again, but he is robbed by the M4. AK's better, we all know it. 1 survivor here in Spongy. A 6th round for Gen.G, but damn, they have had to try their hearts out. And they're looking to close this T side with the final 4 rounds. That's 3 of the 4 confirmed, and 1 more to go.
Yeah, they're winding it up right, that's for sure. Oh, little shotgun action. Kusta with the mad look away. And we go into the last round where Triumph don't have much money left. It's a very decent half at the beginning, and then Gen.G started doing this crazy Gen.G stuff. Honestly, you haven't seen them like work these rotations versus the other teams that we've seen play like we are now. This is something else. This is something else. But this is their like unique stamp on their brand of Counter-Strike, which I also appreciate. We're definitely seeing a conglomerate of styles in Counter-Strike, with teams not all subscribing to the same theories for how to play the game. And I think that's what makes Counter-Strike the most fun. And it's also the fact that all of those styles can be viable, and that it doesn't have to be this one kind of like slow, methodical style or whatever. There's different ways of winning. Gen.G kind of adding their unique flavor to the mix.
All the MP9s in the world. trying to get as close as they can. Bomb still sat back on T-ramp, so not for one moment do Gen.G expect to make a quick play off of just the first pick. That's a big Molotov, actually. Curry, he's gonna get pushed out, and Automatic's ready for it. Now, they may not anticipate Sheikh Zula.
Not gonna clear that.
Ooh, no, they don't. And now he's in a tough spot. He's gonna have to swing wide. The fire starts to burn his feet, and he still gets into cover, dodging the frag grenade and finding another smoke, actually. So he can single-handedly just shave off even more time from the clock because they don't know if he's alone. They don't know how much damage he's taken. This is gonna force them to the A site, and there is a strong crossfire in position. They've got Junior on the balcony and Spongy down on site. Junior good for the first one. Spongy's gonna get the player on the rafters and the bomb carrier. One man left in Automatic, and he just gets gunned down. Spongy, 19-8, a 9-6 lead on the CT side of Inferno. Last time they played this T side, they took 7 rounds off of Gen.G, and that would be enough for them to get into the finals of playoffs. Ladies and gentlemen, join us after the break for the second half of Map 3.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah. Woo!
Oh.
No.
Oh my god.
Dude, you guys are so good, dude. What the hell?
That's a little bit unfair.
Dude, JKS is so good, dude. So good.
Dude, 100 G's piece has got cheese on it. Dude, the AWP on scope is actually so accurate. I should just not use scope ever. This is how simple it is. It's crazy.
Dude, JKS, dude.
What? What a shot. What? This is bullshit.
Yes.
No.
Love to see it.
Oh, what the?
Oh my god.
Second. 30 seconds, guys. I got it. Ah! I got it. Seconds. For a sec.
You need one more. You need one more. I need one more. Nah.
Hey, at least I didn't come last. This is fun.
A 3-round lead for Triumph as they move into their T side. They shut down that little resurgence from Gen.G towards the end of the first half, because had they not won 3 of the last 4, they would have still been on a stagnant 3-round count. A ridiculous individual showing here from Spongy, 117 ADR, 2.37 KDR, and the game gets going. Daps, he's gonna get tagged inside of the apartments. It looks like Triumph want to just stampede through the A site, but they decide to go Arch, and that's going to keep them away from the majority of Gen.G, 3 of which are here inside of the apartments. There are so many bodies here on the A site, but Sheikh Zula, he starts to cut them back. Spongy, running dry, leaves it on automatic in a 1 versus 4. The second pistol round could be the way that Triumph just run away with momentum. They'd have double digits if they just lock this down. And poor Automatic, he doesn't even have Kevlar. Nobody's giving him a peek, nobody's giving him an inch, and it's gonna take more than a mile for him to find himself on the bomb. A headshot from Junior, Triumph finding 10.
It's just mad how good, how good they can all be on different maps. Sheikh Zula coming back after that nuke performance, even though they won. Just look at him, he's 16-7. And yeah, low death, man. Grim 9-4. He wasn't getting action on the B site, but when he was laying the smack down. Now we're in the second half. We got a buyout for Gen.G. It's an emergency purchase. They've got to stop the bleeding. They are hemorrhaging. They have a broken femur, and they have what's probably a very short clock until their demise. If they don't deal with this problem now. Automatic on the scout. A couple of Novas here. And we'll see if they can get explosive. Kusta. Ways back. Nova's strong. It's very strong. Sometimes the Mac 10 though, it can be a nice counter. But it's actually always both Novas on B. Call this a super.
Ye old Novas. It's a hell of a crossfire at times, shotguns like that. You know, one in the chest, one in the legs. Hit him with the
Get
zipper.
off my property.
Get out of here.
Okay,
Smoke
let's see it.
is going to counter Som somewhat. Kusta drops a smoke of his own. Good damage on the first, but it's quickly quelled. Grim just standing in position, trying to regain understanding of what just happened. The flashes, the smokes, I mean, it was all there, right? There was that very boisterous moment for Gen.G where they had all the smokes popping, flashbangs, shotguns. Hey, bada boom, bada bing. Doesn't end up working for them. Triumph, they're going to take that 11th. 4 survivors as well. When does this start to get scary for Gen.G, or are we already past that point?
I think we are already past that point. Yeah, because I don't really know how good Gen.G's CT side will be, but the entry frag potential on this team just seems so absurd. I really feel like this T side, I mean, it's going to be hard to stop, especially, you know, contact explodes going that way. I think Curry is just a phenomenal entry fragger, and Spongy, who kind of, I feel like there's a lot of similarities there between him and Spongy. Spongy's having the game of his life right now, so yeah, it's pretty scary. But Curry, man, I will say, I've said it before, I'll say it again, this guy creates space like no other. You really feel it. He is super selfless when it comes to entry fragging. As soon as someone says go, he goes. He does not stop, and he usually also delivers the kill. He's like the perfect kind of entry fragger, kills or not, and he usually puts those kills up too. So 5 rounds of difference, Triumph in a power position, double digits, in tripping distance of closing the series out. Gen.G have to be frustrated, upset, tired, and concerned.
And they're not going to get out of this situation just yet. So all of those factors starting to dogpile on them. On top of it sits a cherry by the name of Spongy. Looking to finish up quick here on Inferno. Junior doesn't get actually shot at in Kusta. He's going to take the USP fight down Banana. I absolutely respect his efforts, but the weaponry just way too much to handle. So Som's going to go ahead and push down to the base of Banana. Grim is keeping an eye on this. But Grim actually turns his attention, and he hears the utility being used. If that was an M4, if that was a shotgun, if that was anything other than the pistol, then maybe it pans out. But Grim's going to lock him into the corner, and it's not looking too good towards this B site. A single defender in Bentet with the Deagle, and 3 Ts on the cusp of the push. Mollies go over, and Shake Zula's going to clear him. Even with that first shot connecting, it's not nearly enough. Spongie's patient, and that pans out for him as well. This is Triumph doubling the score of Gen.G in map 3, 12-6.
Smart, pragmatic Counter-Strike from Triumph. They see that Som has gone down with that push. They decide to call out that push and simply follow up on it. The rotations were towards A, as they naturally should be for Gen.G, and Triumph punish them for that play. Som gets a kill, stays alive. Different round, of course, but Gen.G are going to take risks. No harm, no foul by Som. Automatic looking to maybe just tap the bomb. I think he was spotted, though. Yeah, Shake's going to spot this. 12 rounds for Triumph. Clean couple of ecos. Lots of money left over. So even if Gen.G win this, they're going to have money to buy again. And yeah, this is when it's really scary, because of course it's like fighting a homeless guy here, fighting Gen.G right now, or fighting Triumph right now, because they have such cheap guns. They're going to throw caution to the wind. They're going to probably do something very explosive. And if Gen.G lose this, I mean, let's not even talk about that, huh? Let's see if Gen.G can stage a comeback here. They've got the weapon advantage.
Yeah, they've got the weapons, they've got the experience. And they've got a strong leader at the helm in Daps, but even despite his best efforts, he gets the headshot versus Shake Zula, not the kill. And they find him 5 versus 4. That's the threat of running down middle. Ooh, and Junior, he's going to take damage as well, but still, they just won't die. Frag grenade, a bit more chip damage. Junior goes down at the hands of Kusta, and what's left of Triumph will try their damnedest to just push through the A site. They've got the cover of the smoke outside library, so Kusta's job made that much more difficult. He has nowhere to run, nowhere to hide, but he does have a teammate just behind in Som. Flash goes up and over. 3 Ts, incredibly lit. Kusta, he's going tip to tip, and they can't find him inside of the smoke. Shake Zula comes in from behind him, and now Som, who's on top of the graveyard, has no clue where these players have gotten off to. Spongy, he's hiding in the smoke, just dodging the shots as Som so desperately runs around and around and around, but the time falls, and this one is Triumph's. 13-6. They are that much closer to taking this upset win.
Dude, all 5 died, but they don't even care. They had Galils and Mac 10s. They didn't even have a single AK, I don't think. They'll rebuy up. Everyone's got lots of money. They'll take that round all day, even if it came close. This is rough for Automatic because he gets a leg shot off. This is rough. Kusta picks up a trade, comes close to another one, but can't push in for the retake. And nice moves from Spongy. I mean, playing to delay. This is a kid who's 21 and 11, and he's playing to delay as opposed for the frag. So that's nice to see. And Triumph, they're knocking on the door of victory. Oh, some fast grenades out towards A. What's the strat here? Oh, Hall's pop would be a bit scary for Gen.G despite having 4 on A.
That's got a good position. He just throws himself into it. Will find a headshot alongside Kusta Jr. Going down to the Deagle. Kusta's trying to be the difference maker, and Daps has their back. He slipped into the smoke, and Kusta, the 3rd Deagle frag in the round. Never count Gen.G out. Do not make that mistake. I mean, they sure as hell have the individual
Gen.G
prowess,
or Spongy?
but Spongy, yeah, bit of both. Let's see if he can actually pull off this clutch. It's the 1 versus 3, cut down to the 1v2. He sees the shadow, so that's everything. All the knowledge. But
behind him. Oh, okay.
Daps inside the boiler, gonna cut him down. Pistols paying off. Huge moves by Kusta, and that's the player who we've been expecting a lot from for Gen.G. So it's about time that somebody pulls off some heroic antics. Can they keep it up? They still trail by 6.
Yeah, I think he's had a couple of like clutches in the series, but that's exactly what we expect of him at this point. And yeah, frag totals are so much lower for Gen.G. 2 players in Triumph over 20. 2 players from Gen.G barely over 10. Ob on Junior. Another full buy-up. A good eco, and Junior, wow, he trusts his teammates there to look for that kill, smoke it out. They'll have another chance at that. Nade's pretty good from Gen.G. Good damage done in the early round. Unconfirmed here, but they take none. And Curry,
very nice.
Will he win this duel? Oh, wow.
Oh, he wants
has a feeling.
Ooh, but he doesn't check
maybe
it.
He doesn't.
Looked likely. He had his crosshair on it, but opts not to, and Kusta's gonna fall back. He takes a little utility damage, but it's worth it because they still have softened up Sheikh Zula, Junior, and have a 5v4.
Definitely. Early advantage, big wins here so far. Curry really had nothing to do except for clear that, so sure he won't make that mistake again. But Kusta getting some revenge in the 5v4. Oh, the rotation's
Still a
fast
4
around
versus
Kusta.
2.
He peeks this once.
Yeah, he's gonna have to get some kills. He saw their hands.
Spotted.
So now Som is on high alert. He is 100% prepared. Rotate starting to come over. Excellent flashbang. Kusta, he actually doesn't get into the mix there. He can't stop them, and he just jumps back. He forfeits the bomb site over to the T side, who have no utility left. But they at least have their plant. Now check out the nades for Gen.G. They are 100% gonna Molotov the back of this bomb site. They can smoke off the player from Banana. And Daps, he gets the wall bang through the muraled window. So, what's next? An attempt deep into the bomb site. Spongy just sitting confident on the coffins, but he's lost his entire team. What a flawless retake from Gen.G.
Yeah, that's an eyebrow raiser and a head nod. That's a very, very nice retake. They use all their utility to perfection. I think you set it up perfectly. Molotovs to clear things out. And it's like, even if they Molotov quad and no one's there, well, now they know no one's there, so they don't even have to have eyes on it. So really great from them to move in. Didn't have to take any fights they didn't want to. Nice spam here from Daps. And they abuse the fact that it's a bit claustrophobic on the site once they get into that construction control. There's limited spots that they can be in. Triumph, man, they had a nice attempt to get on the site, and being low after that start to the round, dropping Curry nice and early, I thought they were going to absolutely get destroyed with Som on that boost, but they had their own good flashes. They left CT wide open for the take, and we know how dangerous that can be, but they ended up using that perfectly. And they get the bomb down nice and quick, too, so it's always scary for Gen.G. I'm surprised you have a round like that where Som dies, they have the open site, and Triumph get no kills. So scary that Gen.G can use their retake utility that well. If you're Triumph, I'm sure. Now they are going to half buy the Tech 9s, but yo, it's Tech 9 season these days. And there's 2 ops on the board for Gen.G. That can be a boon or a curse, depending on how this opening kill goes.
Yeah, depending on if they find themselves in a retake again. Depending on if Triumph can get close with just their sidearms. They do have 3 smokes and quadruple flashbang potential. What are you thinking about?
Yeah, I would go B, because if there's an op that they think is on B, they flash him back, and then it's going to be all on the rifle to try to trade. And Kusta can try to catch the fallback, but, oh, the early one. Oh, okay. Execution. However, are they going to clear this?
Oh my god, but Sami's flash.
They don't even see him. They don't even know. Nobody's
checked it. He has 3, but then they split. They were so side by side that's not a vertical spray down. That is really tough to control. Som just swallowed that flashbang.
Here's where the op is
game.
no longer. Yep. Yeah. Op at quad, I'd say they have the advantage now. Just comes down to automatic.
Got the smoke and the flashbang as well. Curry gonna miss the first one. Ooh, dies to automatic. Grim, he's gonna line him up, but only the 2. It's back onto Daps, and Junior's gonna have to clutch. He doesn't have the trusty cannon in his hands. He doesn't even have the Kevlar. Daps on the kit. He's just gonna stick this. Oh, you disgust me, Daps.
Oh, the call out. Oh, that's got to be so rough for Junior. He tried to peek just to bait out that defuse. Daps is not having it. He's like, I'm not playing this game at all.
Yeah, pros don't fake.
Patience, calmness from Daps. Oh my god, another situation where they don't clear sandbag, but it's one where Kusta, it really doesn't feel like there's someone at sandbags once they see Kusta opping there and falling back.
Agreed.
But rough from Som. And Curry goes in for the dry repeat instead of trying something new or a different angle. But he's, of course, not the opera of the team.
That one gets the heart racing if you're Gen.G. A little too scary. Triumph as well, gonna have to try to reset after that. You know, sometimes when you don't expect anything to go your way and you're presented such a great chance, you gotta be able to reset without letting it impact in the follow-up rounds. Here's Automatic pressured off of short. Curry's gonna try to chase him, but Automatic's op has been so good as of late. Now Sheikh Zula, accidental team kill, certainly not gonna help them, and Automatic just doesn't drop a shot. Denied entry on the A site. We've got Gen.G up to the double digits, 3 rounds of a lead, and this T site has fallen flat. They had 4 in a row to start the second half, and now 4 back from the defense with no interruptions.
Well, it makes sense that Gen.G start the comeback now if we're going to have a 30-round game, right? I mean, there's no way that this doesn't go the full distance, of course. So Triumph back on the Tech 9s, and production is like, oh my god, no, how are you going to do this to us? Not getting much sleep, but they also appreciate how good the games have been. So that's the one thing, is that these games have gone on long, but they've been, in terms of the quality of these rounds, it's been up there. Really exciting stuff. Another good situation here for Triumph, honestly. Double op, they run in. It's all about Som to try to defend. Kusta gets an important opening pickoff, actually, 2.
Oh.
Make it 3. Good round from Kusta.
Yes!
Oh my god, he's on for the ace.
Oh, Som's gonna take that 5th one, but hot damn, Kenneth doing it dirty on the Behold. Nobody able to disturb him in the back of the bomb site. Look how comfortable this is. Lets the first guy go, drops Grim. He already knows that there's a 3rd player close, so he's prepped for this one. Bam! Out of the sky. Who's next? Gobble you up. Spongey's gone, and we have Gen.G within 2. Buyback from Triumph, but they are running out of a lead, and that's gonna start creeping into the back of their minds. I guarantee it.
Yeah, totally. Oh, opening off kill. There it is. Junior goes down. He gets the shot off. But yeah, that's the opening kill. That's enormous. Automatic. He's been turning up. His A-site hold previously was huge. Double op setup seems to be, this really good answer. Narrow victories versus these ecoing rounds. But now that they're in the rifle rounds, this is when the double op is obviously much more valuable. Daps. Oh, good kill
just
there.
Getting Curry. Oh, and Shake just dies to the grenade. Bentet gets the assist on that one. Grim and Spongy, 2 versus 4. What is with Gen.G and turning around maps in the second half off the back of strong operas? We saw Som be the key piece versus MIBR. He had 4 kills in the 30th round and an absolute total turnaround. And it's not as an extreme of an example with Automatic, but, he was just kind of moseying through the first 15. He has come to life in this second half, and so far, so good. But this round's not over just yet. We've got the 40 seconds left. Triumph going to start using some utility from the apartments as Som tucks behind tall box. There's a player up close in the bomb site, and Spongy, he's going to be trying to rip him out of here. It's going to be tough. We've seen Automatic do great things, but he goes down for free. Grim trying to figure out where the second CT's at, and Som, he catches him by surprise. 20 seconds left over, and Spongy needs to chase down Som, who goes into lane and flashes himself, but Kusta comes in big.
Oh my god, they asked to lose that round. Holy smoke, Som. He makes the best play and then the worst. Comes out in a lane blind by his own flash. Oh my god, they threw a crazy flash. And then he ends up dying. Kusta, he's not that fast. They seriously are in like a less winnable 1v1. And yeah, could have got very scary. Good 2v3 attempts here by Triumph. But the early round, it's all about Gen.G. They're opening it up with the op. They're shutting it down. They're making the op a focal point of the round in total. Automatic holding on to an angle on Halls, but seemed like he didn't have appropriate vision for the spot that he was standing in. Not exactly sure. Might have to take a second look at that angle and what it covers, but he couldn't see anybody coming out of Halls, and that should have been an easy op shot for him. So yeah, it's just a denial of vision. But now we're within one, man. I didn't think that this was going to happen. Seriously. Still always scary for Triumph, and they almost won a couple of these ecoing rounds, but almost is not the story that they want to be remembered for. They want to be able to close this map out considering their lead. So
we have had 3 1 versus 1 situations in this third map, and all of them have been picked up by Gen.G. So hinging on some very crucial rounds, this lead nearly gone. And after this, considering just the pistols and utility, it should absolutely be a tied game. But we have seen Triumph with success on this B site. We've seen them get close to it with even less tools to play with. So why not now? Kusta gonna miss the first op shot. Som on top. Ooh, gets 2 through the edge of the smoke. And this is not a good look for Triumph. They're still gonna try their damnedest for the bomb plant, and Junior will grab it. CT's very close to him already. They've got no more utility after that Molotov, but Gen.G knocking on the door of a retake. Junior, he's gonna throw himself into the defense, tries to disrupt this, has a teammate in Sheikh Zula who manages to grab a double kill. We are back to the one-man advantage. Now, Spongy's been caught crossing over towards the pit, but a CT Molotov, they actually have to turn back attention, and now they're just pushing up from the cross. Spongy and Junior with headshots. It's all on automatic, and down he goes. Triumph stealing a round at the final line. 14 rounds on the board.
I cannot believe that they ended up pulling that off. Are you, after the retake that we just saw, the opening 2 kills for Som, all of them utility in their advantage, the Tech 9s, Sheikh Zula grabbing 2, Junior pulling back with a dig after missing his spray, automatic having to pick up a new gun. I cannot believe it, and it couldn't have come at a more important moment. A timeout's gonna get called. Triumph back on their feet. Holy smokes, they're making up lost ground for that other eco round where they almost lost. I mean, but seriously, we're just at, like, it's 14 now. That was such, I feel like such a critical round for Gen.G. We'll only be sure of that when this game's over. But at this point, I mean, they did this on a save too. So they buy up and they have money left over.
2 rounds for the win. 16-13 versus Cloud9. A tie versus the likes of Evil Geniuses and 100 Thieves. Hands down top 10 teams of 2019. They lose the opening map pick. They nearly take Mirage. They claw it back in overtime on Nuke. Their only overtime of the event, and they win it. And now they are 2 away with weapons from locking in a top 4 finish. And they will have 2 best-of-3 attempts to get into the actual spring finals, but it is not going well here in the 27th. They try to get over to the A site, and they walk right into Bentet, who, for someone who only has 8 kills, just picked up 2 incredibly crucial frags. The op from automatic, yet again, just pulling apart Triumph, throwing down the bomb, and now it's a 2 versus 5. You saw them ride the high of the Tech 9 Deagle buy. You saw the cheers, the jubilation. Expect frustration after this one, because Gen.G are not going down without a fight.
I'm sorry, I'm back. I'm back. Okay. Oh my god. What did I miss?
You missed a complete and total blowout in round 27. No deaths from Gen.G. Triumph stutter stepping yet again.
Oh, I see. Okay. Okay, I see. Yeah, there was a really good buy that Triumph had, and now they're on the Galil slow grenades. Gen.G back in the power spot. Further attempt, shying automatic back. Sheikh Zula dropping for top mid control. Daps risking it all. And automatic,
Really?
he hits the op shot. Wow, on that cross.
Oh man, this is gonna get very linear. Very one-sided in their attempt. It is all up Banana. Som's position. Oh my god, he goes down empty-handed. Bomb thrown into the flames. Kusta still maintains control of the B site, but he's not going to get back around the corner. We have seen Triumph use this B site successfully and also at times fail. Great grenade. Spongy nearly dies on top of the bomb. Daps lines up too. Curry's position known, and it's a trade from Bentet. We've got another 30-round game guaranteed. It's all tied at 14.
Oh my god, yeah. Wow. Yeah, here, I mean, man, that's even with a slightly weak hold there. It was good at first, but this is the important kill. Automatic. Grabbing this means that the rotations are a little bit more calm. They get the 5v4 early. It takes some pressure off the fact that Kusa misses the second shot, and a great flash from Bentet to allow Daps to really open up this site. And everyone from Triumph was quite low. Here they've actually got better money than they did last round. I wonder what the idea was with Sheikh Zula. They're committing so hard on that, what looked like a fake. Maybe trying to get a little bit of Daps out of their team with Sheikh Zula. And Gen.G falling back off of B, leaving Kusta alone. He's been very good for one. Knows how to play these spots properly. But I actually, you know, I'm liking Triumph trying B despite this.
Very, very solo hold from Kusta. I mean, the definition of all alone. Even his closest rotator is back on CT spawn, so they are expecting something on the A site. If I'm Triumph, I do not walk around this corner dry. Flash, fire, something other than just the dry peek, because Kusta, he has been so good when holding off on these angles. They see the utility, and sure enough, he's gonna bag Sheikh Zula first and foremost. He puts down his own smoke. Oh! And the quick scope up close to get himself a second. The one-man hold, good for 2 frags, but Spongy, he pushes into the tree and completely blindsides Daps. Bentet able to trade that one. Very quickly getting the kill back, which is crucial, because now what's left of Triumph is here on the site in Grim. And Junior, barely alive, 15 HP. 2 versus 3, no utility for the T's, and it's all on the defense. They throw out the utility to the back of the bomb site. They fluster no one out of position. All of a sudden, by process of elimination, they expect Grim. Junior, he gets the first one, sees the head. Grim re-peeks, and down he goes. Gen.G, 15 rounds. They've survived the trials of Triumph. They've secured it. It's all on this final 30th round.
Oh my god. They have won 9 of the last 10 rounds to come back to this point. 9 of the last 10. It's been all kinds of rounds. A takes, B takes, ecos have come close. So many bomb plants, so many post-plant situations. That is insane. Even if Junior gets that one kill, it could have delayed to the point that they wouldn't have been able to pull off the defuse. That's how close it comes. But Gen.G, they held the advantage on. They kept the nades high. They've been good on the holds. Kusta, amazing for him to get 2 in that spot off of his own smoke as well, holding on to B. They, yeah, I mean, they could have flashed him better, tried to bait out that shot if they knew he was there. They dedicated a person to try to peek for that position. But, yeah, this game, man, it just continues to deliver. Triumph will have one last try of it. It would be such Triumph fashion to obviously lose in this situation. But that's what they're trying to show us that they don't have to do. I cannot believe it. 90 over rounds in this series so far. And, yeah, and there's still opportunity for more. Even more.
They've never lost a game 16-14. They've had a lot of 30-round maps, but they've never lost a 30th round. Oh, that's not true. Versus EG on Dust 2. That's actually what pushed them down here into the semifinals of the playoffs bracket. So they're going to have to get over that hump. And more than just a little bump in Kusta,
he has been a massive hole in the road for Triumph, constantly throwing up frags here at this B site. Curry, who has been a key entry fragger for this team across a lot of their maps, has been struggling, and these grenades are not making it any easier. If Triumph are truly going to just run through this B bomb site, then they've got to find a solution to Kusta. Som, he's going to be fully blinded, but he is in cover at least, and then that counter flash comes up. Oh, it's perfect! 5 survivors from Gen.G. The trials and tribulations of Triumph. They show us the unthinkable across the group stage, across their first BO3. They look like the real deal, but you said it best. 9 out of those last 10 rounds, 10 out of the 11 for Gen.G to bring this one back. Triumph, they always show survival, but they just struggle to close. A heartbreaking situation here in the semifinals. An awesome effort and a great showing from the Tier 2 North Americans, but Gen.G, they needed this win. They will move forward to face Furia in the finals. 2 chances to get themselves to the actual Blast Spring Finals. We'll see what our analysts have to make of this series once we're back from the break.
Have completely bought into the idea that, fundamental Counter-Strike is the basis for being a good team.
Gratisfaction plucks him from the sky. They've got a lot to prove in this matchup. It's 100 Thieves!
We should be a contender to be in the top 5 teams.
Internally, I feel like we're pretty hardworking.
The Aussie lineup known for this crazy practice, known for the boot camps of what they can deliver.
They have a very good base and understanding of how they want to approach the game as a team, and that's something that a lot of teams lack. They don't have an identity.
Aaron, for example, he's always getting hyped up and cheering all of us on.
I mean, me and Justin were pretty different people, I would say. He's a very quiet person in general. I'm probably a little bit more louder than him, but in game, I think we just have a respect for each other.
They have a star individual in JKS. He made it within the top 20 players last year, and I know that's actually going to drive him further. It's actually going to inspire him to play even better Counter-Strike. So if he can play better than he did last year, I think everyone needs to watch out.
And he takes down Kenny, follows up onto Hunter. 3 frags from him.
We met our goal last year of making the top 5, and we want to keep building upon that, and trophies is the next step.
I think we had a lot of success last year, and I think we know what works for us in terms of practice and scheduling and stuff like that. So putting all that to use this year and only improving on that, I think we should only just do better.
I think the standout characteristic of Evil Geniuses is probably just being super hard hitting in the game.
I would say dangerous, just because our potential and our peak is kind of unknown, so we can, play at an insane level.
I actually think that they're probably top 2 or 3 team in the world in terms of raw skill across the squad, and they use that as their main strength.
9 seconds now. He makes for the jump, and Stanislaw, he nearly gets it, and he will eventually.
I would say erratic is the word that best describes Evil Geniuses.
Hype for sure. I think we just love that energy.
I would say exciting, just because it's probably pretty exciting to watch us, just to see how we do.
Who knows, if somebody wins a big round, then it might jump over the glass.
He's now trying burst fire mixed in. He gets a headshot at the end.
I think the most obvious player to look out for in EG is Breeze.
He's just on another level right now, and he's constantly hitting shots, and he's always the danger man.
He's always going ham, and he's always having sick games.
But if he does well, that's almost always the barometer that the good EG is going to turn up and could maybe win the tournament.
10 seconds left, and he's going for the fight out in the open. Breeze will win it.
I think we're definitely on course to reach that level that we reached last year, and we're hungry to reach it again.
Top 4s on a consistent basis and reaching finals on a consistent basis.
So for me, it's EG all the way. It's going blue all the way. Bentet, you managed to take the win here against Triumph, but it was not easy at all. I'm going to come back onto Nuke quickly, because that was a game that you guys should have been able to take there. What do you feel went wrong on Nuke? They just seemed way too strong for you once they started to get closer towards that overtime.
Yeah, I think that game is really frustrated a little bit because we have some rounds that we can close it out earlier, but we make many mistakes. We play too rush, and they take the advantage of that, and yeah, we just couldn't handle it on Nuke. Especially when T-side we have the 15 round first, we cannot close it out because we just play too fast, I think, and our communication wasn't that clear enough.
Now going on to Inferno, Triumph actually bested you on the second round after you grabbed the pistol. They get a 9-6 lead on the first half, and then they pick up the opening set of T-rounds, and it takes you guys so much on your CT side to be able to deliver it. You're pulling it back, you're trying to make it work. What was going on at this point, though? Because there was many moments where it looked like Triumph had that game in their hands. What was being said by Dabs?
We just keep encouraging each other because we know that we can come back. We have a strong city Inferno side, and we just use double op since then. Kenny, Kusta have a really good kills in Banana, which bring us good momentum to come back, and we just stay calm and stay positive that we can come back and take the match. Yeah.
Well, it was a good fight there from Gen.G. They managed to withstand the pressure from Triumph, and you could see it in Triumph's eyes when it got to that last round. The pressure just got to him. But what a run from Triumph. I think he can be proud of it. Made it out of the groups into the playoffs and took Gen.G, one of the top teams in North America, the distance. As many rounds as you can go, they went. So congratulations to Triumph, but this is where it ends. Doran, what did you take away from that last map in the series, man?
It looked for a while, just like on the second map, they managed to overcome all these things that were supposed to kick in when you're the rookies and they're the veterans. It looked like for a while they weren't going to collapse. They had that amazing lead, what was it, 13-7 or something? They were in control of the game. Gen.G were literally essentially just rolling over and just saying, take it, just take the game from us, we're done, we're out of this thing. And then somehow, that's the moment where, like, I don't want to make it too much like a movie, but it's almost like you could see the moment when they fully start to realize what was happening. And when that happened, I mean, they won barely any rounds after that. Like, it all just collapsed in on them. And so I think, like, the last round even, where they tried this B hold, which had been working so well earlier in the game, like, early in the game, they don't think that. The guy just immediately kills that first person he sees over near the short wall. They probably have a one-on-one at that point. Like, the rest of the game would have been so different. So the problem I have in this scenario is I feel like they really did have Gen.G bang to rights when they had that big lead. And at that point in time, people just started getting either unlucky, like there's a round where the guy had to try and AWP, wasn't properly at AWP, and just kept peeking in the same angle. They lost a couple of scenarios that were a little bit more up and down, that some 1v, 2v2 or whatever it was, where he made a great
2v1
winning play and then turned it into almost a losing play, but then somehow won by himself, and then his teammate killed him. So at the end it was chaos, and somehow Gen.G was the team that thrived out of that. This round.
No, Maniac, what? It was what a series, yeah. All three maps, it had it all. And you're right, it almost felt scripted. It almost just felt like this was going to be a real tearjerker at the end. And, well, Maniac, what did you take away from it?
I mean, it's gonna hurt. It's gotta hurt for Triumph, right? Obviously, Gen.G, they make it to the next step. They gotta feel happy about it. But I want to give some props to Triumph, and honestly, this is a huge learning experience for them, because this is the first time in this entire event where, like I told you guys, where I can read the pressure on their crosshair. I could see the panic in the way they were taking the angles at the end, and it is so different when you got to the third map of a huge series that can qualify you and go a step further in the playoff. It is highly different than just playing, you know, group stage games where actually they had that mental fortitude. They had that mental resilience to withstand. But you know what? I just want to give a clip of Spongy here, because in my mind, on the A side, specifically on the defense, he was absolutely fantastic. He played so many different positions, and you'll see it throughout these frags rolling out in front of your eyes. He could play that A side a million different ways. And in my eyes, by my book, he was the sole reason why Triumph had such a strong defense. He completely dominated a half. He did everything he wanted. Look at this. He's been playing the side, now he's quad, side back again. He's playing the pit. He's done it with the MP9. He's done it with the USP. He's done it with the M4. He done everything. He had a massive defense.
He has a one-man frag movie in one map.
He has. It just does it all.
No, I just want to
we've
give him
actually
props.
got. Yeah, well, I mean, that's the thing, you know, and you know, credit where credit is due. Gen.G, they won, and so they got through. But that's the difference when it's like you're expected. You're the favored team in the scenario. You're expected to go through, and the underdog nearly got it. But we get to actually hear from one of those underdogs. We have an interview with Curry.
An incredible performance from the Triumph team, Curry. You guys should be very proud of what you managed to achieve there. But I really felt like you guys had the game in your hands. What we were up at one point, 13-6. And then they managed to make it all the way back to 12-13 before you can secure that 14th round. Now, when you actually secured the 14th round with those pistols, I think many have expected, okay, look, they've done it, they've worked it out. At that point, how was the mood? Because you guys must have felt like, okay, look, we know what's going on here. We started to figure things out. We started to deal with this double AWP setup. But then it quickly changed around. So what was going on? Talk to me.
After the eco round, after we ecoed them, it was really hype. We were all really happy with the round. It was like, we scraped it by. Junior hit some nice shots. Spongy hit some nice shots. But we kind of just stuck to the same game plan. Afterwards, we tried to do a set piece. We tried to do strats. Instead of defaulting around the map, we're doing these set pieces. And Gen.G just kept countering us every time. They played really well on the CT side. Every time we tried to do a set piece, they would just destroy us with nades. Or if we ever did end up getting on the side, we got a post plant, they would actually end up destroying us in the post plant too, because we misplayed the post plants.
That's a real tough one, and you can see really just wearing their hearts on their sleeves here, Triumph. You know how bad they wanted that win, and that would have been a magnificent turn of events for them, but it wasn't meant to be today. We're not done yet. That's the thing. This was just our first best of 3 in North America. Now we're getting into the second one, and we can bring up the bracket here so you can see how it all played out. Gen.G will progress forward, onward to play against Furia in the NA Final number 1, and now we go to the NA Semi-Final number 2. MIBR versus Cloud9. Fallen is here. I saw him tweeting earlier. He's been watching. He's been getting ready and raring to go. But MIBR versus Cloud9.